The game has merged with reality, and monsters are invading recklessly. Dungeons, domains, and abysses are countless. To resist the monster invasion, everyone undergoes a class awakening at the age of 18. On the day of your class awakening, you become a hidden class, the Thunder Warlock. However, because the Thunder Warlock skills consume too much spirit, have cooldowns that are too long, and casting times that are too extensive, it is known as a trash class. Fortunately, you obtained the Celestial Sign and System and gained the unique hidden buff Infinite Firepower. Infinite Firepower, Spirit Consumption 100%, Cooldown 100%, Casting Time 100%. Sign in at the Imperial Capital Academy and obtain the unique hidden class Dragon Language Mage. Sign in at a Nightmare level dungeon and obtain the unique hidden race Ancient God. Sign in at the Abyss and obtain a God level item, the Book of Forbidden Curses. Chapter 1, Class Awakening, Hidden Class Thunder Warlock. Infinite Firepower Buff. Dragon Summer Empire, Jiangnan Province, East Sea City. Inside a classroom at East Sea No. 60 Middle School, a mentor stands on the podium announcing the Class Awakening Mobilization Meeting. Students, today is the day of your official Class Awakening, and it is also the most important day of your lives. I hope each of you can reach the heights of Xia and become a pillar of the nation in the future. The Xia mentioned by Ming is a student who graduated from No. 60 Middle School 30 years ago. He is now a level 80 Light Knight serving in the Holy Night Hall of the 7 Great Temples. At every mobilization meeting like this, Ming uses Xia's achievements to inspire the students. Sure enough, seeing the passion and yearning bursting from their eyes, Ming nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, he noticed a student in the last row by the window staring outside, his mind wandering far away. Cough. No more nonsense, let's head to the playground. Having been in the profession for so many years, Ming felt a rare hint of frustration. However, this student seemed to have been this way for the past year. Shu stared at the willow tree outside the window, a faint look of anticipation in his deep eyes. 1 year ago, he transmigrated. Upon waking up, he found that the familiar planet had undergone a massive transformation. This world has merged with games, and every student undergoes a class awakening during their senior year of high school. Clearing dungeons, conquering domains, and killing monsters all grant EXP. With EXP, one can increase their level and strengthen their power. Classes are divided into 3 main categories: combat class, support class, and production class. In this world, the most popular and respected are the combat classes. Of course, support classes and production classes are not bad either. Some powerful support classes are even more sought after than combat classes, whether in society or on the battlefield. The same applies to production classes. 100 years ago, a blacksmith forged a world-destroying level greatsword, causing a global sensation. It drew countless powerhouses to worship at his feet. In Chu's understanding, no matter what class he awakened, as long as he specialized properly, he could still become a powerhouse. There are no useless classes, only useless people. Chu! Everyone's already left. What are you still standing there for? At that moment, a tall young man walked over and patted Chu on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Luo followed his gaze, looking puzzled. It's nothing, let's go. Chu and Luo arrived at the playground, where a massive high platform stood in the center. It was surrounded by 4 thick stone pillars, each embedded with shimmering elemental stones. It's starting. Chu, what class do you want to awaken? Luo rubbed his hands together excitedly. A combat class, of course. Chu looked at the vast playground, which was packed with 500 senior students. He estimated that out of these 500 people, no more than 50 would be able to awaken a combat class. The probability was around 10%. If luck was poor, the probability could be even lower. You have the strongest spirit in our class, so there's a high probability you'll awaken a mage class. Luo looked at the light on the awakening platform with envy, smacked his lips, and continued. I want to awaken as a warrior. Or a guardian. To stand in front of girls and protect them. I'll tank all the damage myself. Chu glanced at him with disdain and asked, You're okay with putting your life on the line just for a girl? Heh, you don't understand. This is a man's romance, Luo smirked foolishly. Even a legendary simp would hand you a cigarette in respect. The disdain in Chu's eyes deepened. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Yo! Isn't this Chu, the dead last of our class? With grades so poor, you actually have the face to show up for class awakening? Gavin walked toward them with a mocking expression. Chu's theoretical grades were the worst in the class. It couldn't be helped having transmigrated here, how could he understand all that theoretical knowledge? His grades had always been at the bottom. Although Gavin wasn't much better, he simply couldn't stand Chu's constant calm expression. Moreover, the kid was quite handsome, which made him popular with many female students. Gavin, class awakening is a right every senior student has. Why are you barking here? Get lost. Luo stepped in front of Chu and fired back. Gavin felt a bit intimidated by Luo's size and snorted coldly, just you wait. I want to see what kind of thing a pretty boy like you can awaken later. I hope it's not a trash class. Does it have anything to do with you what he awakens? Keep yapping and see if I don't mess you up. Luo rolled up his sleeves as if to strike, scaring Gavin into scurrying away. Chu remained calm and indifferent throughout. In his eyes, Gavin's provocation was nothing more than child's play. In a world where strength is everything, having a silver tongue is no match for a heavy fist. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the awakening platform erupted with a dazzling radiance. A moment later, a Grandmaster Level 5 formation mentor stepped onto the stage, holding a long list in his hand. The class awakening officially begins. Students whose names are called, please step onto the stage in order for your class awakening. As his voice fell, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. The moment of class awakening had finally arrived. First one, Chen Hao. The boy whose name was called felt his heart skip a beat as he nervously walked toward the stage. He placed his palm on the class awakening stone. A few seconds later, a faint glow rose, revealing an axe. Chen Hao, class awakening, production class lumberjack. Upon hearing the result, Chen Hao turned pale and left the stage dejectedly. No way, a woodcutter class? That's brutal. Sigh, his life is basically over. Without a good class, even putting food on the table will be a struggle. I hope my luck is better. Production classes like woodcutter have little utility in this world. They are even considered inferior to farmers. With the first precedent set, the remaining students grew even more anxious. Most of the subsequent class awakenings were life classes. Support classes were rare, and not a single combat class had appeared yet. By the end of the morning, over 200 people had completed their class awakening, some filled with joy and others with sorrow. Next, Chu. Hearing the name, Luo said excitedly, "Brother, it's your turn." Good luck. Chu took a deep breath, stepped slowly onto the high platform, and reached out to touch the class awakening stone. A few seconds passed, and suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky as lightning flickered. What's happening? Why is there sudden thunder? Could this be a class awakening phenomenon? As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. A class capable of triggering a phenomenon was bound to be extraordinary. Boom! Thunder crackled and flashed as arcs of electricity pulsed through the air. A thunder symbol emerged above Chu's head. Hidden class Thunder Warlock. The entire crowd gasped in shock, their eyes bulging as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The very first combat class turned out to be a hidden class, and the rarest of them all the Thunder Warlock. Ha ha! I knew Chu would be a combat class, but I never expected a hidden class. Luo was particularly excited. Humph, you're celebrating too early. While the Thunder Warlock is powerful, its limitations are also the greatest. After his initial surprise, Gavin threw a bucket of cold water on the excitement. Gavin, what do you mean? The Thunder Warlock is the class with the most devastating destructive power among mages. Why are you being so sour? Luo snapped, immediately displeased. Seeing the curious glances from those around him, Gavin sneered and explained, the Thunder Warlock's destructive power is indeed immense, but its casting time is incredibly long, and using skills consumes a massive amount of spirit. At this moment, Elder Zhang of the formation also shook his head with regret. He is right. Although Thunder Warlocks in history were powerful, their resource consumption is 10 or even 100 times higher than similar classes, and leveling up in the early stages is extremely difficult. What a pity for such a promising talent. Chu heard their words, and his brow furrowed. In other words, his class was not only a bottomless pit for resources but also practically useless in practice? Ha ha. Hidden class sounds nice, but in reality, it's no different from being trash. Just accept your fate. Gavin laughed loudly, looking extremely smug. Chu clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, a surge of intense unwillingness rising in his heart. Did he cross over to this world just to accept a fate like this? Ding! Celestial sign in system binding. Binding successful. Sign in point detected. Would you like to sign in immediately? Celestial sign in system. Chu's eyes lit up. It seemed his transmigrator's perk had finally arrived. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique hidden buff Infinite Firepower. Chapter 2, Infinite Thunder Orb. The Magic Machine Gun. Infinite Firepower, Spirit Consumption 100%, Cooldown 100%, Casting Time 100%. Next sign in Point Deep Forest Dungeon. Chu's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the skill description. Anyone who had played League before their rebirth knew how terrifying and game-breaking Infinite Firepower was. Now it had appeared in the real world, and on a Thunder Warlock of all things. What kind of terrifying cheat code was this? So what if spirit consumption was massive? So what if the casting time was long? With this buff, would he still fear these limitations? TSK, how pathetic. What a waste of such a good class. Chu, with your impoverished family background, you're destined to be trash for the rest of your life, Gavin said, feigning regret. Yeah, a Thunder Warlock requires too many resources. Without a good family background, it's difficult even to level up. I heard that even for a high-level Thunder Warlock, casting just a few skills requires chugging a large mana potion. Plus, the casting time is so long that other elemental mages could cast several spells in the same duration. Even though it's a hidden class, it can't even compare to some production classes. Hearing the conversations around him, the sneer on Gavin's face grew deeper. However, to his disappointment, Chu remained calm and indifferent despite the cold mockery. Gavin felt as if his punch had landed on a ball of cotton, and his face turned ashen. What he hated most was Chu's look of total indifference. Chu, you're actually just trash. A complete and utter waste. Gavin roared. Chu paused, slowly turned his head to look at Gavin's distorted face, and said flatly, whether I am trash or not, what does that have to do with you? Gavin froze, suddenly speechless. Indeed, he truly couldn't stand Chu, but he couldn't exactly say he was mocking him for that reason alone, could he? If he did, how would his classmates and mentors view him? It's all right, student. Your future path is in your hands. How you walk it depends entirely on yourself. Zhang, the formation mentor, comforted him. Thank you, mentor. I understand, Chu said with a slight smile. Zhang watched his departing figure, hesitated to speak, and let out a long sigh. Number 60 High School had finally produced a hidden class, yet it turned out to be the most useless one, a Thunder Warlock. It seemed the fate of their school was simply meant to be this way. Chu returned to Luo's side, looking at the high platform expressionlessly. Luo patted Chu's shoulder and spoke solemnly, It's okay, Chu. So what if leveling up is hard? I'll carry you. From now on, I'll give you all the mana potions I get from killing monsters. Hearing this, Chu felt a warmth in his heart. Looking at Luo's mature face, which seemed older than his actual age, he nodded and said, All right. Thank you. Thank you for what? Who are we? We're brothers who grew up together since we were kids. Don't mention that word to me again. Next, Luo. Finally, it's my turn. Luo let out a hearty laugh and strode onto the high platform, placing his broad palm upon it. Immediately afterward, a long spear manifested above his head. Combat class night. Zhang announced. Whoosh. The crowd looked at Luo with envy. Another combat class, and it was the highly popular night. Ha ha! I did it! Luo was ecstatic. He rushed down the platform and gave Chu a crushing bear hug, nearly snapping his spine. Chu, did you see that? I did it! Luo laughed even as tears streamed down his face. It's such a happy occasion, why are you crying? This completely baffled Chu. Little sisters, big brother is coming. Luo wailed through his tears. Chu? The rest of the class awakening was rather dull. Chu didn't want to linger any longer. Tomorrow was the pre-exam trial, and he needed to go back and properly familiarize himself with his class. It was worth noting that Gavin had also awakened a combat class, a pyromancer, no less. This made him incredibly smug, his chin tilted so high it almost touched the sky. Upon returning home, Chu lay on the old sofa, looking at the only inheritance his parents had left him. Waves of emotion stirred in his heart. A photo frame sat on the TV cabinet, showing a family of 3. However, the parents of this body had died in battle several years ago. Chu was now accustomed to being alone, but he still felt a sense of longing for the world before he transmigrated. In that world, he had his own family and a younger sister who had just started high school. He had heard that in the deepest part of the abyss in this world, there was an abyss gate. Once opened, one could obtain anything they desired. Chu shook his head, clearing the stray thoughts from his mind. The current priority was to increase his strength. This grand exam was extremely important. He had to get into the Dragon Summer Empire's finest institution, the Imperial Capital Academy. Only the best academy could provide the best resources. Chu stood up and called out his personal attribute panel. Name, Chu Human. Class Thunder Warlock, Hidden Class. Level, Bronze I 0%. Strength, 9. Average adult is 10. Agility, 8. Normal adult is 10. Spirit, 20. Normal adult is 10. Constitution, 10. Normal adult is 10. Equipment, none. Skills, Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Thunder Shield, Infinite Firepower. Unique. Thunder Orb summons a sphere condensed from lightning elements, capable of dealing massive damage to a target. Chain Lightning summons a chain of lightning condensed from thunder, capable of dealing massive damage to multiple targets. The more targets there are, the higher the damage. Thunder Shield summons a shield condensed from lightning elements to defend against physical and magical damage. Infinite Firepower. Unique, Spirit consumption reduced by 100%, cooldown reduced by 100%, casting time reduced by 100%. The Thunder Warlock only has 3 basic skills, no different from any other mage. Chu nodded to himself. Opening his palm, Chu attempted to chant. After 10 seconds, a fist-sized orb appeared in his hand. Silver-white arcs of electricity flickered, filled with devastating energy. The casting time is indeed very long, and with my current spirit, I might only be able to cast 2 thunder orbs before entering a weakened state. Chu frowned, realizing the severity of the problem. In a life-and-death battle, things change in an instant. Every single second is precious. A tiny thunder orb takes 10 seconds to chant. No wonder they call it a chicken rib class. Next, Chu tried throwing the thunder orb at a vase in front of him. Boom! A massive explosion resounded, and blinding white light filled the entire hall. Chu slowly opened his eyes and took a sharp breath. The vase was long gone, and even the wooden stand beneath it had vanished, leaving behind only dust and scorched marks. What terrifying destructive power! So this is lightning magic. Chu swallowed hard, gradually becoming excited. If a single thunder orb is this powerful, what about 100, or 1,000? And it will only get stronger as his level increases. As expected, God is fair. He granted the Thunder Warlock immense destructive power but placed heavy restrictions in other areas. However, in the face of infinite firepower, those restrictions are trivial. Excitedly, Chu kept testing his skills on the balcony. Constant rumblings echoed, and the balcony floor was left riddled with holes and damage. Unknowingly, it had already grown late. At that moment, a lioness-like roar erupted from the building opposite. It's so late and still so much noise. Are you going to let anyone sleep or what? Chapter 3, Deep Forest Dungeon. Level grinding begins. The next morning at 6:30 a.m. Chu arrived at the school gates early. Today was a very important day, and he had woken up earlier than usual. As soon as he arrived, he saw Gavin talking with a group of students. Gavin had traded his usual attire for a fiery red robe today, looking incredibly flashy. At the same time, he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, feeling lightheaded and extremely satisfied. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye and sneered, "Heh! Our hidden class Thunder Warlock is here. What's wrong with you all? Seeing a classmate and not even saying hello? What hidden class? He's nothing but a joke." Exactly. That trash chew can't even compare to one of your fingers, Gavin. He might even die inside the domain today. There's no need to waste time on a piece of trash like him. Chu watched these classmates, who were usually quite friendly with him, now showing a completely different face. He shook his head with a smile. This was reality. At the same time, he understood a truth: from the moment of class awakening, they were no longer classmates, but competitors. On the battlefield, for the sake of profit, people would even fight to the death without hesitation. At this moment, Chu's gaze changed, looking at Gavin with a piercing chill. Gavin felt the gaze and subconsciously shivered. He snapped irritably, "What are you looking at? You'd better pray you don't run into me inside the dungeon, otherwise, this time next year will be the anniversary of your death." "Coincidentally, I was just about to say the same to you," Chu replied bluntly. Gavin snorted coldly, already calculating in his mind how to kill him if they crossed paths. A few minutes later, Luo arrived at the gate on his electric scooter. After a brief greeting, the two boarded the bus. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the deep forest. Dozens of soldiers were stationed here, guarding the area strictly. "Sign this life and death waiver. Anything that happens inside the dungeon has nothing to do with the school. I hope you can protect your lives and come out of the dungeon in one piece," Ming said, holding a piece of paper and scanning everyone present. His gaze lingered on Chu for 2 seconds longer than the others, and he sighed deeply in his heart. The students looked at the bright red waiver, breaking out in a cold sweat. They knew the significance of the dungeon. It was a place where crisis and opportunity coexisted, but when it came to their lives, many felt terrified. Furthermore, the dungeon teleportation was random. With good luck, one could group up with classmates, but with bad luck, one might be teleported directly into a monster's nest. Could someone actually die? That's terrifying. I'm not going anymore. I heard the monsters inside eat people. Hundreds, even thousands, die in there every year. Ming looked at their fearful expressions without surprise. They had the right not to participate. Students who are not participating, stay where you are. Students who are participating, come forward to collect your life and death waiver, Ming announced loudly. Chu was the first to step forward. He took a waiver, signed his name with a flourish, and then said to Luo, "I'm heading in first." With that, Chu strode forward and disappeared into the passage. The students' faces turned grim when they saw that Chu was actually the first to enter. The person you call trash was the first to go in. As for the rest of you, are you even worse than trash? Luo looked mockingly at the group who had previously ridiculed Chu, reached for a waiver, and signed his name as well. Bastards! If you're afraid of death, go home and drink milk. Gavin snorted coldly, refusing to be outdone, and also signed his name. The others looked at each other in dismay. Although they were tempted, they were mostly consumed by fear. Out of the 500 students from number 60 middle school, only about 100 chose to sign the life and death waiver. The rest all withdrew. Chu is just a trash class. I don't believe he can make it out of the dungeon in one piece. Some of those who stayed behind chose not to leave, but instead waited at the entrance, expecting to see a good show. After entering the deep forest dungeon, as soon as Chu opened his eyes, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Sign in location detected. Would you like to sign in immediately? Yes. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Art of Heavenly Thunder, Gold Rank Skill Book 1, Double EXP Card 1. Next sign in location, Imperial Capital Trial Tower. Opening his backpack, he found a scroll and a white card lying quietly inside. Art of Heavenly Thunder, Gold Rank, a mysterious skill scroll containing powerful energy. Requirement to learn, Silver Rank or above. Double EXP card, doubles EXP gained within 12 hours. It's actually a skill book. Chu's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. For someone with a hidden class like his, learning skills was an extremely difficult task because it was hard to find a mentor, and lightning-type skill scrolls on the market were incredibly rare and expensive. Besides mentor instruction and skill scrolls, there was one other method, skill books. The function of a skill book is to allow a person to comprehend skills available within their class level range. It might lead to the comprehension of a new skill, or it might enhance an existing one. Not only are these types of skill books expensive, but they also might end up being completely useless. If it requires silver rank to study, then I better hurry up and level up. Chu walked forward. He didn't use the EXP card immediately. The dungeon trial lasted 24 hours, while the double EXP card only lasted 12. He would only use this consumable when he could ensure maximum benefit. Continuing forward to a small stream, Chu looked at the forest ahead and frowned. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed toward him. Chu's brow twitched, and he immediately took defensive measures. Thunder Shield. A massive force slammed into the shield, producing a sizzling sound followed by a roar of pain. Chu focused his gaze and casually cast an appraisal spell. Monsters, Leopard. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Strength, 21. Agility, 25. Spirit 1-6. Constitution, 19. Skill, Bite. The leopard was 2 meters long, its body covered in black spots, with crimson eyes looking to devour someone. Encountering Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X monsters right away. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Chu licked his dry lips and suddenly hurled a thunder orb. The speed was so fast that the leopard was momentarily stunned. It probably never expected that a mage wouldn't need to channel a skill. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the leopard's head was directly pulverized under the powerful force of the lightning. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. The progress bar went from 0% to 30%. Killing 3 more leopards will be enough to level up. Chu looked down at the headless corpse, discarding the idea of scavenging its pelt. This trial is primarily for leveling up. I won't do things that waste time like that. To participate in the Imperial Capital Academy entrance exam, one must first be at least level 10. With only 7 days left until the exam, his best bet was to reach level 10 within these 24 hours. Perhaps because the explosion was too loud, Chu had only taken 2 steps when he found himself surrounded by leopards. A quick glance showed there were at least 5 of them. Good, saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Instead of showing fear, Chu actually became excited. Chapter 4, Crazy Leveling. A gear drop? A total of 7 leopards surrounded Chu in a circular formation. Although he was only level 1, he didn't panic at all in the face of so many level 3 monsters. The thunder orb appeared in his hand with a whoosh, and almost at the same time. 3 leopards moved. They were incredibly fast, charging straight at Chu at twice the speed of an average person, their giant claws glinting with a cold light. Thunder Shield. Chu first cast a shield on himself, then immediately hurled the thunder orb. Even though these beasts were fast, the flight speed of the thunder orb was faster. Boom! Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. The death of their companion triggered the leopard's ferocity in the brief gap as he attacked. They had already reached Chu's side. Attacking from both front and back, their claws swung toward him, kicking up a gust of wind. I've been waiting for you. Shu gave a light snort, and a chain condensed from lightning suddenly manifested on a leopard. Chain lightning. Sizzle. With a flash of electricity, the chain lightning caused one leopard to twitch violently before immediately jumping to the other. The two beasts were like lightning rods, with arcs of electricity constantly conducting between them, and the power of the lightning grew stronger with each jump. Oh whoa! The two leopards let out a wail and collapsed to the ground, their fur gone and replaced by large patches of charred marks. The smell of burning and the aroma of meat wafted out. After killing these two monsters, his EXP was full. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. Each level up grants 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Shu put all the attribute points into spirit. Name, Shu Human. Class Thunder Warlock Hidden Class. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X 10%. Strength, 19. Agility, 18. Spirit 40. Constitution, 20. Equipment, none. Skills, Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Thunder Shield, Infinite Firepower Unique. After leveling up, his spirit directly doubled. The Thunder Orbs summoned by Chu also grew larger as his spirit increased. What were originally the size of an adult's fist had now grown a full circle larger, containing even more massive destructive energy within. This was the terrifying lethality of the Thunder Warlock. Shu turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 leopards. With a wave of his hand, 4 thunder orbs flew out at high speed, landing on them and setting off a terrifying wave of lightning. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 20. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 20. These monsters are all too weak, they can't test my true strength right now. Chu shook his head helplessly. If this scene were witnessed by other students, their jaws would surely drop in shock. Pure, unadulterated instant kills. How was this even leveling up? Without the infinite firepower buff, Chu would likely have been finished by now. Leopards don't give you time to charge up your skills. Approaching the leopards' corpses, Chu began his looting operation. Looting meant picking up equipment or items dropped by monsters. If people wanted to obtain equipment, aside from spending a fortune at shops or buying from other players, they could only rely on monster drops. Chu circled the area but found no items dropped, feeling a bit disappointed. Let's keep leveling up. This area was a leopard den. After leveling up, Chu's physical attributes had improved across the board, and his running speed was twice what it was before. Using only 2 moves, Thunder Orb and Chain Lightning, Chu wiped out every leopard in the entire area. In 2 hours, he reached level 5, and his spirit reached a terrifying 120. The spirit growth of a Thunder Warlock is the highest among all mages, meaning the same skill in the hands of this class would exert 200% or even 300% power. This situation directly resulted in the current Thunder Orbs being as large as 2 adult fists. Their power also skyrocketed, capable of blowing a leopard clean in half. Passing through this small grove, Chu arrived at a hillside. Looking out, the hills were covered with giant roosters, their numbers absolutely staggering. Did I just walk into a chicken coop? Chu's mouth hung open in shock as he stared at the pile of 1 meter tall, multicolored Rampage roosters. Rampage rooster. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Strength, 57. Agility, 62. Spirit 50. Constitution, 49. Skill, Super Level Peck. The appearance of the intruder caught the attention of all the roosters. They tilted their heads simultaneously, their blood-red eyes staring in unison at Chu. Gulp. Chu swallowed hard and gave a dry laugh. Rampage rooster, don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater, I'm leaving right now. There were simply too many of these roosters. Although Chu was confident in his own strength, he still understood the logic that enough ants can kill an elephant. However, the moment he moved, cluck, cluck, their sharp beaks and wings, shimmering with a metallic luster, could easily slice through stone. Roosters from all over the hills flapped their wings and flew toward him at a jaw-dropping speed. Holy crap! Rampage Rooster, you're serious? Chu was startled by their aggressive posture and took off running. Running was one thing, but Chu's speed was no match for theirs. The distance between them closed in an instant. Cluck! A beak pecked fiercely toward Chu. Judging by the force, there was no doubt that if it hit, it would definitely peck out a bloody hole, and perhaps even pull his intestines out. What are you doing? Ouch! Seeing where the rooster was aiming its attack, Chu broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly cast a thunder shield on himself. The moment the beak touched the shield, the rooster received a sharp jolt of electricity, sending its feathers flying. Thunder Shield not only serves a defensive purpose but also triggers the characteristics of a Thunder Warlock: electrification and paralysis. Electrification attaches a layer of electrical current to the target, dealing extra damage when a lightning skill is cast again. As for paralysis, as the name suggests, it forces the target into a paralyzed state. At this moment, the giant roosters had already surrounded Chu. They glared at this human with predatory eyes, emitting aggressive clucking sounds. Suddenly, 5 giant roosters moved simultaneously, flying toward him. Their sharp beaks aimed at various angles, sealing off all his paths of retreat. Unfazed, Chu unleashed his mana. Electric arcs flickered at his fingertips, and a strand of chain lightning the size of an index finger abruptly manifested. Zzzz! The giant roosters convulsed violently from the electricity, frozen mid-air as their skeletal frames became visible through the current. It didn't last long before they were all electrocuted to death, their charred remains falling to the ground like lumps of charcoal. Killed level 5 Rampage Rooster, EXP plus 35. Killed level 5 Rampage Rooster, EXP plus 35. His EXP bar surged upward. It had to be said that killing monsters of the same level at his current level provided quite substantial EXP. Chu noticed a sphere of light slowly drifting out from the corpse of one Rampage Rooster. A drop. Chapter 5, Thunderclap Ring. EXP Potion. Chu reached out and grabbed the item within the light sphere. Beginner level skill scroll, upon use, allows the user to comprehend a skill related to their class between levels 0-20. Requirements, none. Good stuff. Now that he had reached level 5, he was just starting to worry about his lack of skills. Talk about perfect timing. Thank you, Rampage Rooster. He crushed the scroll, and immediately, a burst of blue-white light erupted from Chu's body. Thunderclap Ring releases powerful lightning elements to knock back surrounding targets. Great! Now I have a survival skill. Chu looked delighted. Seeing over a dozen giant roosters flying toward him, he immediately unleashed a Thunderclap Ring. Cluck! Cluck! The powerful lightning elements sent them all flying, and under Chu's formidable spirit, the thunder instantly shocked them to death. Killed level 5 Rampage Rooster, EXP plus 35. Killed level 5 Rampage Rooster, EXP plus 35. Instantly killing over a dozen same-level monsters in a single hit. Looking across all the various classes, who else could achieve this? The Thunder Warlock was too broken. No incantations plus no consumption, combined with the most explosive destructive power, this was simply a human killing machine. With the Thunderclap Ring skill, Chu no longer had any misgivings, transforming into a true Lord of Lightning. Let the slaughter begin. With a thunder orb in his left hand and chain lightning in his right, the thunder poured down with a roar. Whenever a giant rooster drew close, he would release a thunderclap ring to shock it to death. Standing directly atop the hill, Chu mercilessly slaughtered the giant roosters one by one. The once lush green mountainside was instantly riddled with holes, scorched black pits everywhere, and littered with corpses. At this moment, Chu's eyes turned a bluish-white, crackling with electricity. Arcs of lightning surged through his body as he hurled thunder orbs and chain lightning as if they cost nothing. His EXP bar was also rising continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. This place was practically a holy land for leveling. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to take it head-on. If one were to ask which class in this world possessed the greatest skill range and lethality, it would undoubtedly be the mage. And the Thunder Warlock was the most violent and ferocious representative among all elemental mages. Insta-killing this flock of giant roosters required no effort at all. Half an hour later, all of the hundreds of giant roosters were dead. Chu's level had risen from Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X to Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Less than 3 hours had passed since the start of the dungeon. Such a terrifying leveling speed would probably frighten a crowd of people if word got out, wouldn't it? However, while the speed was fast now, the difficulty would only increase moving forward. The jump from level 9 to level 10 was a threshold, and the EXP required for this progression was enormous. Simply killing mobs was no longer enough. Chu had to find a boss. In a dungeon, there were not only monsters, but also elite monsters and bosses. The EXP gained from killing these types of monsters was very substantial, and the drop rates were also high. Chu walked along the hillside and began to collect his loot. During the process of killing the monsters, he had seen quite a few glowing orbs. Arriving before the first glowing orb, Chu reached out and grabbed the item inside. Bronze level EXP potion, grants EXP plus 5% upon use. Requirement, cannot be used above bronze level. So this is an EXP potion. Chu scrutinized the small green vial in his hand, a look of curiosity appearing on his face. On the market, a bottle of bronze level EXP potion is priced at 1,000 dragon coins. Wealthy families will directly purchase large quantities of EXP potions for their children to consume. They don't even need to participate in trials and can reach silver rank directly from the comfort of their homes. Whether in this world or the previous one, the rich always have more choices than the poor. However, those kinds of flowers grown in a greenhouse find it difficult to truly grow. Their level might rise faster than average, but combat EXP cannot be replicated. Moving on to the next orb of light, Chu took the loot into his hands. Rooster feather shoes bronze level. Strength plus 3. Agility plus 12. Equipment dropped. Chu felt a surge of joy and quickly put on the colorful shoes woven from feathers. The moment he put them on, he felt his entire body become much lighter. Although these shoes didn't look like much, the feel on his feet was fantastic. They outperformed all casual and athletic shoes from his previous life. After bouncing around a few times, Chu felt that he could now race a rampage rooster without falling behind. Although mages are inferior to other classes in various attributes, they still need all the basic necessities. The remaining orbs of light contain trash materials, forging components like chicken beaks and feathers. Chu simply tossed them all into his backpack, planning to sell them at a shop once he got out to supplement his poor family's income. As for that bottle of EXP potion, he didn't plan to use it immediately. Using it at the critical thresholds of Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, or Bronze X would maximize its effectiveness. Crossing over the hillside to a plain, Chu discovered wild bulls scattered across the area. He casually cast an appraisal spell. Monsters Step Bull. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Strength, 125. Agility, 94. Spirit 5-8. Constitution, 100. Skill, Bull Charge. Level 8 Monsters. Chu was startled. He hadn't realized he had walked so far that he had already reached the depths of the deep dense forest. The further one goes into the dungeon, the higher the monster's level becomes, and their strength increases accordingly. This bull was quite massive, measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters high, with 2 enormous horns glistening under the sunlight. Its muscles were extremely firm and packed with explosive power. This bull must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? Chu mused, realizing it had been a while since he last ate beef. At the moment, the distance between Chu and the bull was 100 meters, which was beyond his skill's effective range. Therefore, he walked straight forward for a certain distance. The bull seemed to catch a glimpse of him as well. However, it merely took a look before lowering its head to continue grazing. Chu. What? Looking down on me? Chu smiled wryly to himself. Judging by the leopard and the rooster he had encountered, these monsters were usually highly aggressive toward creatures invading their territory. But this bull didn't seem to care about him at all? Was he really less attractive than a blade of grass? As the distance closed to 50 meters, Chu conjured a thunder orb half the size of a basketball and hurled it over. Moo! Hearing the sound of something cutting through the air, the bull lifted its head to glance over. Its eyes suddenly widened like copper bells as it scrambled to run. But it was too late. The thunder orb moved incredibly fast, almost comparable to the speed of a bullet. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked past, its aftershock causing the small blades of grass to sway incessantly. A large hole had been blasted clean through the bull's abdominal cavity by the lightning, piercing through both sides. Killed level 8-step bull, EXP plus 150. Such high EXP. While pleasantly surprised by the high EXP, Chu also discovered to his delight that he could now insta-kill even Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X monsters. With his current strength, he estimated he could probably even one-shot Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Chu licked his lips and whispered, "Next. I'll go find a boss to kill." Chapter 6, Bear Ridge Domain. Co-op mode. The vast great steppe was immense. Chu's soles were nearly worn through, yet he hadn't even covered half of it. During this process, he encountered 5 steppe bulls, none of which dropped any items after being killed. It was worth mentioning that these bulls seemed to lack any sense of self-preservation, completely ignoring him and getting killed while they were busy grazing. Gaining EXP this way is too slow. When will this ever end? Chu gradually began to grow impatient. Only 12 hours remain until the end of the dungeon trial. But there are too few monsters here. If they head elsewhere, the monsters' levels will be too low. Killing them for ages wouldn't yield as much EXP as slaying a single bull. I wonder how Luo is doing. Chu felt a flicker of worry. Only after truly entering the dungeon can one realize how terrifying monsters actually are. Without the ability to form a party, it is undoubtedly a very difficult task to grind levels smoothly. A total of 60 middle schools are participating in this trial, with the number of students reaching over 10,000. However, after walking such a long distance, Chu hasn't encountered a single human, which shows just how vast the area of this dungeon is. No time to think about that, back to grinding. Chu quickened his pace and continued his search. Deep within the grassland, a deep blue portal suddenly appeared, brimming with powerful spatial energy and leading to a mysterious world. At that moment, a man and a woman stood before the portal. Chu, this domain requires a minimum of 3 people to enter, and their levels must be Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, or Bronze X and above. Where are we going to find a third person? Jiang spoke up, sounding distressed. It's fine, let's wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go outside the grassland to search, Chu said, lightly biting her lower lip. What? The dungeon is so big, how far would you have to walk to find someone? Besides, with the level requirement of Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, or Bronze X and above, by the time we find someone, the dungeon trial might already be over, Jiang sighed. This is the only way. I must enter this domain. A flash of stubbornness appeared in Chu's eyes. All right. Jiang ran a hand through his hair. He was out of ideas. The two of them had waited here for an hour and hadn't seen a single person. If this continued, the domain would disappear, and they would have wasted a significant amount of precious time. The refresh time and location of a domain are random. Furthermore, the entrance only exists for 2 hours. Once the time is up, it moves to the next refresh point. Domains contain numerous opportunities, and the drop rates are very high. Most importantly, a boss is guaranteed to exist within a domain. For anyone, this is an irresistible temptation. The two waited for another half hour. Jiang finally couldn't take it anymore and said, Chu, let's not wait any longer. Instead of wasting time, why don't we gain a couple more levels to prepare for the grand exam in 3 days? Chu's brow furrowed. Let's wait another 20 minutes. If it still doesn't work, we'll give up. To be honest, she was unwilling to give up this hard-won opportunity. Some people go their entire lives without encountering a single domain, so this was a rare chance. Moreover, with the upcoming grand exam being such a critical juncture, she was even more reluctant to miss out. Fine, I'll wait the last 20 minutes with you. Jiang plopped down onto the grass. Time ticked by second, as the spatial energy on the portal slowly dissipated. Shua's patience was nearly exhausted, and she paced back and forth anxiously. She looked at the portal behind her, her eyes filled with a mix of frustration and reluctance to let go. However, just at that moment, a loud explosion shattered the silence. What was that noise? Jiang scrambled to his feet in one leap, his expression turning solemn as he looked toward the source of the sound. Such powerful elemental fluctuations. Shu was both shocked and delighted. Elemental fluctuations meant someone was there. Let's go. Let's check it out. Shu immediately ran toward the sound, and Jiang followed without hesitation. Arriving at the scene, Shu stared at the massive crater before her, her cherry blossom lips parting in astonishment. Jiang was equally stunned. What incredible destructive power! There stood a young man of peerless beauty, his features as sharply defined as if carved by a sculptor, a face with distinct angles and exceptional handsomeness. Though he appeared somewhat wild and unbridled on the outside, the inadvertent glints of golden light in his eyes made it impossible for anyone to underestimate him. What a handsome youth! Seemingly noticing that he was being watched, the man turned his gaze toward them. His gaze was like a torch. Jiang felt a surge of powerful spirit, causing a slight stinging sensation in his brain. Immediately following, a thunder orb suddenly materialized, signaling hostility. Classmate, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. There is a domain nearby, and we happen to be short one person, so we came to check it out when we heard the noise, Shu explained hurriedly. Domain? Hearing those words, Shu withdrew his power and sized the two of them up. The girl wore a white dress, her jet black hair falling casually. Her face was quite beautiful, easily a 90 out of 100. As for her figure, it was mediocre, roughly at the Oyo level, perhaps not yet fully developed. As for the man, he looked quite ordinary. Standing next to such a beauty, the contrast was jarring. Where is the domain? Shu asked directly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Shu immediately said, It's just 500 meters behind me. I'll take you to see it. All right. Shu did not refuse and followed them to the front of the portal. Looking at the deep blue vortex before him, his heart stirred. This is a simple level domain. The difficulty isn't high, and it's the perfect solution to my current situation of having no mobs to grind. Shu looked at Shu and said, As you can see, this domain requires 3 class holders of Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X or above. There are only 2 of us, so we'd like to invite you to enter with us. Don't worry, classmate, we are very strong. There won't be any problems, Jiang nodded repeatedly. He didn't care about Chu's actual strength right now. As long as he met the entry requirements, it was enough. As for what would happen inside, that was none of his business. Whether he lived or died would depend entirely on his own luck. Shu was in no hurry to agree. On the surface, these two were clearly working together. If he appeared too eager, he might end up getting ripped off. Let's get things straight first. If we're cooperating, how will the items and equipment we obtain be divided? Shu asked. You're likely a mage, right? Any mage-related items and equipment dropped in the domain will belong to you. If it's equipment for other classes, we have priority selection, but we will give you a certain amount of dragon coins as compensation. Of course, if other items drop, we get first pick. What do you think? Shu thought for a moment and felt that this arrangement was quite reasonable. Fine, I'm in. Hearing this, Shu and Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a look and shared a knowing smile. Since you've joined, let's introduce ourselves. Subsequently, Shu and Jiang displayed their information. Name, Shu. Class, Swordsman. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Name, Jiang. Class, Archer. Level Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Shu was still very confident in her own strength, a faint look of pride on her face. To rise to Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X in such a short period of time looking across the entire dungeon trial, how many people could achieve that? However, the surprise she expected did not appear. Instead, several lines of information slowly emerged above Chu's head. Name, Chu. Class Thunder Warlock. Level Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. 7. 7 stars? Shu and Jiang both widened their eyes, their hearts surging with shock. Chapter 7, Brutal Bear. Elite Monster. The two looked at each other, both seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Are you that hidden class from number 60 middle school? Jiang captured the key piece of information. Yeah, that's me. Chu nodded non-committally. Shu's cherry-red mouth hung open as she exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't Thunder Warlock a useless class? How can your leveling speed be so fast?" Speaking of this, she noticed the sharp glint in Chu's eyes and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, "I didn't mean to look down on you, it's just what I've heard everyone else say." "It's fine, let's go in." Chu didn't care about these rumors. Gossip is powerless in the face of true strength. Jiang originally had more questions, but seeing that Chu didn't seem to want to discuss the matter, he tactfully shut his mouth. After entering the portal, the basic information of the domain appeared before the three of them. Domain, Bear Ridge. Difficulty, Easy level. Minimum level Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Player limit, 310 people. Domain description: there are many savage and bloodthirsty wild bears in Bear Ridge. Class holders, please handle them with caution. An easy level domain shouldn't be too difficult. As long as we are careful, we can pass it easily, Shu spoke up. Domain levels are divided into easy level, normal level, hard level, purgatory level, and nightmare level. Even at the lowest easy level, the monsters of the same level inside are much stronger than the monsters found in the dungeon. Similarly, the EXP would be higher, and the drop rate would increase accordingly. All three chose to agree, and immediately after, the scene underwent a transformation. They descended upon a vast mountain range. Lush green forests and colorful flowers could be seen everywhere, and the faint sound of birds chirping could be heard. What a paradise on earth! Shu couldn't help but marvel. The landscape and topography of this domain were even more beautiful and magnificent than the famous scenic spots of his previous life. Be careful, we have now entered the domain. Stay close to me. Shu pulled a silver white one-handed sword from her backpack. Shu, you're a mage, stand between the two of us. I'll cover the rear, Jiang assigned the positions. A mage's attack range isn't particularly long, while Shu is a melee class, suited for close quarters combat. An archer's attack range can reach over 100 meters, allowing for better kiting. This was a standard tactic when different classes are paired together. Positioning is crucial. All right. Shu did not refuse and readily agreed. If the monsters aren't too difficult, you don't need to cast skills. Save your spirit, Jiang reminded him. After advancing for about 500 meters, the three encountered the first monster of the domain. Monster's Brutal Bear. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Strength, 148. Agility, 68. Spirit 70. Constitution, 105. Skills, Bear Hug, Heavy Slam. Roar. With a loud roar, the wild bear charged straight at them on its thick limbs, its deep red fur fluttering in the wind as a thick scent of blood filled the air. Watch out! Shu reacted quickly. Holding her one-handed sword, she performed a flourish and delivered a fierce sword slash onto the wild bear. Instantly, the long sword carved a bloody gash into its body, sending blood splattering. The wild bear let out a furious roar and swung its thick paw at her, the wind whistling with the force. Shu's reflexes were sharp. She jumped back to dodge the attack, then seized an opening to thrust her sword into the wild bear's neck. The blade sank 3 inches into the flesh with a forceful pull. Blood erupted like a fountain. The wild bear instantly entered a berserk state, its eyes glowing like 2 red lanterns as it reared up on its hind legs. It was preparing to use its bear hug skill. With nearly 150 points of strength, a terrifying figure 15 times that of an average person combined with skill damage, Shua's body would likely be crushed instantly. Now! Jiang pulled out a green bow, condensing a magic arrow with mana and aiming at the exact spot Shu had just struck. He released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow traveled at incredible speed, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. It sank deep into the wound, knocking the wild bear back. Shu possessed sharp combat instincts. As the bear recoiled, a layer of pure white light suddenly flowed over her one-handed sword. Half-moon slash. The blade traced a crescent shape, the long sword slicing across the bear's neck. Immediately after, a 3-inch-long gash appeared. With a mournful howl, the wild bear collapsed and moved no more. Killed level 8 brutal bear, EXP plus 320. What massive EXP! Shua's eyes lit up as expected. Grinding domains was the fastest way to level up. Phew! Shu exhaled a long breath, her pristine white dress now stained red with blood. The monsters in this easy level domain are at least bronze level 1 to 10. Everyone stay sharp, Jiang spoke up. Watching their seamless coordination during the battle, Shu nodded inwardly. For a bronze level 1 to 10 player to kill a monster of the same tier was undoubtedly difficult. In such a process, any slight mistake by either person would lead to a total disaster. What surprised him most, however, was Shu. On the surface, she looked like a delicate, well-behaved girl, even wearing a dress to a dungeon trial. She had the quintessential look of a rich girl, yet her strength was unexpectedly formidable. The trio continued forward. Along the way, they encountered several more brutal bears, all of which were taken down by Shu and Jiang's teamwork. With the harvest of high EXP, Jiang reached bronze level 1 to 10, while Shua's EXP bar was also nearing its limit. Both of them were extremely happy. They had definitely come to the right domain. Shu, on the other hand, lay back with an air of "it's only natural." It wasn't that he didn't want to act, but rather that these monsters truly presented no challenge. The trio continued another kilometer deep into the mountains, where they encountered a group of brutal bears resting. Seeing this scene, Shu and Jiang held their breath and halted their steps. 20 brutal bears. We can't take them on yet. Let's take a detour, Jiang said in a low voice. Watch your step, don't startle them, Shu nodded. Just as they were backing away, their backs suddenly bumped into a hard wall. Roar! In an instant, Shu's hair stood on end, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Turning to look, she discovered a giant bear several sizes larger than an ordinary wild bear. Monsters, Brutal Bear Elite. Level, Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Power, 246. Agility, 189. Spirit 152. Constitution, 199. Skills, Over-level Bear Hug, Over-level Slam. Run! Without any hesitation, Shu made a split-second decision and bolted toward the east. Jiang was not to be outdone. The traits of the archer class were fully utilized at this moment as he darted through the woods. However, they hadn't considered that behind them was a mage with incredibly slow speed. Even though Chu was wearing a pair of Koan shoes, he was still lagging quite far behind by comparison. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar, waking all the sleeping bears, and more than 20 wild bears began chasing after them. After running for a while, Jiang had already left the bears far behind. With Shu following closely, the two were about to run out of this area. At this point, Shu stopped, looked at the empty space behind her, and asked in confusion, "Where's Chu? Why worry about him at a time like this? Let's just get out of here." Jiang said, panting heavily. "No, I can't leave a teammate behind." Shu's brow furrowed as she turned back. "Are you crazy?" Jiang couldn't understand her actions. Shu was merely a temporary companion. Was it really necessary to risk her own life to save him? Standing frozen on the spot, he fought an intense internal battle. After a long moment, Jiang grit his teeth and made a decision. Damn it! If I die today, Shu, you're going to owe me for the rest of your life. When they returned to the original spot, the scene before them left them utterly stunned. Chapter 8, God-tier farming speed. I am the chosen one. Thunder roared across the sky as Chu's slender figure stood amidst the giant bears, incessantly unleashing skills. Thunder orbs were being hurled at the wild bears as if they cost nothing, while chain lightning surged through the bears' bodies, charring them black. The most pathetic sight was the elite monster. Not a single inch of its flesh was intact. Its massive carcass lay collapsed on the ground, its skull split wide open. In just a few short minutes, every single monster was dead. Killed level 8 Brutal Bear, EXP plus 640. Killed level 8 Brutal Bear, EXP plus 640. Killed level 9 Elite Monster Brutal Bear, EXP plus 1500. Shu and Jiang's jaws nearly hit the floor. Their eyes were glued to Chu's commanding presence, unable to look away. A flash of light signaled that Shu had leveled up, but she didn't even react. Once everything was over, Shu rubbed his slightly aching wrist and looked back. Sorry, I couldn't get away, so I just killed them all. What? How could you describe such a brutal feat in such a nonchalant tone? Looking at Chu's harmless smile, Jiang suddenly felt like his brain couldn't process the situation. Am I seeing this right? He single-handedly killed 20 wild bears plus an elite monster? It seems so. I saw it too. Shu suddenly felt her throat go dry. How was this mage so different from any other? Other mages had to chant before casting skills, and every skill had a cooldown after use. Just now, he seemed to have fired off dozens of thunder orbs in a row, didn't he? Plus over a dozen chain lightnings. No, wait, and 2 thunderclap rings. The key point was he's a thunder warlock. Who says thunder warlocks are useless? Why doesn't he look weak in the slightest? While the two were dazed, Shu had already finished gathering the loot and walked up to them. There's a bronze-level spear here, along with a suit of armor and a pile of materials. How should we split them? Shu asked. Shu snapped back to reality. Looking up at Chu's handsome face and recalling his awe-inspiring performance just now, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Shu frowned at her reaction and urged, "Hurry up. Why are you being so indecisive like some kind of girl? Are you kidding?" He had just used a double EXP card. Every second was precious right now. Shu, I am a girl, okay? You killed all these wild bears, so you deserve the most credit. You decide, Shu said, calming her agitated heart. Right. Whatever you decide is fine, Jiang nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. Oh. Shu glanced at the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment and swept them all into his backpack. As for the materials, he took those as well. You guys can't use this equipment anyway, so I'll take it all. Any objections? None at all. Shu and Jiang shook their heads repeatedly. Alright, let's keep moving then. Shu didn't waste any more words and continued walking forward. Shu, didn't we just come over here planning to save him? Jiang asked. Shu looked at Chu's back, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Having had a taste of the rewards from elite monsters, Shu naturally wasn't going to miss a single corner of the area. The stench from the wild bears was so strong that the 3 of them could find their hunting targets just by following the smell. Over the next few hours, it was basically Chu solo grinding the mobs. Shu and Jiang didn't even have a chance to step in. At first, the 2 felt a bit embarrassed, fearing that Chu would eventually run out of spirit. But they soon discovered that he was like a god of war, seemingly never feeling tired. In his words, you guys were startled just now, so take a good rest. By the end, they had become numb to it. They couldn't even feel a shred of joy when they leveled up. Finally, Jiang couldn't hold it back anymore. Chu, are you really a student? The way he addressed him had changed. At first, he used his full name, but now he was calling him brother. Of course. Why else would I be here taking the trial? Chu looked at him with an expression that suggested he wasn't very bright. But how come you don't have to chant to cast spells? And there are no cooldowns? And you never run out of spirit? Jiang pressed further. Shu pricked up her ears. She wanted to know the answer too. Have you ever heard of the Chosen One? Shu asked mysteriously. Shu, stop joking with me, Jiang said with a dry laugh. Believe what you want. Shu glanced at him and quickened his pace. Hey! Shu, wait for me. I believe you. I believe you, okay? Jiang hurriedly chased after him, pestering Shu with endless questions. Shu thought about it for a long while and concluded that Shu must possess some incredible treasure that allowed him to spam skills so recklessly. She felt as if Shu was shrouded in a mist, making it impossible not to feel curious and want to uncover the truth. A few more hours passed, and there was now only 1 hour left before the dungeon ended. After a long period of non-stop fighting, all three of them were somewhat exhausted. But all the hard work was worth it. Under the leadership of a freak like Shu, Jiang had risen from Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X to Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. Shu, meanwhile, had reached a critical point, just a fraction away from reaching Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. As for Chu, with the boost from a cheat item like the double EXP card, he successfully reached Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, and Bronze X. In other words, he had already crossed the threshold to participate in the Imperial Capital Academy's entrance examination. What was worth complaining about, however, was that the drop rate was truly pathetic. From the beginning until now, they had killed at least 10 elite monsters and nearly 300 wild bears, yet not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Materials were plentiful enough, and over a dozen bronze-level EXP potions had dropped. In the current team, there was naturally no talk of dividing the loot. Shu took everything for himself. Regarding this, Shu and Jiang had no complaints whatsoever. Being able to gain so many levels in such a short time left them with nothing but gratitude. Alright, let's take a short break. It's almost time to clear this, Shu said, pulling out a pack of dry rations to munch on. When participating in a dungeon trial, preparing dry rations was essential. Jiang had also brought dry rations, while Shu had brought fruit. Shu, which academy are you planning to apply for? Jiang asked while eating. Imperial Capital Academy. Cough, cough. Jiang choked, saying in disbelief, no way, right? The Imperial Capital Academy's entrance exam is the most difficult. Our Jiangnan city doesn't even necessarily have someone pass it every year. Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. Chu smiled slightly. Jiang thought about it after hearing this and nodded. True, Chu, you're such a freak. It would be weirder if you didn't get in. At that moment, Shu looked up at Chu, an inexplicable glint flashing in her eyes. Let's go. After finishing his meal, Chu stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and headed toward the deepest part of the area. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at a valley. In the center of the valley sat a massive bear clad in silver battle armor. This bear was even larger than an elite monster. It looked like it could reach a height of 5 meters when standing. Surrounding it were several elite monsters and 30 wild bears. So many? John's face changed drastically as he looked at Chu with uncertainty. Let's go. Straight in. Chapter 9, Silver Rank Boss. One move to wipe you out. Wait, Chu. Let's make a battle plan first. Before Jiang could finish his sentence, Chu had already dashed off like a streak of smoke. Chu pulled out her one-handed sword for the first time in a while, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and said, "Keep up." Hey! Jiang felt helpless seeing the two of them acting as if they were in a hurry to die. Fine, since we're already here, I'll go crazy with you guys just this once. Pulling out his wooden bow, Jiang chose to attack from the flank, running behind a rock to knock an arrow. Chu! Whether our Jiang family can keep the flame alive depends on you. Chu tossed a few thunder orbs to the left, blasting a large patch of brutal bears to death, and flung several chain lightnings to the right, electrocuting a group of monsters. After leveling up to Bronze 1, 2, 3, V, 6, 7, 8, 9, and X, the Thunder Orbs were now the size of basketballs, and their power was terrifying. The chain lightning had also reached the thickness of a baby's arm. Easily dealing with the surrounding brutal bears, he charged straight toward the boss. "You two deal with the elite monsters, I'm going for the boss." "Alright." Shu nodded in agreement and began coordinating with Jiang to pull the monsters. After leveling up to Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, and Bronze X, the combat power of the two underwent a qualitative transformation. Their combat awareness was already sharp now that the attribute gap caused by the level difference had been bridged. Dealing with 10 elite monsters was no longer an issue. Shu approached the boss and cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Brutal Giant Bear Boss. Level, Silver 3. Strength, 426. Agility, 312. Spirit, 328. Constitution, 387. Skills, Ultimate Bear Hug, Ultimate Smash, Giant Bear Roar. What powerful attributes! Shu frowned slightly and threw a Thunder Orb to test the waters. Boom! The explosion echoed through the valley. The boss, which had been hunkered down on the ground, stood up like a titan, looking down at him from a height. The Thunder Orb exploded against the boss's armor, yet it failed to even break through its defense. Its defense is incredible. It seems I can't take it head-on. This was the first monster Chu had encountered that he couldn't kill instantly. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar, unleashing waves of sound that blew Chu's hair straight back. Taking massive strides, it charged directly at him with every step it took. The ground trembled violently. Ultimate Smash! While there was still over 10 meters between them, the giant bear lunged forward. Its massive paw descended from the sky, striking down with immense force. Thunderclap Ring! A surge of powerful lightning erupted from Chu's body, forcing the creature back. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Chu retreated frantically to create some distance. The giant bear shook its head and let out another roar, signaling the remaining elite monsters to surround Chu. With the figures of giant bears closing in from all directions, Chu warily scanned his surroundings. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept past as Shu darted by him. "Leave the elite monsters to me." Immediately after, a whistling sound pierced the air as an arrow cut through the wind and struck a giant bear. The arrow radiated a brilliant light before exploding violently, leaving a ball of fire burning fiercely upon its body. In an instant, the powerful blast caused the elite monster to howl in agony. "I'll help too." "Chu, you can leave your back to me." Jiang drew back another explosive arrow. Chu nodded, simultaneously flinging out 5 Thunder Orbs, blasting the boss back repeatedly. The continuous bombardment was effective. The armor on the boss's surface had shattered, revealing a hole the size of a basketball. That's it. Thunder Orb. Chain Lightning. The two skills were unleashed incessantly, specifically targeting the boss's weak points for bombardment. Having lost its protective armor, the giant bear endured the lightning damage head-on. Its massive body, affected by paralysis and electrocution, became exceptionally sluggish. Shu and Jian pulled all the elite monsters away, leaving a wide open space for Chu. The subsequent battle became unusually easy. Although the boss's agility far exceeded Chu's, under the paralyzed state, it found even taking a single step incredibly difficult. The roars of thunder were continuous, blue and white light flashed incessantly, accompanied by the boss's furious bellows. Through Chu's relentless efforts, the armor on the boss had been shattered beyond recognition, with less than 10% remaining. A large portion of the fur exposed to the air had been blasted to ashes, and its flesh was covered in charred marks everywhere. "I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve, you beast." Chu knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. A silver rank boss usually had a signature trump card. However, just as he was continuously casting his skills, a startled cry came from behind him. "Chu, watch out!" Turning around, he found an elite monster had already reached his back, its bare paw swiping toward him. Thunderclap Ring. Boom! A powerful shockwave sent it flying directly. Shu leaped into the air, her long sword tracing a half-moon arc as she decapitated it. Before Chu could breathe a sigh of relief, the boss, no longer restrained by spells, entered a berserk state, its massive frame turning into a black shadow as it charged toward him. Not good. Chu's brow twitched. He summoned a thunder orb while simultaneously leaping to the side. As the boss drew near, he didn't forget to unleash a thunderclap ring. The giant bear stumbled back 2 steps. Its movements were significantly more sluggish than before, and the light in its eyes had dimmed considerably. At this rate, it would be slain in no time. Chu increased the frequency of his skill casts. Even a boss with the thickest hide could not withstand such a relentless bombardment. Let alone the devastating power of lightning magic. The explosions continued incessantly. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar erupted, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, his ears ringing with temporary deafness. The giant bear's blood-soaked body came into full view, with white bone visible in several places. Even in this battered state, the boss was still capable of moving at its normal speed. One could only imagine how tenacious its vitality truly was. The boss's bloodshot eyes locked onto Chu, who was standing not far away, its consciousness consumed by raw fury and hatred. Roar! It charged once more. Raising its massive paw high, it swung down violently toward Chu. The paw was nearly half the size of Chu's entire body. If that strike landed, he would undoubtedly be crushed instantly. At the critical moment, a figure flickered beneath the descending paw. Bang! The boss struck nothing but air. Chu had already hoisted Chu onto her shoulder and was sprinting into the distance. Are you all right? I'm not dead yet, but the beast's lungs are too loud. Chu rubbed his ears, his vision gradually clearing. The boss is at the end of its rope. Leave the rest to us. Chu set Chu down on the ground and turned to charge back toward the boss. Zhang provided support from a distance, firing while on the move. Although his damage output wasn't as formidable as Chu's, he was still causing the giant bear significant trouble. Meanwhile, Chu relied on her agility to weave around the boss, looking for an opening to drive her sword home. However, even though the boss was on the verge of death and entering a weakened state, its raw power remained formidable. Chu lunged behind the boss, her long sword aimed directly at its heart. Suddenly, the giant bear's body contorted into an eerie position, forcibly twisting its upper torso to slam a paw into Chu. Thud! Chu coughed up a mouthful of blood as she was sent crashing heavily to the ground. The sheer force threatened to shatter her body, leaving her internal organs reeling from the shock. That powerful strike from the boss had nearly killed her in a single hit. Chu! Zhang's face paled as he frantically fired his arrows. However, his attacks were like minor stings to the thick-skinned boss. Damn it! Zhang cursed under his breath. If he had a decent weapon, he could definitely finish off this near-death boss. The boss trudged toward Chu step by step, its cold eyes bursting with murderous intent. These few pests had dared to challenge its majesty and had even inflicted such heavy damage upon it. It grabbed Chu's body with one hand, slowly lifting her up, and opened its maw to release a deafening roar. Chu struggled to open her eyes. Looking at the hideous beast before her, a profound sense of despair surged in her heart. Is this it? Am I going to die? Hey, beast! Let her go and fight me one-on-one. The giant bear slowly turned its head to see Chu standing 10 meters away, desperately chugging several bottles of EXP potions. Immediately afterward, a flash of light enveloped his body, and Chu leveled up directly to Silver 1 star. What's the point of bullying a woman? Believe it or not, I can take you out in a single move. In the next moment, Chu pulled out a skill scroll and crushed it. Congratulations to the host for learning the gold rank skill, Art of Heavenly Thunder. Chapter 10, The Terrifying Power of Art of Heavenly Thunder. Silver rank equipment. Art of Heavenly Thunder, gold rank, summons Heavenly Thunder to deal a devastating blow to the target. Power is influenced by spirit. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight crossed Chu's mind. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as his understanding of thunder deepened. Roar! The giant bear's massive eyes fixed on the pest who had severely injured it, filled with infinite killing intent. It carelessly tossed the human in its hand to the ground, dropped to all fours, and lunged fiercely toward Chu. Chu! Lying on the ground, Chu stared at the slender figure as her vision gradually blurred. In the final moment before losing consciousness, her only hope was to make it out alive. I still underestimated the strength of a silver rank boss. Watching the boss charge at him, Chu showed no fear. Instead, he grinned and sneered, perfect timing. In the next moment, he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward to meet it. Zhang rushed to Chu's side and hoisted her onto his back. Looking at Chu's fearless expression, he was filled with both shock and dread. Chu! Are you FING suicidal? One of them was already unconscious. If Chu sacrificed himself, Zhang wouldn't escape death either. Damn it! Not one of you makes things easy for me. Zhang cursed under his breath as he raised his bow, preparing for a desperate last stand. In an instant, the giant bear charged in front of Chu. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light as it suddenly swung down. Thunder Orb. The same move, but the moment Chu reached silver rank, its power underwent a qualitative change. Whenever a class user's skill levels up to a new major realm, the skill's destructive power receives a massive boost. A basketball-sized thunder orb landed on the giant bear, and the violent lightning blasted it several meters away. The boss let out a pained roar. The flesh on its chest was torn open, with arcs of electricity flickering through the wound. Good. The shock status has been applied. Next. Chu stood his ground and extended his arm, his deep eyes suddenly erupting with a piercing bolt of lightning. Art of Heavenly Thunder. In a flash. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with snakes of lightning rolling within them. The air became saturated with thunder elements, and a violent aura diffused outward. What terrifying elemental fluctuations! Zhang looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with horror. Is this the true power of a thunder warlock? No wonder they are hailed as the most lethal existence among all mages. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. It struck the giant bear directly, triggering a massive elemental tide. Zhang was blown back by the shockwave, tumbling several times in mid-air before hitting the ground. When he looked back at where the boss had been standing, the massive body had vanished, replaced by a shriveled heap of charred remains. Killed silver rank boss, brutal giant bear, EXP plus 20,000. Light shimmered over Jiang and Chu as they simultaneously leveled up to Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. After leveling up, the injuries on both of them vanished completely, restoring them to peak condition. Soon, Chu woke from her coma and slowly opened her eyes, only to see Chu looking at her with a faint smile. You're awake? Chu rubbed her aching head and glanced around, confused. Where's the boss? Are you guys okay? The boss has already been slaughtered by Chu, Zhang said. Chu followed Zhang's gaze and saw a massive crater in the center of the valley, where a charred, pitch-black corpse lay silently. You did this? Chu's large, bright eyes widened, looking as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. I went a bit heavy-handed. I originally wanted to leave the corpse intact, Chu said, shrugging innocently. Chu stared blankly at Chu for a long while before finally squeezing out a few words. You really are a monster. You saved my life, I saved yours. We're even, Chu replied with a grin. Chu's expression was complicated. She had originally thought she could easily handle the boss in its heavily injured state, but it turned out she had overestimated her own strength. The three of them rested for a moment before the domain clear notification suddenly flashed before them. Domain cleared. Please claim your treasure chest rewards. Immediately after, 3 treasure chests appeared in front of them, allowing each person to open one of their own. The chest rewards were random. One might pull an unimaginable treasure, or a piece of useless junk. Who's going first? Chu glanced at the two of them. Me first. Zhang rubbed his hands together, eager to try his luck. He walked up to a treasure chest and slowly opened it. A flash of light surged, and a blood-red bow appeared before him. Great Bear Bow Silver Rank. Level requirement, Silver Rank. Strength plus 85. Agility plus 95. Passive skill, Twin Star's chance to fire an additional arrow when attacking. A silver rank weapon. Zhang gasped, his heart racing with joy. He had been extremely dissatisfied with his beginner's bow, as his strength hadn't increased much even as his level rose. With a good bow like this, his power would skyrocket. Not bad, Shu nodded slightly, then looked at Shu and gestured with his chin. Your turn. Shu took a deep breath and opened the treasure chest. Appearing before her was a pair of leggings. Great Bear Leggings Silver Rank. Level requirement, Silver Rank. Strength plus 55. Constitution plus 50. Passive skill, Great Bear's protection, a certain probability to trigger a shield when taking damage. Hee, I have silver rank equipment too. Shu held the leggings in her hands, looking very satisfied. It's my turn next. Shu smiled slightly and opened the treasure chest. Great Bear Medal Silver Rank. Level requirement, Silver Rank. All attributes plus 50. Passive skill, block A probability to immune 50% of damage when attacked. Good stuff. Shu nodded in satisfaction and pinned the medal to his chest. The medal featured a silver bear head design that looked quite fierce, clashing slightly with his temperament. Zhang and Shu looked at the treasure he had pulled, their eyes filled with envy. Medals have no wearing requirements. As long as you obtain enough of them, you can cover your entire body. Furthermore, the attributes they provide are comprehensive, making them extremely cost-effective. A silver rank medal can fetch a price of over 1 million dragon coins on the market. And they are often impossible to find even if you have the money. Besides opening the chests, there was the final looting phase. More than a dozen light orbs of varying sizes appeared over the boss's body. The rewards for killing a boss are always the most bountiful. Shu searched through them all. Out of the dozen or so light orbs, more than half were materials and EXP potions. There were only 2 pieces of silver rank equipment. Great Bear Robes Silver Rank. Level requirement, Silver Rank. Spirit plus 95. Constitution plus 76. Passive skill, Spirit Concentration slightly shortens casting time when releasing skills. Great Bear Shoulder Armor Silver Rank. Level requirement, Silver Rank. Spirit plus 65. Strength plus 54. Passive skill, Great Bear's protection has a certain probability of triggering a shield when taking damage. These 2 are mage equipment, so I'll take them with pleasure. Shu was pleasantly surprised equipment suitable for mages had finally dropped. Neither Zhang nor Shu objected. This was what he deserved anyway, and they didn't contest the remaining materials and EXP potions either. If it weren't for Chu, they would have died long ago. After putting on the equipment, Chu's attributes underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Chapter 11, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Gold Membership Card. A chance encounter with Gavin. Name, Chu Human. Class Thunder Warlock Hidden Class. Level, Silver 1 star 12.52%. Strength, 216. Agility, 170. Spirit 420. Constitution, 236. Equipment, Great Bear Robe, Great Bear Shoulder Armor, Great Bear Medal, Rooster Feather Shoes. Skills, Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Thunder Shield, Thunderclap Ring, Art of Heavenly Thunder, Infinite Firepower Unique. It is no exaggeration to say that with Chu's current attributes, he could directly crush a boss without even needing to use Art of Heavenly Thunder. With a spirit bonus reaching as high as 420, any skill he cast at random would be of a world-shaking magnitude. After putting on the equipment, Chu already possessed a quite distinguished mage temperament. Silver white shoulder armor, a silver white cloak, and a massive bear head pattern in the center. Paired with his handsome appearance, he could easily charm a large crowd of young girls whenever he went out. Shu was the first girl to get a taste of this. Seeing Chu's profile, which was as sharp as if carved by a knife, her heart couldn't help but throb uncontrollably. Clutching her well-developed chest, her face flushed with a somewhat unnatural redness. What's wrong with me? Shu didn't notice her strange behavior and spoke up, the domain has ended, let's go. Leaving the domain and returning to the familiar great grasslands, smelling the fresh air of the plains, there was a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. The dungeon trial time is almost up as well. May we meet again if destiny allows. Chu turned to leave, but Shu hurriedly called out, "Wait." She then trotted over and handed him a golden card. "Here, this is for you," Shu said with a graceful and charming smile. Chu held the card in his hand and examined it. Seeing Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Gold VIP written on it, he looked up at Shu's stunning face and asked curiously, "What is this for?" "Jiang, Sigma." "Shu, oh?" Jiang coughed twice, not expecting Chu to ask such a refreshingly unconventional question. He explained, "This is the gold membership card of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Anyone holding this card receives the highest level of preferential treatment at all Jiangnan branches. You get a 30% discount on purchases and a 20% price bonus when selling items." Realization dawned on Chu as he seemed to understand something. He remarked, "So, you're a rich woman. Consider this a small token of gratitude for leading us through the domain," Shu said with a beaming smile. Seeing her smile, Jiang swallowed hard and added, "Shu is the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. She's not just any rich woman." Shu had some impression of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. It was apparently the largest trade association in Jiangnan province, specializing in the acquisition and sale of items, materials, and equipment for awakened classes. Their branches were spread across the entire province. You could basically find one every 2 blocks. Chu hadn't expected her to be the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. With such status, why would she come out to participate in dungeon trials herself? Furthermore, as a young lady of such status, she had no self-defense items on her at all, and the one-handed sword she carried was of the most basic variety, with pitifully low stat bonuses. Shu seemed to sense the doubt in Chu's eyes and explained, "This was my own decision. I don't want to rely on my family's influence." Chu curled his lip. This girl really didn't know how lucky she was. If he had a background like that, why would he bother coming out to do trials? He'd just lounge at home, chug a few EXP potions when he felt like it, and pick out a few pieces of silver rank or even gold rank equipment from the chamber whenever he was bored. "Thanks for the gift. I'm heading out," Chu said with a wave of his hand. Jiang and Shu watched Chu's departing figure. Jiang remarked, "Chu didn't seem surprised at all after hearing about your identity. Anyone else would have been bowing and scraping, acting like a sycophant. If one could marry Shu, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their life. Even being a live-in son-in-law for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would be an immense honor." "Yeah, he's very different from others," Shu said, her curiosity growing deeper. She really wanted to uncover all the secrets Chu was hiding. "I heard he's planning to apply for the Imperial Capital Academy. With my strength, I don't stand a chance. I wonder if I'll ever see Chu again," Jiang said, shaking his head regretfully. "We will," Shu replied, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Trekking across the vast grassland, Chu checked the time. Only 1 hour remained. In 1 hour, everyone participating in the trial would be teleported out. He was currently organizing a pile of materials in his backpack. Chicken beaks, chicken wings, leopard skins, bull horns, and a heap of bear paws and pelts. With so many materials, I should be able to sell them for a good amount of money, right? Materials from monsters are primarily used for forging, while some monster meat is also purchased for cooking. The Celestial Sign in Systems backpack is infinite. Anything can be tossed inside. Chu estimated that these materials could probably be sold for tens of thousands of dragon coins, meaning life would no longer be so tight. Previously, he had lived on a meager subsidy, and sometimes the Luo family would send over some food as assistance. Half an hour later, Chu walked out of the great grasslands and arrived at a forest to meditate. Nearly 24 hours of non-stop combat would fatigue even a body made of iron. Listening to the chirping of birds in his ears, there was a profound sense of peace and tranquility. I wonder how Luo is doing now. This was the only thing Chu worried about, even though he had only been in this world for a year. But sincerity is something that can be felt. Luo treated him like a brother, always being the first to charge to the front whenever anything happened. At that moment, several ill-timed voices rang out in his ears. "Yo! Isn't this the trash from number 60 high school, classmate Chu? I didn't expect to run into you here. Chu slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, only to see several figures walking toward him. The leader was clad in a fiery red robe with a contemptuous smile on his face, holding a staff that shimmered with a bronze luster. This person was none other than Gavin. Beside him were two lackeys, who were also students from number 60 high school. "What level are you now, Chu? You haven't been hiding here since the beginning, have you?" Gavin feigned surprise. "Gavin, you give this trash too much credit. He's probably been hiding in some cave all day, and now that the dungeon is almost over, he has crawled out to scavenge for scraps." "Ha ha! Chu, you piece of trash. My shoes are dirty. Get over here and lick them clean." Chu didn't even spare them a glance, casually tossing out a silver-white thunder orb the size of a basketball. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and Gavin's pupils suddenly constricted. He lunged backward several steps. The person who had just been shouting for Chu to lick his shoes was nowhere to be seen. Only a massive crater remained in his place. Not even a bone was left. You, how dare you? You actually dared to kill someone." Gavin could barely speak, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He never expected Chu to go straight for the kill. Moreover, how could his strength be this formidable? That thunder orb just now possessed a devastating power that even someone of his bronze I, bronze 2, bronze 3, bronze V, bronze 6, bronze 7, bronze 8, bronze 9, bronze X strength felt was irresistible. If that thunder orb had been flown toward him. "He disturbed my sleep," Chu said indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 12, Going for the Kill. The Forest Staff. Gavin stared at Chu with uncertainty, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized every part of his body. The cloak behind this kid was shimmering with a silver light. Surely that couldn't be silver rank equipment? His pauldrons were silver white too, and that bare head metal on his chest. Wait. What's with those chicken feather shoes on his feet? Could they have dropped when he killed the Grand Duke Kun? And this aura, such powerful spirit fluctuations. As a pyromancer, Gavin was particularly sensitive to spirit intensity. Right now, Chu felt like a towering mountain to him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. "Do you have any idea what the consequences of murder are? Once we're out, I'm definitely reporting this to the school. Let's see how the instructors deal with you," the lackey beside Gavin snarled. "Do you think you'll even get that chance?" Chu tilted his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. The two of them shuddered, a chill running down their spines. "You're going to silence us?" "Correct." The moment the words left his lips, a thunder orb abruptly appeared in Chu's palm, its interior surging with terrifying lightning elemental fluctuations. After leveling up to silver rank, the thunder orb had changed from blue-white to silver-white. Though its size remained the same, its power was on a completely different level. "You dare!" Gavin let out a sharp shout and immediately began chanting, the surrounding fire elements slowly gathering toward him. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The thunder orb tore through the air toward the two of them at extreme speed, making the very air sizzle with electricity. "I've got this." The lackey pulled a half-man-high shield from his backpack. He was a shield warrior with high defensive capabilities. "Shield guard." He planted the shield before his chest and stepped forward, a protective barrier suddenly manifesting over the shield's surface. "A mere thunder warlock, today I'll show you." Before he could finish his sentence, the thunder orb slammed into the shield. A violent force erupted, blowing the shield in his hands to smithereens. And that wasn't the end of it. How could the might of thunder be withstood by a mere bronze 4-star shield warrior? Gavin watched helplessly as his companions were reduced to ashes under the thunder. They didn't even have time to scream. Is this Chu's current strength? Damn it! Gavin spat through gritted teeth. He had underestimated the power of a thunder warlock. Releasing 2 thunder orbs in a row must have drained your spirit, hasn't it? Gavin detected his weakness. High spirit consumption was the greatest vulnerability of a thunder warlock. I don't know what method you used to achieve instant casting, but now, you're dead. Gavin grinned hideously. His own skill had finished chanting. Flame vortex. The next moment, a circle of fire 1 meter in diameter abruptly appeared. With a wave of Gavin's hand, the flame vortex instantly surged toward Chu. Thunder shield. A flash of lightning flickered in Chu's eyes, and a silver-white thunder shield appeared out of thin air. The flames engulfed him instantly, and the collision between fire and thunder sent countless sparks flying. Ha ha ha! It's useless. With your remaining spirit, the shield you've deployed can't possibly block my attack. Gavin laughed maniacally, as if he could already see Chu's death. Trash like you has no right to live in this world, you should just die. Gavin sneered. As the seconds ticked by, Gavin noticed that Chu's spirit fluctuations remained steady, not decreasing in the slightest. What's going on? Driven by curiosity, Gavin walked closer to investigate. He arrived at the spot where the flames were burning and looked up and down, the confusion on his face growing deeper. Could it be that he has some life-saving treasure? Gavin thought to himself. Actually, that was good news. Once Chu died, those treasures would all be his. Including the items on the two lackeys beside him that was all money. Chu, oh Chu, you really are my benefactor. After you die, since we were classmates, I'll set up a tombstone for you right here. Gavin laughed out loud. At that moment, an arm suddenly reached out from the center of the flame vortex and grabbed Gavin by the neck. You're not dead? Gavin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lightning erupted, and a powerful shockwave dispersed all the flames, revealing a completely unharmed figure. How disappointing. I wanted to test the power of your magic, but I didn't expect you couldn't even break my shield, Chu said, shaking his head. Impossible. Your spirit couldn't possibly be high enough to cast another skill. Gavin shrieked. Frog at the bottom of a well, there are many things in this world beyond your imagination, Chu sneered. Gavin tried to struggle, but how could his strength possibly rival Chu's? With the boost from his equipment and level, Chu's strength reaching as high as 216 completely crushed this weakling. Forget mages, even the strength of a bronze-level warrior might not necessarily surpass his. No! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I really was wrong. Gavin begged loudly for mercy. Didn't you call me trash? What happened? Where did all that arrogance from just now go? Chu looked at Gavin's terrified face with interest. No, you're not trash, I am. Not only am I trash, I'm a dog. Chu, don't worry, from now on I'll be your most loyal dog. I'll do whatever you tell me. Just let me go. Gavin implored. Chu let out a light chuckle, his expression gradually turning cold as he said deeply, Sorry, I'm not interested in trash. With that, he suddenly exerted force with his palm, snapping Gavin's neck directly. Gavin's head slumped to the side, his eyes wide in death before he died, his eyes were filled with confusion and regret. He couldn't understand why this Thunder Warlock was different from the rumors. This was the first time Chu had killed someone, but he felt nothing in his heart, as if he had just killed a few monsters. Perhaps in his eyes, Gavin was no different from those ugly monsters. When a class awakened dies, all their equipment and items drop. Those two lackeys didn't have anything valuable on them, just a pile of materials, without even a single decent piece of equipment. As for Gavin, the staff in his hand was actually quite good. Forest Staff Bronze Level. Level requirement, Bronze Level. Spirit plus 20. Constitution plus 10. Chu frowned as he held the crooked wooden staff. This thing, it's a bit ugly, but it'll do for now. After all this was over, it was about time to leave. Outside the dungeon, Ming and the instructors from other classes were discussing the results of this trial. Hey old Ming, your class seems to have 5 combat class members, right? How many do you think will make it out alive? Asked Lu Chang, the instructor from the neighboring class. 3, I suppose. Ming gave a conservative estimate based on previous year's conventions, only half of the participants would make it out alive. What a pity. It wasn't easy for our high school number 60 to produce a hidden class, only for him to lose his life here, Lu Chang remarked regretfully. The other instructors sighed one after another. If it had been any other type of combat class, it wouldn't have come to such a result. Ming shook his head helplessly. His biggest concern was Chu. Even though the Thunder Warlock had many weaknesses, it would have been incredibly powerful once fully developed. Now, all they could do was hope he would make it out alive. At that moment, the portal suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. They're out. They're coming out. Everyone's eyes snapped toward the portal, filled with curiosity. Chapter 13, The Trial Ends. A survival rate below 50%. Who do you think will have the highest level after this trial? Definitely Gavin. He's a pyromancer. His leveling speed is the fastest. I think Luo will be higher. A knight's mob grinding speed isn't any slower than a mage's. Doesn't your class have a hidden class too? I heard he's called Chu. Forget about Chu. That's a trash class. If he manages to come out alive, I'll livestream myself eating filth today. They snorted in disdain at the mention of Chu. The idea of him coming out alive was nothing but a pipe dream. Even if he luckily managed to survive until the end, he would likely be in a mangled state with missing limbs. The passage continued to flash as figures reappeared on this land one by one. Xia Yang. Xia Yang is out. My god. He actually rose to bronze 4-star. Look. That's Lu Feng. Lu Feng also rose to bronze I, bronze 2, bronze 3, bronze V, bronze 6, bronze 7, bronze 8, bronze 9, bronze X. See that beauty? She's a healer class. To think she also reached bronze 4-star. People cried out in surprise. Seeing their classmates return safely, they couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. At the same time, those who hadn't participated in the trial felt a surge of regret. Those who came out alive had gained immense rewards, as evidenced by their radiant, triumphant expressions. Ha ha ha! 6 people from my class went in, and all of them returned safely. Fantastic! One instructor was overjoyed at the sight, nearly jumping up and down like a child. The school had annual performance quotas, and instructors who met these targets would receive certain rewards. Ming stood in the middle of the crowd, watching his students celebrate, the worry in his eyes deepening. Teleportation was random. Some came early and some late, but the timing usually didn't differ by much. Up until now, not a single one of his students had appeared. Could they have been wiped out? A terrifying thought rose in Ming's mind. If that were truly the case, being made a laughingstock would be the least of his worries. How would he explain it to their families? Old Chong, where are the students from your class? How come I don't see them? Lu Chang asked, looking around. They're probably still behind. It's not over yet, no need to rush, Ming said with feigned composure. Is that so? Don't let it be a total no-show, or you'll be the laughingstock of the school. Lu Chang laughed heartily, his expression full of smugness. Ming remained silent, quietly watching the portal. His furrowed brows betrayed his intense nervousness. The students in the class looked at the joyful expressions of those around them and couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. Why hasn't Gavin come out yet? It's been 5 minutes. Yeah, and I haven't seen Luo either. They didn't die in there, did they? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. It wasn't an impossible scenario. Every year, many genius class awakeners die during dungeon trials, including those with powerful hidden classes. Not just in their number 60 high school, but in other schools and across the entire country, such cases were not uncommon. The atmosphere of the class level suddenly plummeted. This was a matter of class level honor. If their students performed well, it would bring them glory too. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the portal, muttering, "Damn it, I almost fell into the river. Luo is out." Hiss. Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X. What a terrifying leveling speed. At this level, he's definitely the rookie king of number 60 high school this year. Ha ha. Brother Yang is the best. Students from other classes gasped when they saw the level above his head. Based on the current levels, the average was Bronze 4-star. There were very few at Bronze I, Bronze 2, Bronze 3, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X, and not a single one at Bronze I, Bronze II, Bronze III, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X had been seen yet. Now, a Bronze I, Bronze II, Bronze III, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X had suddenly jumped out. How could the students not be shocked? Luo was startled to see a crowd swarming toward him the moment he stepped out. Holy crap! What the hell are you guys doing? Brother Yang, you're incredible. How did you do it? Bronze I, Bronze II, Bronze III, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, Bronze X, you're definitely this year's rookie king. The students were incredibly excited, crowding around Luo and chattering incessantly. It was then they noticed that Luo was wearing a set of bronze-colored armor, with a ring gleaming with a bronze luster on his hand. This is bronze-level equipment, someone exclaimed. What? Brother Yang got equipment drops? That's insane luck. This was the first time Luo had experienced being the center of such attention, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. Their flattery made him feel quite embarrassed. All right, stop exaggerating. Is Chu out yet? Luo pushed away a mischievous hand that was poking at his chest. The moment Luo came out, he started looking for Chu, but he couldn't find him anywhere after glancing around. No, we've been watching the passage the whole time and haven't seen Chu. Brother Yang, why do you care about him? He's just a piece of trash. If he's dead, someone said disdainfully. Boom! Luo stomped his foot. A hole abruptly appeared in the ground as he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the person by the throat, his eyes bloodshot. Who are you calling a piece of trash? Say it again if you have the guts. Luo's breathing was heavy, and killing intent radiated from him. The person's face turned pale instantly. Clutched by the throat, they couldn't utter a word. Chu was the first to sign the life and death waiver and the first to go in. What right do you people who didn't even have the courage to enter have to call him trash? Luo looked like a wrathful Vajra, his eyes coldly scanning everyone present. Those met by his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Luo's current presence was far too powerful. Luo, stop! A sharp shout rang out as a blurred shadow flashed by, rescuing the person from Luo's grip. Violence is prohibited within the Dragon Summer Empire. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Ming said in a deep voice. Luo snorted coldly and spoke, if I hear any of you insulting Chu again, don't blame me for being ruthless. A blatant threat. No one present dared to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You. Ming's words faltered, and then he let out a heavy sigh. He could understand Luo's feelings, but if he did something impulsive because of them, no one would be able to protect him. Even a genius wouldn't stand a chance. Luo, prepare well over these next 2 days for the big exam in 3 days. Ming looked at Luo with a gaze of appreciation. Luo nodded, then turned to stare at the passage, his eyes filled with worry. Madman, why haven't you come out yet? 10 minutes later, the light of the portal began to fade slowly. A total of 95 people had emerged from the dungeon. The survival rate was less than 50%. Becoming a class awakener did not guarantee success and wealth. How many brilliant geniuses had emerged throughout history? In the end, very few left their names in the annals of history. Those who did were people who had walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, carrying the weight of countless departed souls. No matter how powerful a class is, it has no value once dead. Let's go, it's over. Ming walked over to Luo's side and patted him on the shoulder. Instructor, you go ahead first. I'm going to wait for Chu here, Luo said slowly. He didn't believe his brother would die, and even less so that he would fall during a mere trial. Ming was about to say something, but the words reached his lips and he swallowed them back down. Thinking back to his younger years, he had walked the same path, watching his companions die while he remained powerless to help. He understood this feeling. Everyone needed time to grow. Death, you just have to get used to it. Just as Ming turned around, the portal flashed with light once more, and a disheveled figure appeared at the mouth of the passage. Damn it, I almost fell into the river. Chapter 14, touched by the big man, shocking everyone for 100 years. A terrifying event had just occurred inside the dungeon. Chu was sleeping peacefully when suddenly, a giant bird engulfed in flames appeared above his head. As for how big it was, it could be described as blotting out the sky. He had assumed that in this novice trial dungeon, the highest monster level would be silver rank at most. He never expected that upon casting an appraisal skill, he would find the opponent was more than 20 levels higher than him. Appraisal failed. In other words, this giant bird was at least a master level monster. What's more, the giant bird was flying straight toward him, scaring Chu into an immediate retreat. The speed difference between the two was not on the same level. Chu was forced to the edge of a cliff and, in sheer desperation, chose to jump. Below the cliff was a river. Just as he was about to hit the water, a gentle teleportation force enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported outside. Chu rubbed his aching head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found a crowd of people staring at him as if he were a monster. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Chu subconsciously touched his cheek. He had just noticed in the river's reflection that he had indeed become more handsome recently. Especially after reaching silver rank, his temperament had noticeably improved. His level is silver 1 star, a freckle-faced boy exclaimed in shock. "My God, am I hallucinating? Isn't this the famous loser from the class next door? And his class is so useless, how is this possible?" No one could believe this was the truth, including the students in Chu's own class. Ming's face was also filled with astonishment. In all his years in the profession, it wasn't that he hadn't seen anyone reach silver rank during the trial. But he was a thunder warlock. How could a useless class that had to sit and meditate for 10 minutes after casting 2 thunder orbs achieve this in such a short amount of time? At this moment, the entire area fell deathly silent. Then, a large dark shadow rushed over and gave him a fierce bear hug. "Brother! I missed you so much. I knew you wouldn't die." Chu's eyes widened. He was nearly strangled to death. This big guy's strength was actually getting stronger and stronger. All right, I know you missed me." Chu hurriedly pulled away. If this continued, he might become the first person to be happily killed by his own companion. "Chu, why did you come out so late?" "I was worried sick." Luo laughed and gave him a punch on the shoulder. Recalling that giant bird, Chu couldn't help but shudder inside. "It's a long story." Ming walked up to Chu and said with a smile, "Good lad. Well done." Chu looked at Ming in surprise. In his memory, this old fellow rarely gave out compliments. However, considering he was now a silver rank, it was understandable. "Let's go." Ming led the way, with Chu and Luo following behind. "Chu, you've actually reached silver rank. I even prepared a bunch of EXP potions and mana potions for you," Luo exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Chu paused for a moment, then pulled a large bag out of his backpack, filled to the brim with bronze-level EXP potions. "I prepared a lot for you as well." Luo was instantly moved to tears. The 9-foot-tall man let out a flood of weeping. "Chu! You truly are my best brother. I'm so touched." Luo's sobbing drew the attention of the crowd. Such a massive brute of a man was crying like a little boy. Chu gave an awkward smile and quickly explained to everyone, "It's nothing, he just got a brick in his eye." At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted to the silver-white robe on Chu's back. "That robe, it looks like a silver-rank piece of equipment." Hiss! Everyone widened their eyes, and upon closer inspection, found that it indeed shimmered with a faint silver glow. Not only that, but there were the pauldrons on his shoulders. And the medal on his chest. They were all silver white. He was also holding a bronze-level staff in his hand, and on his feet were those. Never mind, those were at least bronze-level equipment. 3 pieces of silver-rank equipment. This was too much. Most people were currently in a state of having no equipment at all, at most sporting a single piece of bronze-level gear. Yet even bronze-level items were enough to make people incredibly envious. Now Chu had 3 pieces all to himself. And they were all equipment suited for a mage. Just what kind of freak was he? Could the rumors really be false? Was the Thunder Warlock actually incredibly powerful? At this moment, the looks the crowd directed at Chu were no longer filled with contempt, but were replaced by extreme reverence. This was the way of the world. The weak received no basic respect, while the strong were flocked to by countless people. Those who had previously mocked Chu felt deep regret. They wanted to make his acquaintance now but were too embarrassed to step forward and start a conversation. After returning home, Chu shoved all the EXP potions to Luo, telling him to drink them all quickly to prepare for the grand examination. Upon learning that Chu intended to apply for the Imperial Capital Academy, Luo declared that he would take the exam for it as well. With the help of the EXP potions, breaking through to Bronze I, Bronze II, Bronze III, Bronze V, Bronze 6, Bronze 7, Bronze 8, Bronze 9, and Bronze X would no longer be a problem. Chu also tossed the knight-compatible equipment he had collected during battle to Luo. This moved Luo so much that he was practically inconsolable, vowing that he would never leave Chu's side for as long as he lived. The sight of a burly man nearly 2 meters tall slumped over a thin boy's shoulder, wailing uncontrollably. Just thinking about such a scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The official entrance examination for Imperial Capital Academy was in 3 days, but Chu had to arrive at the testing location 1 day early. This left him with only 2 days. Since Chu happened to have a batch of materials he wanted to sell, he decided to pay a visit to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. As the top-level Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan Province, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce handled almost all business needs for class awakeners. Weapon forging, jewelry crafting, summoned beasts, acquisitions, merchandise sales. In addition to these services, many class awakeners set up stalls along the roadside to sell items or purchase equipment. Upon arriving at a branch of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce near his residential area, a sweet-looking young lady at the door spoke in a high-pitched, melodic voice, "Welcome, how can I help you today?" Chu glanced at her figure as expected of a major chamber of commerce. Even the receptionists were this beautiful. "Ahem, I'm here to sell some items," Chu muttered a mental mantra to clear his mind. "This way, please." The young lady discreetly checked the level above Chu's head. Not daring to be negligent, she flashed a bright smile and swayed her slender waist as she led Chu to the item appraisal area. "Please wait a moment, I'll go get our appraiser," she said before heading toward the back room. Chu surveyed the items in the shop. To his left was the equipment sales area, where various pieces of gear were displayed. Essentially, finding equipment suitable for any class was possible. Most were at the bronze level and carried hefty price tags. Even the trashiest bronze level equipment sold for over 50,000. Chu looked down at his rooster shoes and realized they weren't actually that bad by comparison. To the right was a collection of potions, EXP potions, health recovery potions, mana recovery potions, and so on. The shop didn't look very large, but it was fully stocked. Soon, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Chu turned to look and said in surprise, "It's you?" Chapter 15, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The Three Great Academies. H1 The person who arrived was none other than Chu, whom he had just parted ways with half a day ago. She had completely transformed her look, wearing an ordinary white t-shirt with a small bear pattern on the chest and denim shorts that showed off her long, straight legs. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail that swayed from side to side as she walked, and her clear, stunningly beautiful features were quite eye-catching. "What? Can't it be me?" Chu's outfit was intentionally chosen. Seeing the astonishment on Chu's face, a hint of a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Seeing the look of respect in the eyes of the person behind her, Chu slapped his forehead, having almost forgotten about this. She was the eldest daughter of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, which possessed countless industries. There were over 100 branch stores of the chamber in Donghai City alone. It could be said that this youthful and beautiful girl was a super-level little rich woman. "That's perfect then. I'm here to sell some things. Help me settle the materials I harvested in the domain as well." With that, Chu gave a wave of his hand, and a pile of materials suddenly appeared on the estimation platform, shimmering with various colors. The value of these materials wasn't high when considered individually, but in such large quantities, they represented a significant amount of income. At least for the current Chu, selling these items meant he wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for a year. Chu glanced at them without showing much surprise. With her background, she had seen countless precious treasures. Did you ransack the entire dungeon? Shu began to take inventory. Due to the sheer quantity, she also called over several staff members to help with the count. 10 leopard skins, 50 chicken beaks, 100 chicken wings, 7 pairs of bull horns, 800 bear paws. After the calculation, Shu tapped on a calculator and said, "These are all bronze-level materials. The total price is 81,621 dragon coins. With your gold VIP treatment, I'll round it up for you to 100,000 dragon coins. How does that sound? Deal. Also, get me 100 bottles of silver rank health potions." Shu nodded. The final value was much higher than he had expected. It had to be said that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was a very honest establishment. If he had gone to another Chamber of Commerce where he wasn't known, they might have taken advantage of his young age and low level to rip him off. 1 bottle of silver rank health potion is 100 dragon coins. After the discount, it's 7,500 in total. Shu gestured, and soon, the items Chu wanted were brought over. Looking at the red potions filling the space before him, Shu's mind stirred. Do you have skill scrolls for sale? We have skill scrolls for conventional elemental mages. Thunder Warlock scrolls are temporarily out of stock, but I can post a purchase order to the headquarters for you. If any become available, I'll notify you immediately. Shu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and continued, bronze-level skill scrolls generally cost around 1,000 dragon coins. Silver rank scrolls range from 10,000 to 100,000, while gold rank ones cost at least 7 figures. Hearing these prices, Shu clicked his tongue inwardly. It seemed the money earned from risking one's life in a dungeon domain wasn't even enough to buy a single skill. As a hidden class, the Thunder Warlock had a low drop rate and was difficult to sell. If an Awakened found a skill scroll and saw it was for a Thunder Mage, they might just throw it away. After all, demand creates the market. Alright, keep an eye out for me, Shu nodded. Afterward, he browsed the items within the Chamber of Commerce. Most mage equipment had poor attributes and exorbitant prices. They were truly beyond his current means. Even a random bronze-level ring cost tens of thousands of dragon coins while only providing a measly 2 points of spirit. Shu stayed by his side, patiently explaining the attributes and importance of these items, including things that might be used in combat. With such a shopping guide beside him, Shu suddenly realized that he was indeed lacking many things. For instance, excitement potions that increased magic damage by 5%, resistance potions that provided 10% damage reduction, and so on. Although he possessed infinite firepower and could infinitely refresh his lightning shield, there would inevitably be limitations when facing sonic attacks or crowd control skills. After this round of shopping, he had spent 50,000 dragon coins directly. And that was with a discount. As he swiped his card, Shu couldn't help but lament that being a class awakening user was a true money sink. Aren't you going to buy any mana potions? Shu suddenly asked. Hearing her question, Shu lifted his gaze, staring at her smiling, pretty face, and shook his head with a laugh. I told you, I am the chosen one. Mana potions were an auxiliary item every mage needed. Prolonged combat would inevitably lead to insufficient spirit levels. Mages required an exceptionally large quantity. It could be said that the mana potions used by a silver rank mage in a single year exceeded 1 million dragon coins. Shu's performance in the domain was stunning enough. He was shrouded in too many mysteries. Even with her extensive experience, she had never heard of a case involving 0 incantations and inexhaustible spirit. Could it be that you have a divine artifact on you? Shu curiously sized up Chu's attire, trying to find a clue. The entire Dragon Summer Empire might not even have a single divine artifact, right? Shu shrugged. If he had a divine artifact, would he even need to appear at a Chamber of Commerce? He would have been hunted and looted long ago. Alright, I know everyone has secrets. I won't tell anyone about what happened in the domain, Shu winked. A moment later, Shu found nothing else he wanted to buy. He picked up 5 low-level skill scrolls, which cost another 35,000 dragon coins. As he put his purchases into his backpack, his heart was bleeding. As he was about to leave, Shu called out to Chu, for the college entrance examination in a few days, which academy do you plan to apply for? Shu turned his head, pondered for a long while, and spoke, Imperial Capital Academy. As expected. Just as she had guessed, Shu's first choice was indeed Imperial Capital Academy, one of the three great institutions of the Empire. While the other two supreme academies were by no means inferior, their primary focuses were different. Radiance Academy consisted mostly of support classes, with mentors and curricula specifically tailored for support class roles. The last one, for Symbols Academy, could be described as the largest preparatory camp for the Four Symbols Legion of the Longsha Empire. Students there studied various forms of military knowledge, and upon graduation, they would enlist directly into the Legion to become members. Imperial Capital Academy was the result of Chu's careful deliberation for a free class awakener. It was the best choice for a mage. It was said that within this academy, one could even learn extremely rare ancient magic. Ancient thunder magic was incredibly powerful, possessing world-shattering might paired with infinite firepower. He didn't even know how he could possibly lose. I'm also planning to apply for Imperial Capital Academy, so I'll see you at the great exam, Shu said with a charming laugh. Chapter 16, New Skill, Thunder Prison. Heading to Zhanghai City. After a bout of agonizingly intense haggling, the transaction finally came to an end. Chu held a savings card in his hand containing nearly 100,000 bucks. He could now be considered a proper 10,000 yuan household. Originally, he had only intended to sell some materials, but after arriving, he decided to buy some items to boost his strength before heading back. Give me 5 basic level skill scrolls, Chu said. What are you buying so many skill scrolls for? Shu was stunned for a moment. To comprehend skills, of course. What else? Use them as blankets at night? Shu replied crossly. Only then did Shu realize that currently, there were no high-level thunder warlocks in the entire Longsha Empire, meaning he had no way to learn class skills from a mentor. The price of one basic level skill scroll was 10,000 Longsha coins. While not expensive, generally, no sucker would buy skill scrolls to comprehend skills. This was because the margin for error was too low. The more skills one comprehended, the higher the probability of duplicates. But Chu had no choice. This was the only way he could study new skills. Here. 50,000 Longsha coins, Chu said, handing the skill scrolls to Chu and extending her palm with a beaming smile. Didn't we say 30% off? Are you trying to scam me again? Chu looked at this mercenary woman with a wary expression. Fine, 35,000 Longsha coins then. After swiping his card, Chu returned home satisfied with his haul. Shu watched his departing figure, her eyes blinking as a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Big idiot. Upon returning home, Shu could not wait to use the low-level skill scroll. He had too few skills at the moment, and they were all offensively oriented. He didn't have a single control skill. According to his understanding, the Thunder Warlock was somewhat different from other mages, as offensive skills made up the vast majority while control skills were very rare. It was recorded in the ancient texts that 1,000 years ago, there was a world-ending level Thunder Warlock who, with a single forbidden curse, struck down 100,000 soldiers of the Abyss Legion. The power of that forbidden curse was incredibly immense. The entire plain was blasted into a wasteland, and even now, 1,000 years later, it remains a desolate area where not a single blade of grass grows. Let me comprehend. Chu crushed the scroll in one go, and immediately following a flash of light, a piece of information appeared out of thin air in his mind. Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill Thunder Orb. What? A skill like this requires comprehension? Isn't this a default skill from Class Awakening? Chu was instantly dumbfounded. If low-level skills also counted, wouldn't that mean Chain Lightning and Thunder Shield could potentially be duplicated as well? Coupled with the recently comprehended Thunderclap Ring, the probability of him learning a new skill was even lower. Again! Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill Thunder Shield. Again! Congratulations! You have learned the skill Thunder Orb. I don't believe this. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Chain Lightning. Chu? Is this success rate a bit too unfair? Looking at the last remaining low-level skill scroll in his hand, Chu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and crushed it instantly. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Thunder Prison. It worked! Overjoyed, Chu immediately checked the skill description. Thunder Prison Silver rank summons a lightning field that inflicts stun on targets within range and deals continuous damage. Chu nodded in satisfaction after reading. Though the name was a bit edgy, it was actually very practical. Now that I have a crowd control skill, the entrance exam is a sure thing. Chu pulled out his phone to check the recent forum news, only to find a bunch of rookies grandstanding about their expertise on Class Awakeners. A small fraction of them were busy flame warring, refusing to back down as they argued that their own class was the strongest. No matter which world it is, there is always a group of people with an inexplicable sense of overconfidence. Chu scanned through the posts briefly, but seeing no useful information, he logged off the forum. Just then, a message arrived from Luo. Luo, Chu. I've broken through to Bronze X. Now I can take the Teikyo Academy entrance exam with you. Chu, congrats. There's something I need to tell you. Luo? Chu, if anyone asks you about a cylindrical silicone object, just nod your head. Luo? Chu, don't worry. We're both men, everyone will understand. Luo? Chu still needed to minimize the risk. He had a hunch that that woman wouldn't give up on him so easily. She must be after his great bare metal. They would likely cross paths again during the big exam, so Luo would just have to take the fall for this one. After all, that's what brothers are for. 2 days later, at the main gate of number 60 high school. Chu and Luo had been waiting at the school since early morning. Today was the day they would depart for Jianghai City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, to take the big exam, and they were fully prepared. To ensure he was in peak spirit for the day, Chu hadn't even flipped through his precious photo albums last night. 10 minutes later, Ming finally made a late appearance. Hee, Student Chu, Student Luo, you're here early? Ming said, his face wearing that signature stiff smile. Instructor, where's our plane? Chu asked, puzzled. What plane? Ming shot back. The plane to Jianghai City. Chu was stunned. Looking at the situation, were they really going to take the magic train instead? Ahem, the reason I had you come so early today is that the plane the school booked had a last-minute issue and couldn't make it. We're all taking the magic train, Ming explained, his expression completely unruffled. The plane had a last-minute issue? Weren't we told 3 days ago to be here at this exact time? Chu curled his lip. This world was 10,000 times larger than the old one. The distances between cities had increased significantly. Taking the magic train from Donghai City to Jianghai City would take at least 10 hours. Soon, Ming hailed a taxi and they headed straight for the train station. Magic trains were a product of the old era, having abandoned the steam and electric models of the past. Powered by substances called mana stones, they were incredibly fast. 10 hours later, the three finally arrived at their destination Jianghai City. As the capital of Jiangnan Province, the city was exceptionally prosperous, with towering skyscrapers visible everywhere. Every now and then, people on broomsticks would fly overhead. Chu couldn't help but marvel the big city really was different. Walking down the street, they even saw a group of burly orcs performing for money. One orc lay with a massive boulder weighing at least a ton on his chest, while another orc raised a 5-meter-long hammer and smashed it down. The rock shattered. The surrounding crowd burst into applause and cheers, those with money tipped, while those without simply clapped. Apart from the orcs, centaurs could be seen ferrying passengers through the streets, and dwarves sat at bar entrances drinking. A group of handsome and beautiful elves stood holding their phones for live streams, their cloying, sweet voices enough to make one's bones melt. Luo and Chu were like country bumpkins, touching and looking at everything, weaving their way into any crowd they found. Minutes later, Chu stood beneath a stage, watching a catwoman dance with great interest while taking a bite out of a meter-high Tanghulu candied hawthorn stick. This damn delicious taste. He couldn't help but look up and marvel once again, big cities truly are better. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and asked, Mentor, I recall there's a reward for being the Rookie King, right? The reward is right ahead, Ming said with a mysterious smile. Chu was delighted to hear this and hurried his pace. Then let's walk faster. Half an hour later, Chu and Luo stood before a dilapidated hotel, staring blankly. Mentor, is this the reward you were talking about? Chu asked, stunned. The school's finances have been a bit tight lately, please be understanding, Ming cleared his throat. But, that sign at the hotel entrance seems to say free stay for students participating in the grand exam? Ming. Oops. I forgot to tell them to take the sign down just now. Chapter 17, Trial Tower Sign In. Peerless Critical Strike Buff. The Imperial Capital Academy's examination site for Jiangnan Province was located in a massive square in the center of Zhanghai City. By the time Chu and his party arrived, the place was already packed with people. They waited in the waiting area for half an hour, during which candidates continued to arrive one after another. At a rough count, there were at least over 1,000 people. Suddenly, someone tapped Chu on the shoulder. Just as he was about to turn around, a figure leaped out. He. Are you happy to see me? Chu asked with a smile, one hand on her hip. Chu frowned slightly. Why is it you again? Today, Chu wore a black skin-tight combat bodysuit that perfectly outlined her exquisite and curvaceous figure. You're here for the grand exam too? Chu glanced at her and then looked away. Yes, my goal is to get into Imperial Capital Academy. Chu gave a charming smile, revealing 2 cute little canine teeth. As soon as Chu heard this, he thought to himself, it's over. Now it looks like he won't be able to keep that medal. How is this girl like a piece of plaster? No matter how he tries, he just can't shake her off. Just then, Chu noticed a burly man staring straight at her, which felt a bit creepy. And this is? Chu felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. Chu followed her gaze and introduced them. He's my good brother Luo, and this is Shu, the daughter of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Chu felt like she had heard this name somewhere before. Are you the Luo who stored the dirty things at Chu's house? Shu's face turned slightly red. What? Luo froze for a moment, then turned to look at Chu. Ahem, you know, that silicone cylindrical object, did you forget? Chu gave him a series of frantic winks. Seeing this, Luo became even more confused and asked, Chu, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they bothering you? Chu noticed Chu's guilty expression and realized that everything he had said before was a lie. Big liar. With a cold snort, she turned away and ignored him. Chu was speechless. As a man, having certain needs at times is perfectly normal. It would be abnormal not to have any needs. Besides, what does it matter to you what I play with? Sigh, I really don't understand girls these days. Suddenly, a tall tower descended abruptly from the sky. Immediately after, a majestic voice echoed across the square. The Imperial Capital Academy Trial Tower is now open. Boom! The doors to the first floor of the trial tower slowly opened, revealing a dark, deep entrance to the crowd. Next, I will read the rules. The trial tower will arrange different exams based on different classes and levels. Support and production classes will encounter non-combat exam scenarios. After passing the exam, you will receive corresponding points, and those with outstanding grades will receive extra bonus points. The use of any items other than equipment is prohibited during the examination. Violators will be immediately disqualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Many of them had come prepared, carrying numerous auxiliary combat items in their backpacks, such as magic orbs. Now that these items could not be used, the difficulty level had increased significantly for many people. Now, line up to enter the tower. With the command given, all the candidates lined up in an orderly single file and entered the trial tower in a disciplined manner. Even the usually arrogant children of prestigious families or members of large guilds did not dare to cause a commotion, entering the tower obediently. The Grand Examination is an annual grand ceremony of the Dragon Summer Empire and is extremely important. Not only the Imperial Capital Academy, but other academies also hold examinations on this day. The number of candidates each year can reach as many as 10 million. Chu noticed a few figures at the top of the trial tower at this time, and saw that they had a large LV-65 floating above their heads. These must be the proctoring instructors for this trial. The Imperial Capital Academy is truly extravagant, actually sending legendary level experts to supervise the exam, Chu thought to himself in shock. Under their supervision, no scheme or trickery could escape their eyes. After Chu entered, a line of information appeared before the proctoring instructors. Chu's Silver 1-star, Thunder Warlock. He is the only hidden class from East Sea City this year. Unfortunately, the Thunder Warlock class is too weak in the early stages. The transition period is too long. The Imperial Capital Academy also had a Thunder Warlock student 100 years ago, but he unfortunately fell in a battle later on. A genius who cannot grow up is of little use. Let's wait and see for now. The first floor of the tower was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Before the assessment officially began, Chu sat cross-legged on the ground meditating. Ding! The celestial sign-in system has detected a sign-in point. Would you like to sign in immediately? Here it comes. Yes. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique hidden passive skill. Peerless Critical Strike LV1 level can be increased. Congratulations to the host for triggering the sign-in bonus reward, Gacha attempts +1. Next sign-in point, Common Level Domain. Peerless Critical Strike LV1 upgradable, any form of attack triggers double damage. Upgrade requirement, kill 3 gold rank or higher bosses 03. Seeing the skill description, Chu's heart skipped a beat. What a powerful passive skill. And it can actually be leveled up. Chu was overjoyed. With this skill combined with the powerful explosive power of a Thunder Warlock, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Moreover, the skill can level up as long as he kills 3 gold rank bosses. The intensity might reach 3 times, 4 times, or even 10 times. What on earth is this gacha thing? Chu pulled up the celestial sign in system panel and found the gacha button in an inconspicuous corner. Start gacha. Countless light orbs of various colors suddenly appeared before his eyes. When he pressed the stop button, a red light orb slowly fell down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Basic Level Up Scroll 3. Basic Level Up Scroll can directly increase the host by 1 level. Usage range, level 020. Another good item. Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He already felt he was overpowered enough, but now 2 even more broken items had arrived. Amidst the surprise, a flash of light appeared, and a monster manifested in front of him. This monster was pitch black, shaped like a leopard, covered in countless star-like spots, with tusks as thick as a baby's arm and a pair of scarlet eyes staring at Chu. First stage exam task, defeat the Shadow Leopard. Monster, Shadow Leopard. Level, Silver 3-star. Strength, 356. Agility, 342. Spirit 302. Constitution, 311. Skills, Phantom, Bite. Upping the intensity in the first stage already? With a wave of his hand, Chu threw a thunder orb. Boom! The explosion was earth-shaking, lightning flickered, and the entire ground trembled from the impact. By the time the aftershocks dissipated, there was no trace of the Shadow Leopard left. Even the corpse was gone. Killed level 13 Shadow Leopard, EXP plus 1200. Is this the Thunder Orb? Chu looked ahead in astonishment. This display was equivalent to a miniature, Art of Heavenly Thunder. Peerless Critical Strike is too fierce. He was determined to take the title of provincial top scorer in this grand exam. Then again, Silver 3-star monsters seemed a bit too weak. The first stage of the exam felt rather lacking in substance. At this moment, atop the trial tower, a group of invigilators revealed expressions of shock. An instant kill? Such incredible speed, it seemed like he didn't even chant when casting that skill? Could there be an error with the trial tower? The trial tower doesn't make mistakes. His spirit fluctuations are more than 10 times stronger than an average Silver 1-star mage. What a monstrous kid! According to the trial tower's settings, every class awakener faces monsters 2 levels higher than themselves. While some could clear it quickly, someone as fast as Chu was absolutely unprecedented. Chapter 18, 0.5s Clear Speed. Ranked first in Stage 1. The first stage of the exam mainly targets the candidate's basic strength and combat EXP. Although the monster's level is 2 levels higher than the candidate's, they are merely common mobs. The primary purpose is still to test the candidate's combat capabilities. Among the candidates who have already passed, the slower ones took 5 minutes, while the faster ones took 1 minute. With someone like Chu, who insta-killed the monster with a single skill, how could there be any testing involved? Moreover, the trial tower has been in use for hundreds of years and has never encountered an issue. Even if there were a problem, it couldn't possibly occur only with Chu. How about, one more time, a proctor suggested. No. If we arrange another monster, it will break the rules, someone objected. Exactly, that wouldn't be fair to student Chu. How about this? We arrange a stronger monster for him, and if he can defeat it, he gets an extra 1,000 bonus points. At these words, the proctors fell into deep thought. With a point subsidy, it could be somewhat justified. Besides, there are still students who haven't finished the exam, so doing this wouldn't be a complete violation of the rules. The proctors were very curious. How did Chu, a Thunder Warlock, manage an instant kill? On the first floor of the tower, Chu had barely sat on the ground to rest for 2 minutes when another monster appeared before him. This time, the monster was still a shadow leopard, but it was larger than the previous one. Its fangs were thicker. Its ferocity was more intense. Monsters, Shadow Prowler Gold Rank. Level, Silver 3-star. Strength, 405. Agility, 412. Spirit 387. Constitution, 400. Skills, Phantom, Bite. Beat the little one and the old one shows up? Chu was bewildered. Ming didn't seem to mention that the first stage had 2 waves of monsters, did he? Furthermore, the monster in front of him was clearly beyond the standard difficulty. A gold rank quality silver 3-star. Its attributes were slightly stronger than the previous one. After the 3-second countdown, the moment the isolating light screen disappeared, a thunder orb was thrown out. Roar! Boom! The thunder orb exploded, and the battle was over. Just like the first time, another instant kill. Killed level 13 Shadow Leopard, EXP plus 1800. The group of proctors was shocked once again. Judging by the monster's aura, there was indeed nothing wrong with the trial tower. But why was it another instant kill? Look closely. He didn't chant when he cast the skill. Could the ancient texts be wrong? The ancient texts cannot be wrong. The Thunder Warlock's casting time is indeed longer than that of a standard elemental mage. Then what is going on with him? And that damage is simply too high. If there wasn't something wrong with their eyes, then there was definitely something wrong with Chu. Could it be that he has powerful equipment on him? Something that can reduce casting time? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with large, vigorous strides. What is happening? Why has an extra exam been arranged for a candidate? This person was the chief examiner of this great exam, the legendary level warrior Song Yuan. Although he was already 100 years old, his hair was entirely white. However, his face looked quite young, resembling a middle-aged man in his 30s. His aura was at times as vast as the sea, unfathomable, and at other times as dynamic as crashing thunder, with heaven-shaking momentum. Even the legend-level proctors appeared as small as ants before him. Mr. Song. The crowd bowed one after another and explained the sequence of events. I have heard of this little fellow. Song Yuan walked to the light screen, glanced at Chu, and praised, he is a promising talent. The proctors were inwardly shocked this guy actually managed to earn Mr. Song's praise. One must know that any young person recognized by him would surely achieve great things in the future. In the entire Imperial Capital Academy, Song Yuan's strength and ability might not be the absolute highest, but his eye for talent was definitely the sharpest. Mr. Song, what should we do next? Shall we continue the testing? Someone asked. Many geniuses in this world have their own secrets. Song Yuan waved his hand and said, the exam continues. Proceed to the next stage. At this time, the final candidate had also completed their exam. Within the square, Song Yuan's majestic voice rang out. The first stage of the exam is over. Number of participants, 1,265. Number of candidates who passed, 785. Number of deaths, 26. The results will now be announced. The rankings suddenly flashed across the minds of all examinees. First place, Chu, result, 0.5 seconds, points, 2000. Second place, Kai Lufeng, result, 30 seconds, points, 800. Third place, Wei Fan, result, 60 seconds, points, 700. Fourth place, Shu, result, 1 minute 20 seconds, points, 600. 98th place, Luo, result, 2 minutes 49 seconds, points, 100. Chu looked at the rankings above, not feeling surprised at all. A clear time of 0.5 seconds wasn't even the limit. If he had timed his skill the exact moment the light screen vanished, his speed could have been even faster. If he couldn't take first place even with the infinite firepower buff, he might as well go back and start over. As for the others' results, he didn't recognize the second or third place finishers, though their speeds were quite impressive. Shu ranking fourth was within expectations. To ensure she passed this grand exam smoothly, her family had surely provided a lot of help. Take the combat suit she was wearing today, for example. On the surface, it looked like a simple bodysuit, but it was actually a piece of gold rank equipment. In addition to that, she certainly wouldn't be lacking weapons and other components. As for Luo, his result was quite decent. It was unclear if this guy had a special talent for the tank class, but despite wearing a set of bronze-level equipment, his score was better than many people decked out in full silver rank gear. Kai Lufeng stared at the results on the leaderboard, his expression so dark it looked as if water might drip from his face. First place in 0.5 seconds? That's impossible. The top spot should have been mine. He definitely cheated. No normal person can be that fast. Even for an archer equipped with top-tier gear and sufficient attack range, the act of drawing a bow and knocking an arrow takes more than 0.5 seconds. Not to mention other classes melee goes without saying, and mages require incantations. Aside from cheating, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Shu looked at the list, her heart filled with secret joy. He. I knew that rascal would be first. A look of profound surprise washed over Luo's honest face. Shu is incredible. Just as everyone was busy analyzing the situation, the familiar voice rang out once again. Next, we move to the second stage of the exam. Candidates, please select your difficulty level, easy, normal, or hell. Candidates who wish to give up may leave now. Once a difficulty is chosen, you are responsible for your own life or death. The format of this exam was similar to the first stage, both involving the slaying of monsters. The only difference lay in the mechanics. This stage focused more on survival. Survive for 30 minutes while killing the continuously spawning monsters to pass the trial. The higher the difficulty, the more points earned from killing monsters, and the higher the ranking. Luo chose hell difficulty for him. The word surrender did not exist in his dictionary. Shu also chose hell difficulty. She had her own pride and aimed to be the best in whatever she did. Meanwhile, Kai Lufeng did not hesitate and directly chose the highest difficulty. First place can only be mine. No one can take it away. Chapter 19, Hell Difficulty. A secret move. There are a few youngsters in Jiangnan province this year with decent talent. They have a high probability of getting into Imperial Capital Academy. Don't speak too soon. This year's ultimate mission won't be that easy to pass. I heard that Donghu province produced several hidden classes this year. There's one named Su Yueshi, whose class awakening turned her into a space mage. Space? Time and space are known as the two most mysterious laws in the world. Those who possess this power have extremely eerie and formidable abilities. 500 years ago, a war broke out between the human race and the orc race, with over 1 million warriors participating from both sides. That battle lasted for a full 3 years. The human race suffered over 300,000 casualties, with countless ancestors falling on the battlefield. However, just as the orc race launched their general offensive, a mysterious legendary level space mage appeared and turned the tide single-handedly. They teleported the entire army of 100,000 orcs into a different dimension. The war ended prematurely. The orc race was routed and fled, remaining holed up in a small corner for 100 years without emerging. As for those 100,000 orc warriors, there was never any news of them again. No one knew where they had been sent. After that battle, the reputation of the space mage was thoroughly established. Today, that senior is one of the 5 great sovereigns of the Dragon Summer Empire, possessing terrifying strength. Suddenly, the invigilators all turned their gazes toward Chu. A collision between 2 great hidden class mages. I wonder who will take the top spot. The Holy Knight from Yannan Province, the Swordmaster from Nanchuan Province, the Dragon Rider from Shiguang Province, and the Curse Weaver from Dongguan Province. These are all hidden classes applying for Taikyo Academy. Among the 3 top academies of the Dragon Summer Empire, there are 10 hidden class applicants for our academy alone. This is truly an unprecedented golden age. Everyone marveled. Usually, not a single hidden class appears in a decade, yet this year, a whole group has emerged. It is clear that the competition among those undergoing class awakening this year will be more intense than ever before. Chu looked at the 3 difficulty options and then at his own points. After some thought, he chose the hell level. I hope the difficulty is higher. Don't let me down. Chu let out a yawn. The grand exam was too boring, offering no challenge at all. Is Taikyo Academy really claimed to be one of the 3 hardest academies to get into in the Dragon Summer Empire? It felt too simple, as easy as eating or drinking water. Besides that, there was another reason for choosing the hell level. The higher the difficulty, the higher the grade and level of the monsters, and the more EXP gained. Since everything is an instant kill anyway, why not pick the one with the most EXP? This little fellow also chose the hell level. The proctors suddenly perked up. These 30 minutes would be enough for them to get a clear look at Chu's hidden trump cards. In addition, the 3rd place Wei Fan and the 5th place Chusu also chose the hell level. They were pouring all their strength into chasing upward. The purpose of the 2nd stage of the exam was to test the combat EXP and combat talent of those undergoing class awakening. At this moment, outside the square, the magic big screen displayed the score rankings. My god! First place actually only took 0.5 seconds? Is he even human? Kai Liufeng's speed is also very fast. He cleared it in 30 seconds. Where did this kid in first place come from? I've never heard of him before. There must be an error with the trial tower, right? In history, there has never been someone who cleared it with such speed. Ming sat in the audience, trembling slightly while in a state of shock. Chu had brought him such a massive surprise. In all his years in the profession, he had never achieved such great heights. If his subsequent performance remained this good, becoming the national top scorer wouldn't be impossible. By then, he would be the mentor of the top scorer. A middle-aged man sitting next to Ming glanced at the rankings and promptly asked, Old Chong, if I remember correctly, didn't one of your students have a class awakening as a Thunder Warlock? That's right. Ming glanced at him and nodded noncommittally. This middle-aged man was his old classmate. They had even shared a dormitory back when they attended the academy. However, their relationship was far from harmonious. It could even be described as like fire and water. The two competed in every aspect, whether it was level or strength. Even the girls they liked were surprisingly the same. But Ming often found himself at a disadvantage. It wasn't until after graduation, when they went their separate ways to work at different schools, that the constant friction eased. Yet, every year on the day of the great exam, they would cross paths again. Talk about cursed fate. What a pity. The Thunder Warlock is too weak. Even if he grows, he'll only ever be a one-shot magical cannon. He'll never amount to anything great. Liao Chengfeng shook his head inside. Whether the student I teach has a future or not is not for an outsider to judge. Classes are not divided by status, nor by strength. Have you forgotten those words? Ming asked calmly. Liao Chengfeng's expression froze. Those were the very first words their mentor had spoken during their first class at the East Sea Academy. In that case, may I ask what rank this prize pupil of yours holds? Liao Chengfeng snorted coldly. He had brought 3 students to participate in the Imperial Capital Academy's great exam today. The best among them was ranked 265th in the first stage. To be honest, being able to stand out among a crowd full of geniuses was already a remarkable achievement. Rankings are only temporary, they don't prove much. The corner of Ming's mouth curled slightly. Seeing his expression, Liao Chengfeng felt very uncomfortable. How could he still smile after bringing a piece of trash to the exam? An ordinary knight from a common background and a trash class, what right did he have to smile? Old Chong, you're not just putting on an act because you're afraid I'll laugh at you, are you? Liao Chengfeng wore a look that said he had seen right through him. Since you're so desperate to know, there's no harm in telling you. Ming held up a single finger and said leisurely, that trash class you mentioned is currently ranked first. Oh, only ranked first? Liao Chengfeng sneered and nodded, just as he was about to launch into a mockery. He suddenly snapped to his senses. What did you say? That trash is ranked first? Liao Chengfeng's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. That's impossible. It seems you still haven't taken our mentor's words to heart. In this world, there are never trash classes, only trash class awakeners. Ming looked him in the eye and said sternly. Liao Chengfeng stared intently at the ranking list, his expression incredibly grim. Seeing his stunned expression, Ming felt a surge of triumph in his heart, though he maintained a calm and indifferent facade on the surface. Seeing him so calm and unruffled made Liao Chengfeng feel as disgusted as if he had eaten excrement. Second floor of the tower, 10-second countdown. The second stage of the exam officially begins. Monsters, by Bird Elite. Level, Silver 5-star. Strength, 389. Agility, 406. Spirit, 326. Constitution, 377. Skills, Windblade, Storm Pounce. The very first monster was a Silver 5-star. And an elite monster at that. The faces of the examinees darkened. The difficulty of this stage was even greater than they had imagined. The light curtain slowly faded away, and the exam officially commenced. Chu lifted his eyelids slightly, took a glance, let out a yawn, and tossed out a thunder orb. Boom! Killed level 15 by Bird Elite, EXP plus 2000. Points plus 5. Still have to wait half an hour, what should I do? No one should see me if I rub one out, right? Chapter 20, Potential for Godhood. Chu is sleeping. After casually killing the giant bird, 10 seconds later, another giant bird appeared. Same level, same attributes. Then use the same recipe. Thunder Orb. Thunder rampaged as the bird's massive body was instantly torn apart by violent lightning, before it could even let out a scream. Killed level 15 by Bird Elite, EXP plus 2000. Points plus 5. Another 10 seconds passed, and it was still an elite monster by Bird. Killed level 15 by Bird Elite, EXP plus 2000. Score plus 5. The second stage of the exam is essentially a survival battle. Monsters appear every 10 seconds. If they aren't killed quickly enough, their numbers will continue to grow. Candidates will also find themselves increasingly on the defensive. The rankings on the leaderboard are constantly shifting, and at the same time, a small number of names are disappearing from the list. This isn't about giving up, it's about death. While the grand exam filters for talent, it also eliminates weak class awakeners. What the Imperial Capital Academy lacks least is genius. What it lacks are class awakeners who are exceptional in every aspect. Chu's leisure was so extreme that it left the proctors completely stunned. Is he here on vacation? This is way too easy. Why is there no change in his spirit fluctuations after releasing a skill? He handles everything with a single thunder orb. Just how many trump cards does he have left? This is simply too unfair. A thunder warlock already has high burst damage. Now, you're telling me you don't consume mana and don't need to chant? Then what weaknesses does this class even have left? Why not just hand the top scorer's rewards directly to you? Chu's side was too boring. After watching for a while, the proctors found his repetitive actions and skills lacked any appeal. They simply shifted their gaze to the other candidates. Shu held a long sword 7 feet in length and 2 fingers wide, slashing at a bite bird. Mysterious symbols were engraved on the blade, with a faint golden light flowing over them. Every strike contained immense power. She is currently silver rank 1 star, having achieved a qualitative leap in all attributes. Originally, she was unwilling to rely on her family's power, thinking she could become strong on her own. But after experiencing the Bear Ridge domain, she realized she was being too naive. If Chu hadn't saved her back then, she would have long since perished. She didn't want to become a burden, and even more so, she didn't want her friends to risk their lives to save her when she encountered danger. Therefore, immediately upon returning home, she arranged for the best weapons and equipment she could currently wear to be delivered. At the same time, she consumed many EXP potions, only stopping after reaching silver rank 1 star. To ensure she got into the Imperial Capital Academy, her father also sought out a famous great swordmaster of the Empire to put her through 2 days of hellish training. This is exactly why she possesses her current level of strength. Triple slash. The blade sliced through the air as her graceful and agile figure swept past the bite bird. The creature's body froze instantly. With a soft sound, the bite bird was sliced into 3 segments. The cuts were perfectly smooth, reflecting light like a mirror. Shu wiped the fragrant sweat from her face and checked the leaderboard, only to find to her shock that the gap between her and Shu was actually widening. At this moment, Shu had already reached nearly 2,500 points, while Tai Lufeng had barely broken the 1,000-point mark. Shu, meanwhile, was closing in on second place, trailing by only 50 points. Chen Xianqiu's daughter is quite impressive. Her future achievements will be limitless. She's only silver 1 star and killed a single bite bird, and you're already seeing potential? If you want to suck up to him, please be more professional about it. What? Do you honestly think this girl lacks potential? This girl has the potential to become a god. As soon as these words were spoken, the other invigilators rolled their eyes. When it came to double standards, he truly reigned supreme. The focus shifted to Kai Lufeng. The essence of a berserker lies in the word berserk. His skills were bold and wide-reaching. Clutching a giant axe, his skin grew redder as the battle progressed, and his strength continued to surge. A plume of white steam rose from Kai Lufeng's head as he let out a furious roar, "Berserkify!" His body suddenly shot up several inches. His clothes were instantly shredded by his bulging muscles, and his strength doubled in an instant. Complete madness. Stomping the ground violently, he leapt into the air. Raising the giant axe above his head, he slammed it down onto the bite bird, instantly pulverizing it into a mess of minced meat. A berserker's stats receive a leap in power after berserkifying, but the cost is evident. Their defense becomes fragile, and they enter a weakened state once the transformation ends. There were only 10 minutes left until the end, and the duration of berserkify happened to be exactly 10 minutes. Now was the time for him to truly exert his power. Not bad, though his combat techniques are a bit unrefined. He still needs more tempering, an invigilator commented. Looking across all the candidates, everyone was unleashing their full strength during these final 10 minutes. Everyone wanted more points. A better ranking. Only the top 100 would be qualified to participate in the final stage of the examination. This time, the monsters that appeared were no longer bifangs, but a green-skinned, 2-headed monster. Monster, Giant Goblin Elite. Level, Silver 6 star. Strength, 458. Agility, 328. Spirit, 333. Constitution, 460. Skills, Heavy Hammer Strike, Fatal Iron Fist. The difficulty had spiked. This thick-skinned elite monster was nothing like the bifang birds. The giant goblin's defense was incredibly high. Its green skin acted like a suit of armor, protecting it firmly. The spiked club in its hand weighed over 100 pounds and was extremely lethal. Seeing the change in monsters, the examinees were instantly thrown into a panic. Some unlucky fellows were smashed directly into a pulp by a single blow from a goblin's club. The monster's strength was ferocious. Even the top-ranked examinees had to face them with caution, employing hit-and-run tactics to slowly search for weaknesses. However, when the proctor's gazes shifted back to Chu, they saw a field of lightning hell appearing in the center of the second floor, with highly destructive thunder snakes constantly weaving through the area. The moment a monster spawned, it was instantly electrocuted to death. Proctors? What kind of maneuver is this? How is he sleeping? This is simply too disrespectful to the grand exam. Even if you're a powerhouse, could you at least show some respect for the test? Slackening off in this manner, Chu is the most bizarre examinee in history. Actually, one couldn't really blame him. This kind of exam was indeed boring. Throwing thunder orbs constantly would make anyone's arm sore, wouldn't it? Besides, one spawning every 10 seconds was annoying as hell. Luckily, he had learned a new skill. With zero spirit consumption, the duration of the lightning hell was infinite. During this process, Chu leveled up twice, reaching Silver 3-star. The monster's level rose accordingly, becoming Silver 8-star. The monster's getting stronger was actually a good thing. It meant he gained even more EXP. Song Yuan had remained silent from the beginning until now, watching quietly with a growing sense of admiration in his eyes. I hope you can bring me even more surprises. 30 minutes later, the exam ended. A chorus of wails erupted from the candidates as they collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move. They were utterly exhausted. They truly had nothing left in the tank. I'm exhausted. I almost got killed by a club. Thank goodness it's over. This exam is literally a life or death struggle. The grand exam is too brutal. Shu's face was pale at this moment. Her longsword was thrust into the ground, and her combat suit had long been soaked with sweat. During those 30 minutes, she had done her best to manage her stamina to keep herself from total collapse. Spirit was also nearly depleted. It was indeed difficult since red potions and blue potions could not be used during the grand exam. Finally, it's over. Chapter 21, Top of the Trending Searches. Chu, who doesn't play by the rules. The exam has concluded. A total of 557 candidates participated in this exam. The death toll is 123. The rankings have been refreshed. The top 200 are qualified to participate in the third stage of the exam. Those who fail to qualify, please leave the trial tower on your own. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the candidates ranked outside the top 200 changed drastically. Only the top 200 are qualified to participate? That's not fair. The third stage will definitely be harder than the second. I heard there's an ultimate exam after the third stage. Just how high is the elimination rate? The unqualified candidates left the trial tower in frustration. They had put in so much effort, only for it to come to nothing in the end. However, since the Imperial Capital Academy's grand exam was recognized by academies nationwide, it wasn't impossible for them to apply to other institutions using their current rankings. The proctors watched the candidates leave one by one, their expressions somewhat peculiar. How many people do you think will give up this year? Having made it this far with such difficulty, no more than 20 people will give up. Those who fear death should leave as soon as possible. The Imperial Capital Academy does not recruit cowards. Once all the candidates had departed, Song Yuan's resonant voice echoed within the tower. The remaining candidates may choose to withdraw. The mortality rate for the upcoming exam is extremely high. With your current results, you have a very high acceptance rate even if you apply to other prestigious institutions. I am giving you 1 minute. Candidates who choose to withdraw, please raise your hands. The lower-ranked candidates were locked in a fierce internal struggle. They had poured so much effort into getting into Imperial Capital Academy and did not want to give up like this. However, the second stage of the exam had already left them with indelible scars, and the difficulty of the third stage would surely be even more terrifying. Furthermore, even if they passed the third stage, they had no confidence in passing the final trial. As one of the 3 great academies of the Dragon Summer Empire, Imperial Capital Academy certainly had a knack for pushing candidates to their limits. As the seconds ticked by, many people gradually raised their arms. Time is up. Candidates who have chosen to continue the exam, rest where you are. The third stage of the exam will begin in 1 hour. At that moment, the leaderboard outside the square refreshed once again. The result everyone expected did not appear. Was that person named Chu still in first place? First place, Chu, 2,900 points. Second place, Kai Lufeng, 1,255 points. Third place, Shu, 1,170 points. Fourth place, Wei Fan, 1,030 points. 75th place, Luo, 715 points. How is he first again? And these points don't seem right. Logically speaking, if one kills all the monsters, they should only get a total of 900 points. Does that mean he completely cleared the board? Hiss. What a freak! Ming burst into loud laughter upon seeing the list, wishing he could grab a microphone to tell everyone that the first-place student was his. His face was full of pride as he shot a provocative glance at Liao Chengfeng. Liao Chengfeng's students had all been eliminated, and one had even died inside the trial tower. His face turned green with rage as Liao Chengfeng snorted coldly, "Don't get too ahead of yourself. The final result isn't settled yet. Do you think Chu won't stumble eventually?" What? Not convinced? How about we make a bet? Ming puffed out his chest and asked with a grin. In a fit of rage, Liao Chengfeng was just about to agree, but then he caught a glimpse of the cunning in Ming's eyes and forced himself to swallow his harsh words. "We'll see. I'll be waiting any time." The sky-high score refreshed everyone's understanding of what was possible. The name Chu was now truly remembered by the world. Currently, the trending search lists on the Class Awakening forums were entirely dominated by posts regarding the grand examination. The top 10 trending topics were all swept up by the 3 major academies. Shocking. A necromancer appears at Longsha Academy. His summons are actually unkillable. The post included a video documenting the candidate's battle process. He was surrounded by summoned creatures, his face even paler than someone who had been dead for 3 days. Skeleton soldiers, butchers, undead hounds. Under the protection of numerous undead summons, he only needed to move his mind to kill the monsters. The corpses would immediately turn into new undead summons. It was absolutely perverse. A crowd of people below the post were discussing how this guy was definitely going to be this year's top scorer of the grand examination. However, some people were unconvinced. They brought up the even more perverse Chu and posted the leaderboard. When the netizens saw it, they were instantly stunned. Is this guy hacking? How can there be such a high score? The person above is a moron, case closed. Who is Chu? Any insiders care to share some info? I'm a student from number 60 middle school. He's from the class next door. His awakened class is Thunder Warlock. Holy crap? That useless hidden class? Are you kidding me? This revelation stirred up a massive wave of controversy. Initially, people resolutely refused to believe it, thinking it was impossible for a Thunder Warlock to be so fierce. As public opinion fermented, the post continued to rise until it directly occupied the number 1 spot on the charts. The popularity continued to surge. Chu's name even began appearing on other forums. The vast majority were skeptical, while a small portion of people maintained a wait-and-see attitude. The poor student from number 60 high school, in a desperate bid to prove he wasn't lying, faced down an army of thousands single-handedly, frantically pounding away at his keyboard. In this era of hyper-connected internet, Chu's personal information was eventually dug up by certain individuals. Chu, male. 18 years old. Class Thunder Warlock. Orphan. Once confirmed, the public was utterly shocked. A Thunder Warlock taking first place? Are the monsters in the Imperial Capital Academy's trial tower made of paper? Upstairs is a moron. Assessment complete. Maybe there's an error with the trial tower. Everyone stay calm and wait for an official statement. I don't care, I'm kneeling in respect first. Thunder God is freaking awesome. Starting the hype already? So many internet sycophants. At this moment, some brick perts began sharing technical knowledge about the Thunder Warlock class. After learning the full details, the clueless crowd finally realized just how trash this class actually was. So, the question arose. How could such a trash class take first place? What were the others even doing? Within an hour, the name Chu swept across the entire internet, becoming the newest viral sensation. Some hater even posted a photo of him from when he first enrolled. Once the photo was released, the popularity became uncontrollable. His breathtakingly handsome looks left countless girls swooning, with many declaring themselves his devoted fans on the spot. A group of die-hard fans even went as far as establishing a dedicated Chu super topic. On the third floor of the tower, Chu, who had slept for a full hour, woke up groggily after hearing the notification sound. Right now, he had no idea what a massive storm he had stirred up in the outside world. Stage 3 of the examination is entering the preparation phase. Suddenly, a blue scorpion appeared before him. Monsters, Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion Gold Rank Boss. Level, Silver 10 star. Strength, 777. Agility, 712. Spirit 623. Constitution, 735. Skills, Lethal Stinger, Deep Freeze. This giant scorpion, composed of ice crystals, stood 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with its tail stinger occupying nearly half of its body length. Its armor plating was a deep blue, radiating a profound, chilling glint. The moment the monster appeared, the air temperature plummeted, and layers of ice crystals formed on the ground. A gold rank boss? Chu was momentarily stunned, but his shock was immediately followed by sheer ecstasy. Perfect for testing my current strength. And I can complete the leveling requirements for Peerless Critical Hit while I'm at it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The invigilators were somewhat bewildered as they watched the joy on Chu's face. He seems happy? This kid can't be normal, right? Chapter 22, Gold Rank Boss. The birth of the provincial top scorer. The strength of a gold rank boss was beyond doubt. That damn giant bear from a few days ago had nearly slapped him to death. A boss's stats might only be a few hundred points higher than an average monster's, but its overall capabilities could not be summarized by mere numbers alone. Take this giant scorpion for example. Its outer armor was made of legendary millennial ice, as hard as meteoric iron. Furthermore, the poisonous stinger on its back and its 2 massive pincers were all lethal weapons with immense destructive power. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, the exam begins. The instant the light curtain vanished, the giant crystal scorpion suddenly flickered, disappearing from its original spot with incredible speed. So fast. Chu pushed his spirit perception to the limit, weaving it into a massive spiritual web that covered every corner of the tower's 2nd floor. Right then, a thick wave of cold air enveloped him, and freezing frost began to spread from the soles of his feet toward every corner of his body. Chu's pupils suddenly constricted. His body jolted as the power of thunder erupted violently, shattering all the frost into icy shards. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled from above, followed immediately by a guttural roar. Looking up, he saw that the giant ice crystal scorpion had somehow circled behind him, its massive stinger plunging down abruptly. Thunderclap ring. With a thunderous shout, Chu forcibly repelled the giant scorpion before instantly hurling a thunder orb. Accompanied by a massive boom, half of the giant scorpion's body was blown apart by the lightning, and blue-white blood erupted like a fountain. The giant scorpion, afflicted by shock and paralysis, was at the end of its rope. Its dark, beady eyes stared at him lifelessly, yet remained filled with a monstrous, murderous intent. Phew! That was close. I almost messed up. Chu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected the beast's assault to be so fierce, initiating with an ice-sealing skill right from the start. It seemed he could never afford to let his guard down, especially when facing a boss. Go to hell! Another thunder orb was unleashed, completely ending the crystal giant scorpion's life. Killed gold rank silver 10 star crystal giant scorpion boss, EXP plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a gold rank boss. Progress, 1-3. Immediately following that, a clearance information panel appeared in front of Chu. Congratulations student Chu on successfully clearing the stage. Clearance time, 30 seconds. Current rank, 1st. Seeing this result, Chu frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this performance. If he had been a bit more serious, the clearance time could have been reduced by at least 29 seconds. Sigh, no equipment dropped either. What a waste of such a good boss. Chu shook his head with regret. If a piece of gold rank equipment had dropped, he would have hit the jackpot. All monsters in the trial tower were manifestations of projections, not physical entities, and possessed only 30% of the original strength. Therefore, candidates could only gain EXP at most. At that moment, the proctors at the top level of the trial tower were all wide-eyed and utterly stunned. This, another instant kill? No, strictly speaking, it wasn't an instant kill. He used 2 thunder orbs. Do you even hear yourself? He killed a boss using only thunder orb. In all our years of proctoring, when have we ever seen such a monstrous student? Fair point. Even if it wasn't an instant kill in the strictest sense, the title of Jiangnan Province's top scholar must belong to him. Song Yuan took in the entire battle process, stroking his chin in silence. From the second stage until now, Song Yuan had been keeping a close eye on Chu. He had originally thought the kid was relying on some treasure to achieve instant skill casting, but regardless of which time the skill was released, he hadn't detected any fluctuations emanating from a treasure on his person. Just as he said himself, many geniuses have their own secrets. The greatest secret about Chu wasn't just his instant skill casting, but the sheer damage his skills dealt. Normally, a Thunder Warlock's explosive power and lethality are indeed several times stronger than a mage of the same level. But it shouldn't have reached such an absurd level where even a 10-star silver gold rank boss couldn't withstand 2 hits. I hope you can bring me even more surprises. Song Yuan's eyes flickered with a sharp glint as he turned and left. The other examinees still in combat also received the notification of Chu's clearance, and they were all scared witless. Cleared that fast? This guy Chu is a freaking monster. Are you serious? I'm fighting for my life just to scratch a layer of skin off the boss, and you're telling me he already finished? Kai Lufeng, who was nearing the end of his battle, saw the message, and his face darkened so much it looked like it could drip ink. He had originally planned to slay the boss with lightning speed in the final stage to seize the top spot. But he never expected Chu would clear it so quickly. Damn it! Don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell. Before the exam, he had made a grand declaration. He vowed to take the title of top scholar of Jiangnan Province. Now that he was relegated to second place, how could he possibly accept this? Kai Lufeng glared at the crystal giant scorpion, his body flashing with a red glow as he entered a berserk state. His giant axe swung down violently, decapitating it. Congratulations to student Kai Lufeng for successfully clearing the stage. Clearance time, 2 minutes 12 seconds. Current ranking, second. Kai Lufeng snorted coldly, his expression extremely unsightly. He was decked out in a full set of gold rank equipment, yet he was actually slower than the other guy by a full minute and 30 seconds. To be trampled underfoot by some unknown brat, he couldn't stomach it. Shu also finished her battle, ranking third with a time of 2 minutes 30 seconds, which was considered an excellent result. Luo was half kneeling on the ground, his body covered in bloody gashes. After fighting desperately for so long, his physical strength and energy had reached their limits. Chu has already passed. I can't let him down. A powerful aura erupted from Luo as the knight's soul rose behind him. Gripping the spear Chu had given him, he charged once more to clash with the boss. Time passed minute by minute, and the crowd outside grew larger and larger. They had all gathered for Chu, who was still participating in the trials. Many wanted to catch a glimpse of this Thunder Warlock's true face and see if his actual skill level was truly that formidable. 10 minutes passed, and the third stage of the assessment concluded. The final results were posted in the square, and the 2 gilded characters Chu appeared prominently at the very top. Upon seeing the completion time next to his ranking, the crowd could no longer remain calm. 30 seconds? Are you serious? What a fast man! This year's top scholar of the province must be him. This kid who popped out of nowhere actually took first place? It's simply inconceivable. Shu becoming the top scholar should refresh everyone's perception of the Thunder Warlock. The moment Ming saw the results, he stood up from his seat in excitement. Good lad. As expected of my student. Liao Chengfeng said nothing, staring fixedly at the leaderboard. Originally, he thought there might be something fishy going on. But looking at it now, these were results officially recognized by the Imperial Capital Academy. He felt extremely stifled. He would rather all of his own students be eliminated than see his student take first place. In the future, Ming would definitely use this to brag in front of him. Being the mentor of the provincial top scholar. The third stage of the examination is over. Out of the 200 candidates, 138 passed, and 62 died. Would all candidates please exit the trial tower? As the voice faded, the gates of the trial tower swung open, and the candidates walked out in high spirits. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers as people screamed frantically. Hearing the cheers, the candidates puffed out their chests and held their heads high, their faces full of pride. Chu! Mommy loves you! Senior brother Chu! Please go out with me! Chu, how the hell are you so fierce? I love it! Candidates, oh? It turns out, they weren't cheering for us. The clown was me all along. Chapter 23, Provincial Top Scorer Rewards. The Ultimate Assessment. Luo dragged his heavily injured body back into the sunlight. He took a deep breath of fresh air, a blissful smile spreading across his face. He finally passed. The battle just now had been incredibly perilous. At the final moment, the boss used a freezing skill to restrict his movement. Fortunately, he still had a bit of spirit left to use Knight's Protection, blocking the boss's attack and giving him the chance to complete the counter kill. And fortunately, he made it out alive. Shu and Kai Lufeng walked out at the same time. As the primary focuses of attention, their appearance immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Look! The daughter of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is out. So beautiful. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Only 10 years? Think bigger. I'd give up 50. Kai Lufeng took second place. He's incredibly strong too. Yeah, I heard his older brother is Kai Haoyue, the leader of the Aoyue Guild. No wonder he has such a deep foundation. At that moment, Kai Lufeng turned to look at Shu and was instantly stunned by her beauty. Especially now, her combat suit clung tightly to her delicate body due to sweat, with beads of perspiration hanging from her brows. Every gesture exuded a unique charm. Most importantly, her temperament seemed to hook a man's gaze, making one's heart beat uncontrollably. Hello, I am Kai. Just as Kai Lufeng was about to step forward and introduce himself, Shu brushed past him with a look of pleasant surprise. Dummy! You're amazing, you actually took first place. Shu ran excitedly to Chu, who had just come out, and congratulated him with a beaming smile. Seeing her impressive curves nearly brush against him, Chu quietly took 2 steps back to put some distance between them. How dangerous, almost touched her. Kai Lufeng watched Chu with a gloomy expression. It was this guy who had snatched the first place spot from him. Memorizing the face in his heart, he gave a cold snort and turned to leave. Chu, you're way too fierce. Luo said with a laugh. It's all right, the exam didn't feel that difficult, Chu said, shrugging his shoulders. As soon as these words were spoken, both Luo and Shu fell into silence. Seeing their expressions, Shu realized he was being a bit of a humblebrag and quickly explained, actually, it wasn't as simple as I imagined. I still had to use a couple more skills. Their faces darkened even further. After a while, the final results of the exam appeared on the big screen. First place, Shu, points, 12,560. Second place, Kai Lufeng, points, 5,230. Third place, Shu, points, 4,895. Fourth place, Wei Fan, points, 4,560. Fifth place, Lai Qianling, points, 4,325. 72nd place, Luo, points, 2,325. At that moment, the cheering in the arena reached an unprecedented climax. People shouted Chu's name loudly, their madness resembling girls seeing their favorite superstar in his past life. What's going on? Are they crazy? Chu froze for a moment, completely bewildered. It looks like you've become completely famous, Chu. Luo gave him a meaningful look. Yeah, someone's going to be a celebrity from now on, Chu said sourly. Chu was startled by their words. Was it because his results were too good? But he clearly hadn't done much, he had only thrown a few thunder orbs. Damn it! If he had known, he would have kept a lower profile. All candidates who passed, assemble. Song Yuan's voice rang out. Over 100 candidates gathered in the center of the square, looking at the middle-aged man ahead with awe. Song Yuan's gaze swept across their slightly youthful faces as he announced loudly. First of all, congratulations to this year's top scorer of Jiangnan Province Chu. The top scholar will receive multiple rewards from the Imperial Capital Academy. First is a reward of 100,000 points. Second is a century of free access to the Imperial Capital Academy Library. Lastly, Song Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, and free entry qualification for the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. As his voice fell, it was like a heavy bomb, instantly detonating the crowd's emotions. My God! 100,000 points reward? Imperial Capital Academy is being incredibly generous. 100 years of free access to the library. That's an opportunity you can't buy no matter how much money you have. The last one is the most amazing. The Tower of Eternity is actually reopening after 1,000 years? Everyone was shocked beyond measure, they found it absolutely incredible. In previous years, the top scorer's reward was only 1/5 of what it was this year. The points went without saying at Imperial Capital Academy, points were the hard currency. There were places you couldn't enter no matter how rich you were, you could only get in using points. The library of Imperial Capital Academy was one of the most magical places in the world. It contained records of every skill and spell from ancient times to the present. As long as you studied diligently, you might be able to comprehend powerful ancient spells. Perhaps even ancient forbidden curses. As for the Tower of Eternity, if the library was a place of magic, then the Tower of Eternity was a place of mystery. No one knew the origins of this tower, nor how long it had existed. Those who entered this tower could duel against class awakeners from the ancient era. Upon winning, not only could they gain massive EXP and equipment, but they also had the chance to comprehend the skills those predecessors possessed. It was essentially a super-level domain. These rewards were so lavish that the class awakeners present were extremely envious, driven almost to madness by jealousy. Chu immediately became the target of all eyes, watched by 10,000 people. To all examinees who passed the third stage, congratulations on passing the 3-stage examination of Imperial Capital Academy. You are now qualified for admission. As his voice fell, the examinees felt a sense of relief, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from their hearts. However, Song Yuan's tone shifted, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp as he continued, you have only obtained the qualification for admission. To truly gain the recognition of Imperial Capital Academy, you must complete one final ultimate trial. What? The examinees were stunned. What was going on? How could there be another trial? Wasn't it agreed that there were only 3 stages? Why was there another one now? The final trial. Kill a gold tier boss of gold 1 star or higher. Bring back representative physical evidence and report to Imperial Capital Academy in half a month. Teams are allowed. Solo play is also permitted. Teams can have a maximum of 3 people. Any use of cheating to obtain physical evidence is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified immediately. The crowd broke into an uproar. Kill a gold rank boss? Are you kidding me? This wasn't something a projection like the crystal giant scorpion could compare to. Moreover, gold rank represented a qualitative leap, being significantly more powerful than a silver rank boss. Song Yuan's announcement plunged many candidates into despair. They had finally managed to clear the previous stage, only to be hit with yet another task. And the difficulty was this high. It was no wonder Imperial Capital Academy was said to be the hardest to get into. Out of these 100+ people, it would be a miracle if even half of them passed. With a wave of his hand, Song Yuan placed a mark on everyone. The function of this mark was to track the progress of their trial completion. For the next 15 days, Imperial Capital Academy will provide you with food and lodging. If you are in a team, you will be assigned to the same room. Song Yuan announced loudly. Luo, let's team up. Shu said. All right. Luo nodded. This was exactly what he had in mind. I want to team up with you too. You can't leave me behind. Shu said pitifully, terrified that the last spot would be taken. No. You're not a good fit. Shu shook his head in refusal. What do you mean, not a good fit? I've fought side by side with you, haven't I? Are you looking down on me? Shu asked indignantly. Chapter 24, News of an Ordinary Level Domain. Number 60 Middle School will always be your home. H1 hearing these words, Shu and Luo glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Gold rank bosses were rare finds. The probability of encountering one in the wild was extremely low. The odds were roughly the same as finding 1,000,000 dragon coins lying on the ground. As for dungeons, as soon as monsters of this level appeared, they would be immediately claimed by guilds of all sizes and killed as quickly as possible. Some adventurers specialized in exactly this line of work. They focused on gathering traces of bosses and then sold the information to guilds at high prices. Shu had originally intended to go that route, so Shua's sudden request to join them came as a bit of a surprise. Is the information accurate? Shu asked. I just heard a priest from our trade union mention it yesterday. He said there's a place where the space fluctuations are exceptionally strong, and there's a high probability of a domain appearing, Shu explained after a brief moment of thought. Domain? Luo rubbed his hands together in excitement and said, if it really is a domain, aren't we about to hit the jackpot? There was truth in his words. By sticking with a freak of nature like Shu, as long as the domain wasn't too outrageous, they should be able to breeze through anything below difficult level. The probability of a gold rank boss appearing in a simple level domain was very low. It would have to be at least a normal level. The value of a domain shouldn't be low, right? You're willing to share it with us? Shu narrowed his eyes. The worst harvest from a normal level domain would still be worth several million dragon coins. If gold rank equipment or better dropped, they would make a fortune. Shu didn't believe his personal charm was great enough to make this young lady share such information freely. Ranked first on the Imperial Capital Academy entrance exam leaderboard, isn't that enough? Besides, you saved my life. You can consider this a thank you gift from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Shu said. Just as Song Yuan had stated, they had all been marked. If any cheating methods were detected, their eligibility would be revoked. It was true that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had many retainers, and with their wealth, finding people to risk their lives was simple. However, the rules were restrictive. They could only seek help from students participating in the Imperial Capital Academy entrance exam. Other than Shu, there was no better candidate present. Moreover, they had been through life and death situations together and fought side by side. Asking for his help was a matter of mutual benefit. Shu, I think with our strength, taking a crack at a normal level domain isn't impossible, Luo said. Shu didn't agree immediately. He was weighing the feasibility. The appearance of spatial fluctuations would inevitably attract the attention of third-party forces. It was possible the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce didn't even have the first-hand information. That meant they would certainly encounter others trying to seize the domain along the way. The strength of those opponents remained unknown. After a long pause, Shu spoke, go back and find out the exact location, then contact me by phone. So, we're teammates now? Shu asked with a smile. Do I have a reason to refuse? Shu shrugged. Given his and Luo's current strength, trying to find a gold rank boss on their own was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Completing the mission within half a month would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He wondered what the Imperial Capital Academy was thinking, giving such a mission to a group of kids who had just graduated from high school. Sure enough, there was a reason why the death toll was so high. To enter the academy, one needed not only exceptional talent but also resources and luck. All three are indispensable. Alright, take down my phone number so we can get in touch later. Shu and Shu exchanged numbers, and then she waved goodbye. Watching her receding figure, Luo spoke up, Shu, the three of us should be fine, right? Hard to say. If it's a high-level domain, we might not even have the qualifications to enter, Shu replied, uncertain. However, Shu would surely find a way to complete the mission when the time came. They would likely just serve as the muscle. As for the loot that dropped, that would be decided later. At that moment, Ming walked over from the stands with a swagger in his step. Looking radiant and full of energy, he appeared as if he had grown 20 years younger. Ha ha! Good boys, you gave me a huge surprise. Since the founding of number 60 middle school, we've never had anyone take first place in the grand exam. Ming laughed heartily, clapping both of them heavily on the shoulders. Instructor, are there any rewards this time? Shu rubbed his aching shoulder. There will definitely be rewards. Not only from number 60 middle school, but Donghai City will surely provide rewards as well. Ming found Shu more and more pleasing to the eye the longer he looked at him. How did this kid become so likable? Why hadn't he noticed how adorable he was before? Forget it, it'll probably be another empty promise, Shu rolled his eyes without hesitation. He had already figured out the school's temperament. When he won the Rookie King title not long ago, they weren't even willing to rent a plane. Moreover, the hotel they stayed in was a dump. Don't think like that. Honor is above all else. You can't just focus on material things. You must always remember this. Ming advised. Understood. The two replied in unison. Afterward, they chatted briefly about the ultimate assessment. Ming took out several potions from his backpack and stuffed them into their hands. From now on, I'm no longer qualified to teach you. I know you think I'm a nag. These potions aren't worth much, but you must stay safe out there, Ming said. Silver rank stimulant potions. Moonlight potions? Instructor, these are too valuable. We can't take them. Luo's eyes widened as he hurriedly tried to push the items back. They knew how much a teacher's monthly salary was, and that most of it depended on subsidies. But Ming was also a class awakener with his own family and life. The total value of these potions likely cost him a good portion of his savings. Take them. Ming discarded his usual lazy demeanor and turned serious. Having the two of you as my students in this lifetime is my honor and my pride. Your admission to the Imperial Capital Academy fulfills my lifelong dream as an educator. Instructor. Luo's eyes grew moist, suddenly feeling that what he held in his hands wasn't just potions, but a heavy weight of love. In daily life, Shu and he were the most mischievous pair in class. Their theoretical scores were abysmal, leaving them at the very bottom of the rankings. Because of this, they were frequently criticized. Ming had exhausted himself trying to improve their grades, often giving them extra one-on-one tutoring. Additionally, because Chu was an orphan, Ming looked after him with extra care. Don't worry, mentor, we will definitely get in. Chu nodded heavily. Remember, number 60 high school will always be your home. If you miss home, come back and visit. If you miss this old man, you can come back and take a look too, Ming said gently. With that, a kind smile appeared on his face. He patted both of their heads as he usually did, then turned and walked away. At this moment, what Chu saw was not the desolation of a middle-aged man entering his twilight years. Instead, he saw a high-spirited, energetic youth. His spine, which had been slightly hunched in the past, straightened up at this moment. Like a spear piercing straight through to the firmament. Chapter 25, A Job Comes Up. The Power of the Proud Moon Guild. H1 that night, while browsing the forums, Shu received a WeChat message from Shu. Shu, heartland of the Qingcheng Mountains, normal level or higher. Luo, a job's come up. A sharp glint flashed in Shu's eyes. Luo, who was doing push-ups nearby, looked up and asked, "There's news?" It seems our luck is indeed good. We set out tomorrow morning. Shu's lips curled up slightly as he nodded. The next morning, the three of them packed their things early and set off for the Qingcheng Mountains on the outskirts of Jianhai City. Judging from the intensity of the fluctuations, it was very likely a normal level domain. Under Shu's lead, the three spent 300,000 credits to take the teleportation gate directly to the east gate of Jianhai City. Looking at the towering black city walls, a deep sense of solemnity rose in Shu's heart. The lowest level of the guards on the city walls was master level. Rows of patrol troops crossed paths during their watch, their hawk-like eyes never missing a single corner. As the three reached the city gate, three familiar figures stood before them. "Yo! Isn't this our top scorer, Student Shu? Bringing two deadweights along to find a boss?" Kai Lufeng spoke with a playful sneer, though a hidden murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Standing beside him were Wei Fan, ranked 4th in the general exam, and Lai Qianling, ranked 5th. Each of them wore a full moon badge on their chest, the emblem of the Proud Moon Guild. Shu didn't even spare them a glance, walking straight past them. "What's for lunch today? How about roast chicken? Did you bring seasonings? Cumin, chili powder, honey glaze, and barbecue sauce, is that enough?" "Awesome. I haven't had barbecue in ages." Kai Lufeng saw them ignoring him, continuing their conversation as if nothing had happened. The veins on his forehead pulsed with rage. "Stop right there. Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Kai Lufeng stomped his feet in anger and roared. Shu paused, looking left and right with a puzzled expression. What was that barking just now? Luo scratched his head and shook it honestly, probably a dog. It sounded like one. Shu came to a sudden realization, no wonder the noise was so loud, it was just a dog barking. Strange, why are there dogs in the suburbs? The world is really going to the dogs these days. Shu shook his head helplessly. Kai Lufeng clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed red with fury as his anger finally exploded. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Kai Lufeng let out a violent roar. He stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball, a giant axe suddenly appearing in his hands as he swung it fiercely toward Shu. A berserker's strength is immense. As a silver 5-star, Kai Lufeng, equipped with a full set of gold rank gear, possessed a strength stat as high as 800. This was an incredibly terrifying value, making him almost peerless among those of the same rank. Knight's protection. Luo's reaction speed was lightning fast. With a flick of his spear, a pure white shield abruptly materialized in front of them. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Luo let out a muffled groan and stumbled back a few steps. His blood surged within him, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Luo! Chu's expression changed drastically. He raised his staff, lightning surging within it. How dare you! Armed combat is prohibited within Jianhai City. Just as Chu was about to strike, a figure clad in silver armor intervened between the two parties. Looking at the LV-42 hovering above the man's head, Chu abandoned the idea of counterattacking. Fighting within the city has always been strictly prohibited by the Dragon Summer Empire. Violators face extremely severe punishment. At best, it's a public flogging, at worst, direct castration. As for women, it's inconvenient to disclose. City guard. He was the one who humiliated me first. Kai Lufeng gritted his teeth and shouted. I can testify to that. They were the ones who started the verbal abuse. Wei Fan stepped forward to bear witness. I can testify as well. Lai Qianling nodded. Shu's brows furrowed as she snorted coldly, nonsense. It was clearly you who started the insults and you who struck first. My friend was injured by you. That's because he's useless trash. Kai Lufeng sneered. You? Shu's expression hardened, her longsword suddenly appearing in her hand as her aura surged rapidly. Silence, the city guard bellowed. He looked between the two parties and said in a heavy voice, I don't care who started the insults, but I know who made the first move. With that, the city guard walked up to Kai Lufeng, dragging his chains as he spoke slowly, Please come with me. Kai Lufeng didn't care in the slightest, showing no respect for the city guard at all. He displayed the Proud Moon Guild badge on his chest and said arrogantly, "I am the younger brother of Kai Haoyue, the president of the Proud Moon Guild. Try touching me and see what happens." Upon hearing that name, the city guard's expression flickered. He slowly lowered the chains in his hand. "Be careful in the future. Don't let me catch you fighting again." Having said that, the guard turned and left, his expression returning to normal as if nothing had ever happened. If Kai Lufeng hadn't been the brother of the Proud Moon Guild's president, he would already be on his way to prison. But because of the name Kai Haoyue, he managed to escape unscathed. Rules are only meant to bind the weak. Seeing this, Shu grew anxious and was about to reveal her identity as the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. However, Shu grabbed her hand and said in a low voice, "I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious just yet." But they assaulted someone in broad daylight. And the city guard ignored it. Shu said indignantly. Kai Lufeng laughed loudly. He stepped outside the city gates, turned back toward Shu, and made a throat-slitting gesture, the killing intent in his eyes flashing without the slightest concealment. "Look at how arrogant he is. I'd better not catch him." Shu waved her small fist menacingly. "I'm fine, nothing serious." After drinking a red potion, Luo's complexion had returned to a healthy glow. "Why did you stop me just now?" Shu asked, puzzled. The Proud Moon Guild is a well-known large-scale guild in Jianhai City. Kai Liufeng's brother, Kai Haoyue, is a legendary-level powerhouse. The guild has over 1,000 members, and they make their living through robbery and murder, Shu said. "So, you're afraid?" Shu's willowy brows furrowed. Shu glanced at her sideways and explained unhurriedly, "The guild has never cared about reputation, they don't care how the outside world evaluates them. But you are different. Your Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is in business, and reputation is everything in business. Especially in this era of highly developed social media, even a small rumor can deal a heavy blow to your trade. So we're just going to let it go?" Shu asked indignantly. "Of course we're not letting it go." Shu watched the departing figures of the three men, his killing intent surging. "They dared to hurt my brother. I want them to pay with their lives." As he finished speaking, a powerful surge of spirit energy suddenly erupted from Chu's body. His mage robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes abruptly turned a silver-white color. Shu stared blankly at Chu's sharp profile. Recalling what he had just said, her heart felt sweet. "Let's go. Don't keep the Grim Reaper waiting." Chapter 26, Assassin Backstab. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The Qingcheng Mountains are located 50 kilometers outside the east gate of Jianhai City, requiring a trek across a plain to reach. The area of the Qingcheng Mountains is vast. It would take an ordinary person 3 whole months to cross the entire range. Their destination for this trip was located deep within the heart of the Qingcheng Mountains. Therefore, after leaving the city, the three of them traveled at full speed, following the navigation instructions of the DD map. Along the way, they encountered many bronze-level mobs, all of which were dealt with by a single thunder orb from Chu. Every time he used the skill, Chu would blast a massive crater into the ground, as terrifying as a meteorite impact. Amidst their shock, Shu and Luo finally understood why Chu was able to take the top spot in the exams. With such powerful destructive force, even a gold rank boss probably couldn't do anything to him, right? To prevent Shu from continuing to destroy the environment, Shu and Luo decided that they would be the ones to clear the obstacles. The three of them walked for a full 8 hours to cover the 50-kilometer distance, as the mobs along the way caused quite a delay. By the time they reached the Qingcheng Mountains, it was already evening, and the sun was gradually setting. The afterglow draped a layer of golden armor over the mountains, and the river reflected the radiance, shimmering like gold. "I can't go on, I need to rest for a bit." Luo collapsed by a small stream, panting heavily. "Exhausted after such a short distance? You've grown so big for nothing," Shu remarked. Hearing this, Luo immediately became displeased and argued his case. "Wasn't I the one killing monsters all along the way? Ask yourself, did you even lift a finger? Wasn't it you guys who told me not to destroy the environment? Is it my fault I'm too powerful?" Shu shouted, feeling wronged. At that moment, Shu suddenly signaled the two to be quiet, lowering her voice. "Silence, someone's coming." Shu and Luo immediately entered a state of high alert, warily scanning their surroundings. Spirit spread outward, covering 100-meter radius, detecting even the slightest rustle or movement. Suddenly, a dark shadow abruptly appeared behind Shu, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the glint of a bright dagger. An assassin! The hair on Shu's neck stood on end. Goosebumps instantly broke out as he immediately unleashed a thunderclap ring. The powerful concussive force sent the assassin flying. Thunderous energy erupted violently. A flash of lightning sparked from his staff, and a thunder orb flew out. Boom! The sound of the explosion startled countless birds and beasts into flight, and the shockwave spread, making the leaves rustle loudly. He got away? Shu saw no corpse and felt no life fluctuations. His expression gradually turned solemn. "Shu, are you okay?" Luo hurried forward to ask. "Are you hurt?" Shu immediately pulled a large pile of healing potions from her backpack. Every bottle was incredibly expensive. "I'm fine." Shu waved them off, his eyes fixed on the charred crater on the ground, a cold glint flashing through his gaze. "It seems someone doesn't want us to make it back alive." After the incident, the trio's pace slowed. They dealt with the monsters they encountered along the way with extreme caution, not daring to let their guard down. Assassins were masters of concealment. They could mask their presence and even turn their bodies invisible, making them incredibly elusive. The assassin from just now had used the signature assassin skill, Shadow Stealth. 9 p.m. sharp. The Qingcheng mountain range under the moonlight was dead silent, with only the occasional roar of unknown monsters echoing from the distance. Each of the three held a fist-sized magic crystal lamp, the light providing visibility within a 10-meter radius. "How much further to the heart of the mountains?" Shu asked. Shu pulled out her phone to check and replied, "Almost there. Just up ahead." Shu nodded slightly and quickly picked up his pace. Just then, the sound of something cutting through the air struck. Its speed was breathtakingly fast. Knight's protection. Luo's reflexes were as sharp as ever, raising a shield directly in front of him. Rip! A violent tearing sound echoed. A massive gash was ripped across the shield. Luo's eyes widened in shock, his face turning instantly pale. "Get behind me, there's something sinister about this place." Shu blocked the two behind him, staring ahead with a solemn expression. Before long, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly emerged from the darkness. Shu cast an appraisal skill. Monster, Howling Moon Silver Wolf Elite. Rank, Silver rank. Level, Gold 1 star. Strength, 798. Agility, 855. Spirit, 862. Constitution, 803. Skills, Moonblade, Pounce. It's a Gold 1 star beast. Shu sensed the surroundings, his vigilance growing even more intense. Wolves are social animals that prefer hunting in packs. If this small pack didn't have a boss-level wolf king, then this elite monster was very likely the leader. In other words, they were likely surrounded by a wolf pack right now. Shu sensed no other creatures within a 100-meter radius. A cluster of light condensed on his staff, and a bolt of chain lightning suddenly shot out. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf refused to be outdone. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a moonblade head-on. The two collided, but the expected explosion didn't occur. Instead, the lightning devoured the power of the moonblade and continued flying forward with undiminished momentum. Sensing a grave threat, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf turned to flee, but the chain lightning had already struck its backside. Sizzle! Electric sparks exploded. The wolf's body twitched frantically at a frequency of 10 times per second. It swore that even when it was making cubs, its frequency had never been this fast. The sensation was indescribable. Killed Gold 1 star Howling Moon Silver Wolf Elite, EXP plus 20,000. The three of them walked over to the charred, shriveled corpse, clicking their tongues in amazement. I say, Shu, was it really necessary to aim specifically for the anus? Luo thought of that agonizing sensation, and his sphincter couldn't help but contract. Don't blame me. Who told it to point its backside at me? Shu shrugged. Be careful, there's likely a wolf pack nearby. Shu warned. Next, Shu led the way, with Luo sandwiched between the two, and Shu bringing up the rear. Luo felt this formation was very uncomfortable. He was stuck in the middle like the filling of a sandwich, and he felt a bit like a third wheel? They had barely taken a few steps forward when Shu signaled for them to stop. There are bodies. The two leaned in for a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. Under the glow of the magic crystal lamp, wolf carcasses were scattered everywhere. These corpses had died in a gruesome fashion, disemboweled, with their pelts crudely stripped away. Massive gashes were cut into their bellies, the blood had long since drained, and their internal organs had been hollowed out. Shu frowned at the sight and looked ahead. It seems someone got here before us. Judging by the assassin who appeared earlier this evening, things were not that simple. That assassin was highly purposeful. He had clearly come prepared. Coupled with the floor full of corpses and the way they were processed, he felt this was something only a guild would do. People from guilds wouldn't pass up any valuable part of a monster. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared ahead, lighting up the sky. Let's go check it out. Shu already sensed the familiar fluctuations permeating the air. The domain was just ahead. Chapter 27, Imperial Capital Academy Students. We meet again. The heart of the Qingcheng mountain range. This was a wide basin, where two factions were currently staring each other down, tensions at a breaking point. On one side were members of the Proud Moon Guild, wearing crescent moon badges on their chests. On the other side was a group dressed in orange-red attire embroidered with a tower and numerous roses. This group of uniformly dressed youths were sophomore students from the Imperial Capital Academy. They had come to the Qingcheng mountain range specifically to search for the domain after receiving an academy mission. The crowd was surrounded by a blazing fire, and in the center of the two parties lay the massive corpse of a silver wolf. Several spheres of light floated above the Wolf King, shimmering with a faint yellow glow. We found this howling moon Wolf King first, and we put in a tremendous amount of effort to kill it. The loot rightfully belongs to us. Tai Budian said, her willow-shaped brows furrowed tightly. She was a tall, slender woman, her long dress outlining soul-stirring curves that were exceedingly enchanting. Her face was also incredibly seductive, with a flirtatious glimmer in her phoenix eyes that exuded natural charm. Yet, amidst her allure, there was a faint hint of heroism. The two traits did not seem at all contradictory. Then why don't you tell me, who does the EXP from this beast belong to? A young man standing in the center of the crowd spoke with a mocking expression, his eyes scanning her body wantonly. This person was Kai Lufeng, and the dozen or so people beside him were all gold rank experts. Meanwhile, Wei Fan and Lai Qianling stood calmly by his side. Looking at the other side, only 3 people from the Imperial Capital Academy had come, all of whom were gold 5-star. There was a massive disparity in numbers between the two sides. However, everyone from the Imperial Capital Academy was the elite of the elite. Those capable of being admitted to such an institution were never pushovers to begin with. Therefore, Kai Lufeng did not act rashly. What a joke! You only landed the final blow while the boss was heavily injured and dying. To steal our EXP and still have the nerve to speak. Tai Budian snorted coldly. In battles with monsters, the concept of kill stealing always existed. No matter how much effort you put in beforehand, if someone else snatched the final blow, the EXP would be entirely taken away. Not only that, but even the dropped items would lose their ownership status. However, ownership rights only lasted for 10 minutes. Once those 10 minutes passed, the items would immediately become unowned. If you think this loot belongs to you, then why don't you come over and take it? Kai Lufeng laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with ridicule and triumph. Bastard! Tai Butian's explosive temper could no longer be suppressed as she took a step forward. Budian, don't be impulsive. Watch out for their trap. At that moment, a young man beside her stopped her. Tai Butian's expression shifted repeatedly, her chest heaving violently with anger and creating a sight that made Kai Lufeng's eyes widen and stare straight. Actually, it's not impossible for you to have these treasures if you want them. Kai Lufeng gently stroked his giant axe and said slowly, as long as you serve me well for a night, I might consider giving all the treasures to you. Shameless. Tai Budian spat, her eyes filled with deep disgust. At this time, a thin young man from the Imperial Capital Academy's side, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and said, "Budian, they outnumber us. Maybe we should just let it go." Tai Budian was extremely unwilling. This clearly belonged to them, so why should they hand it over to others? Xiao Jiaming is right. We'll keep track of this debt and settle it later. Yun Fan said coldly. Tai Budian observed the situation on the field and realized the opposing lineup was complete, featuring not only combat classes but also support classes. For instance, warlocks, priests, and wizards. Although these classes lacked high damage skills, they possessed many crowd control abilities, which were incredibly annoying. Fine. We'll remember this. You guys just wait. Tai Budian turned to leave. Kai Liufeng's movement stiffened for a moment as he suddenly looked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Did I give you permission to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath the feet of Tai Budian and her two companions suddenly softened, and their legs sank directly into a quagmire. Not good. They reacted quickly, breaking free from the restraint in an instant. But just as they stood up, a cloud of black mist rushed at them, plunging them into a state of blindness. Damn it! You cowards! If you have the guts, come and face me in a one-on-one duel. Tai Budian shouted in rage, gripping a long halberd tightly in her hand. Ha ha! Save your energy, you'll have plenty of time to expend it tonight. Kai Lufeng licked his lips excitedly. Judging by the shape of Tai Butian's legs, she was still a virgin. That magnificent curve, the pear-shaped lower body, and that charming, exquisite face. The most attractive part was her fiery personality. Kai Lufeng loved little chilies the most. Generally, the more spirited a woman's personality was, the louder she would scream. You bastard! I will kill you! Tai Budian took several deep breaths, trying to force herself to calm down. Their lineup wasn't great. She was a spellbreaker class, with skills focused on ignoring defense and possessing extreme lethality. Her other two classmates were an assassin and an earth mage. They were not suited for group battles, especially with the Proud Moon Guild deploying so many support classes. Therefore, the best course of action right now was escape. Let's go. Tai Budian fled in the direction opposite to Kai Liufeng's voice. This cursed blindness status lasted a very long time. Without a priest, they would remain blind for over 5 minutes. Do you really think you can run? Kai Lufeng asked with composure, having already cast a dragnet across the entire area. Just as Tai Budian managed to scramble out of the range of the flames, a powerful aura descended from the heavens. In the nick of time, Tai Budian retreated violently as a shield warrior slammed into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that forcibly knocked them back. But the onslaught didn't end there. A warlock cast stagnation once more, causing the earth beneath them to tremble as the three found themselves mired in the mud again. Simultaneously, the archers took their positions, firing 3 explosive flame arrows in a triangular formation to seal off every possible escape route. Following close behind, several mages unleashed their spells, completely obliterating the surrounding terrain. Such seamless coordination caught Tai Budian and her companions completely off guard. They were left with no room to fight back. Ha ha ha! Do you like this welcoming gift? I handpicked it just for you, Kai Lufeng sneered, walking slowly toward the three of them with a triumphant look. Tai Butian's vision gradually cleared. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with Kai Lufeng's hideous face. She spat out a single word, despicable. Is this what Imperial Capital Academy taught you? The winner takes all. There is no such thing as despicable in victory, Kai Lufeng scoffed. Tai Budian remained silent, her eyes locked onto Kai Lufeng with a gaze so sharp it felt as though she wanted to hack him into 1,000 pieces. Don't look at me like that. After tonight, you'll surely be conquered by me, and then you'll fall deeply in love with me. The desire in Kai Liufeng's eyes was exposed without any pretense. He could hardly wait to taste the prize. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion rang out. The warrior standing beside Kai Lufeng was instantly vaporized by a bolt of thunder, leaving nothing behind. Who is there? Kai Lufeng retreated behind his group in a panic, staring frantically at the surroundings. The rest of the party immediately entered combat positions. The priests applied buffs to Kai Lufeng, while the shield warriors guarded him closely. "Sorry about that. It's too dark out here, the lighting is poor, and I accidentally missed my mark." A figure leaped directly from the slope, landing in the center of the basin. "It's you!" Kai Lufeng's expression twisted into a snarl. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Chu grinned, his white teeth gleaming under the firelight. Chapter 28, Infinite Heavenly Thunder. The Death of Kai Lufeng. Tai Budian felt a surge of joy upon seeing the newcomer, but when her eyes fell upon Chu's level, her happiness instantly vanished. "Little brother, run! You're no match for them!" Tai Budian shouted anxiously. Chu only glanced at her without responding. His appearance didn't make Kai Lufeng nervous, instead, it made him even more excited. The killing intent in his eyes almost solidified as he said coldly, "I've wanted to kill you for a long time. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door." Chu scanned the surroundings, memorizing everyone's positions and their classes. At the same time, his spirit spread outward, staying alert for any sudden developments that might occur at any moment. "There are plenty of people who want to kill me, you'll have to get in line," Chu said with an air of calm indifference. Until he completed the final assessment, Chu's status as the top scholar of the province was merely a hollow title. Only by officially entering the university could he truly claim such prestige and rewards. Therefore, if he died before formally becoming a student of Imperial Capital Academy, everyone's ranking would automatically move up by one. Kai Lufeng deeply coveted the top scholar rewards. Every single aspect was enough to drive one mad. Especially the Tower of Eternity having reappeared after 1,000 years, it was something countless class awakeners flocked to. "Where are those two deadweights of yours?" Kai Lufeng asked. "If you want to fight, stop talking so much nonsense," Chu said flatly. "Fine. Since you're so intent on seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Kai Lufeng gave the order. 10 gold 3-star warriors suddenly lunged forward. "Watch out!" Tai Budian cried out in alarm. Her body struggled incessantly, trying to break free from the earth. She needed to use the time Chu had bought for them to escape as quickly as possible. Chain lightning. Thunderous light surged from the staff. A thick bolt of lightning, like a wandering dragon, came whistling through the air. A thunder warlock? One man paused for a moment, but then showed a look of disdain. "A mere silver rank mage is nothing in my eyes." The warrior showed no intention of dodging and met the attack head-on. However, the moment the lightning entered his body, he regretted it. "Ah!" Accompanied by screams, the chain lightning bounced repeatedly among the 10 men, charring them black instantly. Thud! Due to momentum, the corpses collapsed at Chu's feet. At this moment, the entire field fell silent. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Kai Lufeng's mouth hung wide open, his tongue seemingly tied, unable to utter a single word. The others were even more terrified, their hearts trembling violently. 10 gold 3-star warriors were insta-killed by a silver 3-star mage? Tai Budian and her 2 companions were also stunned. Originally, they thought Chu was a reckless novice who had come specifically to die. But they never expected the ending to be so dramatic. A silver rank one-shotting a gold rank dot. And against 10 well-equipped warriors? Is this a joke? At that moment, Yun Fan remembered something and exclaimed, "You are this year's top scorer from Jiangnan Province, the Thunder Warlock Chu?" "He is Chu?" Tai Buqian's mouth hung open, a look of utter disbelief on her face. No wonder he possessed such formidable strength. No wonder he was so bold. It turned out he possessed such immense power himself. But isn't Thunder Warlock a trash class? Kai Lufeng was the first to snap out of his daze, roaring, "What are you all standing there for? Get him, now!" At that moment, the wizards and warlocks began chanting their spells. But Chu didn't give them a single chance to counterattack. He simply pointed his staff from a distance. Thunder Prison. Boom! A massive cage of lightning instantly enveloped several support-type classes. The terrifying thunder erupted in a wild frenzy, blasting them into fine dust. In that instant, Kai Lufeng stumbled back a few steps, his chest heaving violently, his face turning an unnatural shade of pale. No wonder your clear speed is so fast. As a mage, you actually don't need to chant? The corner of Chu's mouth curled slightly. Congratulations! Elementary, my dear Watson, you've spotted the key point. I don't know how you're doing it, but do you think you've already won? Kai Liufeng's panicked expression gradually regained its composure. As soon as he spoke, over a dozen clusters of light suddenly appeared within the lush, dense forest. Simultaneously, 10 elementalist mages descended from above the basin. They were all members of the Proud Moon Guild. No matter how strong you are, your spirit will eventually run dry. I won't give you the chance to chug mana potions. Kai Lufeng summoned his great axe. Wei Fan and Light Shanling also pulled out their weapons. Their classes were fighter and gunner, respectively. Quite a crowd. Chu looked at the group of class awakeners who had suddenly appeared, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. You're dead. The priests applied buff states to Kai Lufeng, and the archers were the first to strike. Over a dozen gale arrows whistled through the air, moving so fast they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Thunder Shield. The arrow struck the shield, easily shattering it. A simultaneous attack from 10 gold rank archers was not something a single thunder shield could stop. But Chu was well prepared. He crushed a magic charm given to him by Shu, summoning a guardian shield of light. After blocking all the arrows, the elementalist mages had finished their chanting, and a barrage of multicolored spells suddenly surged forward. Kai Lufeng and the other two moved at that exact moment. Berserk! Berserk! The giant axe swung down fiercely toward Chu's face, those crimson eyes filled with intense killing intent. Attacks surged in from all directions. There was no longer any room for retreat. But Chu had no intention of retreating at all. He was merely a bait. Bang! Bang! The explosions continued incessantly, and the light guardian shield quickly lost its luster before finally shattering. By the time the full force of the offensive had been unleashed, Chu's figure had already vanished, leaving Kai Lufeng striking at empty air. Where is he? Kai Lufeng looked bewildered. Suddenly, he remembered something and whipped around to look. He saw Luo and Shu appearing not far away, rescuing Tai Budian and the other two. Meanwhile, Shu stood over 100 meters away, his staff emitting a brilliant radiance. His silver-white eyes held not a shred of emotion, and the lightning elements in the air grew increasingly dense. Art of Heavenly Thunder. Not good. A thunderous explosion shook the sky. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly descended, instantly obliterating a mage. Yet this was not the end. The thunderclouds in the sky grew thicker, and flashes of lightning flickered occasionally, adding a distinct hue to the pitch-black night. Tonight was destined to be a night of slaughter. Without any cooldown, Chu was like a commander, striking wherever he pointed. Those he targeted, no matter where they were, even 500 meters away, would be shattered by the lightning. There was no room for resistance whatsoever. Boom! 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 The lightning was incredibly fast. In just 1 second, 5 people on their side had died. This is impossible. Why doesn't your spirit run out? Why do your skills have no cooldown? Kai Liufeng's eyes widened, filled with deep incomprehension. You are not worthy of knowing. Chu's robes fluttered in the wind as the entire basin transformed into a world of thunder, with lightning continuously falling from the heavens in a frantic bombardment. Under the indiscriminate attack, no one was spared. With nowhere to run, Kai Lufeng could only watch helplessly as a bolt of lightning struck down directly at his head. No! The explosion roared, tearing everything to pieces. Chapter 29, Howling Moon Wolf Fong Blueprint. The Barren Lands. After a long while, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. As the dust settled, Chu's slender figure emerged in everyone's line of sight. Only the small patch of ground beneath his feet remained intact. Everywhere else was riddled with craters of all sizes. As for Kai Lufeng and the others, they had long since vanished, leaving not even a corpse behind. This entire battle plan had been designed by Chu alone. He had sensed the archers and mages hiding in the shadows long before they even approached this area. In a head-on confrontation, the opponents would certainly be no match for him. It would have only been a matter of time before he eliminated them. However, if even a single person escaped, they would be met with the relentless vengeance of the Proud Moon Guild. At the same time, a mage's attack range is not particularly long, and relying solely on Thunder Orb would not have been enough to kill everyone instantly. Only the wide-range, Art of Heavenly Thunder, could achieve that, so he had to clear the field in advance. Releasing Art of Heavenly Thunder, without restriction carried the risk of accidental friendly fire. That was the reason why Shu and the other did not appear immediately. Shu and his companions walked to his side, swallowing hard as they looked at the riddled, broken earth. "Shu, you really are a madman. That was brutal." Luo clicked his tongue in secret. With this level of destructive power, forget a gold rank, even a master level probably couldn't withstand it, right? "Where is Kai Lu Feng?" Shu asked. "Dead." Shu shrugged. Tai Budian and the others walked up to him with smiles on their faces. "Junior Chu, thank you for saving us." "Yeah, I didn't expect a junior at only Silver 3-star to possess such strength. Truly worthy of being the provincial top scorer." Yunfan gave a thumbs up. Xiao Jiaming remained silent, his expression looking somewhat unsightly. "It's nothing. Saving you was just incidental. I simply couldn't stand the sight of Kai Lu Feng," Shu said indifferently. Yun Fan. Tai Budian. Junior Chu is a bit too blunt. In any case, thank you for saving our lives. From now on at Imperial Capital Academy, I'll have your back," Tai Budian said, giving Chu a heavy slap on the shoulder. Chu staggered under the force, nearly driven to his knees by that single palm strike. How is she just like Luo? Both of them are such rough characters. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce us. This sissy here is Yun Fan, and this guy with the face of a serial killer is Xiao Jiaming. I'm Tai Budian. We're all sophomores at Imperial Capital Academy." Tai Budian patted her heavy chest, sending a physical ripple through her frame. "What a fierce woman." Shu was utterly shocked. How could someone's figure reach such an extreme? That magnificent bust. That peach-like rear, and that slender waist. It was practically anti-human. Carrying such immense weight, wasn't it exhausting just to walk? Shu composed himself well, pulling his gaze away after just a couple of extra glances. Luo, on the other hand, looked like a total lecher, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Seeing that Shu hadn't been completely dazed by the woman's beauty, Shu gave him an appreciative look. "What brings you to the Qingcheng mountain range?" Shu asked. "We're looking for the domain. It's an academy mission," Tai Budian replied bluntly, stating their purpose without hesitation. "I see," Shu nodded slightly. Dozens of people had died here, and Shu had claimed all of their equipment as his own. The gear from those lackeys wasn't particularly good. They were likely just low-level members of the Proud Moon Guild. Only Kai Liufeng's gear was decent, a full gold rank set. However, it was all berserker gear. Shu didn't care for heavy armor, so he handed the pieces suitable for Luo to him and set the rest aside to be sold. With so much bronze and silver gear, it would probably fetch at least 10 million dragon coins. At that moment, Tai Budian gathered all the glowing orbs dropped by the Howling Moon Wolf King into her hands. "A blueprint?" Tai Budian's face lit up with shock. Howling Moon Wolf Fawn Design Blueprint. Required materials, black gold iron 5, diamond 2. Tai Budian's expression shifted from surprise to intense ecstasy. From a certain perspective, a blueprint was far more valuable than the equipment itself. A piece of equipment is a single-use personal item, but a blueprint allows for the continuous production of gear. Based on the materials, the quality of the crafted item will be at least gold rank. On the market, even the cheapest gold rank equipment costs at least 8 million dragon coins. There were two other light orbs, one was a gold rank ring, and the other was a gold rank helmet. Howling Moon Ring. Quality, gold rank. Requirement, silver 5-star. Spirit plus 256. Constitution plus 222. Passive skill calm, low-level skill levels 0-20 cooldown reduced by 20%. Howling Moon Silver Helmet. Quality, Gold rank. Requirement, Silver 5-star. Strength plus 237. Constitution plus 223. Passive skill Silver Moon Protection, reduces crowd control duration by 10%. Tai Budian glanced at Chu, placed the blueprint in front of him, and said, Junior Chu, all of these should belong to you. Yun Fan and Xiao Jiaming remained silent. They shared the same sentiment. Chu looked them over, tucked the ring into his bag, and said, I only want this ring. You take the rest. Tai Budian grew anxious immediately, but Chu interrupted her, these items aren't a gift. You will be responsible for crafting the blueprint, and the materials and crafting fees will be covered by the value of this gold rank helmet. Once that's settled, you will cover all future costs as well. After deducting material expenses, we will split the profits 50-50. Tai Budian thought for a moment and nodded readily, deal. Chu smiled slightly, deal. This deal was not a loss for Tai Budian at all. Without Chu, not only would she have gained nothing, but there was a high probability she would have died here. Chu chose to cooperate with her because he valued her connections. Having studied at the Imperial Capital Academy for a year, she surely knew many people, including plenty of blacksmiths. Dealing with blueprints is a huge hassle. You not only have to find a skilled blacksmith but also prepare the materials yourself. With someone helping out, he could simply lie back and collect the money, earning a favor while reaping the profits. After a brief rest, the spatial fluctuations in the air grew increasingly intense. It's coming! A spatial vortex suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. Domain, the Barrens. Difficulty, normal level. Minimum level requirement, Silver 1-star. Party limit, 515 people. Domain description, a region where the orc race is huddled together. The environment is harsh and resources are scarce. The orcs have gradually lost their patience and sanity. A normal level domain? Chu's eyes lit up. This way, the gold rank boss was practically guaranteed. Junior Chu, let's head in together, Tai Budian suggested. Chu did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on Xiao Jiaming, who hadn't uttered a single word from beginning to end. You have 3 people, and we have 3 people. It fits the headcount requirement perfectly, Tai Budian said. That works, but... A cold glint flashed in Chu's eyes as his staff abruptly fired a thunder orb. Boom! A bloody hole was blasted directly into Xiao Jiaming's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Now you only have 2 people. Chapter 30, Water of the Moon. The seniors rose. Chu's sudden lethal strike left everyone momentarily stunned. Junior Chu, what is the meaning of this? Why did you kill someone for no reason? Yun Fan asked with a hostile expression. Luo and Shu were also filled with confusion, but they believed that Chu must have his reasons. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Much less someone who would attack others without cause. Junior Jiaming is usually quiet and not good at expressing himself. He shouldn't have offended you, right? Tai Budian asked in a heavy voice. Shu said nothing. He walked over to the corpse and pulled an emblem from the man's waist. Tai Budian looked closely, and his eyes instantly widened. Jiaming is a member of the Proud Moon Guild? This. Yun Fan was also stunned. Shu pried his palm open again, revealing a communication talisman lying inside that he hadn't had time to use yet. It seems your understanding of your teammate was not quite comprehensive, Shu said nonchalantly. Damn it! No wonder the Aoyue Guild knew our intentions and whereabouts. He was the mole all along. Tai Budian kicked the corpse hard. At that moment, Shu suddenly remembered the assassin they encountered when they first entered the Qingqing Mountains. He was the one who ambushed us this evening. Shu nodded slightly and spoke, if he hadn't directed his killing intent toward me, I truly wouldn't have noticed. For just a brief moment earlier, Xiao Jiaming's murderous intent had been exposed, allowing Chu to perceive a familiar aura. The instant he pulled out the communication talisman, Chu struck and killed him immediately. And to think I treated him like a brother. Yunfan spat on the corpse. Let's go in. Shu stepped into the vortex and chose to enter directly. The other four followed closely behind. When all five were gathered, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and they arrived in a different space. This was a vast, boundless desert. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but golden sand. The blazing sun overhead seemed as if it would never set, baking the earth until it was scorching hot. Ding! The celestial sign-in system has detected a sign-in point. Would you like to sign in now? Yes. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3x EXP card 1, Water of the Moon 1. Next sign-in point, Imperial Capital Academy. Water of the Moon permanently increases spirit by 100 points upon use. No usage limit, no level requirement. Good stuff. Shu pulled out a blue potion bottle. Sealed inside was a deep blue liquid with shimmering spots of light swimming within, looking like tiny spirits. Legend has it that the moon well in the Elven Kingdom can draw upon the power of the bright moon to form the water of the moon. Opening the cap, he downed it in one gulp. Shu smacked his lips, finding it a bit sweet. The taste was somewhat like a mix of fruity fragrance and wine, with a faint, lingering hint of a fishy aftertaste. Wait! Why is there a fishy smell? After finishing the drink, Shu clearly felt his spirit intensity increase significantly. Tai Budian observed the surrounding terrain and said, "Orcs are known for their great strength. They believe in the physical body and know nothing of magic. This sun is too brutal." Luo frowned from the heat, and before long, sweat had soaked through his clothes. The others were no exception. Shu was still wearing her familiar tight bodysuit now that it was wet. Her body curves were breathtaking. Yet, in front of Tai Budian, she paled in comparison. If Shu is Oyo, then Tai Budian is Oyo. Her long dress clung to her fair skin, and sweat pooled upon her heavy bosom as if it were about to form a pond. Combined with the armor she wore, she possessed a unique and distinct charm. As the saying goes, when a woman looks down and cannot see her own toes, she is already a peerless beauty of the world. Shu suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He struggled to look away and quickly recited the heart-cleansing incantation twice in his mind. "I'll scout ahead, you guys stay close." Tai Budian pulled out her halberd, her heroic appearance truly embodying the spirit of a woman who rivals any man. The five of them walked for 10 minutes, moving from one patch of sand to another. Aside from sand, there was nothing else to be seen. Luo couldn't stand the heat anymore and started sticking his tongue out to dissipate heat. Shu followed closely behind Shu, using his body to block the sun. After another 10 minutes, a barren land appeared before them. The area was enclosed by a fence, and the 3-meter-high gate was constructed from unknown animal bones. 2 tall orcs stood at the entrance. They had green skin, massive tusks, and held spiked maces in their hands. Shu cast an appraisal spell. Monsters, Orc. Rank, Gold rank. Level, Gold 1 star. Strength, 1389. Spirit 252. Agility, 278. Constitution, 1005. Skill, Decisive Strike. Gold rank mobs. Yunfan's expression shifted. If even the sentry mobs are this high level, just how fierce is the boss going to be? Charge! Grasping her halberd, Tai Budian was the first to rush forward. Detecting the intruders, the orcs let out a roar, brandishing their spiked maces as they charged. Hull breaker! Tai Budian leaped into the air, hoisting her halberd high before thrusting it down with explosive force. Poochie! The halberd pierced straight through the orc's thick armor and hide, skewering it through the heart in a single, cold stroke. The other orc wailed and lunged toward Tai Budian. Yunfan finished his incantation, and a dense surge of earth elemental power filled the air. The sand trembled violently as a massive rock spike erupted from the ground, impaling the creature. Killed Gold rank 1 star orc, EXP plus 12,500. Killed Gold rank 1 star orc, EXP plus 12,500. Having dispatched the 2 mobs, Tai Budian slung her halberd over her back and jerked her head forward. Let's move! Luo stared at Tai Buddy and S retreating figure in awe and whispered, "Shu, I feel like she is so badass." "Meishem, you can tell just from her name," Shu agreed. "Sigh, it's a pity. Such a beautiful woman, yet she had to be born with that mouth," Luo sighed with regret. Tai Buddy had a domineering personality. She was blunt and never beat around the bush. This wasn't the kind of woman an average person could tame. Not only did one need formidable strength, but one also had to be hard in their own right. Beyond that, one needed to have a special talent. Seeing Shu staring intently at Tai Buddy and S swaying backside, Shu let out a cold snort. "Is it really that good looking?" Shu glanced down at herself, and a sense of inferiority involuntarily welled up. Omega? Forget it. But then again, once she fully developed later on, she definitely wouldn't be lacking either. "I was looking at the rose on her clothes," Shu said earnestly. "Humph. You were clearly staring at the seniors, but don't think I didn't notice." Shu's lips curled up high, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Oh?" Shu pondered for a long while before realizing, "I was wondering why the flower looked so three-dimensional." Shu. After the group entered the orc territory, their pace slowed down significantly. This desolate land within the desert was completely barren, covered in cracks and fissures. It was hard to imagine how anyone could survive in such an extreme environment. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, striking directly at Luo. Having updated his gear, he was now fully upgraded. A massive skeletal shield blocked the path in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Luo took 2 steps back, his brow furrowed. Immediately following that, a large swarm of orcs surrounded them from all directions. "Brothers, works here." Chu crushed a triple EXP card in one hand. Chapter 31, Red-Skinned Orcs. Silver 7-star. The number of orcs emerging from the surroundings grew larger and larger. They had no fixed formation or tactics, resembling a pile of scattered sand. Their beastly eyes stared bloodthirstily at the 5 of them, filled with a craving for flesh and blood. "There are a lot of orcs, we should probably..." Tai Buddy was analyzing the battlefield and was just about to formulate a plan when a lightning snake suddenly flew out from beside her. The thunder tore through the air, carrying peerless power that directly electrocuted over a dozen orcs to death. Killed gold rank 1-star orc, EXP plus 37,500. Killed gold rank 1-star orc, EXP plus 37,500. Senior, I'm going in first. Chu, staff in hand, took the lead. Tai Buddy? The death of their kin further stimulated the orcs' ferocity. Their nearly 2.5-meter tall bodies suddenly swelled, veins bulging, and their green skin turned slightly reddish. Both sides charged simultaneously. The orcs roared, their battle intent boundless. Chu acted alone, a lightning ball in his left hand and chain lightning in his right, unleashing a frantic bombardment. He forcibly carved a path of blood through the massive horde of orcs. The fearless orcs seemed completely blind to Chu's power, ignoring the devastating thunderbolts entirely. Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Art of Heavenly Thunder, Thunder Prison. Alternating between skills continuously, with no worries about spirit consumption or cooldowns, Chu became a human spell machine gun, annihilating every orc that rushed forward. Tai Buddy and the others were dumbstruck. Such perverted damage meant even gold rank mobs couldn't hold out, being blasted directly into dross. This was the first time Tai Buddy and Yunfan had ever experienced such an effortless way to level. Junior Chu is so strong. In my memory, isn't Thunder Orb a basic skill? At this, the two glanced at each other, both seeing shock and helplessness in the other's eyes. Dignified sophomores of the Imperial Capital Academy were actually being carried to level up by a high school student who had just graduated. If this were told to others, likely no one would believe it. The EXP bar was surging upward. The speed was incredibly fast. Each orc killed provided over 10,000 EXP, and with the boost from the triple EXP card, each one yielded nearly 40,000. Before long, a golden light flashed over Chu as he rose to silver 4-star. Sweet! An excited smile played across the corners of Chu's mouth. This was true leveling. This was a true massacre. If he had large area skills now, a few moves would have cleared the entire field. Tai Budian and the others also joined the battlefield. Wielding her halberd as a spellbreaker class, she could ignore the orc's powerful defense. As soon as the halberd touched the greenish skin, it sank into the body easily, as if cutting through tofu. Yunfan's combat style was vastly different from Chu's. Like a traditional mage, he stood behind the front line throwing skills. Although Shu and Luo were not as strong as the other two, their mutual cooperation achieved decent efficiency. Shu focused on offense while Luo focused on defense, and the knight's battle cry skill could also increase the strength of teammates. In just 2 short minutes, the number of dead orcs exceeded 100. Under such extreme efficiency, Shu and Luo both experienced the thrill of riding a rocket, as both rose to silver 3-star. Meanwhile, Shu leveled up again, reaching silver 5-star. This leveling efficiency left Tai Budian and her companion stunned. At this rate, he might actually reach gold rank by the time the domain closes. A gold rank freshman was simply unheard of. Junior Chu is truly a freak. Tai Budian couldn't help but complain. Studying at Imperial Capital Academy, one was surrounded by geniuses. Every student was a top-level class awakener from their respective provinces. But she had never seen such a monstrous freshman. It was one thing for Chu to be a mage, but he was a thunder warlock. To be this strong before even starting school, it was hard to imagine just how high his future achievements would reach. After 5 minutes of combat, Chu's hands were getting numb. These orcs seemed endless. As soon as one was slain, 2 more would emerge. Suddenly, an axe swung violently toward him. The force was so immense that the gust of wind made his face sting. Thunder shield. The axe slammed into the shield, sinking deep into its energy. It stopped just 3 inches from his face. Chu looked into the distance, killing intent exploding from his eyes. Damn it, trying to sneak attack me? Behind the swarm of orcs stood a red-skinned orc. Under the sunlight, its skin looked as if it were burning with flames. Monsters, Orc Elite. Rank, Gold rank. Level, Gold 5-star. Strength, 1845. Agility, 268. Spirit 234. Constitution, 1798. Skills, Flying Axe Throw, Decisive Strike. After Shu equipped a full set of gold rank gear, her combat power had increased significantly. The orcs couldn't last 3 strikes against her. With a flurry of sword shadows and a nimble posture, her swordsmanship was like magic, wondrous and pleasing to the eye. Tai Budian's fighting style was much more straightforward, characterized by wide, sweeping motions. Her long, elastic, straight legs possessed immense explosive power. With a single strike of her halberd, she forcefully crushed an orc's skull, sending red and white matter spraying across the scene. Yunfan! On it! Yunfan held his staff horizontally across his chest as a sudden burst of earthy yellow light erupted. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, sealing off more than a dozen orcs. Tai Budian brandished her halberd like a propeller, slaughtering all the surrounding orcs. Blood flew everywhere in an extremely brutal scene. With Yunfan's assistance, the pressure on Tai Budian was greatly reduced, and her monster clearing speed increased significantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo let out a roar as the knight's soul slowly emerged. A phantom image of a knight appeared before him, stomping the ground and sending all nearby orcs flying with the shockwave. Tai Budian and Shu regrouped, carving a bloody path through the dense crowd of orcs. Soon, they reached Chu's side. Chu, there are too many orcs. Luo's spear lunged like a dragon, knocking an orc back before he raised his shield to deliver a brutal shield bash. We can't keep being bogged down like this. We have to find a way to end this fight quickly. Shu's spirit was nearly depleted. He downed a blue potion and threw himself back into the fray. To catch the bandits, first capture their leader. Chu looked toward the red-skinned orc not far away, his eyes filled with an ultimate chill. Art of Heavenly Thunder. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder suddenly descended, striking the red-skinned orc dead instantly. Killed gold rank 5-star orc elite, EXP plus 75,000. As soon as the elite orc died, the remaining orcs seemed to lose their backbone, their will to fight largely vanishing. Under everyone's combined efforts, the battle drew to a close. Shu tossed out a thunder orb, killing the final orc. It's over. The ground was littered with orc corpses lying in rows, as a thick, pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Although there had been a few minor hiccups during the process, the result was gratifying. Tai Budian and Yunfan had gained 1 level. Luo and Shu gained 3 levels, while Chu gained 4 levels. He was now a silver 7-star. Chapter 32, Baron Sandworms. Death Hunter. Chu put on the Howling Moon Ring, raising his spirit attribute by another tier. Tai Budian and Yunfan were responsible for collecting the equipment dropped by the orcs, while Shu and Luo stayed behind to rest and recover their stamina. A moment later, Tai Budian and Yunfan finished gathering the loot. Aside from a pile of materials, only 1 piece of gold rank equipment had dropped. Orc armor. Rank, gold rank. Level requirement, silver 8-star. Strength plus 302. Constitution plus 287. Additional passive skill Beast Soul, chance to trigger upon attacking, increasing damage by 10%. Looking across the group, the only ones suited for this equipment were Tai Budian and Shu. From an aesthetic standpoint, this orc armor wasn't much to look at. Covered in thorns, it appeared quite hideous. Shu adamantly refused it, claiming the gear was too ugly and wearing it would compromise her status as a beautiful young girl. Furthermore, she was far from short on money or equipment. Although the armor she currently wore didn't have attributes as good as this piece, it was at least gold rank. Consequently, Tai Budian accepted it composedly. After putting it on, it added a touch of wild beauty to her appearance. After resting for a while, the group continued their journey. They encountered a few scattered orcs along the way, which the party handled with ease. Several hours later, the group arrived at a narrow canyon. Towering precipices stood on both sides, with yellow sand swirling through the air, adding an air of mystery and danger to the gorge. According to the domain map, entering this canyon meant they were officially entering the heart of the territory. Junior Luo, walk at the front with me. Yunfan, you cover the rear. Junior Shu, be careful. Tai Budian arranged. Okay. Shu agreed readily, wrapping her hands around Chu's arm and pressing her body close to him. Feeling the soft sensation against his arm, Chu's expression shifted. What kind of mischief was she up to now? What did she want this time? Looking at that gaze, could it be she's coveting my peerless good looks? Don't lean so close to me. I'm scared. Weren't you quite fierce when you were killing those orcs just now? Classmate Chu, you wouldn't want others to find out about that matter, would you? Shu gave a sly smile and continued, as long as you're a good boy and let me hold you, I won't tell anyone. Shu looked at her as if she were a fool. He walked tall and acted with integrity, asking himself, what secret did he have that couldn't see the light of day? Wait. Could it be the underwear? Or perhaps the cylindrical silicone objects? Or was it his photo collection? Should I just enter right here? Shu struggled for a moment, but finding that Shu only held on tighter the more he resisted, he simply let her be. It wasn't like he was the one losing out, anyway. As they entered the canyon, the group's pace slowed down. Aside from the howling of the yellow sands, no other sound could be heard, and there wasn't a single sign of an orc to be seen. Stop. Shu frowned, staring straight ahead. Lightning surged around his staff, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Something's wrong. Yunfan had also detected fluctuations of life. Shu, what is it? Luo asked, looking confused. Without saying a word, Shu pointed at the ground, his lips moving slightly, underground. The words had barely left his mouth when the yellow sand erupted not far ahead. A massive silhouette suddenly burst forth. A giant sandworm, a meter in diameter, appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was covered in disgusting mucus, with a spiral-shaped mouth lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Monster, Baron Sandworm. Rank, Gold rank. Level, Gold 5-star. Strength, 1052. Agility, 895. Spirit 1379. Constitution, 698. Skills, Death Ray, Bite. The moment the sandworm appeared, Luo immediately dropped into a defensive stance. Puff, puff, puff. More sandworms began to emerge all around them, a dense swarm quickly encircling the group. Luo, don't try to tank them head-on. These disgusting bugs aren't simple, Chu warned. This was a general-level domain. These creatures were more than a cut above the monsters found outside. Furthermore, they were now in the heart of the region, where the monsters were bound to be even stronger than the orcs. There was absolutely no room for carelessness. Leave these ones in front to me. Tai Buddy down a strength enhancement potion, strength plus 250. I'll take the ones in the back. Yunfan pulled out a spirit enhancement potion and drank it, spirit plus 250. Chu didn't waste words and went straight to work. A cast of Art of Heavenly Thunder served as their appetizer. He followed up by tossing out several thunder orbs and chain lightnings. Killed gold rank 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Killed gold rank 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Shu met the monsters on the flank, casually flourishing his one-handed sword as his agile figure weaved through the sandworms. Earth Splitter. Shu's longsword condensed a burst of white light. He leaped and slashed into a sandworm, forcibly carving out a gash as white fluid sprayed out. The sandworm screeched, its massive body retracting directly into the ground and vanishing. Chu sensed the underground sandworm's movement trajectory and blasted it directly with Art of Heavenly Thunder. The blast blew a massive hole into the sandy ground. Killed gold rank 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Shu looked back at Chu, gave a slight nod, and continued the fight. At that moment, a ball of light suddenly condensed in a sandworm's massive maw and shot forth. A beam of light streaked toward Yunfan at incredible speed. He was well prepared. An earthen wall appeared before him, blocking the assault. However, a large hole still appeared in the wall, nearly piercing through it entirely. That was close. Yunfan was inwardly terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. If the earthen wall had broken, that trajectory likely would have resulted in a direct headshot. Having equipped the Howling Moonring, Shu's skill damage had undergone a qualitative transformation. These sandworms were no match for him at all. A single Art of Heavenly Thunder could blast the life right out of them. Aside from the death rays, the sandworm's spiral maws were nothing to scoff at either. Several times, Luo nearly fell victim to them. Fortunately, Shu was quick-handed. Otherwise, Luo's burly frame wouldn't have been enough to even get stuck between the sandworm's teeth. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Tai Buddy picked up a necklace and walked over to Chu. Junior, this piece of equipment suits you perfectly. Death Hunter. Rank, Gold rank. Level requirement, Gold rank. Spirit plus 386. Agility plus 289. Additional passive skill Spirit Surge, skill damage increased by 10%. Senior Yunfan, I'll take this piece of equipment. Chu brandished the necklace, which was shimmering with a golden light. Yunfan nodded with a smile. Junior, why be so polite with me? You earned this. Unknowingly, Chu had already become the leader of this team. Even though he and Tai Buddy were seniors, Chu's strength surpassed theirs by several streets. Examining the necklace made of withered bones, Chu toyed with it for a while, unable to put it down. Finally, a piece of equipment for mages has dropped. He could wear it with just one more level. Because he still had 3 low-level level-up scrolls on him. Once he reached Silver 8-star, he could directly use the level-up scrolls to soar straight to Gold rank. When he reached Gold rank and his skill levels increased, his combat power would receive an explosive boost. Chapter 33, Level Up. Wrath of the Thunder God. Instant kill Gold rank boss. In addition to the necklace, Tai Buddy split the materials into 5 portions and handed them to everyone. At the same time, there was also a mid-level skill scroll. The others didn't need to comprehend skills, so it naturally fell into Chu's pocket. Mid-level skill scroll, randomly comprehend a class skill for level 2040. Requirement, level 20. Chu looked at his nearly full EXP bar, a joyful smile spreading across his lips. Junior Chu, staying with you is too stressful. I feel like a burden, Yunfan said with a bitter laugh. Yeah, freaks like you are rare even in Takeo Academy, Tai Buddhian nodded in agreement. Shu chuckled secretly upon hearing this, watching with great interest as Chu's face darkened visibly to the naked eye. Chu is not only a man of the hour on the forums now, but he also has his own fan club. Luo suddenly spoke up. For real? You're already a star? Yunfan was stunned. Chu shrugged. I really have no idea. Luo, you're bluffing, aren't you? If you don't believe me, check Weibo yourself once we leave the domain. Luo gave a mischievous grin and continued, and 70% of them are female fans, they're all here for your looks. Hearing this, Tai Buddhian glanced at Chu. She hadn't paid much attention before, but looking at him now, she realized he truly was exceptionally handsome. As the saying goes, a gentleman as refined as jade, unparalleled in all the world. With his peerless appearance combined with such terrifying strength, it wasn't impossible for Chu to become a top-tier celebrity in the future. Chu waved his hand dismissively. Spare me. I have no desire to wear a hat and mask every time I step out the door. The group burst into laughter. Continuing forward, they spotted an altar constructed from white bones in the distance, surrounded by 4 towering stone pillars. The pillars were inscribed with mysterious runes that flickered with a crimson glow. Standing atop the altar was an orc priest, holding a bowl in both hands that was filled to the brim with blood. The area surrounding the altar was swarming with orcs, packed so densely they were impossible to count. Among them were many red-skinned orcs. They stood near the altar, kneeling on one knee with expressions of devout piety. What's the plan? There seem to be quite a lot of them, Yunfan asked. We can't take them head-on. We'll lure the mobs out and push inward bit by bit, Tai Buddhian said, her brow furrowed. You guys wait here. I'll solo them. Chu stepped forward. What? No way, the 4 of them shouted in unison. But it was too late. Chu charged straight inside, unleashing several skills to cut down the orcs. His appearance drew the aggro of all the monsters, and the orcs roared as they surged toward him. Chu! Tai Butian's eyes widened, and she gripped her halberd, ready to go down and help. At that moment, Luo blocked their path and said, if we're by his side, we'll actually be a hindrance. Trust Chu. Hearing this, the 3 of them suddenly remembered the battle in the Qingcheng Mountain Basin. Indiscriminate lightning attacks that had blasted everyone into dregs. Chu cast skills as he ran, quickly arriving within 10 meters of the altar. He took out a scroll of light protection and crushed it with force. The scroll of light protection was a Grandmaster-level magic charm, capable of withstanding a full-strength blow from an epic-level class awakener. Shu had given him 3. He had only used 1 during the fierce battle with the Proud Moon Guild. Beasts, receive the baptism of thunder. Shu's eyes suddenly turned silver white. As he raised his staff high, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder snakes rolled within the black clouds, and the faint roar of thunder echoed through the air. Art of heavenly thunder. Countless bolts of lightning descended, turning the entire canyon space into a pool of thunder. Not a single orc was spared. Suddenly, a red-skinned orc raised its axe. I won't fall for the same trick twice. A cold sneer played at the corners of Chu's mouth. Thunder prison. Lightning elements converged rapidly, enveloping the 3 red-skinned orcs in almost a split second. They were annihilated. The 4 people standing at the entrance looked on with expressions of shock. Chu's slender figure stood in the middle of the map, surrounded by a world of silver and white. By his strength alone, he had already slaughtered hundreds of orcs. The scene of heavenly thunder pouring down before them left them speechless with shock. It was like the wrath of a thunder god, roaring as it vented its fury. This could no longer be described as a miracle. It should be called a divine manifestation. Soon, a golden light flashed across Chu's body as he leveled up once more. Silver 8-star. Come on, let me see just how powerful the gold rank, Art of Heavenly Thunder, is. 3 low-level level-up vouchers suddenly appeared in his palm. He crushed them one by one. Silver 9-star. Silver 10-star. Gold rank 1-star. Sweet. Chu threw his head back and let out a long cry, feeling the surge of immense power filling his body. It was an incredibly refreshing sensation. He immediately dumped all his attribute points into Spirit and equipped the newly acquired Death Hunter. His personal status panel underwent a world-shaking transformation instantly. Name: Chu Human. Class: Thunder Warlock, Hidden Class. Level: Gold, Rank 1 star, 8.32%. Strength: 316. Agility: 559. Spirit: 1382. Constitution: 569. Equipment: Death Hunter Gold Rank, Howling Moon Ring Gold Rank, Forest Staff Bronze Level, Great Bear Robe Silver Rank, Great Bear Pauldron Silver Rank, Great Bear Metal Silver Rank, Rooster Feather Shoes Bronze Level. Skills: Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Thunder Shield, Thunderclap Ring Bronze Level, Thunder Prison Silver Rank, Art of Heavenly Thunder, Gold Rank, Peerless Critical Hit LV.1, Infinite Firepower Unique. After reaching Gold Rank, the true power of the Art of Heavenly Thunder finally began to manifest. Each bolt of lightning descending from the heavens was now as thick as an adult's thigh, leaving craters 3 meters in diameter wherever they struck. As for exactly how powerful it was, Chu didn't actually know. Because these orcs were already being one-shot before now that he had leveled up, they stood even less of a chance against his terrifying damage. He reached Gold Rank? Yunfan cried out in shock. What? Everyone stared intently, looking as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their eyes nearly popped out and rolled onto the ground. What kind of leveling speed was this? He was clearly only Silver Rank 3 star when they first entered. Only a few hours had passed, and he was already freaking Gold Rank? How is anyone else supposed to compete? Yunfan's mouth felt bitter. This was the first time he had ever felt inferior in front of someone else. They were both mages, so why was the gap so massive? And Chu was a Thunder Warlock, a class others dismissed as trash. It was bad enough that this freak had no cooldowns, but he didn't even need to chant. His spirit is inexhaustible. How is anyone else supposed to compete? While Tai Budian was shocked, a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. As for Luo and Shu, they had already become numb to it all. Even if Chu were to one-shot the boss right now, they wouldn't even be surprised. After slaughtering all the mobs and elite monsters, Chu looked toward the Orc Priest on the altar. Monsters: Orc Priest Boss. Grade: Gold Rank. Level: Gold 8 star. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Spirit: 1968. Constitution: 1873. Skills: Soul Burn, Power of the Beast God. From beginning to end, the Orc Priest had been performing some kind of ritual, completely ignoring the intruder. The boss should be quite durable, right? Chu rubbed his chin as a thunder orb appeared in his hand. After leveling up, the size of the thunder orb remained unchanged, but the silver-white sphere of light now contained traces of purple, and its power had increased several times over. Combined with the Peerless Critical Strike buff, the thunder orb streaked toward the priest and exploded the moment it struck. A brilliant light erupted. Killed Gold Rank 8 star Orc Priest Boss, EXP plus 300,000. Leveled up again. It's dead just like that? Tai Budian, Sigma. Yunfan. Luo, 0Q. Shu. Luo, I'm sorry. I take back what I just said. Can this get any more ridiculous? You are a boss, for heaven's sake. Chapter 34, Global Announcement. Killing a boss in 0.1 seconds. The moment the boss died, everyone leveled up. Multiple orbs of light appeared on the boss's corpse, looking exceptionally eye-catching amidst the swirling yellow sand. At the same time, an announcement appeared in everyone's minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to Gold 1 star Thunder Warlock Chu for breaking the record for the fastest kill of a Gold rank boss with a time of 0.1 s. Reward title: Boss Slayer. Global announcement. Congratulations to Gold 1 star Thunder Warlock Chu for breaking the record for the fastest kill of a Gold rank boss with a time of 0.1 s. Reward title: Boss Slayer. It wasn't just them and the domain class awakeners all over the world received this shocking news. Killing a boss in 0.1 s? What kind of monster is this Chu? The Longsha Empire's hidden class is too fierce. The Sun Empire must find a class awakener who can rival him. Shit. Send people to the Longsha Empire. Investigate everything about Chu. At any cost. Our Stick Nation is the ancestor of eternal heritage. Check Chu's ancestry and have him return to his roots. Every nation was shaken. Such a rapid boss kill speed made it impossible for them to remain calm. They still remembered that the previous record holder was a young man named Degulus, whose record stood at 60 seconds. But his level was gold 10 star. That was a massive leap above Chu's level. Record updates are not open to all levels. Only class awakeners at or below the gold rank who slay a gold rank boss are eligible to challenge the record. Otherwise, an epic or legendary level could kill a gold rank boss by simply throwing out a random skill. If that were the case, the record would hold no prestige. Meanwhile, the forums of the Dragon Summer Empire were exploding. The heat from the post about Chu becoming the top scholar of Jiangnan province had just begun to die down, and now another viral post had emerged. Shocking. An 18-year-old youth actually did this to a gold rank boss. One must realize that the Dragon Summer Empire has a population of over 10 billion. Every day, countless posts rise on the forums, and just as many viral posts sink into oblivion. It is extremely difficult to make people remember a single person. The internet has no memory. Therefore, if one wants to stay at the top of the trending charts, they must constantly appear in the public eye. Beneath the post, a crowd of netizens was sharing their opinions. I think Chu must have found a bug in the domain, just like how he cheated during the big exam. Upstairs is a brain-dead moron, assessment complete. My name is Chung Don. I specialize in assessing the combat power of class awakeners. Although Chu is young, his strength is formidable. It can basically be concluded that he is this year's rookie king of the Imperial Capital Academy. Upstairs, what are you even talking about? Anyone can talk out of their ass. Can you say something human for once? My name is Feng Hua. I agree with the first floor. Chu is nothing more than a talentless coward. Although the Thunder Warlock has high damage, it is absolutely impossible to achieve an instant kill. I'm from Chu's super topic. Who is Feng Hua? How many years has it been? It has been hundreds of years since the Dragon Summer Empire saw a young person break a record. Chu's appearance made them incredibly excited. At the same time, they became even more curious about this person. At that same moment, in a milk tea shop in East Sea City, Jiang was holding a cup of milk tea, surrounded by primary school students who were listening curiously as he told the legendary story of Chu. You have no idea how badass Chu was back then. He had just completed his class awakening when he took me and the daughter of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to grind a domain. Instant kills, do you understand? Everything was an instant kill. A level 9 elite monster, the brutal giant bear, was one shot by a single thunder orb. When it finally came time to kill the boss, he was only level 10. At the critical moment, he downed several EXP potions, leveled up to silver rank, and then a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, blasting the boss into charcoal. Whoosh! The elementary school students were wide-eyed with shock and pressed further. Big brother, what's your relationship with the great god Chu? Jiang took a hard slurp, finishing the last of his milk tea, and then lightly tapped on the table. An elementary student caught on immediately, rushing to order the most expensive milk tea on the menu and respectfully presenting it to him. Jiang nodded with satisfaction, took a blissful sip, and then explained, he and I are good brothers. Just a few days ago, he was sharing the good news of becoming the top scorer with me. As the words landed, the children instantly looked at Jiang with eyes full of worship. Just then, the voice of the young lady working at the milk tea shop rang out. I say, Jiang, this is the 10th time you've tricked these kids, isn't it? You're just a student who failed the big exam. Stop bragging here. Jiang's expression became unnatural as he said guiltily, don't slander me, everything I said is the truth. Then show me the chat records, the young lady said suspiciously. This. Jiang was suddenly in a bind. What chat records? He didn't even have Chu's contact information. If he had known the guy would become this powerful, he would have gotten his WeChat ID even if it meant kneeling and licking his shoes back then. PSH. You don't have them, do you? Scamming elementary schoolers, are you even human? The young lady's eyes were filled with disdain. What? You're a liar? Give me back my milk tea. The schoolboy's face changed instantly. Crap. Seeing things going south, Jiang immediately greased his soles and bolted. He didn't forget to take the milk tea with him before leaving. After all, this was his trophy. Big liar. I'm going back to tell my mom. The swindled child wailed loudly, pulling out a phone to file a complaint. Inside the domain, Chu stared at the boss's corpse in a daze, completely bewildered. To be honest, he was shocked himself. How could the boss be so fragile? In his memory, bosses were supposed to be very strong. Back then, that violent giant bear had nearly beaten the crap out of him. Now, it was one shot by a single thunder orb. Chu looked at the new title in his personal panel and was overjoyed. Boss Slayer, all stats plus 100, casting speed 20%. Such high stat bonuses. Is this the charm of having a title? Upon equipping it, several bold, gilded characters immediately hovered above his head. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Generally speaking, titles can only be obtained by performing unprecedented feats. For example, pioneering a new area, breaking a record, or setting a new one. Consequently, obtaining a title is extremely difficult. Essentially, only a few people out of 100 million might possess one. Tai Budian and the other three walked to his side. They looked at the altar and then at Chu, their expressions appearing somewhat unnatural. Chu, we've known you for 15 years, haven't we? Luo asked in astonishment. To be precise, it's been 15 years, 3 months, and 8 days. Chu nodded. When did you start becoming such a freak? Luo asked again. Chu? How can I be blamed for this? If anyone is to blame, it's the celestial sign and system. Who told it to give him such a powerful buff? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Junior Chu, it's going to be hard for you not to be famous now. Why don't you give me an autograph? If you become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, it might be hard to even catch a glimpse of you. Tai Budian remarked with a click of her tongue. Senior, please stop teasing me. I really didn't want to keep such a high profile, Chu said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. His words caused all four of them to fall into a collective silence. Chu sensed the atmosphere was a bit off and realized he had inadvertently humble-bragged again. He quickly explained, actually, killing the boss still takes a bit of effort. You have to use the thunder orb. As the words left his mouth, their faces darkened even further. Chapter 35, Hidden Boss. Abyss Demon. Harvesting loot is a joyful affair, especially after slaying a boss. A massive drop. The Orc High Priest dropped a total of 4 glowing orbs, the rest were materials. One of the orbs was a gold rank EXP potion and there was only 1 bottle. Bronze level EXP potions are common enough to be found everywhere, dropping in both dungeons and domains with a fairly high drop rate. However, anything above bronze level is extremely rare. Even killing a boss doesn't guarantee a drop. The price of a gold rank EXP potion exceeds 10 million dragon coins. Even then, it's often a case of high demand with zero supply. As the sole contributor to the kill, this EXP potion naturally belonged to Chu. The second orb contained a gold rank gun. Soul Snatching Gun. Rank, Gold rank. Level requirement, Gold 5-star. Strength plus 587. Agility plus 496. Passive skill Soul Snatch. Attacks have a certain probability of inflicting the Soul Snatch debuff, reducing the target's attack by 20% for 10 seconds. This spear was not a polearm, but a literal, genuine gun. The silver-white barrel shimmered with a faint golden light, engraved with mysterious patterns that looked like souls. This is a weapon for the gunner class. None of us can use it. Junior Chu, take it for yourself, Tai Budian spoke up. The gunner class is rare, considered a type of hidden or specialized class. Furthermore, the drop rate for such weapons is very low. If put up for auction, it could fetch a staggering price. Next was the third glowing orb. What Chu held in his hand was a ring. It was entirely gold, and the patterns on it were identical to those on the soul-snatching gun. Soul-snatching ring. Grade, gold rank. Level requirement, gold 5-star. Spirit plus 409. Agility plus 325. Passive skill, soul snatch attacks have a certain probability to inflict the soul snatch debuff, reducing the target's attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. Sorry, senior. It looks like another piece of equipment I can use, Chu said with a slight smile. Yun Fan remained silent. Even if Chu wanted to give it to him, he would be too embarrassed to take it. From start to finish, he had basically been coasting, contributing absolutely nothing. Perhaps his only purpose was just to make up the numbers so they could enter the dungeon. If there hadn't been a minimum player requirement, he truly suspected that Chu wouldn't have needed to rely on anyone at all. After all, that was exactly what he had just demonstrated. The final orb of light contained a piece of parchment. It looked quite aged and yellowed, with many of the lines on it faded and illegible. Turlo's treasure. 5,000 years ago, the pirate king Turlo conquered 90% of the world's seas. Before his death, he hid all the treasures he had accumulated in a mysterious location, waiting for a fated person to arrive. A treasure map? Chu was slightly taken aback. After examining it closely, several black lines of frustration appeared on his forehead. This treasure map was far too crude. It only depicted a few wavy lines representing ocean waves and a handful of unknown islands. In the center of the map was a single eye. There wasn't even a single word on it. How was anyone supposed to find this? Chu tossed the treasure map into his backpack, deciding to deal with it later if the opportunity arose. After collecting all the light orbs, the 5 of them stood there for a while, only to realize that the domain treasure chest had yet to appear. It's not over yet? Didn't we already clear the stage? Yun Fan asked. Could we have missed something? Luo added. At that moment, Chu suddenly sensed a sinister and wicked aura spreading from behind them. Warning! An anomaly has occurred within the domain. A hidden boss has appeared. Please be careful. Warning! An anomaly has occurred within the domain. A hidden boss has appeared. Please be careful. A hidden boss. Chu whipped his head around to see the massive altar suddenly trembling. The corpses of those who had just died were abruptly dissolving, turning into blackish red blood that flowed toward the altar. The 4 massive stone pillars trembled violently as the yellow sand beneath their feet soared into the sky, swirling into a tornado that surged toward the altar. Suddenly, the altar exploded. A pillar of pitch-black light shot straight into the clouds. Ha ha ha! At last! I have returned to the light of day. A pair of enormous black wings unfurled abruptly as a demon slowly rose from beneath the altar. Abyss Demon Boss. Rank, Epic. Level, Master 5-star weakened state. Strength, 2,564. Agility, 2,493. Spirit 2148. Constitution, 3,178. Skills, Demon Fire Prairie, Demonic Gaze. A demon. Chu's face turned pale with terror. The others retreated instinctively, their expressions grim. An epic rank creature even in a weakened state, it was still at the master level. How could they possibly fight this? The Abyss Demon hungrily absorbed the elemental energy permeating the air, its emaciated body filling out rapidly at a visible speed. At the same time, purple-black flames erupted across the demon's body, scorching the air until the space itself began to warp and distort. What do we do? This boss's attributes are too high. We're definitely no match for it. Yun Fan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his face turning ghostly white. An Abyss Demon. The demon race has been sealed underground for tens of thousands of years. To think they would use the orc's sacrificial ritual to be reborn. Tai Butian's expression was grave. The demon race was the most evil race in this world, without exception. They were adept at devouring the fear of living beings and converting it into their own power. 10,000 years ago, the demon race ravaged the globe. Wherever the Abyss army marched, it was like a plague of locusts. Not a single blade of grass remained in their wake. That unprecedented, world-shaking war lasted for a century. It was only through the ultimate sacrifice of the world's top-class awakeners that they were finally sealed away again. After that war, humanity spent tens of thousands of years recovering to reach the prosperous era they enjoyed today. This was an era of peace bought with the blood and tears of countless ancestors, yet now, the demon's wicked ambitions remained unextinguished. Lowly, weak humans, why do you not kneel before the noble Prince Bona? Bona's piercing voice echoed in everyone's ears. Kneel before a disgusting race? In your dreams. Yunfan snorted coldly, determined to die rather than submit. Oh? Bona wore a playful smile on his face as he said slowly, "You humans always love to put on a show of unyielding defiance, but you know better than anyone that the servility in your bones is stronger than that of any other race." Bullshit. Luo pointed at him and cursed, "If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. If I even let out a whimper, I'll take your last name." Upon hearing this, Bona's expression turned ice cold. With a wave of his wings, a powerful sandstorm came howling toward them. Knight's Vow. Luo held his long spear across his chest and slammed his shield into the ground. However, the power of the sandstorm was not something a silver 5-star could withstand. It sent him flying, crashing heavily against the mountain wall as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Weak humans, you have successfully incited my killing intent. Bona sneered. Taibudian and the others were filled with despair, their faces as pale as ash. The disparity in strength was so vast that there was simply no comparison. Other than waiting for death, they had no other choice. Humans. Accept the baptism of demonic fire. Bona spread his arms. Abyss demonic fire flared up in front of his chest. What do we do now? Shu's face was pale, her hands trembling as she clutched a shield of light scroll. Although she knew it would likely be useless, she had to try everything possible to survive. Taibudian was also helpless, forced to watch as the demonic fire grew more intense. Ha ha ha. Feel the fear. Bona laughed loudly. He could already smell the scent of terror in the hearts of these humans. However, at that moment, a basketball-sized thunder orb slammed into his chest, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! I said, what are you barking for? Shu took a step forward, his indifferent eyes staring quietly ahead. Chapter 36, Thunder Warhammer. Torturing a master-level boss. The aftershock of the explosion caused the mountain wall to tremble slightly, sending countless rocks tumbling down. As the dust and smoke dissipated, the figure of the demon reappeared. Half of his body had been blasted away, and purple blood dripped onto the sand, corroding a pit into the ground. What? He almost killed it? Yunfan was shocked. Immediately after, he felt a surge of intense joy. Junior Chu, keep it up. A spark of hope ignited in Tai Butian's heart. Shu felt a wave of pleasant surprise, yet it was tinged with a faint trace of worry. Demons possessed incredibly tenacious vitality. If they weren't killed instantly, they would recover rapidly. Shu, be careful. Bona's hideous face grew increasingly frenzied. To think that a Thunder Warlock still exists in this era. I was careless. But, no matter how much you struggle, you all die today. A powerful devouring force suddenly erupted from Bona. His mangled body parts were repaired instantly, and his flesh regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu picked at his ear impatiently. You really are quite noisy. Bona's expression froze, then twisted into a mask of deep rage. A dignified abyss demon, a member of the great demon race. To be looked down upon by an anonymous brat. How could such an insult be tolerated? The next moment, the abyss demonic fire exploded outward. A wave of searing flames swept out, instantly blanketing the entire space. The scorching flames made the air hiss and crackle as they burned. It felt as if they could strike directly at the soul. In the crisis, Shu crushed several light protection shields at once. No matter how the demonic fire surged, it could not break through the defense. However, this was only a temporary fix. The light protection shields would not last long. "Senior, can Shu win?" Shu looked worriedly at the slender figure standing not far away. Though his frame was not massive, at this moment, he stood like a titan supporting the heavens. Thunder has a massive restraining effect on abyss demons. Combined with Junior Chu's strength, if nothing unexpected happens, a kill is not impossible, Tai Budian spoke. Now, all hope could only be placed on Chu. He was the only one capable of posing a threat to Bona. "How is it? How does my demonic fire taste?" Bona laughed wildly. At this moment, all the injuries on his body had fully recovered. Chu looked at him expressionlessly. With his thunder shield raised, the demonic fire could not harm him in the slightest. However, just like the light protection shields, it wouldn't hold for too long. The longer time passed, the stronger Bona's power became. He was currently still in a weakened state, but his ability to devour all things was indeed perverted. "Not much. Why don't you try one of my moves instead?" Chu unleashed the master level skill he had just learned, Thunder Warhammer. Thunder Warhammer Master Level condenses lightning elements into a powerful warhammer to deliver a fatal blow to the target. Additionally, there is a 20% probability of causing the target to enter a stun state for 5 seconds. This skill was comprehended by Chu using a mid-level skill scroll when the Abyss Demon first appeared. Initially, throwing a thunder orb was merely meant to test the demon's capabilities. Who would have thought this beast would be so fragile? Moreover, since the electrified status has already been applied, following up with Thunder Strike will deal massive damage. In the next moment, a hammer condensed from lightning abruptly appeared above the Abyss Demon's head, the silver-white heavy hammer radiating intense thunderous fluctuations. Bona looked up, and an overwhelming sense of threat surged within his heart. "Impossible! How could a mere gold 2-star ant pose a threat to me?" Bona roared hysterically. He unleashed all his power, desperately trying to block the descending warhammer. But no matter how he channeled his demonic fire, it was all in vain against the might of the world-ending thunder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the thunder warhammer crashed down with a deafening explosion. Blinding white light eclipsed the sky. Shu and the others instinctively closed their eyes immediately after. Golden light flickered over their bodies as they leveled up 5 times in a row. Killed epic level master 5-star Abyss Demon boss, EXP plus 600,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the level up conditions for Peerless Critical Strike 3-3. Level increased. Current level, LV2. Next level up conditions, kill 3 epic level or higher bosses. Peerless Critical Strike LV2 upgradable, any form of attack will trigger triple damage. Finally, the level up conditions are complete. Chu felt the rush of pleasure brought by the level up, a look of intoxication appearing on his face. Not only did Peerless Critical Strike level up, but he himself had reached Gold 4-star. In one trip out, he jumped directly from Silver 2-star to Gold 4-star, climbing 12 levels in a row. Such a rapid leveling speed was unheard of. He had only used a single day. Of course, the triple EXP card deserved some credit, but without powerful strength, he would have kicked the bucket the moment he entered the domain. Let alone killing an Abyss Demon. As the aftershocks dissipated, everyone's vision gradually cleared. They saw that the altar had vanished, replaced by a square-shaped pit. As for the Abyss Demon, it was long gone. We survived? Yunfan looked around in a daze. Everything looked familiar, yet it felt exceptionally absurd. The absurdity lay in the fact, did Chu really kill the Abyss Demon? Just like that? Tai Budian gazed at the domain treasure chest ahead, nodding with a complex expression. Yes, it's finally over. He had thought it was a certain death sentence, but he never expected they would survive. The Abyss Demon was notoriously fearsome. Ordinary people would want to stay as far away as possible upon seeing one. But Chu finished off the boss with a single skill. This was simply too outrageous. Sometimes he really wanted to dissect him to see if this guy was actually human. Shu came running over and asked nervously, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" A pair of delicate hands moved across his body, accidentally touching the soft flesh at his waist. Shu couldn't help but smile. Do I look like someone who's in trouble? Why were you so impulsive? You nearly scared me to death. Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. Where's Luo? Shu asked. At that moment, Yunfan carried over the blood-soaked Luo and said, I've already given him a life potion, he's out of critical danger for now. Take him to the hospital once we get out. This guy is still as reckless as ever. Shu shook his head helplessly. The equipment dropped by the Abyss Demon were all top tier, a staff, a bracelet, and a skill book. Dominator's Staff. Rank, Epic level. Level requirement, Grandmaster level. Spirit plus 4,598. Constitution plus 4,185. Attached active skill Demonic Flame Burst, releases 3 clusters of demonic flames to attack enemies, inflicting a burning effect. Cooldown, 2 hours. Devotee's Bracelet. Rank, Epic level. Level requirement, Grandmaster level. Spirit plus 3,574. Strength plus 3,282. Attached active skill Psionic Activation, increases skill damage by 20% for a short duration. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Demonic Prairie Fire Master level, releases demonic fire to deal devastating blows to enemies within range. Damage scales with spirit value. Learning requirement, Gold rank Demon Race. Chapter 37, City Construction Order in existence comparable to divine artifacts. The Abyss Demon dropped 2 pieces of epic level equipment, and both were usable by mages. Needless to say, the bracelet happened to fill a slot that Chu was currently missing. As for the staff, this was a true treasure. Any piece of epic level equipment is something that money simply cannot buy. Furthermore, this staff came with an additional offensive active skill. Combined with its base attributes, it was insanely powerful. After the boss died, a solid gold treasure chest appeared in front of everyone. Who goes first? Yunfan chuckled, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Let's open them together. Shu suggested. The 4 of them opened their treasure chests simultaneously, and in an instant, light radiated in all directions. Yunfan obtained a gold rank health potion, and his expression collapsed immediately. Motherfucker! You can even get health potions from these? My luck is truly god tier in the worst way possible. Tai Butt-Ian received a gold rank shoulder guard with decent attributes. Shu got a cloak with stats perfectly suited for a swordsman. He. Looks like Senior and I both have good luck. Shu put on the golden cloak, making her whole appearance bling bling and incredibly shiny. Seeing the smug expressions on their faces, Yunfan felt like crying but had no tears left. After finally finishing off a boss, he had gone limp during the most exciting moment of opening the chest. Shu, what about you? What did you get? Yunfan leaned in and asked. Shu held a vermilion token with a strange expression. A large character for city was engraved on it. Holy shit! A city building token? For real? Yunfan suddenly let out a piercing scream. What? Shu and Tai Buqian's eyes widened as they rushed over. Upon seeing the item, the 2 women couldn't help but cover their mouths and gasp. Heavens! Shu, isn't your luck a bit too good? Is this thing really that amazing? Shu was confused when he first picked it up. He thought it was some kind of junk. City building token, select a 5 by 5 square kilometer area to claim as your own. You will lead all construction within the city, and you possess absolute autonomy within its borders. You don't even know what a city building token is? Mentor Chung talked about it in class. Shu said. Haha, really? Shu gave a dry laugh. If he had actually paid attention in class, he wouldn't have been at the bottom of the rankings. Shu rolled her eyes at him and explained, the Longsha Empire spans 960 billion square kilometers. Aside from the 36 provinces, the rest is ungoverned land, though theoretically, it is still Longsha territory. The function of the city building token is to claim this type of ungoverned land for oneself. The class awakener can then exercise absolute autonomy over it. Chu finally understood. To put it bluntly, the function of this token was to snatch property away from the empire? However, the land outside the cities was vast, so carving out 25 square kilometers wasn't that big of a deal. It was roughly the size of about 10 villages. The other three looked on with faces full of envy, their eyes tinged with a hint of jealousy, nearly grinding their back teeth to dust. What did autonomy mean? The city lord could set their own rules, and killing someone within their own territory would result in zero punishment. One can even establish their own market regulations, conduct trade with main cities, or even expand their territory. To put it simply, it's like becoming an emperor. To date, only about 100 city building orders are known to have ever dropped throughout history. The drop rate is unimaginably low. Its rarity is comparable to that of a divine artifact. Chu hurriedly stashed the city building order into his backpack to avoid being targeted by this pack of wolves. I'll keep Luo's chest safe for him and let him open it when he wakes up. With those words and a wave of his hand, the pure gold chest was swept into his backpack. The treasure chest only exists for 24 hours. If it isn't opened within this time, it will automatically disappear. Time to head out. Chu stretched his limbs lazily. He had been exhausted all day, acting as both father and mother to the group. Meanwhile, outside the domain, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, its light spilling over the desolate land and dispersing the lingering malevolent energy. A group of people was searching for something across this riddled, scorched earth. They all wore the badges of the Proud Moon Guild on their chests. Captain, we've been searching all night and haven't seen so much as a single corpse. Is your information accurate? A burly man asked in a muffled voice. Chen Qingshan nodded. The guild leader carved a tracking brand on Lu Feng. The last place he appeared was right here. The Proud Moon Guild consisted of 1 guild leader, 2 vice leaders, and 4 great commanders. Under each commander, there were 10 squad leaders. With each squad leader commanding 10 subordinates, the entire guild totaled around 800 members. I don't know what the guild leader is busy with, but with something this big happening, he didn't even come to see for himself, the burly man said, shaking his head. Shut up. If you dare gossip behind his back again, I'll cut your tongue out. Chen Qingshan barked angrily. Just then, a team member cried out in surprise. Captain, one of our men is over here. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan hurriedly led the group over to investigate. Reaching the body, Chen Qingshan flipped it over. After observing for a few seconds, he said solemnly, Xiao Jiaming. He's one of ours from the Proud Moon Guild. Strange. Wasn't Xiao Jiaming out on a trial with the sophomores from Imperial Capital Academy? Their destination was the domain. Young Master Lu Feng should have followed them there as well, the burly man said, scratching his bald head. At that very moment, a vortex abruptly appeared before the crowd. 5 young people stepped out, all of them radiating powerful auras. In particular, the handsome youth in the center, whose looks were so striking that even men might fall for him, exuded a ripple of energy that made even Chen Qingshan shudder with fear. It's much cooler out here. Chu smiled and stretched, feeling as though he had truly come back to life. Chu spoke up suddenly. Following her gaze, he saw a group of people watching them warily, weapons in hand, poised to strike at any moment. Hi. How's it going? Chu smiled and waved his hand. Chen Qingshan was just about to speak when he suddenly noticed several gilded characters floating above Chu's head. Boss Slayer. You are Chu? Chen Qingshan exclaimed. What? He's Chu? This guy really is handsome. He's the Thunder Warlock who insta-killed a gold rank boss. It only took 0.1s. And he's this year's top scholar of Jiangnan province. People gasped one after another, shaken to see the legendary figure in person. As expected. Chu smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking to himself, being too famous isn't always a good thing. I get recognized wherever I go. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Chu glanced at the badges on their chests, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. So it's friends from the Aoyue Guild. I've heard much about you. Brother Chu is too polite. Chen Xingshan cupped his hands, then immediately looked at Tai Putian and Yunfan beside him. Their attire was the same as Qiu Jiaming's. These two are students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Chen Xingshan's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to normal. He asked, hearing about someone is nothing compared to seeing them. Brother Chu is indeed a man of talent possessing such strength at a young age. You truly are a dragon among men. You flatter me, it's just good luck. Chu gave a humble smile. Why is this guy talking so formally, like he's in a martial arts movie? Could he be another case of 8th grade syndrome? Chapter 38, Do I need to check the family tree? We are friends. H1 Hehe, Brother Chu is too modest. Chen Xingshan gave a stiff laugh, his sharp gaze turning toward Tai Putian and Yunfan. May I ask the two students from Imperial Capital Academy, is Qiu Jiaming your classmate? As the words landed, the two felt their hearts skip a beat. However, their faces remained as calm as still water. After spending several years away from home, what kind of storms haven't I weathered? What if it is? And what if it isn't? Tai Putian countered. Just as Chen Xingshan was about to press further, Chu beat him to it, saying, I don't have time for your riddles. You're looking for Kai Lufeng, aren't you? Brother Chu, you know the young master's whereabouts? Chen Xingshan asked, his heart leaping with joy. He's dead, Chu said flatly. What? Chen Xingshan's joy instantly vanished, his expression changing drastically. Where did you get this news? Chen Xingshan asked again. I'm the one who killed him, so how could I not know? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Chu's mouth. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Whether it was the members of the Proud Moon Guild or Shu and the others, everyone looked shocked. You actually admitted it so directly? Without even trying to argue? Tai Putian hadn't expected Chu to be so blunt. Wasn't he afraid of the Proud Moon Guild's retaliation? It wasn't just Kai Lufeng, there were also over 20 people from your guild, plus this trash named Qiu Jiaming. I killed them all. The smile remained on Chu's face, his heart showing not a trace of panic. The highest level opponent was only Gold Star 10. Although the other 10 were all gold rank, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. In fact, their combat strength couldn't even compare to the orcs in the domain. What audacity! Do you have any idea who young Master Lufeng is? How dare you be so arrogant? Chen Xingshan's aura erupted violently. So what? Am I supposed to check someone's genealogy before I kill them? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would still kill him. Shu said indifferently. Good. Very good. Chen Xingshan was so livid his liver ached. He hadn't seen such an arrogant young man in a very long time. However, at that exact moment, a thunder orb suddenly flew out. It instantly blasted the 3 people behind him to death. The terrifying aftershock blew the surrounding trees askew, and the powerful force of the explosion startled everyone. Since you miss your young master so much, you can go down and join him. Chain lightning. With a flash of silver light, screams rose one after another. Almost simultaneously, the remaining 7 people behind him were all dead. A chill ran down Chen Xingshan's spine in shock. In such a short amount of time, Chu had insta-killed his subordinates. Just now, he didn't seem to chant. There wasn't even a starting motion. How did he do it? At this point, Chen Xingshan noticed that Shu and the others looked completely calm, as if they had long since grown accustomed to this. Wait! Don't kill me! Chen Xingshan suddenly raised both hands high. Shu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly ended his life with a single thunder orb. I hated most when people chirp and dawdle. Shu walked over to their corpses and collected all the loot into his backpack. This was all money. He couldn't just let it go to waste, could he? Junior Chu, I'm afraid it's now a fight to the death between you and the Proud Moon Guild, Tai Putian said helplessly. What's there to fear? They can't exactly make a move on me inside the city, can they? Shu was completely undaunted. What are your plans next? Going straight back to Jianhai City? Yunfan asked. Chu nodded slightly. Luo's injuries need to be treated at a hospital. Besides, we've finished our ultimate assessment, so we're just waiting for the school semester to start. Alright. Thanks for the help with the domain. If you need anything in the future, just give the word. Yunfan patted his chest. Senior owes you a huge favor. Also, I'll arrange the matter regarding the design blueprints as soon as I get back, Tai Budian said, also patting her chest. The difference between the two was stark. Yunfan's pat resulted in a thudding sound, like hitting a hollow wall. But Tai Butian's was a duong-duong sound, accompanied by a certain mysterious rhythm. Then, see you at the academy. Chu nodded. At that moment, Tai Budian suddenly walked over and gave Chu a big hug. Senior thinks highly of you. Keep up the good work. Chu was caught off guard by the sudden facial, his hands freezing in mid-air, unsure of where to put them. The powerful force of the hug buried his face deep into the mountains, nearly suffocating him. His only regret was that only his cheeks felt it, he didn't feel it anywhere else. Soon, Chu escaped from the sea of suffering. Tai Budian didn't seem to mind such intimate contact being straightforward, she simply preferred this way of expressing herself. Junior, we're heading out. Tai Budian and Yunfan crushed their teleportation scrolls simultaneously. A surge of spatial energy enveloped them, and they vanished from the spot. Only 3 people remained on the field. Luo rubbed his shoulder, did some stretching exercises, and said with a sigh of relief, it's finally over. Now we just have to report to the Imperial Capital Academy, right? Thank you for taking me through the domain, Chu said, casting a sincere gaze. Chu waved his hand. If you hadn't provided the information about the domain, I still wouldn't know what to do. I should be the one thanking you. Regardless, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime, Chu said. We're friends, so I naturally won't be formal with you. Friends? Chu mulled over this strange yet familiar word and broke into a bright smile. Then, I'll see you at the Imperial Capital Academy. From childhood to adulthood, she had been surrounded by countless friends, many of whom flattered her and bowed and scraped at her every whim. This kind of emotion always made her feel as though there were a barrier between them. As she grew up, she realized that these superficial friends were all drawn to her family background. If it weren't for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, perhaps she would be like Chu, living an ordinary life and making a group of true friends. Being born into a financial conglomerate often meant being unable to act on one's own volition, doing things one didn't want to do, and living a life that had been pre-arranged. While undergoing the trials with Chu, she felt passion and hot-blooded excitement, experiencing everything she had never encountered before. The events of these past 2 days felt like a dream. Goodbye. Chu waved his hand. She then crushed the teleportation scroll. Before disappearing, she gave Chu one last deep look and departed. Chu, let's go too. I need to hurry back and tell my dad the good news, Luo said with a chuckle. However, at that moment, the celestial sign and systems notification tone suddenly rang out. Ding! The celestial sign and system has issued a time-limited mission, slay the world boss. Time limit, 4 hours. Mission completion reward, Golden Dawn God level. Mission failure penalty, level 5. Chu's expression changed slightly, and he spoke up, you go back first. I have some business to take care of. Seeing the gravity on his face, Luo didn't ask further. The two were already very familiar with each other. One look was enough to know what the other was thinking. Chu had his own secrets, and Luo wouldn't pry, let alone interfere too much. Then stay safe. I'll wait for you back home. Alright. Chapter 39, Time-Limited Mission. World Boss. What's this? This seemed to be the first time the celestial sign and system had issued him a mission, wasn't it? Kill the world boss, reward, God level. Seeing this, Chu's pupils suddenly constricted. His breathing became rapid and shallow. God level. The weight of those 2 words surpassed everything. The pinnacle of this world's pyramid was the God level. As long as he completed this time-limited quest, he could obtain a divine artifact. Chu's heart shook violently. Wait. Calm down first. Chu took deep, heavy breaths, struggling to compose himself. World bosses are bosses transported from other worlds through spacetime rifts. At minimum, they are legendary level or higher. How am I supposed to kill a boss that strong? Chu fell into deep thought. A boss over level 70 common sense dictated that a gold 4-star like him had no right to contend with it. Moreover, the quest requirement was to kill it. Not just participate in the kill. This meant he had to land the final blow. With only 4 hours on the clock, the difficulty was astronomical. A level penalty for failing the quest? Celestial sign-in system, you're fucking forcing my hand here. Chu cursed out loud in frustration. Ding! Given the massive power disparity between the host and the world boss, the celestial sign-in system will provide the host with detailed boss information. After the notification ended, a panel abruptly appeared in front of Chu. Grasp of Greed. Rank, Legendary level. Level. Strength? Agility? Chu? What use was this panel? Aside from the rank, everything else was just question marks. And even if he could see the stats, with his frail physique, wouldn't he be obliterated by a single breath? Wait. At that moment, Chu noticed a line of tiny text in the bottom right corner of the panel. Remaining health, 52.235%. Seeing this, Chu smiled knowingly. With a health display, things just became a lot simpler. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind, with a green dot representing his current location and a red dot visible in the distance. That should represent the world boss. Chu checked the time and, without hesitation, charged directly toward the location of the world boss. Along the way, Chu hid his personal information, especially his title. That thing was too eye-catching, anyone would be able to guess his identity at a glance. Although using lightning magic would expose his identity immediately, at least no one would notice him during the process of surrounding and suppressing the boss. Furthermore, being able to see the boss's remaining health was his greatest advantage. There was an element of gambling involved, but regardless, he had to give it his all. On the other side of the Qingcheng Mountains, a colossal beast, 100 meters tall, stood in the heart of the mountains. Its appearance resembled a gorilla, with blood-red fur covered in raging flames. The scorching temperature felt as if it were about to boil the world dry. Every time its massive palm descended, it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble, as countless class awakeners were crushed into pulp beneath its strike. The boss seemed to have a particular craving for flesh. With a massive sweep of its hand, it snatched up dozens of people and tossed them straight into its maw. As it chewed, a human-like expression of relish appeared on its face. Surrounding the boss was a dense, swarming crowd of class awakeners that stretched out like a dark, oppressive sea as far as the eye could see. Members of the Proud Moon Guild, heed my command. Ranged classes, full output. Melee units, stand by on sight. A burly, middle-aged man barked out orders. This man was none other than Kai Haoyue, the president of the Proud Moon Guild. At only 47 years old, he already possessed the strength of a 3-star legend. Standing beside him were a man and a woman, both vice presidents and powerhouses at the 8-star epic level. Understood. The response was thunderous. Nearly 400 ranged class users began an endless bombardment of skills. Each held a blue potion in their mouth, instantly replenishing their spirit the moment it ran dry. This was a disaster, but it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a world boss dies, the EXP is divided equally among all class awakeners who participated in the kill, but the dropped items can only be claimed by the person who deals the finishing blow. Consequently, many guilds from Jianghai City and the surrounding areas had arrived, along with a horde of solo players looking to take advantage. They all wanted a piece of the pie. The major guilds did nothing to stop this. After all, the boss's health was still high. The more people there were, the faster it would go down. President Kai, it looks like your Proud Moon Guild has come out in full force this time? Next to the Proud Moon Guild's formation, another large guild from Jianghai City, the Blazing Sun Guild, had also sent its people. However, their numbers weren't as large, only 200 to 300 people, though they were also led by their president and vice presidents. Zhang Fian, a world boss is a rare find. When an opportunity presents itself, of course one must seize it. Kai Haoyue paused, then turned to look at Zhang Fian. As for you, bringing only 200 or 300 people to try and snatch the boss? Isn't that a bit naive? Ha ha ha. What are you saying, President Kai? We're just here to join in the fun, Zhang Fian laughed heartily. Kai Haoyue let out a cold snort and fell silent. Chatting with such a man was a waste of breath. The Blazing Sun Guild had always been their rival. Zhang Fian was also a legend-level powerhouse, specifically a 2-star legend. The large guilds present weren't limited to just these two. There was also the Tyrant Guild from Jianhai City, the Great Cauldron Guild from Shihai City, and the Flood Dragon Guild from Lijiang City. As for the small and medium-sized guilds, they were too numerous to count. Combined with the solo players, the number of people on the field reached tens of thousands. And the crowd was still steadily growing. President Kai, I heard your younger brother was killed in the Qingcheng Mountains? They still haven't found the killer. Do you want me to send some men to help you look? Zhang Fian asked. Kai Haoyue's expression stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. He said with a faint smile, there is no need for President Zhang to trouble himself over my incompetent younger brother. This is a matter for our guild, and I will handle it myself. I hope you can find the murderer as soon as possible. To dare to kill your brother right on the outskirts of Jianhai City, they certainly have some nerve. Zhang Fian sighed, shaking his head. On the surface, Kai Haoyue remained calm and indifferent, but in his heart, a monstrous rage was seething. The sarcasm in the other man's words was obvious. The fact that the killer dared to strike so close to the Aoyue Guild headquarters clearly showed they had no respect for him whatsoever. Kai Haoyue had originally planned to lead a team personally to find the killer, but the sudden appearance of the world boss had forced him to put those plans on hold. He had only sent Chen Qingshan out to search for the culprit. An entire hour had passed without a word, and it was likely that Chen Qingshan had also met a grim fate. Just then, the boss suddenly let out a skyward roar. It spat a beam of extreme heat from its mouth, instantly vaporizing over 1,000 people. A massive ravine, 1,000 meters long, suddenly tore through the earth. Raging flames burned within it, spreading rapidly. Before long, the entire mountaintop was engulfed in fire, and the screams of the people rose one after another. Roar! The boss pounded its chest in fury, its massive eyes bloodshot. At this moment, its body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out in torrents, converging into a river. The blood seemed to contain an incredibly powerful fire element as it flowed. It even melted the mountain itself. Anyone who touched it was instantly vaporized. A legendary level boss was truly terrifying. An hour passed, and Chu finally reached his destination. Standing atop a tree, he gazed at the colossal beast from a distance, his heart filled with shock. What terrifying pressure! In front of this boss, Chu felt incomparably small. He felt like a small boat in a tsunami, liable to be swallowed up at any moment. It seems an opportunity won't be easy to find. Chu observed for a while but couldn't find any obvious weaknesses in the boss. Despite its massive size, its movements were exceptionally agile. Furthermore, the flames on its body were extremely violent. Anyone who came within 10 meters would be instantly vaporized. At that moment, the boss roared again. The beam of extreme heat reappeared, instantly killing another 1,000 people. At the same time, the boss's health dropped below 30%. Chapter 40, The Final Blow. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. President. It's time to strike, a team leader from the Proud Moon Guild proposed. Currently, the boss's body was covered in blood, riddled with gashes of all sizes. Some wounds were so deep that the grim white bone was visible. Don't worry, the time hasn't come yet. Kai Haoyue remained unruffled, quietly gazing ahead. But while he wasn't in a hurry, others were. The Flood Dragon Guild launched an all-out assault. Led by their president, Jade Flood Dragon, the entire guild of 500 people rallied together and charged toward the boss. Idiots! Kai Haoyue let out a cold laugh. Spells were poured out frantically as if they cost nothing. The one-star legend, Jade Flood Dragon, held his staff and began to chant. A massive red hexagram array appeared beneath his feet, as explosive fire elements gathered from all directions, blotting out the sky. Destruction Meteor. Suddenly, the air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur as a rift tore open in the heavens. An incredibly massive meteorite plummeted from the sky, trailing a long streak of fire and leaving a deep scar across the firmament. "This is an epic level skill," someone cried out in shock. Soon, the enormous meteorite slammed violently into the boss, erupting with a devastating shockwave. A small mountain was leveled in an instant. Class Awakeners within a 1,000-meter radius were forcibly blown away. Some were even torn apart by the aftershocks mid-air, sending a rain of blood flying everywhere. Once the dust and smoke cleared, the boss's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. A deep crimson mark had appeared on its shoulder, and blood gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Despite the skill's power, it failed to inflict substantial damage on the boss. Instead, it only incited its ferocity. In the next moment, the boss hammered its chest and roared at the sky. The flames on its body suddenly surged, soaring straight into the clouds. Immediately, a rain of fire began to fall from the sky. Each fireball was as large as a sphere 2 meters in diameter, crashing straight toward the ground. Screams and wails followed one after another as the earth felt as though it were being struck by countless heavy hammers. Chu kept retreating, staying far away from the boss's attack range. From his perspective, he could clearly see that 90% of the Flood Dragon Guild had been killed instantly. Class Awakeners below the Grandmaster level didn't even have the right to scream before they died. Even the guild leader, Jade Flood Dragon, was severely injured, losing an arm before fleeing in panic. Following this bombardment, the boss's ferocity was etched into everyone's minds, causing the vast majority of solo players to withdraw from the battle. They were greedy, but they weren't fools. After unleashing its ultimate move, the boss gasped heavily, looking listless and completely drained of spirit. The time has come. Kai Haoyue gripped his dark gold scythe and shouted, "All members of the Proud Moon Guild, charge!" At the word of command, the general offensive began. Seeing that the Aoyue Guild was tempted, Zhang Fian refused to be outdone and led his men in a charge. One person moves, and everyone follows. The other major guilds joined in as well. In an instant, the clouds surged from all directions. Colorful skills blasted against the boss, eliciting a deafening wail as explosive flames erupted in all directions, instantly melting anyone unfortunate enough to be touched by them. Bastard! Kai Haoyue furrowed his brows and crushed an epic-level ice crystal shield charm. A thick shield of ice immediately materialized around his body, sealing out the scorching heat waves. In an instant, he flew forward, scythe in hand. The phantom of a death god abruptly manifested behind him. Soul Judgment. A black beam of light pierced through the boss, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Roar! A massive gash suddenly appeared, tearing from its left shoulder down to its right leg, spilling out bloody viscera and intestines. As a rare class arbiter, Kai Haoyue's class characteristic was sharpness. He could slice through even the hardest substances. With this single strike, the boss's health plummeted, entering a near-death state. Seeing this, the crowd fought even harder. They unleashed their skills frantically upon the boss. Zhang Fian was of the pugilist class. Clad in gauntlets, his black hair slowly turned golden as his aura surged. In the next moment, his muscles swelled immensely. An invisible ripple spread outward from beneath his feet. Twin dragons emerging from the sea. With a thunderous shout, 2 golden dragon heads erupted from his fists, slamming violently into the boss's skull. The powerful concussive force knocked the boss straight to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway. The creature's temples caved in as blood streamed from its pupils. The moment the boss hit the ground, the various guilds seized the opportunity, bombarding it with countless skills. Its health bar quickly bottomed out. At the same time, the leaders of the major guilds eyed each other warily. In these final moments, no one wanted to miss out on delivering the boss's killing blow. Chu quietly crept into a deserted corner, hardly daring to breathe. This distance should be enough. Boss remaining HP, 0.295%. Almost there. Chu's heart leaped into his throat as his eyes remained glued to the health bar information. 0.126%. 0.051%. Just a tiny bit more. The forest staff in Chu's hand glowed intensely. The lightning elements were already primed and ready. 0.001%. Now. Thunder Hammer. Lightning Prison. Art of Heavenly Thunder. 3 skills were unleashed in rapid succession, almost simultaneously. Boom! Lightning flashed in all directions as the powerful force of thunder suddenly erupted. Although Chu's current attributes weren't the absolute top among those of the same level, the damage of lightning magic was exceptionally high. Coupled with the triple critical hit buff. And the advantage of monitoring the boss's health bar, something no one else possessed. He dealt the killing blow to the boss, catching everyone completely off guard. Killed legendary level 3-star world boss, EXP plus 2 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited mission, Kill the World Boss. Mission reward obtained, Golden Dawn God level. Unparalleled crit LV2 level up progress, 1-3. Even with the EXP being split, he still received 2 million. Light flash 3 times in succession. Relying on the massive EXP from the world boss, Chu surged straight to gold 7-star. As the boss died, an announcement resonated in the minds of every class awakener in the Dragon Summer Empire. Global announcement: congratulations to gold 7-star Thunder Warlock Chu for landing the final blow on the legendary level 7-star world boss. Global announcement: congratulations to golden 7-star Thunder Warlock Chu for landing the killing blow on the legendary level, legendary 7-star world boss. What? The boss was stolen? Is it that kid named Chu again? Just as they were dazed, a figure swept past the boss's corpse with a whoosh, snatching up the only item that had dropped. Stop right there! Kai Haoyue snapped back to his senses, his face so grim it looked as if it might drip with gloom. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to incinerate the very heavens. He slammed his foot down. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. He moved so fast he was barely visible to the naked eye. In almost an instant, he caught up to Chu. Kid, how dare you steal from the Aoyue Guild? I'll have your life. Kai Haoyue said in a low, heavy voice. Dumbass, I killed the boss. When did it become your property? With a flick of his staff, a field of lightning hell suddenly appeared. Violent thunder and lightning struck Kai Haoyue, causing his entire body to suddenly stiffen. His vision went dark as he entered a stunned state. But it only lasted for 0.5 seconds. Kai Haoyue's vision cleared instantly. With a violent shudder of his powerful frame, he dispelled all traces of paralysis. Kid, you're not escaping today. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and grind your bones to ash. Kai Haoyue roared. To take down this world boss, he had lost hundreds of brothers, not to mention the countless health and mana potions consumed. Most importantly, the item the boss dropped. It was very likely a mythic level treasure, worth an absolute fortune. On that point alone, there was no way he would let you go. Come on then. Catch your grandpa first. Chu laughed heartily and cast another lightning hell. No cooldown? Kai Haoyue's eyes widened, his expression filled with confusion. Chapter 41, The White Tiger Legion. A mythical level powerhouse. What's going on? Why is someone so unique? And, he didn't seem to be chanting, did he? Kai Haoyue watched Chu's retreating figure with furrowed brows, filled with doubt. He had long heard of the name Chu, the top scorer of the provincial exams. The one who shattered the historical record for the fastest clear time. And then there was yesterday's global announcement. Not to mention breaking the record for the fastest gold rank kill. He carried so many halos of glory for a young man who hadn't even entered the academy yet. Chu had already surpassed his peers by far. But, no matter what kind of freakish genius he was, today, he must die. As Chu fled, he glanced back from time to time, dropping a thunder prison whenever Kai Haoyue drew near. Though the stun duration wasn't long, it still bought him a significant amount of time. Originally, he had planned to crush a town portal scroll immediately after snatching the boss, but the boss had dropped a treasure, and he truly couldn't bear to just slip away like that. Since he had already made an enemy of the Aoyue Guild anyway, he didn't mind deepening the grudge a bit further. Just as Chu was pondering an escape plan, a wave of heat surged from his left. Thunder Shield. Light Guardian Barrier. The fireball slammed into the shield, shattering it instantly and striking Chu with full force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Seeing the newcomer, Kai Haoyue spoke coldly, "President Zhang, you dare to snatch what is mine? Isn't your skin a bit too thick, President Kai? Your name isn't carved on the treasure, so on what basis do you claim it's yours?" Zhang Fian laughed loudly as he descended from the sky. Accompanying him was the vice president of the Yinyao Guild. Not only that, but the presidents of several other large guilds had arrived as well. Their objective was clear: they were here for the legend-level treasure. Kai Haoyue's expression darkened. If it were one-on-one, he wouldn't fear any of them. But including himself, there were now 5 legend-level powerhouses on the field. What do you mean by this, President Zhang? Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? Kai Haoyue's eyes flickered. Don't try those cheap tricks on me, I'm not buying it. Kill the kid first. As for the treasure, it'll be every man for himself. How about it? Zhang Fian proposed. Agreed. Kai Haoyue nodded slightly. I agree as well. Immediately after, the group approached Chu. Looking at his blood-soaked state, Zhang Fian let out a cold sneer. Kid. Keep your eyes peeled in your next life. Zhang Fian grabbed Chu by the neck and lifted him up effortlessly. At this moment, Chu felt as if every bone in his body was falling apart, his internal organs seemed displaced, and his throat was burning. Wait, I still have something to say. Chu uttered weakly. Oh? You have last words? Speak up then. I'll give you a chance. Zhang Fian sneered. Chu slowly turned his head to look at Kai Haoyue and said with a cold laugh, "That useless trash Kai Lufeng. I'm the one who killed him." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing those words, Kai Haoyue's aura erupted violently. He swung his scythe toward him in a flash. You're courting death. Watching the scythe draw closer and closer, Chu's face remained expressionless, a mocking sneer hanging from his blood-stained lips. Just as the scythe was about to strike Chu, a majestic force descended from the sky, forcefully blasting Kai Haoyue away. Who's there? Kai Haoyue let out a muffled groan, his legs digging into the ground as he skidded, leaving a long trail behind him. Looking up, he saw a group of soldiers clad in golden armor, descending upon winged steeds. They carried a thick, murderous aura, as if a sea of corpses and blood trailed behind them. As they moved, the sky was dyed a deep, bloody red. Leading them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. Despite his wrinkled face, he exuded an overwhelming sense of majesty. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth, unfathomably deep. With just a single glance, it felt as though one had been slammed by a mountain of 10,000 tons, leaving their spine chilled to the bone. Their appearance caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, as if the depths of winter had suddenly arrived. The White Tiger Legion? Zhang Fian's pupils suddenly constricted. The Longsha Empire has 4 major legions: the Azure Dragon Legion, the Vermilion Bird Legion, the White Tiger Legion, and the Black Tortoise Legion. They are the guardian deities of the empire, responsible for guarding the borders and preventing monsters from invading. They also possess the right and the duty to purge the empire of its internal cancers. Broadly speaking, legionnaires can walk through the empire with impunity. At this moment, what shocked them was why the White Tiger Legion would be in Jiangnan province. And looking at the 4 general stars on the chest of the elderly leader. He was a deputy legion commander. His strength was at least mythic level or higher. I do not know how I have offended you, senior. Please, speak plainly. No matter how arrogant Kai Haoyue was, he had to tuck his tail between his legs when facing a mythic-level powerhouse. If he displeased the man, a single breath could blow him to smithereens. This little fellow is under my protection, the protection of Tai Ching Tian. Tai Ching Tian's voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated like a thunderclap, exploding in their ears. Upon hearing that name, the expressions of the guild masters from these large organizations shifted instantly. Their hearts shook with terror. The name Tai Ching Tian carried immense weight. His very existence struck fear into the hearts of other nations. He had once single-handedly slain a world-ending level world boss. It was a feat that had shocked the entire globe. And yet, this legendary figure was standing right before them at this very moment. Claiming he would protect Chu? Senior. Chu stole my boss and killed my brother. He is the one in the wrong. I only wish for an explanation, Kai Haoyue said, bracing himself. Scram! Tai Ching Tian's mouth opened slightly, and a violent gale swept forth, literally blowing Kai Haoyue into the sky. Within moments, he had vanished from sight. He disappeared just from a single breath? Chu was utterly stunned. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Zhang Fian and the others realized the gravity of the situation and scrambled to flee. If they stayed any longer, they would likely be the next victims. While a legendary level treasure was tempting, it wasn't worth gambling their lives over. Tai Ching Tian rode his Pegasus down slowly to Chu's side and casually tossed him a red potion. Secure your life first. Chu caught it with both hands. Looking down, he was shocked to find it was a legendary level health potion. Good heavens! Top-tier experts really were different. Even their way of showing off was so refined and extraordinary. After Chu drank the red potion, all his injuries were instantly healed. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life, Chu said with a bow. Calling me Senior sounds too distant. Just call me Grandpa. You should thank Nan Nan. She heard a world boss appeared nearby, and since I happened to be in the area, I stopped by. Tai Ching Tian laughed heartily as he slapped Chu on the shoulder. A surge of immense force struck him, and Chu was instantly flattened onto the ground. Tai Ching Tian frowned slightly. As a man, your physique is far too weak. You need to train harder. Chu? Are you sure it's not just because you're too strong? Wait, who is Nan Nan? At that moment, the image of two towering mountain peaks suddenly flashed through Chu's mind. It couldn't be. Tai Budian, could it? Chu's lips twitched. Come to think of it, the grandfather and granddaughter were indeed very similar. Their personalities were identical. Senior's sister was very thoughtful. I'll be sure to thank her in person later, Chu nodded. Ha ha. I heard you were the top scorer in Jiangnan province and even broke the record. Not bad at all. Tai Budian looked more and more satisfied as he asked. Are you interested in joining the Legion with me? Chu raised an eyebrow and politely declined, no, thank you. For now, I'm focusing on my studies. To each their own, I won't force you. Nan Nan can be a bit eccentric. Please be patient with her while you're getting to know each other as friends. Tai Ching Tian gave a mysterious smile. Chu. Getting to know each other? The friends you're talking about, are they the normal kind? Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Tai Ching Tian slapped Chu's shoulder again. And instantly sent him back into the dirt. His entire body was embedded in the mud, creating a perfect human-shaped crater. Tai Ching Tian said solemnly, a grown man like you is as flimsy as a scrawny dog. Exercise more in the future. Chu. Chapter 42, Divine Artifact Golden Dawn. By the time Chu returned to the student dormitory in Jianghai City, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the door opened, Luo was found kneeling on the ground in an extremely bizarre posture, hands propping himself up, making an incredibly strange sound with his mouth. It made anyone who heard it want to commit suicide. What are you doing? Role-playing as a canine? Chu asked. Hearing the voice, Luo hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed over for a familiar bear hug. It was that same familiar strength that seemed his injuries were fully healed. Chu, you're getting more and more fierce. I just got the notification about you this afternoon and it was a world boss. Luo gave a mischievous grin and rubbed his palms together. Chu glanced at him. Having known Luo for so long, he knew exactly what he was thinking just by the look on his face. Here. Your treasure chest. Shu tossed the gold treasure chest to him and then asked, "Where's Shu?" "Oh, after she heard you killed the world boss, she took some people to go look for you." Luo caressed the treasure chest lovingly, as if it were a rare and priceless treasure. "That girl?" Shu shook his head helplessly. He took out his phone and sent her a message, telling her he was safe and already home. The reply came almost instantly. "Shu, you aren't hurt, are you?" Kitten ? "Shu, no, a man riding a rainbow-colored white horse showed up and saved me." Shu, confused Nick Young. Afterward, Shu logged onto the forum and registered an account with the name, "Duck, you're too ugly." He took a quick sweep of the posts and found quite a bit of content regarding himself. From the rookie king of number 60 high school and the provincial top scorer, to breaking the record for the shortest time to kill a gold rank boss. And the number one trending thread shocking. A legendary level world boss was actually slain by a gold rank youth. Beneath the post, a group of fans were bragging about how awesome their idol was. "Have you guys noticed that Chu has been making a lot of noise lately? And his level is increasing way too fast, isn't it? How long has it been since Class Awakening? He was gold 1 star when he broke the record, but he was gold 7 star when he killed the world boss. I can't take it anymore. Sisters, I'll go ahead and flick the bean first to show my respect." Many people expressed shock at the rocket-like speed of his leveling. Not only them, but even his closest friend, Luo, found it strange. However, he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. After browsing the forums, Shu checked Weibo. He was shocked by what he saw. The super topic dedicated specifically to him actually had as many as 1 million fans. Good grief! Am I really becoming a celebrity? Shu broke into a cold sweat. In this world, there are no so-called singing stars or film stars, let alone trainees. In a world where strength is revered, people only believe in the strong. For example, Tai Qingtian has at least 500 million fans. But even that isn't considered top tier. The true top tier icons are world-extinguishing level powerhouses, and they rarely appear in the public eye. By the time he finished browsing, it was late at night. Shu took out the soul-snatching ring and put it on, then pulled out the loot dropped by the world boss. It was a massive tusk, about half the size of a person. Grasp of Greed legendary level, a proof of bravery legend says it can be used to conduct a certain transaction with the gods. Seeing this item information, Shu frowned. Gods? Do gods really exist in this world? Ancient texts recorded many legends about gods, but no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Besides, the description was far too ambiguous. A certain transaction, it felt rather eerie. Finally, it was time for the artifact rewarded by the celestial sign and system. It was a circular medal with a greatsword engraved in the center, radiating a dazzling golden light. Shu held it carefully in his palms, his heart pounding uncontrollably as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Is this the legendary artifact? The status of an artifact is on par with that of a god. Golden Dawn. Rank, artifact sealed. Level requirement, none. Strength plus 1000. Agility plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Constitution plus 1000. Additional passive skill divinity, all attributes plus 10%. Below were 6 consecutive question marks, likely related to the seals. The attribute bonuses alone were insane enough, but it even came with a percentage boost to all attributes. In other words, the higher his attributes, the greater the bonus would be. Looking at the panel, only the first layer has been unsealed. If it were fully unsealed, just how powerful would it be? Shu didn't dare to imagine, was this the true allure of a divine artifact? He caressed the metal, feeling as though he were in a dream. A divine artifact that countless people dreamed of was now resting right in the palm of his hand. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly bring certain death. Fortunately, this medal looked very low-key. Someone who didn't know better would probably mistake it for just a gold rank medal. Shu slowly pinned it to his chest, placing it alongside the Great Bear medal. The moment he put it on, he felt as if something extra had entered his mind. His entire being was bathed in divine light, making him appear exceptionally holy. His attributes had also undergone a world-shaking transformation, with his spirit value soaring to 3,334. It had more than doubled. Combined with the already leveled-up peerless critical strike, Shu found it hard to imagine how devastating the damage from his Thunder Warhammer would be now. He reckoned he could probably take on a Grandmaster-level boss solo. Early the next morning, after washing up, Shu headed straight for the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. He had a lot of equipment and materials on hand that needed to be sold. As Zhanghai City was the provincial capital, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had established its headquarters in the city center. Looking at it from afar, the headquarters resembled a colossal beast, spanning a vast area. The facility included dining areas, leisure zones, and a combat zone specifically provided for class awakeners. Of course, the most significant part was the trading platform. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shu hid his personal information. After stepping inside, he found the place packed with people, the noise almost drowning out the crowd. "Hello, I want to sell a batch of equipment and materials," Shu said as he arrived at the sales area. The manager in charge of appraising item values looked up at him and gave a polite smile. "Sir, you can just take them out directly, there's no need to be so formal." "Are you sure?" Shu raised an eyebrow. "Do you have some concerns, sir?" the manager asked. "Not concerns, exactly, it's just that I might have quite a lot of stuff." "Ha ha. Rest assured, with the strength of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much you have, we can." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive pile of gold rank beast bones and countless silver rank and bronze level materials instantly appeared on the counter. These were all his spoils of war, with the beast bones being obtained from the domain. The moment the materials appeared, they completely filled the table and even piled up into a small mountain. The manager froze for a moment and swallowed hard. "Can you finish the liquidation in 10 minutes? Shu asked again. "Although the workload is quite heavy, please trust my professional ability, sir." The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling slightly shocked in his heart. He was someone who had seen big scenes and wouldn't be easily shaken. But what Shu brought out was simply too much. Had he gone on a wholesale shopping spree? Doing a rough count, there were over a dozen types of gold rank materials. Dozens of silver rank types. Not to mention the bronze level ones. And the quantities were also staggering. "Since you put it that way, then I won't hold back." As he spoke, Shu threw out another large pile of equipment, forming yet another small hill. "Let's get started. Get it all done within 10 minutes. Shu gestured with his chin. "Manager. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now." Chapter 43, in the ICU? Storm's Fury. 10 minutes passed quickly. During this time, Shu looked at the equipment in the surrounding display cases but wasn't very satisfied with any of it. Generally, the equipment put up for sale by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce wasn't great. Not only were the attributes poor, but the attached skills were often incompatible. Furthermore, the prices were more than 10% higher than the market rate. "Sir, we have finished inventorying your materials and equipment. The total price comes to 35.78 million. The manager's face was slightly pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Counting all these items felt more exhausting than working 10 shifts in a row. Shu nodded with satisfaction. The price was close to what he had expected. Immediately after, he pulled out his gold membership card and slapped it onto the table. "Now it's 42 million. The manager's pupils shrank. He picked up the gold membership card, took one look, and exclaimed, "Are you Mr. Chu?" As soon as those words were spoken, the noisy hall instantly fell silent. Countless gazes shifted toward him in unison. "So he's Chu? Just like the rumors said, he really is handsome. And didn't you notice? There's actually a faint golden glow shimmering on him. It's amazing. Yesterday, he snatched a world boss right from under the noses of several large guilds. And he actually came back unscathed? Don't you know yet? The White Tiger Legion arrived yesterday, and Vice Commander Tai Qingtian declared that he would protect him. No wonder Kai Haoyue was so badly injured yesterday. He's still lying in the ICU and hasn't woken up yet. The crowd was filled with amazement. Seeing this new internet sensation was like seeing a ghost. Chu had too many labels attached to him. Besides his own strength, he had a backer like Tai Qingtian behind him. A vice commander of the White Tiger Legion, a myth-level powerhouse. Who would dare provoke him? Noticing the crowd's attention and realizing he had made a fatal mistake, the manager quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I lost my composure." "It's fine," Chu waved his hand. Sometimes becoming famous wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least in many places. Having a reputation made things easier to handle. "I'll transfer the money to your card right away." After speaking, the manager pulled out his phone and transferred over 42 million directly to Chu. Upon receiving this massive sum of money, Chu originally intended to buy some skill books. However, he suddenly remembered that Imperial Capital University allowed students to learn skills directly in the library, so he abandoned the idea. As it turned out, there really didn't seem to be anything else he needed to buy. He already had all the equipment he needed. The level requirements for his staff and bracelet were just slightly too high for now. With his leveling speed, he would reach the usage requirements in no time. "By the way, I have a piece of gold rank equipment I want to sell. Can I put it up for auction here?" Chu remembered that the soul-sucking spear was still sitting in his backpack. Mr. Chu might not know yet, but the auctions at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce headquarters are held once a month in the middle of the month. "If you're not in a hurry, you can leave the equipment with us for the time being," the manager explained patiently. Chu frowned upon hearing this. There was still more than half a month until the middle of the month, and he didn't have the patience to wait that long. Besides, in half a month, he might not even care about a few tens of millions anymore. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Besides the auction, we also have a consignment area," the manager spoke up. "Fine, lead the way," Chu nodded. Better to sell it directly than let it rot in his hands. The manager walked ahead, leading the way while introducing the rules of the consignment area. Consigned items only accept a buy-it-now price. As long as you like an item, you can take it immediately upon payment. This applied to materials, equipment, auxiliary potions, and more. Similarly, if you wanted to acquire a certain type of item, you could post your request there. The prerequisite was paying in advance, and the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would take a 5% commission after the transaction was completed. When Chu arrived at the consignment area, he found that there were even more people here than in the outer hall. Rows of counters were lined up before him. The left side was for consigning items, and the right side was the acquisition area. "What would Mr. Chu like to consign?" the manager asked. Chu brought out the soul-sucking spear and the blazing magic fire skill book. "These two. You decide on the price." "Understood." The manager nodded and immediately began processing the paperwork for him. This was the benefit of high status. With a gold membership card, he was promoted directly to a top-level VIP. He enjoyed treatment that others could only dream of. Chu browsed the consignment area for a bit, nodding to himself as he looked at the dazzling array of goods on display. There were quite a few valuable items. He even spotted Grandmaster-level equipment among them. However, the prices were too high. There were so many zeros at the end he could hardly count them. He also noticed that items in the consignment area were generally cheaper than those sold directly by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. This was likely part of their marketing strategy. The Chamber of Commerce's primary source of income was through charging commissions. Suddenly, Chu stopped in front of a display case, an inexplicable glint flashing in his eyes. Wrath of the Storm Master level summons the power of the wind, using spirit to deal a brutal blow to enemies within range. Enemies caught in the storm are affected by a slow effect. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Learning requirement, Gold 1-star Mage. A skill book. And it was an area of effect skill book with no specific class requirements. Chu was tempted. At that moment, the manager finished processing the paperwork and jogged over, saying, "Mr. Chu, your items have been listed for consignment. The soul-snatching spear is priced at 30 million, and the blazing magic fire skill book is priced at 5 million. Chu said nothing, merely staring quietly at the display case in front of him. The manager followed his gaze. "Is Mr. Chu interested in this item?" A master-level skill book with no class requirements should be a very easy sell, shouldn't it? Chu looked at the price again and found that this item was only selling for 30 million. It was too cheap. Ordinary master-level skill books, even for the most unpopular classes, were priced at over 50 million. Furthermore, Wrath of the Storm was not only an area of effect mage skill but also came with a crowd control effect. Mr. Chu may not be aware, but while this skill's damage is indeed high, its limitations are massive. The manager paused before explaining, besides the long cooldown, the casting time is also very lengthy. A gold rank mage without any special equipment would need to chant for a full minute. Moreover, the spirit consumption is enormous. Generally, a gold rank mage will be completely drained of spirit after casting a single Wrath of the Storm. Chu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What were massive drawbacks for others were precisely advantages for him. The stronger the skill, the greater the consumption and the longer the casting time would inevitably be. Correspondingly, the cooldown would also be longer. Take forbidden spells, for example, the casting time could reach as long as half an hour. And during that process, one would have to constantly chug mana potions. The cooldown for a forbidden curse ranges from as short as 3 days to as long as half a month. I'll take this skill book. Chu swiped his card immediately, spending 24 million, and then instantly crushed the skill book. Successfully learned master-level skill Storm's Wrath. Chapter 44, Slaughtering a Grandmaster level expert. Who dares touch me? The manager saw that Chu's movements were incredibly swift, swipe, take, crush. All in one smooth motion. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation or a single pause. Moreover, his resolve to buy it seemed even firmer after hearing all the drawbacks. The manager felt a bit dazed had he not explained it clearly enough. This skill book had been sitting here for several years with no interest from anyone. The price had been slashed repeatedly, dropping from the initial 100 million dragon coins to the current 30 million. No mage would be foolish enough to buy such a redundant skill. It was the definition of being neither here nor there. Low-level mages couldn't afford to use it, and high-level ones looked down on it. Mr. Chu, you. The manager hesitated, letting out a deep sigh. Before he could finish, Chu walked straight past him to another counter. After a quick look around, he didn't find anything else of value. Just as he was about to leave, the Golden Dawn suddenly trembled. Ding! Detected an item near the host that can unseal the divine artifact. A cold notification echoed in his mind. Chu paused in his tracks, his gaze landing on a wooden statue in the corner. He strode over and leaned down to examine it. The statue depicted a half-naked man covered in dense, numerous scars. The closer he got to the statue, the stronger he could feel the Golden Dawn's longing. How much for this statue? Chu asked. The manager took a glance and said, 500,000 dragon coins. This belonged to a butcher. It has passed through the hands of many appraisers, and none found anything extraordinary about it. They all consider it an ordinary statue. But that butcher insisted on selling it for 500,000 dragon coins. Chu didn't think too much and swiped his card to buy it immediately. The moment he held the statue in his hand, a golden light flashed through his pupils. Ding! Seal-breaking item detected. Absorb? Yes. In the next instant, an imperceptible wisp of divinity from inside the statue flowed into the Golden Dawn on his chest. Suddenly, the luster of the golden greatsword on the metal grew even brighter. Ding! Golden Dawn Artifact Second Layer Seal Removal Progress 1-5. Seeing this, Chu felt a surge of joy. It seemed that unsealing the artifact required divinity. However, divinity was an ethereal thing. It could be inside a statue, within a stone, or perhaps even in the droppings of a stray dog. Therefore, obtaining divinity depended entirely on luck. Chu took another look around, and after finding nothing else of value, he headed toward the main entrance. When he returned to the lobby, the people around him looked at him with strange expressions. Some seemed like pity, others like concern. At that moment, one person stepped forward, just about to speak. The person next to him grabbed his arm abruptly and said sternly, "Don't meddle in other people's business." Chu glanced at him, a wicked arc curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems there really are people without eyes who want to make a move on me. The moment he stepped out the door, he found that the originally bustling crowd had vanished, replaced by a group of fierce-looking thugs. The Proud Moon Guild again? You guys really are persistent. Shu sneered, completely undaunted. Stealing our Proud Moon Guild's world boss, killing young Master Lu Feng, and causing our guild leader to be seriously injured and hospitalized. If we don't avenge this, how can we save face in Jianhai City? The leader was a 2-star Grandmaster Slayer class. Beside him stood more than 10 Master-level class Awakeners, their eyes bursting with murderous intent. Impudent! This is the territory of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. The Proud Moon Guild has some nerve daring to fight here. Are you not afraid of the city guard? The manager said coldly. Ha ha! What have I, Wang, to fear? Don't worry, I'll take your head before the city guard even arrives. Wang Bo smiled ferociously. Are you so confident that you've got me cornered? Shu spoke up. Humph. I've already made inquiries. Tai Qingtian is currently on a mission in the East Sea and has no time for you. Wang Bo held his large blade, excitedly licking the edge. Mr. Chu, don't worry, I will do my best to ensure your safety. The manager pulled out his phone, ready to call security. Don't waste your energy. Our guild has already neutralized all of your chamber's bodyguards. Wang Bo's eyes were bloodshot. Shu, you won't escape today. The manager's expression shifted. He hadn't expected the Proud Moon Guild to be so audacious. To dare to openly provoke the authority of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Jianhai City. Weren't they afraid of the inevitable repercussions? Who said I was running? Chu's aura began to rise slowly as a gentle breeze brushed past his cheek. I just happened to learn a new skill and needed someone to test its power. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, why not lend me a hand? Wrath of the Storm. As his voice fell, his staff erupted with a brilliant light. In an instant, a gale roared. Frigid wind blades ruthlessly sliced through everything in their path. Trees, rockeries, stone benches. Everything was ground into dust by the violent winds. The skill's area of effect spanned a massive 2,500 square meters. Under this force, master-level class Awakeners were instantly shredded into countless pieces. Suddenly, flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was an incredibly gruesome scene. What? Everyone was utterly shocked. What were they seeing? With a casual wave of Chu's hand, the skill manifested immediately? What kind of sorcery was this? No one was more stunned than the manager, who had previously advised Chu against buying this skill. Wrath of the Storm was supposed to be a completely useless skill, utterly ineffective in a life-and-death struggle. But reality had dealt him a sharp slap in the face. The facts proved it. Where Chu was concerned, it seemed nothing was impossible. Ever since his class awakening, he had performed countless unbelievable feats. An instant skill casting was perhaps his greatest reliance. My God! Just what kind of monster is this person the young lady knows? Wang Bo's muscles bulged as he strained with all his might to resist this overwhelming force. The tornado roared, swirling everything in its path. Under the fury of this storm, anything caught within faced only total destruction. Ah! Finally unable to hold out any longer, Wang Bo let out a furious roar before exploding into a mist of blood, vanishing into the dust. With a wave of Chu's hand, the gale vanished, leaving behind nothing but a field of ruins. In this battle, a gold rank had faced off against a grandmaster level. And yet, the opponent couldn't even survive a single move. Stomp, stomp, stomp. At that moment, the city guards finally arrived. Clad in silver armor, they marched toward him with an aggressive aura. Who is brawling in the city? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent, subconsciously glancing toward Chu. It was me. Chu took a step forward, admitting it openly. Come with us. The city guard remained expressionless, like a cold judge, reaching out to seize him. Wait. It was actually the people from the Aoyue Guild who provoked him first, the manager hurriedly explained. Regardless of who started the provocation, anyone who violates the rules must be punished. The city guard showed no leniency whatsoever. The manager was extremely anxious. Chu was a close friend of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's heiress. If he were locked up, there was no telling what kind of trouble might ensue. The onlookers also sighed one after another. Their Jiangnan province had finally produced a genius, only for him to be cut down before he could even grow. In Jianghai City, the rules were absolute. Defying the rules was equivalent to defying the Dragon Summer Empire. No one dared to stand up and speak for him. Just as the manager pulled out his phone to call Chu, Chu was one step faster, flashing a platinum medallion. "The White Tiger command is here. Who dares touch me?" Chu let out a thunderous roar that exploded through the air. Chapter 45, Pinning the Blame. The City of Dawn. The moment the White Tiger token appeared, the city guard's hands, holding the shackles, instantly froze. The entire scene fell silent. The administrator's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs nearly popped out in terror. The White Tiger token? This was the supreme military command of the White Tiger Legion. It represented the will of the entire Legion. With this token, one could exercise the inherent authority of the White Tiger Legion and even mobilize the White Tiger Army. Seeing the token was as good as seeing Tai Ching-tian himself. After a moment of stunned silence, the city guards knelt in unison. Tai Ching-tian had given him this token before leaving. It served as a form of protection. With such a powerful backer, Chu was certainly going to take full advantage of it. He'd be a fool not to. I ask you, does the White Tiger Legion have the right and duty to punish evil and eliminate the treacherous? Chu demanded loudly. Yes. The beasts of the Aoyue Guild commit every conceivable crime: rape, loot, and pillage. As the White Tiger envoy personally appointed by Tai Ching-tian, do I have the authority to execute first and report later? Chu asked, his face remaining perfectly calm. The administrator's mouth twitched violently. These two accusations were completely fabricated. Even with 100 times their current courage, the guild wouldn't dare do such things in Jianghai City. The blame was being pinned on them ruthlessly. In one fell swoop, he had completely washed his hands of the fact that he was the one committing murder. Moreover, since he had brought up Tai Ching-tian's name, the city guards dared not utter a word. The Aoyue Guild blatantly threatened to kill me. They have no regard for the law. This is a provocation against the rules of Jianghai City. A provocation against the White Tiger Legion. And even more so, a provocation against the entire Longsha Empire. Tell me, should this scum be killed? Chu's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a resonant weight, brimming with majestic power. They deserve to die, the city guards shouted in unison. Very well. Chu nodded with satisfaction, slowly tucking the White Tiger token back into his pocket. You arrived too late, causing me to accidentally damage quite a bit of public property. The city guards will be responsible for the compensation, Chu said nonchalantly. The city guards looked terrified, not daring to utter a single word. Immediately afterward, he turned and patted the manager on the shoulder, instructing, "You handle the compensation matters with them. I'm heading out first." "Huh? Omega?" The manager was a bit dazed and spoke up, "Actually, these things aren't that expensive. Mr. Chu, you are fully capable of paying for them." Dealing with the city guard for compensation meant going through a whole bureaucratic process. Who knew how many years that would take? "What did you say?" Chu feigned ignorance, leaning in to ask. Snap! At that moment, the White Tiger medal accidentally dropped to the ground. "Sorry, I didn't catch that just now." "Why don't you say it again?" Chu picked up the White Tiger medal and slowly tucked it back into his backpack. "Ha ha! Mr. Chu, you must be hearing things. I didn't say anything just now." The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A teachable student indeed. Chu nodded in satisfaction, then swept his gaze over the crowd of onlookers and announced loudly. "Tell Kai how you I've put this debt on the books. Tell him to recover well, for I will personally come for his head another day." With that, Chu flicked his robe and departed with style. Before leaving, he didn't forget to loot the items dropped by Wang Bo and the others. That bit of posturing felt great, truly refreshing. Chu felt as if every pore in his body had opened up, the gloom was swept away entirely. The crowd watched his departing figure in a daze, their hearts filled with shock. Returning to the hotel, Chu saw Luo clutching his phone and smirking, a smile that was incredibly eerie. Like a blooming old chrysanthemum. Wrinkled and hideous. What are you so happy about? Chu approached quietly and took a closer look. Good grief. Little sweetie, not sweet. With a name like that, it was clearly a soft, cute girl. A hulking brute like Luo hooking up with a petite, cute girl. The mental image was Beauty and the Beast? Chu, it's very rude to pry into someone's privacy. Luo hurriedly covered his phone. You wouldn't be hitting on girls, would you? Come on. I'll help you strategize. I guarantee it'll work. Chu patted his chest confidently. You? Luo gave him a look of utter disdain. What's with that look? You don't believe me? Give me the phone, let me chat for a bit, and I guarantee I'll have her heart fluttering. Chu smiled with confidence. I think I'll pass. I'd rather the Lu family line didn't end with you. Luo made no effort to hide his contempt. In truth, Chu was an absolute idiot when it came to romance. Back then, Chu had already gone to such lengths for him. The god of marriage had practically bound them together with steel bars. Yet, Chu had managed to snap them apart with his sheer straight man density. His cluelessness was truly profound. Holy crap! Luo, you're a total hater. Watch out for the green corpse chill. You're just too ugly. How do you know my forum username? Take a guess. Damn it! Luo, you have no honor. You peeked at my privacy. I'm going to kill you. Ouch. Hey! Don't poke me there. Over the next few days, Chu and Luo visited every tourist attraction in Zhanghai City. They had originally planned to invite Chu, but for some reason, the girl refused to come out no matter what. Perhaps the previous incident had left her traumatized. But there was no helping it. Sometimes being too hard is a sin in itself. After all, she was inexperienced, so it was normal for her to be afraid. Meanwhile, the video of Chu's massacre of the Proud Moon Guild members was posted online. It immediately caused a massive sensation. I finally know why Chu was able to take the title of provincial top scorer. He doesn't even need to chant to cast spells. A mage who doesn't need to chant is truly monstrous. He must have consumed some kind of potion that drastically reduces casting time. Exactly, a mage without chanting simply cannot exist. Regardless, killing the Grandmaster 2-star Wang Bo with the speed of a near-instant kill as a gold 7-star was, in itself, a heaven-defying feat. Throughout history, slaying an opponent across 2 major levels has always been a rare occurrence. From that moment on, Chu's prestige was thoroughly established within the Longsha Empire. His fan base began to skyrocket at a rate of millions per day. His popularity instantly surged by several tiers. Even while he was traveling, female fans would approach him for photos. Watching this, Luo was filled with envy, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. However, he felt a bit more balanced when he thought about Chu's steel-like, literal-minded logic. As expected, God is fair. With only 1 day left before the start of the semester at Imperial Capital Academy, Chu and Luo set off on their journey to school. Now that he was a multi-millionaire, he no longer had to take the damn magic train. He spent 5 million Longsha coins directly to step into a teleportation portal, appearing in the city of Dawn the very next second. The imperial capital is the capital of the Longsha Empire. Surrounding the capital are 5 major main cities: the City of Dawn, the City of Falling Flames, the City of Twilight, the City of Mountains and Rivers, and the City of 100 Flowers. The 5 main cities surround the imperial capital in an embracing posture, like 5 guardian statues. Each city spans 1,000,000 square kilometers. Their areas are incredibly vast. Imperial Capital Academy is located in the center of the City of Dawn, covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers. It is worth mentioning that, strictly speaking, the City of Dawn is not considered territory of the Longsha Empire. It is a main city built 100,000 years ago by a mythic-level powerhouse using a city construction order. It took a full 100,000 years of expansion to reach the massive size it has today. Just as the two stepped onto this land, a giant crab the height of a person suddenly scurried past them. "Monster, where do you think you're going?" Immediately after, a man wearing the orange-red uniform of Imperial Capital Academy chased after it on a broomstick. In the next instant, a flash of sword light flickered, and the crab was sliced clean in half. The cut revealed golden crab roe that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Then, he was seen starting a fire on the spot and beginning to boil the crab. The two of them watched, completely stunned. Seafood running wild in the streets? Is there really such a stroke of good luck? As expected of the main city, you don't even have to go to a restaurant to eat when ingredients are everywhere. At that moment, a donkey sauntered slowly past them. Gurgle. Chu and Luo looked at each other and swallowed hard. How long has it been since we last had a donkey meat burger? 5 years, I think. How about we do as the locals do? Sounds like a plan. With that, the two of them stared with burning eyes at the plump-bodied donkey. Chapter 46, Sign In. The only hidden class, Dragonic Mage. Dual class. A while later. Chu and Luo sat on the ground, each holding a fragrant donkey leg, happily munching away. The City of Dawn is amazing. Any random donkey caught on the street tastes this delicious. Luo sighed comfortably, his face covered in grease from the meal. I have to say, this is the best donkey meat I've ever had. Chu gave a thumbs up in praise. Just then, a shout came from behind the two of them. Xiao Bao. He sprinted over to the two of them, asking frantically, "Brothers, have you seen Xiao Bao?" "Don't panic, take your time." Luo set down the donkey meat in his hand. "Xiao Bao is missing. He was just here. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came out, he was gone." Xiao Langtian said, his heart burning with anxiety. The plaza beneath their feet was extremely vast and open, with no places to hide nearby. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have just vanished. How bizarre. "Don't worry, brother, we'll help you look." Luo spoke up. "Thank you, you guys are such good people." Xiao Langtian's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Helping those in need is my night spirit." Luo gave a mischievous grin. "I've had my fill of food and drink anyway, a little movement will help with digestion." Chu stretched his arms. "Oh, right." Chu and Luo walked over to him and asked, "What does Xiao Bao look like? Give us a brief description so we know who to look for." "Who?" Xiao Langtian froze for a moment, then shook his head. "Xiao Bao isn't a person, he's my pet." At that moment, the two of them suddenly remembered the giant crab that had scurried past them earlier. The pet he was talking about couldn't possibly be. "Is it a crab?" Luo asked tentatively. "No, Xiao Bao is a brown donkey." "Have you seen him?" Xiao Langtian looked as if he had found a glimmer of hope. "A donkey?" Chu. Luo, I. The two exchanged glances, their Adam's apples bobbing as cold sweat began to pour down their faces. They had seen it, all right. In fact, they had even tasted it. Xiao Bao is truly important to me, he's like family. Xiao Langtian's eyes reddened, his heart filled with grief. If anything has happened to Xiao Bao, I curse whoever harmed him to have children without assholes. A fire of hatred flickered in Xiao Langtian's eyes. Upon hearing this, both men felt their sphincters involuntarily tighten. Gurgle. At that moment, Xiao Langtian's stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. He gave an embarrassed smile. That meat you were eating just now, is there any left?" Chu and Luo exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. "There is. But it might not be very convenient for you to eat." Luo stammered. "It's fine, I'm not picky, I can eat any kind of meat." Xiao Langtian licked his lips. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. If you say so." Luo slowly pulled a piece of donkey brisket from his backpack and handed it to him with a slight tremble. Xiao Langtian took it in his hand, gave it a deep sniff, and his eyes lit up. The moment he took his first bite, his taste buds were instantly captivated by the roast meat, and he began devouring it at an incredible speed. He didn't forget to praise them while eating. "Your cooking is amazing. This is delicious." "Heh, as long as you don't mind." Luo gave a hollow laugh, his heart filled with guilt. He never expected that the donkey they caught was actually someone's pet. "By the way, what kind of meat is this? How is it so tasty? I'll have my chef buy this kind of meat to cook some other day," Xiao Langtian asked. "It's some kind of processed monster meat, I forgot exactly which species," Chu replied. "If you ever find this monster species again in the future, remember to tell me," Xiao Langtian instructed. In the future? There wouldn't be a next time. A moment later, the three of them set off together. From Xiao Langtian, they learned that he was also a freshman at Imperial Capital Academy. Furthermore, his status was quite extraordinary. It seemed his father was some high-ranking official within Imperial Capital Academy. "I can't believe I ran into the legendary Thunder God on my very first day in the City of Dawn. What incredible luck!" Xiao Langtian exclaimed with emotion. Shu thought, if you hadn't come out riding a donkey, your luck would have been even better. The three arrived at the entrance of Imperial Capital Academy. Looking up at the towering gates, they were slightly taken aback. Grand, majestic, and solemn, it felt as if all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged here, inspiring a sense of awe. Arriving at the registration point, he found a long queue already formed, all of whom were this year's freshmen for Imperial Capital Academy. Unsurprisingly, where there were freshmen, there were seniors. A group of upperclassmen stood by the main gate, eyeing every young and beautiful female student like predators, their eyes gleaming with an indefinable light. As soon as an attractive girl finished her registration, they would immediately rush over eagerly to offer an orientation, introducing them to the academy. It seemed that no matter the world, the attraction between the sexes was unavoidable. After queuing for over an hour, it was finally Chu's turn. Place of origin: Donghai City, Jiangnan Province. Name: Chu. Class: Thunder Warlock. Hearing those words, the admissions tutor wearing glasses looked up at him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. So he's Thor Chu? Just like the legends say, his aura truly is extraordinary. No wonder he exerts such intense pressure on me. I heard he can already slaughter Grandmaster level experts. This year's freshmen are too fierce. A space mage, a necromancer, and now Thor is added to the mix. They suddenly felt an immense weight with these giants looming over them. It would be difficult to ever make a name for themselves. After Chu handed over the gold rank boss kill certificate, he received an identity token and 2 sets of school uniforms. They were the familiar orange-red garments, embroidered with the Tower of Eternity and roses. "Student Chu, welcome to Imperial Capital Academy," the tutor said with a smile. "Thank you, teacher." Chu responded with a smile, taking his identity token and walking toward the main gate. A magical barrier enveloped the entire Imperial Capital Academy. An identity token was required for safe entry. Otherwise, the moment an intruder was detected, the magic circle would erupt with terrifying destructive power, capable of instantly killing anyone below the legendary level. Holding the token, Chu stepped inside without any resistance. Ding! The celestial sign-in system has detected a sign-in point. Would you like to sign in now? Yes. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique hidden class Dragon Language Mage. Next sign-in point, Tower of Eternity. At that moment, Chu seemed to hear a dragon's roar echoing through his mind, shaking heaven and earth. Simultaneously, his spirit grew twice as powerful. This was the terrifying advantage of having dual classes. Of course, the spirit being twice as strong didn't mean the spirit stat numerical value doubled, but rather the skill damage. If a single class was compared to an unsharpened sword, then a dual class was a razor-sharp blade. To think it's the legendary Dragon Language Mage. Chu was ecstatic. Thunder Warlock plus Dragon Language Mage, he was confident that no one in the same tier could defeat him. Furthermore, if he equipped a full set of gold rank gear, it wouldn't be impossible to insta-kill a 10-star Grandmaster level. Chapter 47, Dragon's Breath. Combat Power Test. While the Thunder Warlock's damage is characterized by its sheer frenzy, the Dragonic Mage is renowned for its absolute dominance. However, looking back through history, there have been very few Dragonic Mages. It is impossible for a human to achieve a class awakening as a Dragonic Mage through standard means. Only the offspring born from the union of humans and dragons have a minuscule probability of awakening this class. Once awakened, a Dragonic Mage is exceptionally powerful, almost a darling of heaven and earth, a sovereign of the elements. From a certain perspective, a Thunder Warlock cannot compare to a Dragonic Mage. This is because the defining trait of a Dragonic Mage is magic immunity. They ignore magic defense and are immune to both magic damage and crowd control. This trait is utterly broken. Ignoring magic defense is different from Tai Butian's magic breaking trait. She can only ignore physical defenses, whereas a Dragonic Mage can penetrate not just physical armor, but magical shields as well. Being immune to magic damage and control is even more exaggerated. Essentially, ranged classes cannot harm them in the slightest. When facing melee combatants, they have Ring of Fire and Thunder Shield. Taking 0 damage from ranged attacks, this is what it truly means to be invincible. Chu glanced at the basic skills of the Dragonic Mage and found there were only 2. Dragon's Breath basic skill, summon a dragon to spray dragon breath, dealing massive damage to enemies in a cone-shaped area. Damage scales with the spirit stat. Dragon's Might basic skill, release the majesty of a dragon. Reduces the attack power of enemies within a certain range and inflicts stun. What powerful skills! Chu was secretly shocked. Although they were basic skills, Dragon's Breath was an area of effect attack with immense power. Dragon's Might, on the other hand, was a potent crowd control skill. Chu could hardly wait to test the strength of the Dragonic Mage. By this time, Luo and Xiaolang Tian had finished their registration, and the 3 of them stepped into the campus together. Walking along the wide avenues of Imperial Capital Academy, looking at the towering buildings and beautiful scenery around them, they couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. This is the true heritage of a top-tier academy. As the son of a high-ranking official within the academy, Xiaolang Tian had grown up in Imperial Capital Academy and was intimately familiar with the grounds. Imperial Capital Academy consists of 15 colleges: the College of Divine War, the Gale College, the College of Celestial Magic, the Shadowflow College. Accommodations are divided into 3 types: 4-person dorms, double rooms, and detached villas. A 4-person room costs 50 credits a month, a double room is 150 credits, and a detached villa is 500 credits. The credits you earned during the Great Exam are the most important currency in Imperial Capital Academy. Dragon coins don't hold much sway here. Aside from the cafeteria and the convenience store, you need credits to access everything else. As for your class-level assignments, they will be sent to your phones via text message tonight. Because the academy grounds were so vast, the group rented a mode of transportation, magic brooms. Riding the brooms was fast, and they reached the dormitory area in just over 10 minutes. Chu wasn't sure if he was prone to motion sickness or just broom sickness, but he felt a bit nauseous after the ride. Chu had no intention of staying in some 4-person dorm. He had plenty of credits now and saw no need to be stingy, so he spent 500 credits to rent a detached villa to stay in with Luo. Xiaolang Tian lived with his father in the faculty dorms, where the environment was significantly better than here. By the way, there's a special program for freshmen on orientation day. There's a chance to win credits. Interested in checking it out? Xiaolang Tian asked with a smile. You'd be a fool not to earn credits if they're on the table, Chu said with a shrug. And so, the 3 of them rode their magic brooms toward the destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at a massive plaza. In the center stood a giant humanoid statue, surrounded entirely by martial arts arenas. This is the Imperial Capital Academy's Martial Plaza. Infighting is strictly forbidden within the academy. Violators will be instantly obliterated by the magic arrays. Xiaolang Tian then pointed toward a crowd nearby and said, every year, the academy sets out combat power testing stones. As long as your attack hits a certain benchmark, you can earn credits. It's a competitive psychological tactic the academy uses to motivate students, and only freshmen are eligible to participate each year. The cheers of the crowd could be heard from a distance, sounding as if everyone had been injected with adrenaline. The scene reminded him of his past life, seeing a crowd gathered together to watch a football match. As they drew closer, he saw that the object used to test combat power was a massive black stone engraved with numerous magical symbols. At that moment, a youth wielding a sword lunged forward and thrust his blade violently at the monolith. The moment the sword tip struck the stone, a line of information instantly flashed upon it. Level, Silver 5-star. Combat power, 2658. Reward points, 100. As soon as the numbers appeared, the crowd nodded in succession. For a Silver 5-star, having a combat power exceeding 2500 was already quite a decent result. While it might not be much in the talent-filled Imperial Capital Academy, it was still extraordinary. Move aside, move aside. Liao Fan is going up. At that moment, a man with feminine features emerged from the crowd, surrounded by a group of followers. Not a single piece of equipment on him was below gold rank, and his spirit fluctuations were quite unusual. His appearance caused some people to subconsciously clear a path for him. Liao Fan himself might not be a top-level genius, but his uncle was the dean of the Gale College at the Imperial Capital Academy. As a rare-class death mage, Liao Fan's strength lived up to his reputation. He stood before the massive boulder and began to chant. Suddenly, vibrant blades of grass sprouted from the cracks in the bluestone beneath his feet. Immediately after, the wood elements in the air surged violently, making everyone feel as if they had returned to the season when all things awaken in spring. Flower of Death. The staff suddenly burst with brilliant light as a flower emitting an extreme stench slowly drifted toward the boulder. And then, it exploded violently. A foul, putrid smell rapidly spread, and people hurriedly covered their noses and retreated. Chu was already prone to broom sickness, and now, smelling this odor, her stomach churned, causing her to dry heave on the spot. Level, Silver 9-star. Combat power, 3298. Reward points, 200. Whoosh. The crowd marveled at the data. Hitting a score over 3000 in the Silver realm was already incredible, especially for a wood attribute mage whose damage output is typically lower. Listening to the gasps of surprise from those around him, Liao Fan brushed the bangs on his forehead and walked away with a smile. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, his footsteps paused. Xiaolang Tian, a place like this shouldn't be somewhere a support-type class is qualified to visit, right? What's a healer like you doing here joining the commotion? Liao Fan sneered. Hearing these words, Xiao Langtian's expression immediately soured, and he fired back, "Is the Imperial Capital Academy owned by your family? This is a public area, why shouldn't I be here?" Both of them had grown up in the Imperial Capital Academy, and they had disliked each other since childhood. As they grew older, they often clashed and confronted each other. Once Xiao Langtian awakened as a priest class, Liao Fan became even more arrogant. A healer is only fit for hiding in the back like a coward. If you're not cowering behind your father's ass, what are you doing out here making a fool of yourself? Liao Fan laughed loudly. Xiao Langtian clenched his fists, his face turning purple with suppressed rage. Liao Fan's mockery made his blood boil. However, there was nothing he could do. Priests were indeed not suited for solo combat, and in terms of raw fighting power, he was no match for Liao Fan. Go home. You don't have the right to be here, Liao Fan declared. Since when is it your turn to judge whether he has the right or not? Chu spoke up slowly. Chapter 48, Everyone step aside. I'm about to start showing off. Who are you? Since when do you have a say here? Liao Fan barked loudly. Chu narrowed his eyes. The last person who dared to speak to him so loudly had already become fertilizer for nature. Xiao Langtian grabbed Chu's arm and said helplessly, "Forget it. Liao Fan is extremely petty and vengeful, and he has a junior brother, Liao Hui, who is very strong. There's no need for you to make an enemy of him for my sake. You misunderstand. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for Debao." Chu glanced back at him. Xiao Langtian? What does this have to do with Debeo? Kid, don't think that just because you got good grades in some small place you can be so arrogant. This world is huge, and there are people you can't afford to offend. Liao Fan threatened. Luo chuckled inwardly. If this idiot knew that the person standing in front of him was Chu, how would he react? I'm not sure about who I can or can't offend. I only know that if we're ranking people by strength, you aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes, Chu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Fan acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Another arrogant bumpkin. He looks sharp enough, but why is his brain so dysfunctional? Liao Fan is quite capable himself, and he has a brother in the student union. This guy should have done some research before spouting such nonsense. This guy's 4 years at the academy probably won't be easy. Liao Fan crossed his arms and looked at Chu playfully, saying, I admire your courage. I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth. I'm curious, how did your father father an idiot like you? A genetic mutation? Chu asked. Liao Fan's face darkened. Do you have any idea who I am? Who gave you the nerve to speak to me in that tone? Chu shook his head in pity. It seemed these people were in the late stages of main character syndrome, thinking that having a powerful father gave them a license to stir up trouble everywhere. Sooner or later, his father would be the death of him literally. I'm not here to waste words with you today. Keep your damn eyes peeled and watch closely. Chu walked straight to the front of the giant boulder, holding his staff horizontally across his chest. When the crowd saw the staff in his hand, their expressions turned peculiar. A bronze-level staff? Is he serious? It looks like a forest staff. Is he really planning to test his combat power with a bronze-level weapon? Is it possible that his primary weapon is actually just bronze-level? Liao Fan watched Chu with a cold gaze. He wanted to see exactly how much combat power this guy could actually produce. Luo and Xiao Langtian were also filled with anticipation. Just how strong was the legendary god of thunder? Suddenly, a thunder orb shot out abruptly, slamming violently into the boulder and triggering a massive shockwave. A group of people standing nearby were forced back several meters by the sheer impact of the aftershock. When they looked up, a long string of numbers suddenly appeared on the combat power testing stone. Level, Gold 7 star. Combat power, 124,872. Reward points, 5,000. Holy crap? 12,000 combat power? A Gold 7-star newcomer? Are you kidding me? Is he some upper-level student posing as a rookie just to flex? While everyone was in shock, someone suddenly shouted, Thunder Orb. He's the Thunder God, Chu. That's right. Lightning-type skills. In the entire country, was there any other Thunder Warlock besides him? Too strong. He hit over 100,000 combat power with just a basic skill. If he unleashed a gold rank skill or a master level skill, would his combat power break 500,000? In the entire freshman class of Taikyo Academy, there are very few who can compete with him. Forget freshmen, even among the seniors, how many can actually dish out 500,000 combat power? It looks like Liao Fan has really bitten off more than he can chew this time. The onlookers suddenly perked up with spirit, and the crowd turned their eyes toward Liao Fan. He had an expression like he had just swallowed a fly. His face was as black as coal, and he remained utterly speechless. His heart was reeling. An indescribable sense of humiliation crawled over his entire body. He had originally thought this kid was just some nameless nobody. Only to discover that his opponent was Thor? Well, are you satisfied with this value? A mocking smile played on the corners of Chu's mouth. Don't get cocky. When I reach gold rank, I'll be able to hit a combat power this high too. Liao Fan snapped back, unable to contain his anger, throwing out a harsh remark. Is that so? Then how about this? Chu raised his staff once again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dark clouds blanketed the sky, and a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly descended. Its vast momentum seemed ready to shatter a massive boulder into dust. Level, Gold 7 star. Combat power, 587,496. 5. 580,000 combat power? It appeared. A non-chanting skill. From now on, if anyone says Thunder Warlocks are weak, I'll have a bone to pick with them. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths hung open as they cried out in unison. Chu turned to look at the stunned Liao Fan and asked, "Once you reach gold rank, you should be even stronger than me, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. At gold rank, skill damage does indeed jump to a new level. Attributes would also increase correspondingly by a significant margin. However, one must realize that the staff Chu was holding was only bronze level, and the shoes on his feet were bronze level as well. His mage robes, shoulder guards, and the metal on his chest were merely silver rank. In contrast, Liao Fan was draped in shimmering gold from head to toe, fully decked out in gold rank equipment. There was already a massive gap between the two just in terms of gear. Yet Chu's combat power still allowed him to insta-kill his opponent. This was the true gap. "I thought you'd bring up your brother or use your father as a threat, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned," Chu said, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Humiliated to the point of utter embarrassment by these words, Liao Fan let out a cold snort, turned around, and left. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. If he stayed, there was no telling how much more Chu would mock him. Watching Liao Fan depart, the crowd immediately erupted into cheers. "Thunder God! Give me an autograph! Thunder God! I'm ifing! I want one too! Thunder God! Love me! I'm a zero!" A massive crowd swarmed him, and some even tried to take a sneak attack at his crotch in the chaos. "Take it easy, don't rush, there's enough for everyone." Chu held a pen and signed for them one by one. At that moment, a beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs shyly pulled back her collar. "Thunder God, sign it here for me." She pointed to a spot 3 inches below her neck, her pretty face flushed crimson. Chu froze for a moment and said seriously, "It's too soft there, the ink won't flow." Standing nearby, Luo was nearly floored by these words. "It had to be you." After a while, Chu walked over to them, looking completely disheveled. "Chu, there are a few lipstick marks on your face that you didn't wipe off clean," the observant Luo reminded him. Chu waved his hand feebly. "Let it be, I'm exhausted." He had originally thought that signing autographs was just a matter of casually scribbling a few words. He didn't expect these people to be so crazy they practically wanted to tear him in half. The most outrageous part was a woman who had just stuffed a note into his hand. It read, "Waiting for your arrival with open legs," followed by a room number. Chu gave a disdainful smirk, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it onto the ground. Want to harvest his kidneys? Not that easy. Xiao Langtian patted Chu on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for standing up for me. I'll remember this favor. Don't misunderstand. As I said, this was for Debeo," Chu emphasized once more. Xiao Langtian was still very confused and couldn't help asking, "You know Debeo?" Chu instinctively glanced at his own stomach and said gloomily, "I have inherited Debeo's will. Doing this should count as a roundabout way of returning the favor, right? The way you talk is so strange." "I can't understand a single word," Xiao Langtian said, looking completely bewildered. "If you don't understand, then forget it. Let's go. By the way, have you guys really seen Debeo? He lives in our Stom hearts." Just for that sentence, I, Xiao Langtian, have decided that you are the kind of friends I'm going to make. Chu. Chapter 49, The Living Yama of Imperial Capital Academy. Dragon Slayer? Chu and Luo walked along the academy's main boulevard, feeling the gentle breeze. The ginkgo trees on both sides of the road were like lively young girls, dancing gracefully. "Chu, you just entered the academy and already offended Liao Fan to the core. Aren't you afraid of his brother and father?" Luo asked worriedly. "What is there to fear? His brother is a junior, surely he wouldn't lower himself to deal with a freshman like me? Besides, his father is the dean of the Gale Academy, and I'm a mage." "We are worlds apart," Chu said. That may be true, but Liao Hui is a member of the student union. There's no telling what kind of traps he might set for you. Within Taikyo Academy, the student union holds the greatest authority second only to the school leadership. They oversee many affairs within the school, including rewards, punishments, and disciplinary actions. Furthermore, those capable of joining the student union are the elite among elites. As for Liao Hui, let him come. My hands have been itching these past 2 days anyway. I could use someone to kill just to relieve the boredom. When they returned to the villa area, two familiar figures were standing under a hackberry tree not far away. The same familiar, surging curves. The loose robe looked like a skin-tight bodysuit on her, making one wonder if the fabric might burst at any moment. She possessed a charming and exquisite face, yet her brow carried a thick sense of heroic spirit. The other person had a feminine appearance and was also very beautiful, though unfortunately possessed an Adam's apple. The two were none other than Tai Budian and Yun Fan. Junior Chu. Junior Luo. It's been a few days, and you both look even more dashing. Yun Fan waved with a smile. Tai Budian was much more direct, walking over to drape her arms around their shoulders, grinning as she said, "Juniors, welcome to Taikyo Academy." Chu felt his chest being squeezed by a pair of massive objects, feeling inexplicably stifled. Just as he was about to reach out and push the offending things away, he stopped halfway. It didn't seem quite appropriate. "Senior, I am truly grateful for Grandpa Tai helping me out of that situation the other day," Chu said sincerely. "Oh, it was nothing. My grandpa is bored out of his mind every day if he doesn't find something to do. He feels uncomfortable all over." Tai Budian waved it off casually. "By the way, you haven't familiarized yourselves with the academy yet, have you? Let me take you for a tour," Tai Budian suggested. "No need, Xiao Langtian has already shown us around," Shu replied. "Xiao Langtian?" Tai Budian and Yun Fan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning somewhat strange. "You know him?" Shu asked curiously. "We don't know him personally, but his father's reputation is legendary. The living Yama of Taikyo Academy, Xiao Yan." Tai Budian couldn't help but shudder at the mention of the name. "His father is the dean of discipline at our school. He wields immense power. If a student commits even the slightest violation, they're hauled off for punishment. And the penalties are absolutely twisted." Yun Fan added, looking genuinely terrified. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Shu was skeptical. Judging from Xiao Langtian's personality, he didn't seem like the type to be arrogant or violent. So his father couldn't be that outrageous, right? After all, they shared the same bloodline. Seeing Chu's doubtful expression, Yun Fan whispered, "Years ago, there was a genius student, a freshman just like you. Once, he harassed a female student and was caught red-handed by Yama. Guess what happened? Yama flayed the skin right off his body. Then he rubbed salt into the wounds and let him marinate for 3 whole days. After that, he was hung from the statue in the martial arts square to bake in the sun for another 3 days. By the time they took him down, his entire body was rotting and crawling with maggots. That person was Liao Qianming, the cousin of student council member Liao Hui." Recalling this incident, Yun Fan's face turned pale and his lips trembled. There are many other different punishments, each more inhumane than the last. That's how Yama earned his fearsome reputation. Yun Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart filled with dread. Because of Yama, Xiao Langtian has had no friends since he was a child. No one dared to play with him, Tai Budian added. Now Chu finally understood why there was always a faint trace of loneliness in Xiao Langtian's eyes. With a father like that, everyone else would avoid him like the plague. It was no wonder Liao Fan, despite being a childhood friend, not only stopped hanging out with him but also targeted him at every turn. That was likely why he raised a donkey as a companion. Hearing this story, Chu felt a wave of regret. Through a series of unfortunate coincidences, he had actually cooked someone's companion. It tasted good, sure, but his karma was definitely shot. Tai Budian and Yun Fan took the two of them to the cafeteria for a meal, after which they each headed back to their dorms to rest. Upon returning to the villa, Chu chose to stay in the master bedroom on the second floor, while Luo stayed on the first floor. The villa spanned over 500 square meters, fully furnished with luxury decor. He had to admit, those 500 points were well spent. Ding! Just then, a text message arrived. Dear Student Chu, you have been assigned to Class 1, Year 1 of the Heavenly Mage Academy. Please report to your class level tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Chu wasn't surprised by his class level assignment at all. It was only natural for a mage to study at an academy specifically for mages. At that moment, Luo leaned over to take a look and said, I've been assigned to the Night Academy. Our academies are right next to each other. Thump, thump. A sudden knock at the door rang out. Who is it at this hour? Chu opened the door and found a middle-aged man of heroic bearing with hair and beard as white as snow. Director Song Yuan? Chu was momentarily stunned. Follow me. Song Yuan nodded almost imperceptibly, turned around, and walked away. Chu was completely bewildered. What was going on? Why would even the director come looking for him? Could it be because his performance during the freshman activities was too brilliant? Filled with questions, he immediately followed. Song Yuan walked to the lakeside and gazed at the moon's reflection on the water's surface without saying a word. After a long silence, Chu couldn't help but break the stillness. Director, what did you need me for? How much do you know about dragons? Song Yuan suddenly asked. Chu's pupils suddenly constricted. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he already knew Chu was a dragon language mage? But he had only just obtained his second class today, and he had never displayed any dragon language mage skills in front of outsiders. How could the director know? Foresight? Chu took a deep breath, trying his best to remain calm, and spoke. Dragons live in the Dragon's Nest, located in the legendary stormy seas. The Dragon's Nest was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Dragon Xia Empire, an extremely vast distance. Furthermore, the stormy seas was a terrifying place. That stretch of ocean was rumored to be cursed by the god of storms, or anything that approached would be ruthlessly torn to shreds. Only the powerful physiques of dragons could traverse it freely. Song Yuan was not surprised by this answer, as such knowledge could be found in books. If a thunder dragon intruded into the Dragon Xia Empire, and I asked you to retrieve its dragon crystal, would you be willing to go? Song Yuan turned around, his deep eyes staring fixedly at Chu. Director, stop joking. With my current strength, a thunder dragon could kill me just by breathing on me, Chu said with a bitter smile. What kind of creatures were dragons? They were a god-favored race, possessing epic-level strength from birth, let alone a mature dragon. While he was confident in his own power, he certainly wasn't foolish enough to try and play the hero as a dragon slayer. What if that thunder dragon is already dead? A sharp glint flashed in Song Yuan's eyes. Chapter 50, Fusion of Lightning and Dragon Magic? Space Mage. Boom! Song Yuan's words were like a heavy bombshell, stirring up stormy waves. Chu felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot with his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. The dragon is dead? Who did it? And how did Song Yuan know about this? Every part of a dragon is a treasure: dragon hide, dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon wings. The most precious, of course, is the dragon crystal, which is the core of a giant dragon. Throwing any single item into the outside world would cause a massive uproar and trigger countless people to fight over it. Yet, having discovered this, instead of keeping the benefits to himself, he chose to tell Chu this news. Song Yuan sensed the doubt and uncertainty in Chu's eyes and explained, the place where the thunder dragon died is in a canyon. The location is very hidden, and there are lightning magic restrictions surrounding it. Ordinary people cannot enter. Only someone who possesses lightning magic can open the restriction and approach the corpse. Chu frowned. If that were the case, he was indeed the best candidate. After all, looking across the entire Longsha Empire, he was likely the only one who could control the lightning element. Then, Director, what do you want me to do? Chu's interest was instantly piqued. I only want the dragon blood. You can take any other materials as you wish, including the dragon crystal. Song Yuan said slowly. Chu looked at his head of white hair and suddenly remembered that a few years ago, Song Yuan seemed to have been afflicted by extreme cold underworld poison in a domain. His bodily functions were rapidly declining, even threatening his lifespan. He was already 100 years old under normal circumstances. A legend-level powerhouse could live for 500 years. However, if this poison remained uncured, he could only hold on for a year at most. Dragon blood is the most critical primary medicine for detoxification, otherwise, he could only wait for death. That was why, when he heard that a Thunder Warlock had undergone class awakening in Donghai City, Jiangnan Province, he went to proctor the exam in person. The purpose was to test Chu's strength. He had already observed Chu for a while in the trial tower. Chu's powerful attack power and miraculous instant casting without chanting gave him hope. "Are you interested?" Song Yuan asked again. Chu did not rush to answer. Instead, he pondered the feasibility of the matter. This kind of thing was dangerous, incredibly dangerous. One slight misstep and he would be plunged into eternal damnation. Even if it were a dead dragon, the draconic pressure still lingered. It was a perfect testament to the saying that danger and opportunity coexist. As long as he obtained the Thunder Dragon's dragon crystal, the power of his lightning spells would skyrocket several times over. The skill damage of a dragon language mage would also be significantly enhanced. He might even be able to fuse two completely different types of skills together. Such a massive temptation was, to be honest, hard to refuse. "I'll do it." Chu nodded solemnly. Song Yuan nodded and said, "The Thunder Dragon has been dead for a month, but its draconic pressure hasn't dissipated yet. Wait a while longer. When the time is right, I will notify you." Having said that, Song Yuan drifted away like a ghost, vanishing into the night. At that moment, his majestic voice suddenly echoed through the vast expanse of heaven and earth. "Remember, do not tell anyone about this." Chu gazed in the direction where he had disappeared and licked his lips in excitement. "I can't be a dragon-slaying hero, but I can certainly try my hand at being a corpse-scavenging hero." When he returned to the villa, he was surprised to find a young woman lying on the sofa at some point. She wore a loose bear-patterned pajama top that reached her knees, revealing smooth, fair long legs and a face of breathtaking beauty. "How did you get here?" Chu asked. "You blockhead. You didn't even ask me to come to school with you." Chu pouted in dissatisfaction. At this point, Chu noticed that Luo was nowhere to be seen. His bedroom door was locked tight, presumably because he was inside chatting with female netizens. "Didn't I ask you out to play last time? You said yourself it wasn't convenient." Chu curled his lip and plopped down on the sofa. Because of that a few days ago." Chu stammered. In truth, the intimate actions that occurred at the domain entrance last time had left her heart fluttering, and she suddenly didn't know how to face Chu. She had stayed at home alone for several days, never stepping foot outside. "Speak up, what do you want from me?" Chu asked. "Are you ready for the freshman trials tomorrow?" Chu asked. "Chu? What freshman trials? Never heard of them." Chu looked completely bewildered. No one had ever mentioned such a thing to him. "You don't even know about the freshman trials?" Chu was speechless and explained, "The freshman trial is a test specifically designed to hone new students. Students with good grades can earn points. The trial takes the form of team combat, with the class advisor making random assignments in groups of 3. After hearing this, Chu understood. Isn't this just like university military training? When students first enroll, it's meant to give them a show of authority to make them behave. Under the fine name of a trial, it's actually intended to grind down their arrogant edges. Anyone who can enter Taikyo Academy is a top-tier genius, and it's inevitable they would have some pride in their hearts. Do I look like someone who needs to prepare?" Chu asked back. "True, you are such a freak." Chu playfully stuck out her tongue. "All right, hurry back then." "Good night," Chu said, signaling for her to leave. Chu looked at the time on her phone and said in shock, "It's only 9 o'clock in the evening." Chu glanced at her sideways and said, "Don't you know there's a kind of goodnight called a social goodnight?" "Humph. Then I'm leaving." Chu climbed up from the sofa, looking back every few steps. "I'm really leaving now." "What?" You want to stay the night? Shu narrowed his eyes. If you insist on asking me to stay, this young lady might reluctantly consider it. Shu raised her chin proudly, hands on her hips. Shu looked at her for 2 seconds, grabbed her by the back of the neck with one hand, and threw her straight out. Bang! The main door slammed shut. Shu! Big pig! Big idiot! Shu was indignant, her feet restlessly kicking at the grass in the courtyard. You don't know the first thing about being a gentleman. I'm breaking off our friendship. For at least an hour. Shu grumbled. 7 a.m. the next morning. After finishing his morning routine, Shu headed to the cafeteria for breakfast with Luo before making a beeline for the classroom. It had to be said, this academy was truly massive. It took 20 minutes even when flying a broomstick from the Villa district. Arriving at the Sky Magic Academy, he checked the signage and located his class level. The moment he stepped into the classroom, the noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with eyes full of fanaticism and reverence. That's him. That's Chu. The legendary Thunder God. I heard that yesterday he hit a combat power of over 500,000 on the testing stone. That's insane. Right? And word is the Thunder God is already at Gold 7 star. Shu found a random seat, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. A moment later, a wave of gasps suddenly erupted in the classroom. Shu opened his eyes to look, and a faint hint of admiration flashed through his gaze. Walking in was a girl with a cold, composed expression. She had jet black hair, a slender neck, fair skin, and a graceful figure. From a distance, she looked like a fairy stepped out of a painting or a radiant pearl in the dark of night. Once you laid eyes on her, it was hard to look away. Her beauty was on par with Shu's, though each had her own distinct charm. One was lively, while the other was cold and aloof. Judging by the mysterious fluctuations radiating from her body, it was clear. She was Su Yueshi, the space mage. Chapter 51, I'm no creeper. The trial begins. This year, the Sky Magic Academy had a total of 2 hidden classes. One was the Thunder Warlock, and the other was the Space Mage. Su Yueshi was the top scorer of this year's Magic City entrance exam and was already a Gold 5 star. She and Shu were hailed as the twin stars of the Sky Magic Academy's freshman class. Many were eager to see which of the two was truly the stronger. After entering the class level, Su Yueshi scanned the room. Those she glanced at felt their breath hitch. Her overwhelming presence didn't stem from her beauty, but from the spatial fluctuations she constantly emitted. It was as if she could isolate someone from this space at any moment. As she found a seat and sat down, a notification tone suddenly echoed in Chu's mind. Ding! Detected an item nearby capable of unsealing a divine artifact. Chu's spirit jolted. He abruptly turned his head to stare at Su Yueshi. When he looked at Su Yueshi, it just so happened that she was staring at him as well. However, her eyes contained an intense fighting spirit. Look! The twin stars have locked eyes. They aren't planning to start a fight in the classroom, are they? It's impossible to fight within the academy grounds. Did you forget about the magic circles? Who do you guys think is stronger? Hard to say. The Thunder Warlock has high damage and strong burst. The Space Mage wins on unpredictability. You never know which card she is going to play. The crowd discussed animatedly, their faces filled with intense curiosity. The upcoming newbie trial would likely be another fierce clash between dragons and tigers. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked in. Despite the heat, he was dressed in a full suit, his hair combed meticulously, wearing a pair of expensive leather shoes, and holding a thermos. His entire being radiated a melancholic temperament. I am your class instructor, my name is Li Zhangbai. For the next 4 years, I will be leading your magical studies. As Imperial Capital Academy is one of the top 3 academies in the Dragon Summer Empire, from this moment on, you only need to hold 2 objectives. Li Zhangbai slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of pure white eyes. Even the pupils were white. Reach epic level at all costs. And stay alive. As those words landed, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. The entrance examination for Imperial Capital Academy was difficult, with a high death rate. After enrollment, they would face various assessments and missions, where the death rate was even higher. As a sacred ground for cultivating talent, Imperial Capital Academy would not allow you to study quietly within its walls. As for the graduation requirements, they were also very simple. Reach the epic level within 4 years, and regardless of whether you are a freshman or a senior, you can graduate immediately. If there are any more questions, feel free to ask them now. Li Zhongbai took a leisurely sip of his goji berry tea. Instructor. What is the minimum number of academy assigned missions we must complete each year? A boy asked, raising his hand. At least one, with no upper limit. Hearing this answer, everyone's racing hearts gradually began to settle. Unlike the uninformed students, Chu had a certain understanding of the intensity of these missions. A few days ago, Tai Buddian and Yun Fan had received a mission to clear the Baron's domain. That was a common level domain. Not only were the monsters within powerful, but they were also numerous. Most importantly, there was the hidden boss. Without Chu's perverse damage output, all of them would have met their end there. On the surface, needing to complete only one mission a year seemed very simple. In reality, however, the difficulty would far exceed their imaginations. Afterward, a few more students asked some trivial questions. Once no one else raised their hand, Li Zhongbai put his sunglasses back on, head to the training grounds. The group arrived at the training grounds, where all the freshmen had gathered. Over 5,000 people in total. Over 5,000 chosen ones gathered together, most of them wearing faint expressions of arrogance on their faces. Chu spotted Su Yueshi in the crowd, and the golden dawn on his chest sent out a strong surge of longing. He quietly approached her, his eyes sneakily glancing over her body. What are you looking at? Su Yueshi knit her willow-like brows and asked coldly. Nonsense, looking at you, of course. Chu replied. I won't be dating before graduation. You can give up on that idea. Su Yueshi wrinkled her nose. Chu. What the hell? Did she take him for some kind of pervert? Su Yueshi's voice wasn't loud, but the people around them heard her clearly. They turned their heads to stare at Chu with strange expressions. Who's interested in you? You've got no meat on your bones. It would feel uncomfortable even if you were lying on top of me. Chu rolled his eyes. You? After this novice trial, I will officially challenge you. Su Yueshi said with intense fighting spirit. Just as she turned to look at him, Chu's gaze suddenly fell upon the jade pendant hanging around her neck. Could you let me take a look at that jade pendant? Chu asked. Su Yueshi turned to look at Chu, clutching the jade pendant tightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint trace of irritation. What exactly are you trying to do? She had felt Chu's gaze was off since the very beginning. Usually, when boys looked at her, their eyes were filled with passion or desire. But Chu's focus wasn't on her figure or her face. Instead, it lingered on her equipment and accessories. What a strange person. Chu's eyes darted around as he nodded and said, How about this? I accept your challenge. If I win, you let me take a look at the jade pendant. If I lose, I'm at your disposal. How does that sound? Su Yueshi looked down at the jade pendant her mother had given her on her coming-of-age day. She didn't know if it had any special function. She simply wore it as an ornament. However, Chu only wanted to take a look, which wasn't an unreasonable request. Fine. Su Yueshi nodded slightly. Whoosh. A hint of joy flashed across the corners of Chu's mouth. He had finally succeeded. Items containing divinity were hard to find, and once found, they could never be let go. The attributes and attached skills of divine artifacts were incredibly powerful. He believed that if he could unlock the second layer, it would definitely bring him an even more explosive boost. Once everyone had gathered, a massive screen appeared in the void, dividing everyone into 3-person teams. To ensure fairness, the Academy mandated that each team must include 1 support-type class. 1 melee, 1 ranged, and 1 support. The most basic team composition. Chu looked up, scanned the screen, and found his name. Group 88. Members: Guiyu Magic Warrior, Chu Thunder Warlock, Xiaoleng Tian Priest. Once the grouping was complete, a sonorous voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, line up in order of your group numbers. Chu arrived at the designated location and saw Xiaoleng Tian waiting there with another average-looking boy. Brother Chu, it seems our fate is intertwined. Xiaoleng Tian said pleasantly. Chu's lips twitched slightly. He wondered if this was fate or some form of retribution. Hello, Thunder God, my name is Guiyu. Guiyu said, his hand trembling as he reached out. The most brilliant and talented genius of Taikyo Academy. A top-level lightning mage with a combat power of 500,000. To be teamed up with such a legendary figure, if they weren't in public, he would have already been laughing like a madman. Hello, Chu nodded calmly, reaching out to shake his hand. Guiyu suppressed his inner excitement, forcing himself to remain calm. The people around them looked at Guiyu and Xiaoleng Tian with faces full of envy. As the saying goes, playing well isn't as good as being cued well. Even if you are strong yourself, being matched with deadweight teammates is bound to be miserable. Although everyone here was a chosen one, the trial competition was ultimately a race for clear speed. The stronger the teammates, the faster the clearing speed. At that moment, Chu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Liao Fan staring at him with a venomous expression, his eyes filled with a hatred that seemed as if he wanted to swallow Chu alive. Chu gave a disdainful smile and turned back, ignoring him. Immediately following that, a massive vortex appeared before everyone. Now! Everyone, enter the Howling Cave Dungeon. Chapter 52, cleared in 20 seconds. Stunning the audience. Let's go! 5,000 people flooded into the Howling Cave simultaneously, and in an instant, only the instructors remained on the vast playground. As class advisors, they were not only there to evaluate the students' strength during this trial but also to formulate future teaching plans. On the rostrum, Song Yuan sat in his chair, staring at the vortex with a gaze that seemed to pierce through space and look directly inside. Beside him was a fierce-looking middle-aged man with thick eyebrows slanting upwards, bearing a slight resemblance to Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms period. This man was the disciplinary director of Taikyo Academy, Xiao Yan. Brother Song, that little fellow you found is only gold rank 7, isn't he? Aren't you afraid he'll die out there on such a difficult mission? Xiao Yan's low voice sounded like a demon from the 9 netherworlds, raspy and heavy. Since when did the great Yama, who kills without blinking, start worrying about someone else's life? Song Yuan countered. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan laughed loudly, his eyes fixed intensely on the name Chu on the leaderboard. I don't care whether he lives or dies. It's just that, you only have 1 year left, don't you? Don't forget, I hate attending funerals more than anything. 1 year is enough, Song Yuan replied, his expression remaining unchanged. As they were speaking, the student union and various clubs sent representatives to observe the trial. After the trial, it would be time for the clubs and the student union to recruit new members, and they would be looking to win over all kinds of suitable talents. A young man who bore a striking resemblance to Liao Fan stood with his arms crossed. His high cheekbones and protruding eyes made him look like a vulture. Liao Hui was in charge of student union recruitment this year. Normally, he would have disdained such a task, but with his younger brother entering the academy, he felt it was his duty as an elder brother to personally vet the process for Liao Fan. Well, if it isn't our great regiment commander Liao? I heard your brother was humiliated yesterday. As his brother, aren't you going to help him get some payback? Teased a handsome youth clad in mage robes. Xin Xiaowan, if you want to fight, we can head to the martial arts square right now, Liao Hui said, his face clouding over. Don't be so quick to resort to violence. Is solving problems with fists the only thing you student union people know how to do? Xin Xiaowan curled his lips and continued. If you ask me, your brother has some nerve. Challenging someone with 500,000 combat power when he only has 3,000? I must say, your Liao family's current generation is quite bold. Xin Xiaowan's words were loaded, referring not only to Liao Fan but also to Liao Chenming, who had been ruthlessly punished by the Yama after harassing a female classmate years ago. You're looking for death. Liao Hui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His aura erupted violently, sending an invisible shockwave surging from his body. "Ha, don't get so heated. We're all classmates here, peace is precious," Qin Shaowan chuckled. Just as he was about to continue provoking him, the rankings in the sky suddenly shifted. A certain team shot up to the first place with the speed of a rocket. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Time for floor 1, 20 seconds. What? Am I seeing things? Cleared the first stage in 20 seconds? That's terrifying speed. I know that guy named Chu. He's the genius our Qingtian Club's president specifically ordered us to recruit. The Qingtian Club only has 5 members in total. Since when does such a tiny club have the right to recruit the God of Thunder? Aren't you all celebrating a bit too early? The early stages are simple, but if he blindly consumes spirit like that, no matter how powerful he is, he'll hit a fatigue period. Soon, a minute later, the second team to clear the first stage appeared. Second place, Group 16. Members, Wang Yanlong, Wang Junming, Chen Xinfeng. Time for floor 1, 1 minute 50 seconds. The second place speed is also very fast. Isn't that Wang Yanlong the top scholar from Yannan province? That's right. He's a holy light knight class. He has a natural, powerful advantage against undead creatures. No wonder his clearing speed is so fast. I remember the fastest time for the first stage in history was only about 40 seconds, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd realized the terrifying reality of the situation. Chu's group only took 20 seconds? Twice as fast as the historical record? What kind of monsters are they? Liao Hui narrowed his eyes at the leaderboard, his expression becoming somewhat strained. Back when he was a freshman, even with the combined efforts of his 3-man team, it had taken them 5 full minutes. Yet, how could someone like a Thunder Warlock, a class widely dismissed as useless, possess such incredible speed? Even though the group included a magic warrior named Guiyu, he was only a silver 8-star. His strength was hardly worth mentioning. The monsters on the first floor of the Howling Caves were all at least silver 10-star, and at the very end, there was even a gold 1-star elite monster. Given both the high quantity and quality of the enemies, they cleared it in less than half a minute? Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that Chu possessed a treasure capable of reducing casting time? A cryptic look flashed through Liao Hui's eyes, and a cold sneer played at the corners of his mouth. A treasure that can reduce casting time, huh? As time passed, the other groups gradually made their way through the first floor. Su Yueshi's group was ranked 5th. Ahead of her were a necromancer and a hex master. The rankings were as follows. First place, 20 seconds. Second place, 1 minute 50 seconds. Third place, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Fourth place, 3 minutes 25 seconds. Fifth place, 3 minutes 33 seconds. With identical team compositions, skill levels varied, but the gap usually wasn't this massive. However, Chu's performance stood out like a sore thumb, making people wonder if he had mastered some kind of secret technique. Song Yuan wasn't surprised by Chu's performance. He had already sensed the boy's potential back at the trial tower. If he managed to grow to his full potential, there was a high probability he would become a member of the Longxia Council of Elders. One must realize that every single elder is a 10-star world ender level. Their strength is infinitely close to God level. Brother Song, it seems your judgment was spot on. I just wonder if his subsequent performance will remain this breathtaking. Xiaoyan couldn't help but nod. His son, Xiaolang Tian, was in Group 88, so naturally, his attention was focused there. Just wait and see, he will bring even more surprises. A rare smile appeared on Song Yuan's face. Xiaoyan felt slightly surprised. Wasn't Song Yuan's evaluation of him a bit too high? While his speed in clearing the first floor was indeed fast, a mage is still just a mage. If one goes too hard at the beginning and runs out of steam later, it will severely drag down the team's overall clearing speed. This is the common weakness of mages in a team setting. Just then, the data on the leaderboard refreshed once again. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Second floor time, 30 seconds. What? 30 seconds? Are you fucking kidding me? Even someone hanging themselves needs a moment to catch their breath. Is Chu insane? Does this freak really not need to chant? Does he have no cooldowns either? Soon, the leaderboard refreshed again. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Third floor time, 35 seconds. Everyone. Fine, you really are a freak. Chapter 53, Blasting Through the Levels. Why not just stuff the trophy in your mouth? Chu and his team arrived at the fourth floor. The moment they entered, they saw a massive swarm of skeleton soldiers charging toward them, swords and blades raised. Monsters, skeleton soldier. Rank, gold rank. Level, gold 3-star. Strength, 1248. Agility, 589. Spirit 0. Constitution, 1002. Skills, none. The level has gone up again. At this rate, the 9th floor will have gold 8-star monsters. Xiaolang Tian exclaimed. The trial dungeon changes every year, only the clear conditions remain the same. Kill 100 common monsters and 1 elite monster. Inside the vast cavern, 5,000 people were teleported in simultaneously. They could see the clear progress of other groups. When they first entered, the first floor of the Howling Caves was packed with skeleton soldiers. All 5,000 people were instantly surrounded by the undead. Just as Guiyu was preparing to swing his sword, Chu casually tossed out a few chains of lightning, effortlessly slaying 100 skeleton soldiers. Then, the trio headed straight to the end of the first floor, where Chu's single thunder orb one-shot the elite monster. The second floor was even simpler. Once lightning hell was unleashed, every monster within a 50-meter radius was turned to ash. With such a blistering clear speed, Guiyu was completely stunned. He had never experienced such a thrilling sensation. He didn't have to lift a finger, he just kept his hands in his pockets and followed behind Chu. Xiaolang Tian was an even different story. Already a total fanboy of Chu, he spent his time fanning him, handing him water, and occasionally peeling an orange for him. He interpreted the utility of the healer class to the absolute fullest. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have even spared them a glance. Only a man as valiant as Chu could earn his favor. If for nothing else than the sheer respect Chu showed to Xiao Bao, Xiaolang Tian had decided this man was his brother. At that moment, Chu raised his staff high. Surging wind elements gathered continuously, and under his summons, wild winds rose from all directions. Monsoon. A tornado abruptly materialized, instantly shredding countless skeleton soldiers. Killed gold rank 3-star skeleton soldier, EXP plus 1500. Killed gold rank 3-star skeleton soldier, EXP plus 1500. In the blink of an eye, a clearing suddenly appeared before them, and their mission information updated immediately. Kill 100 common monsters, 245 100. A single skill insta-killed over 200 skeleton soldiers. Xiaolang Tian shook his head violently and gave himself a hard slap, realizing this was no hallucination. My god! No wonder Thor could insta-kill a gold rank boss in 0.1s. Xiaolang Tian finally understood everything. Strength is only recognized when it is displayed before the world. He had received 2 notifications previously and had seen plenty of news about Chu on the forums. But that was merely superficial and couldn't convince everyone. Who knew if the gold rank you killed was actually formidable? And killing a world boss might just have been luck. Perhaps he just happened to land the final blow? Facts speak louder than words. 1,000 explanations weren't as effective as a single monsoon. Let's go! Chu collected all the dropped materials and strode toward the end of the 4th floor. The moment they spotted the elite monster of the 4th floor, Chu immediately threw out a thunder orb. Killed gold rank 4-star skeleton soldier elite, EXP plus 3800. Simultaneously, the values on the leaderboard refreshed again. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. 4th floor time, 50 seconds. The seniors and mentors standing outside had already gone numb. What Chu brought them could no longer be called a surprise, it should be called a shock. Every single stage had broken the records for the Imperial Capital Academy's freshman trials. His actions would give others the illusion that the trial was easy. Had these seniors not experienced it themselves, they might have genuinely thought it was simple upon seeing this leaderboard. Li Zhongbai's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, stared at the leaderboard, his face devoid of any expression. "Old Li, you've really picked up a treasure. This guy might just rewrite the history of Taikyo Academy," remarked Yu Hugwang, the class advisor for Class 2, Year 1 of the Heavenly Magic Academy, with clicks of admiration. "Who are you talking about?" Li Zhongbai asked, looking completely bewildered. Yu Haoguang slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "Chu. The student from your Class 1. He's ranked first right now." Li Zhongbai belonged to the Spirit Eye class. His eyes were essentially in a state of semi-blindness, and he could only gain vision by consuming spirit. Once opened, his eyes became the most terrifying of weapons. Once, a legendary level elite monster was rampaging on the outskirts of the City of Dawn. Li Zhongbai happened to be passing by and stared the monsters to death with a single glance. Then, he walked away indifferently. When people processed the corpse, they discovered that the elite monster had no external injuries, and even its internal organs were intact. Yet, it was indeed dead. From that day on, no one dared to call him blindly again. "Oh, not bad." Li Zhongbai nodded. Yu Haoguang curled his lip. If it were his student taking first place and repeatedly breaking records, he would probably be flying with joy. But this guy had no expression at all, as if he weren't surprised in the least. In fact, rather than saying he wasn't surprised, it would be more accurate to say everything was within expectations. In class, the moment Li Zhongbai took off his sunglasses, he had seen through the backgrounds and secrets of every student in the room. Chu's spirit fluctuations were the strongest. Stronger than any freshman he had ever taught. Even the space mage Su Yueshi paled in comparison before him. And there was one most important point. He felt an unprecedented mysterious aura emanating from Chu. This aura was hidden extremely deep, filled with divinity and dominance, as if it were the residual pressure of some ancient behemoth, striking fear into the heart. So from that moment on, Li Zhongbai knew that Chu would definitely display strength that would astonish everyone. Suddenly, the leaderboard refreshed once more. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian, 5th floor time, 51 seconds. Cleared again. Is this guy riding a rocket? While everyone else is still on the first floor, he's already through the 5th? Holy crap, this is too demoralizing. I can't take it, I can't watch this anymore. The students inside the Howling Cave stared at the leaderboard with faces full of shock. How many times has it been now? While everyone else was still struggling through the first stage, Chu had already blasted his way to the 6th floor? Is this even a trial anymore? Might as well just let him play by himself. With a gap this massive, how are we supposed to compete? You might as well shove the trophy down his throat right now. The students were both stunned and jealous. Everyone was a freshman. How could the gap be this enormous? It would be understandable if other hidden classes were fast. But you're just a Thunder Warlock, and you're going this hard. It's making me suspect that I'm actually just trash, alright? At that moment, on the 2nd floor of the Howling Caves, Liao Fan poured all his strength into unleashing a death flower to kill a gold 1-star skeleton warrior. Damn it! Speed up! We have to speed up too. Liao Fan's face was as dark as stagnant water. A warrior in his squad said with a bitter expression, "This is already our maximum speed. It takes at least 3 seconds to kill a single skeleton warrior, and that's without even managing our spirit consumption." Exasperated, Liao Fan stomped on the skeleton on the ground. A surge of frustration was trapped in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Chu's ranking felt like having a foot pressed down on his head, reminding him of yesterday's humiliation. From childhood to now, when had he ever had to endure such bullshit? Just as his anger was peaking, the leaderboard refreshed again. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Time for 6th floor, 50 seconds. Chapter 54, problems with sexual orientation? Thunder God save me. Liao Fan froze instantly, looking as if he'd been struck by lightning, staring at the list in disbelief. How could this be? Why is he so fast? This is impossible. Damn it! Speed up! I don't care how you do it. If you're out of mana, get potions from me. If you're hurt, healers get on it. Liao Fan roared hysterically. Liao Fan truly couldn't believe that the gap between two people could be this vast. Even though Chu's level was much higher than his, the drawbacks of being a mage were obvious. No matter how strong you were, there had to be a limit, right? The other two members of the group curled their lips helplessly and threw themselves back into the fight. If it weren't for the fact that Liao Fan had a good brother and a powerful father, who would bother with this jealous freak? With a vindictive personality and a heart smaller than a grain of sand, it was no wonder he had been humiliated by Thor. At the same time, on the third floor of the Howling Caves, Shu was constantly monitoring Chu's ranking. Seeing him bring surprises to everyone as always, a look of pride unconsciously surfaced on her face. The two boys in her group looked at her stunning smile and were momentarily dazed. What are you looking at? Hurry up and kill the monsters! Shu snapped, her hands on her hips as her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Humph! Look at you two, totally captivated by my charm, aren't you? The two jolted back to their senses and resumed their struggle with the skeleton warriors. As if trying to demonstrate their strength in front of Shu, they put every ounce of effort into it, even using the strength they usually reserved for private time. Seeing the two working so hard in front of her, Shu felt a brief trance. That feeling of being the center of attention had returned. That big idiot! I'm so beautiful, yet you wouldn't even give me a second glance. Shu felt a surge of grievance when she remembered Chu kicking her out of his room last night. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went, and during her school years, she had countless admirers. She had always been confident in her looks, but in front of Chu, she had once begun to doubt herself. Could Chu have a problem with his sexual orientation? But that didn't seem right either. Back then at the entrance of the domain, he had. Thinking of this, Shu couldn't help but blush. On the other side, in the heat of battle, Luo, with the help of his teammates, pinned a skeleton warrior under his foot and finished its soulfire with a single spear thrust. Damn, I'm exhausted. Luo panted, gulping down a red potion as his wounds slowly healed. He really wasn't used to days without Chu in the past. He would just hide in the back, watch, and quietly soak up the EXP. Once he truly reached the battlefield, he realized he was severely lacking in combat EXP. Once a sense of dependency forms, it is difficult to break. Luo did not want to be the one dragging the team down, so he put in extra effort during this trial. Chu cleared it again? He's already climbed to the 7th stage, hasn't he? It's simply divine. He clears a stage every few dozen seconds. Luo looked at his teammates' shocked expressions, subconsciously rubbed his nose, and spoke up, "It's alright, this isn't even his full strength yet." Hearing this, the two suddenly turned their heads. "Classmate, you know Thor?" Luo gave a mischievous grin and raised an eyebrow. "I won't lie to you, Thor is my brother. My best buddy." As soon as these words came out, his teammates were no longer calm. They hurriedly leaned in and asked, "Have you seen Thor's true power?" "You've all seen the videos on the internet, right?" Luo asked, looking at their curious expressions. "We've seen them all. Is it true that he fought a fierce battle against a Grandmaster-level powerhouse in Zhanghai City and killed them?" "Many people say it's photoshopped, but I think that's unlikely. My 7th aunt's nephew's cousin lives in Zhanghai City. She said she was nearby at the time and definitely felt a very strong fluctuation." Luo cleared his throat and explained, "Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, it is indeed true." The two looked at each other, utterly shocked. "But the information you have is incorrect. Chu didn't fight a fierce battle, he insta-killed that Grandmaster powerhouse with a single skill." Luo revealed the truth. Hiss! The two gasped in unison. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age. If he were given a few more years to study, what heights would he reach? It was unimaginable. At this moment, Luo's figure suddenly seemed to tower over them in their eyes. The other groups ranked in the top 10 or higher felt slightly surprised after seeing Chu's results. As their strength increased, their horizons broadened, and their understanding of other classes deepened. Therefore, there wasn't much of a stir in their hearts. The final stage was the most critical part of this trial. Clearing the earlier stages quickly only proved that his damage output was high. Mages naturally have wide-range AoE skills, and with the high damage of lightning magic, reaching this level was considered normal. If he didn't have this kind of speed, he wouldn't deserve the title of Thor. Su Yueshi was desperately trying to catch up. The Su family of Magic City had the spirit of never giving up in their very bones. The Su family of Magic City had guarded the borders for tens of thousands of years. Countless ancestors had rushed to the front lines one after another, achieving illustrious military honors for the Dragon Summer Empire. Su Yueshi was well aware of her destiny. She had to make the most of these 4 years to continuously enhance her strength. And Chu would be the first stepping stone on her path to growth. The 7th level of the Howling Caves. As Chu stepped onto this dark and desolate land, he discovered that the monsters before him had undergone a massive change. The familiar skeleton warriors were gone, replaced by skeleton knights and skeleton mages. Monsters, Skeleton Knight. Rank, Gold rank. Level, Gold 6 star. Strength, 1578. Agility, 1026. Spirit 0. Constitution, 1396. Skills, Undead Charge, Soul of the Night. Monsters, Skeleton Mage. Rank, Gold rank. Level, Gold 6 star. Strength, 0. Agility, 217. Spirit 1632. Constitution, 899. Skills, Necrotic Blast. There weren't many monsters on the 7th level. Walking ahead alone, Chu spoke up, "Go find the elite monster, pull it over here, and we'll slaughter them all together." "Ha?" Xiao Langtian froze for a moment before nodding quickly, "Alright." Guiyu suddenly felt his throat go dry. Was this the aura of a top-tier powerhouse? Everyone else kills them one by one, but you just pull the whole mob over at once. And your tone is so nonchalant. Acting this relaxed is going to give me the illusion that I can do it too. Just as the two were luring the elite monster over, they were shocked to find over 100 corpses already littering the ground. Thunder God! Save me! Guiyu fled for his life. Behind him, a skeletal horse wreathed in green fire pursued him relentlessly. Chu yawned, and without even sparing a glance, he casually tossed out a thunder orb. A silvery white light swept through. Guiyu's pupils dilated instantly. He ducked violently as the thunder orb streaked past just above his head. It was only inches away from his scalp. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the elite monster was instantly shattered into countless fragments. Killed Gold rank 6 star Skeleton Knight Elite, EXP plus 16,980. A flash of light enveloped Xiao Langtian, and he leveled up directly to Silver 10 star. Driven by such massive amounts of EXP, it was difficult not to level up. A single skill from Chu basically wiped out a large area, killing far more monsters than the trial required. Guiyu looked at the remains on the ground with lingering fear, swallowing hard with difficulty. If his reaction had been just a split second slower, he probably would have ended up as nothing but dust, wouldn't he? Chu walked over leisurely and patted his shoulder. "Nice reaction speed, kid." Guiyu, oh. I almost died just now. Aren't you going to say sorry? Chapter 55, Fireflies and the Bright Moon. An invitation from the Holy Night. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiao Langtian. Time for 7th floor, 60 seconds. This minor episode left a massive scar on Guiyu's fragile soul. To think he was a top student from Dongguan province, someone who was idolized back at his high school. But having actually come here, he realized the gap between people could truly be as vast as that between a firefly and the bright moon. Stepping into the 8th floor, Chu repeated his old trick, letting Guiyu and Xiao Langtian lure the mobs while he cleared them out with a single storm's wrath. Taking just 1 minute, they completed the trial requirements and arrived at the final floor. The area of the 9th floor was nearly the sum of the previous 8. Above them stood a bone tower constructed from corpses, and the air was filled with a deep, eerie aura. There were no common monsters on this floor, nor were there any elite monsters. There was only a single massive skeleton crouching on the ground, with a green soul fire burning in the center of its enormous skull. Monsters, Bone Dragon Boss. Grade, Grandmaster level. Level, Grandmaster 1 star. Strength, 3287. Agility, 3056. Spirit 3196. Constitution, 3005. Skills, Wrath of the Undead, Necromancy. A magical restriction stood before them, blocking their path. This floor tested not speed, but damage output. The total combined damage of the team. Clearing the first 8 floors awarded points based on the team's completion speed and ranking, while the final floor awarded points based on the percentage of total damage dealt to the Bone Dragon. Therefore, Chu and the others needed to wait on the 9th floor. Only after everyone had completed the trials of the first 8 floors would the magical restriction open. Thunder God, what should we do later? I'll follow your lead. Wei Yu looked at the crystal-clear bone dragon with some trepidation. The raging soulfire seemed to transform into an eye staring directly at him. What else can we do? Just go for it. It's not like we're the only 3 fighting. Xiao Langtian sat down on the ground, pulled an apple out of his backpack, and began munching on it. He wasn't particularly afraid. He was just a priest, responsible for healing and buffing from the back. Shu closed his eyes in meditation, contemplating his next steps. First, he had to obtain the dragon crystal Son Yuan mentioned. The timing wasn't set yet, but it certainly wouldn't be far off. Next was the Imperial Capital Academy Library. He intended to learn every single skill available to a Thunder Warlock. Finally, there was the Tower of Eternity, the most crucial and important matter of all. The Tower of Eternity would open in a month. During this time, Shu needed to continuously increase his level. Oh right, he almost forgot about the match with Su Yueshi. While Chu was meditating, a team completed all the trials of the first 8 floors and arrived at the 9th floor. The youth leading them was clad in armor, clutching a shield glowing with holy light in his left hand and a long spear in his right. His brow was filled with a sense of righteousness. Wherever he stood, evil was dispelled, and a cluster of light shimmered above his head, making him look exceptionally divine. Chu sensed a formidable aura and opened his eyes to see several people walking toward them. Gui Yu and Xiao Langtian immediately grew alert, summoning their weapons and standing ready for battle. Killing was permitted within the trial. The academy placed no restrictions on it. The leading youth ignored their movements and walked straight up to Chu. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Yinlong. Gold 4-star Holy Knight. Wang Yinlong extended his hand. Chu, Gold 7-star Thunder Warlock. Chu reached out and shook his hand. I have no ill intentions, I simply want to cooperate with you, Wang Yinlong suggested, noticing the vigilance on the faces of Gui Yu and Xiao Langtian. Cooperation? Chu did not refuse immediately but instead asked with interest, why? The final stage evaluates the team's DPS percentage. Given that the overall strength of each group is relatively similar, the gap between teams won't be very large, and it shouldn't have a significant impact on the final rankings, Wang Yinlong explained. So, what you're saying is that some groups will secretly form alliances to target high-ranking teams? Shu analyzed. Exactly. Wang Yinlong nodded. This happens every year. High-ranking groups are besieged by numerous lower-ranking groups, with the sole purpose of preventing them from earning points in this stage. Currently, Shu is ranked first and Wang Yinlong is second. If things proceed normally, there will likely be no significant changes in the top 10. For groups ranked lower to climb up, this is the only way. How do we cooperate? Shu asked. It's simple, you attack, and I defend. You'll be responsible for fighting the boss, and we'll be responsible for protecting you. Later, I'll find a few more groups to form an alliance. Wang Yinlong said. And the conditions? Shu knew that cooperation was nothing more than a matter of profit. No one is willing to work for free without benefits. The points you earn after the trial ends will be split equally. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Yanlong's eyes. What he had his eye on was the point reward for first place. A total of 300,000. Meanwhile, second place only offered 150,000, third place 100,000, fourth place 50,000. The lower the ranking, the smaller the reward, and the larger the gap in the base amount. Shu laughed inwardly, so it turned out he wanted his points. Guiyu felt somewhat tempted. If things went as Wang Yanlong said, and they didn't form an alliance, they might not only miss out on the top 10 but could also lose their lives. Thunder God, why don't we cooperate with them? Guiyu suggested. I think it's feasible. Although we don't know who else has allied, with Liao Fan's vengeful personality, he will definitely seek revenge. Xiao Langtian also nodded. Wang Yanlong looked at Chu with a smile, brimming with confidence. He believed the other party would not refuse. After all, the first place holder would surely be the target of everyone in the final stage, and many people would be watching him during this round. As the person currently ranked second, since he had taken the initiative to extend an invitation, Shu had no reason to decline. I'm sorry, I refuse to cooperate, Shu said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly stunned. Wang Yanlong's expression changed, and he frowned, saying, Have you thought this through? What? Guiyu was a bit dazed. Does refusing to cooperate mean you're going to hold off thousands of enemies all by yourself? And still have a free hand to kill the boss? Although Xiao Langtian was somewhat surprised, he did not question Chu's decision. Just based on his attitude toward Xiao Bao. If they truly encountered danger, as a friend, he would spare no effort to save him. Even if I have to become a demon, there's nothing to consider. I won't give my points away, and I certainly won't leave my back exposed to strangers, Chu stated bluntly. Wang Yanlong stared into Chu's eyes for a long while before nodding. Fine, strangers indeed. In that case, I wish you the best of luck. With that, Wang Yanlong let out a cold snort and walked away, his face darkened. He hadn't expected Chu to actually refuse his cooperation. Was he not afraid of death? Big brother, what should we do next? A student nearby asked. Chu's combat power was undoubtedly the strongest. No one would question the damage output of a Thunder Warlock. Find other groups. Chu was the best choice, but he's not the only choice. Wang Yanlong said. Looking back, he saw Chu meditating with his eyes closed. A cold sneer flickered across the corner of Wang Yanlong's mouth. If Chu's group was unfortunate enough to be killed in action, it would actually be a good thing for him. The second place spot would move up a rank, and he would become number 1. So, whether they cooperated or not, he couldn't lose. Chapter 56, 1-Star Grandmaster Bone Dragon Boss. Come if you're not afraid to die. As time passed, more groups gradually arrived. Most of them were in a pathetic state. Some had lost arms, some were covered in blood, and some groups had been completely wiped out. This trial was cruel. To be precise, any trial arranged by Imperial Capital Academy carried the risk of death. If luck was against you or if team coordination failed, you could fall into an abyss from which there was no return. Wang Yanlong recruited several groups from the top 10 to cooperate, along with over a dozen lower-ranking groups. He had originally approached Su Yueshi as well, but this icy beauty had no intention of entertaining him. She said nothing and rejected him outright. When Luo and Shu arrived, the two of them immediately led their team members to find Shu. Shu, things look bad. I just heard that Liao Fan is looking for people to take you out. Luo's expression was quite grim. Don't worry, Shu, we've got your back. Shu stood firmly by his side. Shu scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Liao Fan not far away, who had already gathered a large crowd around him. Sensing Chu's gaze, Liao Fan made a throat-slitting gesture with a cold expression, his murderous intent surging. Just an ant, not worth mentioning. Chu didn't take the matter to heart at all. A piece of trash like Liao Fan doesn't even measure up to the members of the Aoyue Guild. Despite his decent equipment, he is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. As for the people he recruited, the highest among them is only gold 2-star. How much of a threat could they possibly be? If Chu were to spare Liao Fan even a second glance, he would have already lost. Currently, the entire Howling Cave is divided into over a dozen factions of various sizes. They move in groups, warily eyeing everyone around them. There are also quite a few solo parties, mostly consisting of individuals who are highly confident in their own strength. Take Su Yueshi, for example, as well as the hidden class Dragon Rider, Swordmaster, and Spellcaster. And then there is the most mysterious of all, the Necromancer. He stays in a corner by himself, surrounded by hundreds of skeleton warriors, and no one dares to provoke him. Once all the students had assembled, Xiaoyan's voice suddenly boomed above the crowd. A total of 5,126 students participated in the newbie trial. The death toll stands at 597. The final floor will begin in 3 minutes. As his voice faded, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence for a few seconds. Meanwhile, above the playground outside the dungeon, a massive light screen abruptly appeared before everyone. They could clearly see everything happening inside the dungeon from the outside. Look! That nearly 2-meter-tall brute is the Holy Knight Wang Yinlong. Our Holy Knight Order is planning to recruit him. TSK. The Necromancer has so many summons, and they are all silver-rank skeleton warriors. That's a significant amount of combat power. The young man in the very center must be the Thunder God Chu they were talking about, right? Why did he only find 2 groups to cooperate with? I'm not sure. Logically, the person in first place should have the strongest influence and appeal. Everyone's gaze fell on Chu in unison, faces filled with confusion. What's so strange about that? It's just the arrogance of a genius he disdains associating with others. He'll regret it later, someone suddenly remarked. Once these words were spoken, people thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed a possibility. Chu carried too many halos, and they were far too dazzling. Who among his peers could surpass him? It's normal to be arrogant, but facing a siege of hundreds or even thousands of people, is he confident he can survive? Liao Hui found Liao Fan's figure on the light screen. Seeing the students gathered around him, he nodded slightly. President Liao, what kind of benefits did your student union promise to get so many students to follow your lead? Xin Xiaowan's teasing voice sounded in his ear. What does that have to do with you? Mind your own business. Liao Hui said coldly. TSK, looks like Chu is in dire straits this time. Xin Xiaowan clicked his tongue, a look of mock pity on his face. It's a pity that a mage with a hidden class finally appeared, and a fairly powerful one at that, only to fall so soon. Many people present shared the same thought. The principle that many ants can kill an elephant has always held true. Even if you possess a treasure that allows you to cast without chanting, don't you still have cooldowns? Won't your spirit be depleted? Brother Song, it seems the little fellow you chose won't even last a year, Xiaoyan remarked. Song Yuan remained silent, merely gazing quietly at the sky screen. 3 minutes passed quickly. As the word start fell, the magical restriction slowly dissolved. In an instant, the bone dragon within the Howling Cave slowly raised its head, its massive 30-meter-long skeletal wings unfurling as a vast, powerful aura swept through the area. Countless clusters of blue ghost fire suddenly appeared in the air, gathering on the bone dragon to coat it in a layer of blue armor. Its originally lifeless appearance suddenly became vivid and animated. It's starting. Let's go. The crowd immediately launched their assault on the boss. In an instant, colorful skills flew out, bombarding the boss's body. The bone dragon let out a roar, and an invisible shockwave sent everyone within a 10-meter radius flying, coughing up blood. Damn it, this boss is too perverted. We can't even break its defense. How are we supposed to fight this? Only half the people are killing the boss, the rest are busy with internal strife. Forget it, just focus on dealing damage first. At that moment, the necromancer Suyu made his move. With the point of his staff, hundreds of skeleton warriors swarmed out. Raising their weapons, they continuously left faint, nearly imperceptible white marks on the boss. On the DPS damage leaderboard, Suyu's name climbed steadily, reaching first place in an instant. Su Yueshi refused to be outdone. Spatial fluctuations spread from her body, and a spatial blade suddenly manifested in the void, whistling straight toward the boss's head. The spatial blade passed through its skull without any resistance, causing its soul fire to flicker. Immediately afterward, her damage index actually surged into the top spot. Her damage was 20% higher than Su Yu's. Such damage caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Spatial mages are indeed mysterious. They can actually bypass the armor and attack the soul fire directly. After gauging the boss's capabilities, the Sword Saint and the Dragon Rider also began their offensive. The Sword Saint's attacks were bold and sweeping. With a wave of his finger, 99 gold rank longswords suddenly appeared behind him, flying out in unison and slamming heavily into the boss. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a crisp clanging sound, a small hole was forcibly smashed into the boss's armor. But before everyone could rejoice, the ghost fire flickered again, and the gap was instantly repaired. The Dragon Rider began to chant, a white star-shaped magic circle appearing beneath his feet. Moments later, a gold 3-star Earth Dragon suddenly manifested. Thousands of people charged forward in succession to launch their attacks, but the Bone Dragon's defense was too high. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through its armor at all. Furthermore, its attack power was immense. A single swipe of its tail could crush a dozen people into a pulp. While they were collectively grinding down the boss's health, on the other side of the 9th floor, over 700 students had Chu and his group completely surrounded. Give up the struggle. No matter what trump cards you have left, you are dead meat today. Liao Fan sneered. You little punk, do you have the guts to duel me one-on-one? I could cripple you with one hand. Luo's short temper flared up as he pointed his spear directly at Liao Fan's face. Very well, acting arrogant even when death is at your doorstep. Charge. Whoever kills Chu, I'll give them a spot in the student union. Liao Fan shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly tempted. The student union wasn't something just anyone could join. The threshold was extremely high. But once you were in, not only were the benefits great, but the authority was significant, and there were far more ways to earn points. Faced with such an opportunity, they were moved. Warriors roared as they charged. 100 people moved at once. Guai Yu and the others' faces turned pale with shock. At that moment, an unpretentious thunder orb streaked through the air with extreme speed, landing on one of the attackers and suddenly erupting with a brilliant light. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the entire space. The powerful aftershock hit those nearby, forcing them back several steps. What incredible power! The mages looked up at Chu in shock. This level of power was completely beyond the scope of their imagination. Is this the strength of the Thunder God? When the dust settled, the warrior was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. It was a shocking sight. If you're not afraid to die, then come at me. Holding a thunder orb in his hand, Chu took a step forward, his expression indifferent. Chapter 57, 1 against 500. Pissing their pants in fear. Chu's sudden strike stunned everyone. Originally, they didn't believe that Chu could cast skills without chanting, but now it appeared to be true. Hundreds of people stared solemnly at the thunder orb in Chu's hand. At this moment, no one dared to make a move. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. Liao Fan's expression was hideous, reminding him of the humiliation Chu had dealt him back at the martial arts square. If this grudge wasn't avenged, how could he show his face at Imperial Capital Academy? Whoever takes his life, I will give them a master-level piece of equipment, plus 50,000 points. Liao Fan roared loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the people seemed to overcome the fear in their hearts. The value of master-level equipment was at least 80 million dragon coins or more. Not to mention the weight of 50,000 points. Some students might not even earn that much in 4 years. I didn't realize my life was worth so much. It almost makes me want to chop off my own head to claim the reward. Chu chuckled softly, lightly tossing the thunder orb. The orb of purple lightning, containing ultimate violent energy, streaked through the air and suddenly flew toward Liao Fan. At the critical moment, Liao Fan actually grabbed the person next to him and used them as a shield. The human shield was instantly blown to pieces, while Liao Fan was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood in mid-air. See that? You actually believe the words of such a sinister and ruthless person? Chu sneered, his eyes filled with deep disdain. Someone who could use a comrade's life as a shield did not deserve to have others risk their lives for him. Kill him. Kill him now. Otherwise, when the dungeon ends, my brother won't let you off. Liao Fan's eyes were nearly splitting from rage. Being publicly humiliated by Chu like this made him fume with anger. The crowd was suddenly caught in a dilemma, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind. What should they do? Are you brainless? He's a mage, his spirit will run out sooner or later. Why are you still dazed? Under Liao Fan's urging, everyone suddenly came to their senses. That's right, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to escape the siege of so many people. Liao Fan's words reminded them, and the priests made a prompt decision, directly buffing the long-range and melee classes. Countless flashes of white light appeared, and the bodies of the melee classes seemed to be plated with a thin layer of gold leaf, looking quite divine. Meanwhile, the spirit fluctuations of the mages grew a level stronger, and their chanting speed seemed to shorten. As for the warlocks and wizards, they prepared to cast debuffs on Chu. Meanwhile, the archers had already taken their positions. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Chu took a step forward, thrusting his staff heavily into the ground. His eyes suddenly turned silver white, swirling with intense lightning. Xiao Langtian, buff me. Everyone else, spread out. Remember, staying alive is the priority. Chu instructed. Shu and the others nodded solemnly, their expressions more serious than ever before. This battle was inevitable, whether due to the grudge with Liao Fan or the struggle for the trial rankings. They had to fight. The next moment, Xiao Langtian waved his staff, granting Chu a spirit boost and divine protection. Gui Yu and the others were no exception. Their statuses reached their peak. Thunder God, we follow your lead, the people behind him said with burning gazes. Kill. At Chu's command, with the thunder orb in his left hand and chain lightning in his right, he instantly killed 30 people in a flash. Luo let out a great roar and charged forward. A massive night phantom slowly rose behind him as his battle intent reached its zenith. Compared to other knights, Luo's night soul was far more solid. Perhaps due to his personality, he possessed the bravery, perseverance, loyalty, and pride of a knight. The night soul had little to do with personal stats. It was primarily related to one's character. This was why Luo could explode with unprecedented combat power in moments of crisis. It was also the reason he could stand out among the countless candidates at the Imperial Capital Academy. He slammed his shield violently onto the ground, and a massive shockwave sent 5 people flying. Immediately after, his spear thrust out like a dragon, its tip condensing a blinding light that pierced through the hearts of 3 people in one go. Shu's offense was more like a work of art. With her agile figure and exquisite swordsmanship, she wove through the crowd. Each swing of her long sword drew forth bursts of scalding blood. However, no matter how strong their individual abilities were, they were facing an all-out assault from so many people. Eventually, they began to buckle under the pressure. In just the first exchange, Luo took a direct hit from a fire mage's explosive meteor. He let out a muffled groan and was forced back, dragging a long trail across the ground. Shu was also wounded, with a deep, bone-chilling gash on his shoulder from which blood flowed profusely. As for the others, they fared even worse. They lacked both significant strength and the experience of life and death combat. Back off! Shu bellowed. Shu and Luo's spirits jolted as they hurriedly retreated. They knew Chu was about to unleash an area of effect skill. Ha ha! Idiots, do you think you can escape my grasp? Liao Fan saw them retreating and assumed they were terrified and preparing to desert. Chu remained silent, gripping his staff. Suddenly, a massive purple star array 10 meters in diameter appeared above everyone's heads. Thunder hell! In an instant, countless bolts of lightning descended, charring all 80+ people into cinders. However, it wasn't over yet. The aura around Chu surged several levels higher. The terrifying spirit fluctuations even shocked the students who were fighting the boss in the distance. What terrifying spirit fluctuations! Has the god of thunder been enraged? A siege of 500 people couldn't kill him? And even now, his spirit hasn't run out yet. Everyone was stunned. If things continued at this rate, wouldn't Liao Fan and his group be completely wiped out? Two completely different battlefields, thousands of people besieging the Bone Dragon. And on the other side, hundreds of people besieging Chu. Wrath of the Storm. Chu's staff erupted with an incredibly brilliant light. In an instant, countless people were blinded, unable to keep their eyes open. They only felt a violent wind howling past. When they finally opened their eyes, they saw nothing but blood and shredded flesh covering the ground. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Was this level of damage even possible for a human to inflict? Judging by the marks left on the ground after the storm's rampage, the range of this wind skill was at least 50 meters in diameter. Wang Yanlong had been keeping a close eye on Chu's situation. When he discovered that Liao Fan and the others had failed to kill Chu and had instead lost half their men, he snarled. Useless trash! Wang Yanlong cursed under his breath and continued attacking the boss to grind his DPS. Su Yueshi, however, wasn't overly surprised if Chu wasn't strong. There would be no point in the challenge. The stronger the opponent, the more excited she became. Liao Fan collapsed onto the ground in terror, looking as if he had lost his soul. A large wet patch spread across his crotch, and a foul, pungent stench filled the air. You're a monster. Chu turned a deaf ear, walking toward him step by step. Liao Fan let out a shriek. Warlocks, are you eating shit? Why haven't you made a move yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the support classes unleashed all their prepared debuff skills. Blind, slow, sluggishness, stagnation. Now! Mages, fire your skills. Liao Fan's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, countless skills rained down from the sky, bombarding Chu with a frantic barrage. A terrifying elemental tide spread out, its sheer scale making everyone tremble. Against this kind of power, even the most heaven-defying gold rank would have to perish on the spot. Chapter 58, Immune to all magic. The terror of a dragon language mage's magic immunity. So this is the so-called thunder god. Bah! In the face of absolute power, what's the difference between him and an ant? Liao Fan laughed maniacally, his voice filled with arrogance and triumph. He had finally killed Chu. The crowd sighed one after another. Sometimes, being overconfident is not a good thing. The tree that stands taller than the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If there's anyone to blame, blame Chu for not being tactful enough. Of all people to offend, why offend a petty man like Liao Fan? Wang Yanlong let out a light huff and sneered, "This is what happens when you don't cooperate with me. Pride comes at a price." The necromancer Suyu turned his head toward the elemental tide, his eyes flickering. Su Yueshi stopped her movements, her willow-like brows furrowing. Although she had a faint feeling that Chu wouldn't die that easily, this power was indeed too formidable. An unprepared mage simply had no way to withstand it. Outside the dungeon, the upperclassmen on the field shook their heads, expressing their pity. What a pity for such a promising talent. I originally thought he would successfully break the millennium-old record of Imperial Capital Academy in this newcomer trial. Who would have thought he could be so arrogant as to ignore the attacks of over 100 mages? Forget it, he brought this on himself, no one else is to blame. Too arrogant. He won a few titles and forgot who he was. Yu Haoguang sighed and whispered, boldly, "It looks like things aren't looking good for Chu this time." Oh? Is that so? Li Zhongbai took off his sunglasses for the first time in a long while, his snow-white pupils bursting with light. It seems we must provide psychological counseling for new students in the future. Being too arrogant is not a good thing, Yu Haoguang remarked. At that moment, Li Zhongbai pointed at the rankings and asked, "The name hasn't disappeared yet. How can you judge that Chu is dead?" Hearing this, Yu Haoguang suddenly looked up. Sure enough, the name was actually still there. Others noticed the issue as well. Normally, once a person dies, their name is removed. But now, Chu's name was still hanging at the very top of the leaderboard. Could it be the ninth level of the Howling Caves? Liao Fan had been laughing for a long time, so much so that his facial muscles were starting to cramp. In all these years, he had never been as happy as he was today. The pent-up anger and resentment in his chest vanished into thin air. Then, he turned his gaze toward Luo and the others, saying coldly, "Next, it's your turn." No one associated with Chu would be spared. The principle of pulling up a weed by its roots was something his father had drummed into him countless times since childhood. He absolutely could not leave any future trouble. However, Shu and Luo were not panicked at all. The way they looked at Liao Fan was even filled with thick irony. This look made Liao Fan extremely uncomfortable. Did they not know how to spell the word death? Or were they merely feigning composure before their demise? You have the audacity to laugh when death is at your doorstep? I admire your courage. Liao Fan's face instantly darkened. Death? Luo burst into a loud laugh, mocking him. The one about to die should be you, shouldn't it? Liao Fan narrowed his eyes and sneered, arrogant people never live long. You're right. Arrogant people, indeed, do not live long. Just as Liao Fan was about to give the order to attack, the elemental tide slowly dissipated, and a figure stepped out from within. Chu walked toward him step by step, completely unscathed. As the elements drew near him, an invisible force seemed to annihilate them. The elements couldn't even touch him? How was this possible? Why are you still alive? Liao Fan's eyes widened, filled with intense horror. It wasn't just him. Everyone present, including those watching the battle from outside, couldn't understand it. He clearly should have been blasted into a pulp by the skills. But now, standing before them was indeed a living, breathing human being. And what's more, he was completely unharmed. This is impossible. Wang Yanlong furrowed his brows, his expression one of shock. Su Yu, however, didn't look particularly surprised. He had guessed this outcome. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that Chu wouldn't have a single scratch on him. It's simply unbelievable. The King of Hell doesn't dare take my life. Does that explanation satisfy you? Chu gave a wicked smile and suddenly raised his staff high. Immediately following, the lightning elements permeating the air began to riot. You're dead. You should be dead. Why won't you just die? Liao Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hysterically. Chu stared indifferently at the exasperated Liao Fan, his lips parting slightly. The one who deserves to die is you. Thunder Hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive warhammer abruptly appeared above Liao Fan's head, carrying an unparalleled aura and power as it suddenly plummeted. No! You can't kill me! Liao Fan's pupils constricted sharply as he watched the thunderous warhammer draw closer and closer. Rumble! The explosion was earth-shattering. The violent power instantly tore the mages and warlocks surrounding him to pieces. This strike was Chu's strongest skill to date. Of course, the dragon mage's skills were an exception. Everyone stared dumbstruck at the massive crater in the ground. Was this kind of damage even humanly possible? Oh, sorry, he wasn't human. He was the god of thunder. Liao Hui, watching from the outside, froze for a moment before his expression turned icy, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. He had watched with his own eyes as his younger brother was killed. This scene mirrored the time he helplessly watched Liao Chenming being skinned and cramped. Chu! I, Liao Hui, will kill you. Liao Hui's face turned a bruised purple, veins bulging as he spat out each word through gritted teeth. Qin Shaowan felt the monstrous rage burning within him and didn't dare provoke him at such a moment. The playground was deathly silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was wondering, if they were in Liao Fan's place, could they have blocked that strike? The power of that thunder hammer was visually estimated to be far beyond 500,000. In fact, it likely exceeded 1,000,000 in combat power, nearing the peak of the Grandmaster level. At this moment, only one thought occupied everyone's mind: comparing yourself to others truly is infuriating. When Chu killed Liao Fan, he felt no emotion at all in his eyes. The man was nothing. Anyone who dared provoke him had to die. Thunder God, please, I beg you to spare me. I was just blinded by greed because of that beast Liao Fan. I never truly intended to harm you. Yes, it was all that useless Liao Fan's fault. Everything is his fault. I truly know I was wrong. My heart was clouded by greed, and I failed to recognize your greatness. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. The remaining survivors all knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically in an attempt to stir Chu's mercy. But Chu had never been a broad-minded person. If someone has already swung a blade at you, would you still forgive them? In your next life, reincarnate better, and remember to keep your eyes open. Chu lightly patted one person's head, his tone indifferent. Immediately after, a thunder orb detonated with a roar, killing the man instantly. Run! Chu has lost it. He's a madman. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Chu tossed out a few bursts of chain lightning, easily turning the remaining survivors into charred remains. Under the siege of over 500 people, not a single person on Chu's side died. In contrast, Liao Fan's entire force was wiped out. From beginning to end, they couldn't fathom one thing. How Chu could walk out unscathed and completely unharmed from the concentrated fire of over 100 mages. Chapter 59, The Bone Dragon Submits. 80% DPS. Over 500 people dead, and all within a mere 10 minutes. Chu alone had held off 500 geniuses from the Imperial Capital Academy. Such a feat was enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless people. This was a slaughter of a magnitude never before seen in the history of the Imperial Capital Academy. The entire field was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the unblemished Chu, their hearts filled with insurmountable shock. How did he manage to take 0 damage? I didn't see it clearly. This is illogical, right? Could it be some kind of magic talisman? Did it block the damage? Impossible. Even a light protection shield couldn't possibly do that. As people analyzed the situation, it only felt more inconceivable. The mysteries surrounding Chu were piling up. First, it was the instant casting, then the infinite spirit, and finally, the damage immunity. Combined with his terrifying damage output, wouldn't that make him invincible? Is everyone alright? Chu looked toward Shu. Just minor scratches, I've already taken a health potion, Shu said with a giggle. Chu, I'm so badly hurt and you won't even spare me a glance. I guess love really does shift, doesn't it? Luo clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. With your physique, you'd be fine even if you took a few more hits. Hearing Luo's teasing, Shu's face flushed red, and she stole a secret glance at Chu. Chu had already gathered all the equipment and materials from the ground, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the boss. As he walked toward the crowd, people hurriedly cleared a path, not daring to stand in his way. Seeing Chu approaching him, Wang Yinlong felt his heart tighten, and his expression became somewhat uneasy. Given Chu's formidable strength and his seemingly inexhaustible spirit, Wang had no desire to make an enemy of him. Brother Chu, it seems I was right, you can handle any trouble without needing to cooperate. Wang Yinlong managed to force a smile. Chu didn't even give him a glance, walking straight past him. The smile on Wang Yinlong's face suddenly froze, his fists clenched tight, then slowly relaxed. Even as a hidden class holder with formidable strength, he wasn't confident enough to take on 500 people at once. A powerhouse like Chu was someone to befriend, never someone to provoke. The crowd watched with complex expressions as Chu walked past them. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a dazzling new star. Chu stopped 100 meters in front of the bone dragon, looking up at the colossal beast and meeting its gaze without a hint of fear. Hiss! What is he trying to do? Take on the bone dragon solo? He has got some nerve. The bone dragon's defense is incredibly tough. Even though lightning magic is powerful, there's no way he can one-shot the boss. Exactly. The bone dragon's armor regenerates extremely fast. If his strike fails and the dragon counterattacks, even the god of thunder would be in grave danger. A Grandmaster level class awakener and a Grandmaster level boss are not on the same tier, they are completely incomparable. Even a 1-star Grandmaster boss could easily slaughter a 10-star Grandmaster powerhouse. Therefore, Chu's reckless behavior had everyone's hearts in their throats. He was far too arrogant. The audience outside the dungeon was also losing their composure, their eyes glued to Chu as they tried to guess his intentions. Ridiculous. He's just a 7-star gold. What right does he have to provoke a grandmaster-level boss? And he's a mage. Don't tell me he plans to go head-to-head with it? Too conceited. Just because he has a bit of strength, he thinks he can mindlessly solo a boss? Does he think a boss is as easy to kill as a common mob? The upperclassmen shook their heads. He was acting so impulsively just after gaining a bit of glory. Yu Haoguang also found it quite unbelievable. Having led so many generations of students, Chu was the only one he couldn't see through. Xiao Yan, however, grew interested. He glanced at Song Yuan's expressionless face and began to observe with great curiosity. However, just when everyone thought Chu's actions were no different from seeking death, the next scene nearly caused their jaws to drop. A majestic and vast, terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from Chu's body, and his entire temperament shifted abruptly. He was like an ancient ferocious beast. Beast! Kneel! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the massive body of the bone dragon actually began to crawl slowly onto the ground, its haughty head lowered as if surrendering to a monarch. They could almost sense the fear emanating from the 2 hollow eye sockets of the bone dragon's skull. Yes, it was absolutely fear. The fear of facing a sovereign. Oh, holy crap! My God! Am I dreaming? Why is the boss kneeling before him? I must be dreaming. The novice trial isn't until tomorrow. I'm definitely in a dream right now. Snap. Why did you slap me? Didn't you say you were dreaming? Let's see if I can slap you awake. Damn, that hurts. The bizarre spectacle left everyone in utter shock, as if they were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Xiao Langtian stared at Luo with wide eyes, his gaze filled with confusion. Don't look at me, it's my first time seeing this too. Luo shrugged. Xiao Langtian turned his gaze toward Shu. Don't look at me either, I have no idea. Shu's mouth hung slightly open, signaling her own disbelief. This is insane. Xiao Langtian had lived for over a decade. Even if he hadn't experienced everything, he'd at least heard stories. But which boss wasn't a wild, untamable entity? A boss kneeling to a human? He had never even heard of such a thing in his life. It was beyond ridiculous. A flicker of curiosity crossed Chu's calm and indifferent face. This was his first time testing this ability. When he looked at the bone dragon, he had a faint feeling that he could do something to it. And so, when he let his domineering aura leak out, it actually knelt? Perhaps, in addition to magic immunity, the dragon language mage possessed some sort of deterrent force against the dragon race. At that moment, he looked up at the total DPS leaderboard. Currently, first place was Suyu's team, with a damage value as high as 300,000, DPS 7%. Second place was Suyueshi's team, with a damage value of 200,000, DPS 5%. Third place was the Magic Swordsman team, DPS 4%. Fourth place was Wang Yinlong's team, DPS 2%. Damage value referred to the effective damage dealt to the boss. If one couldn't even break through its defense, they wouldn't even qualify to be on the board. Instantly killing the boss might be a bit difficult, but this first place can only be mine. Chu raised his staff, and lightning elements surged rapidly. Look! Thor is about to make his move. Look! The Thunder God is about to make his move. People stared intently at Chu's movements, terrified of missing even a single detail. They wanted to see exactly how chantless casting was achieved. Suyu and the others also halted their actions, their eyes filled with curiosity. They watched as Chu slowly tossed out a thunder orb. Exploded with a roar, instantly shattering the armor on the bone dragon's surface, inflicting electrified status. Immediately following that, a massive thunderbolt hammer suddenly descended. Rumble! The sound of the explosion nearly ruptured their eardrums. Everyone retreated 50 meters to avoid being injured by the shockwaves. In the next moment, the bone dragon's skull was seen blown to smithereens by the thunderbolt hammer. The soul fire vanished completely. The boss is dead? Looking up again. The top spot on the leaderboard changed hands in an instant. First place, Chu Group 88, DPS 80%. Chapter 60, Breaking the Millennium Record of Imperial Capital Academy. The new king, Chu. In just a single encounter, Chu actually one-shot the boss? What kind of terrifying damage and destructive power was this? So, when he used the Thunderbolt hammer to kill Liao Fan earlier, he was literally using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Judging by this momentum, if health consumption were determined by damage value, this single strike would have been enough to kill Liao Fan 100 times over. A terrifying DPS as high as 80%. Chu left everyone else far behind. Electric arcs still flickered on the ground, as if manifesting the horrific lethality of lightning magic. The soaring spirit stat, combined with the damage bonus from the merged Dragonic Mage, plus the inherent destructive power of lightning magic, as well as the peerless critical hit buff. And the most crucial element, the electrify trait. Only the combination of all these factors could produce such explosive output. This is true violence. This is the Thunder God. Killed Grandmaster level 1 star boss, Bone Dragon, EXP plus 1,250,000. A flash of light erupted, and Chu instantly surged to gold 8 star. He then picked up the glowing loot dropped by the boss and took a closer look. Boots of the Undead. Grade, Grandmaster level. Level requirement, Master 1 star. Spirit plus 2,684. Constitution plus 2,481. Additional passive skill Undead. When receiving fatal damage, there is a chance to trigger Undead protection to block the killing blow. The Gongzi Inyu shoes are about ready for retirement. Chu glanced down at his colorful shoes and slowly stowed them into his backpack. Equipment that requires master level to where Chu wasn't far from that goal now. When he turned around to leave the dungeon, he suddenly noticed his classmates staring at him in a daze. Their expressions were as foolish as they could possibly be. The Thunder God can take on 500 people. I wonder if he can take on a few thousand of us. What are you trying to do? If you're looking for death, don't drag me down with you. I just simply wanted to try. Trying means dying. I'm not joining you in your madness. The crowd shook their heads helplessly, realizing that this newbie trial had finally come to an end. The shock they experienced today was more than they had felt in over a decade combined. How on earth was a monster like Chu born into this world? Strange indeed. Chu looked at their dejected backs and rubbed his nose, seemingly realizing just how world-shaking his actions had been. He never intended to keep a low profile when someone with actual strength shows off. It's called being a powerhouse. Appropriate restraint is necessary, but not when it comes to personal interests. One must strike when the time is right. Chu walked over to Shu and the others, greeting them with a simple, "Let's go." Together, they stepped into the portal and returned to the training grounds. Compared to when the newcomer trial first began, only about 4,000 people remained. A full 1,000+ people had died inside the dungeon. The mortality rate was as high as 20%. Of course, the one most responsible for this was, naturally, Chu. Xiao Yan stood on the stage, his fierce eyes scanning all the students present. The newcomer trial has officially ended. First of all, congratulations to the students who survived. I hope that at the graduation ceremony 4 years from now, I will still see every one of your faces. Rewards will be distributed according to ranking. For the first place team, each person is rewarded with 100,000 points. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The jealousy in their eyes was almost overflowing. Xiao Lengtian and Guiyu were purely lucky. Everyone unanimously agreed that Chu could have achieved such great results even if he were leading a dog. Hearing this number, Guiyu's face turned red with excitement. Thunder God, thank you. Thank you so much. Tears of excitement almost escaped Guiyu's eyes. 100,000 points. At the very least, he could live comfortably at Imperial Capital Academy for 2 years, enjoying countless resources and preferential treatment. It could be said that obtaining such a reward was equivalent to saving 10 years of hard work. Guiyu practically deified Chu. If there weren't so many people around, he might have knelt down to him right then and there. Xiao Langtian didn't say anything, but stood there chuckling to himself like a complete idiot. Additionally, Xiao Yan stared straight at Chu and shouted, "Chu of Class 1, Year 1 of Imperial Capital Academy. He has broken the historical records for the fastest completion of the newcomer trial and the highest DPS. An additional reward of 100,000 points. Hiss. Another 100,000 points? This was too exaggerated. The 100,000 points obtained as the provincial top scholar, plus the first place ranking reward, plus the record-breaking reward. A total of 300,000 points directly? Everyone looked at Chu with faces full of envy, their back teeth nearly grinding to dust. What was even more shocking was the record-breaking feat. Breaking 2 records in an unprecedented fashion, clearing the stage in a mere 20 seconds. The fastest time in the history of Taikyo Academy was previously 1 minute and 20 seconds. The emergence of this record might remain unbroken for tens of thousands of years. Chu. You're amazing. Shu said, her face flushing bright red with genuine joy for him. Chu, it looks like it'll be hard for you not to be famous now, Luo lamented. He could still vaguely recall that afternoon when countless people scrambled to take photos with Chu. The crowd was so overwhelming that it blocked the entrance to the scenic area, causing a total traffic collapse. The celebrity effect is truly terrifying. Immediately after, Xiao Yan waved the identity waste token in his hand, and thousands of light spots, large and small, landed on the people. Upon checking their point totals, everyone saw they had received their corresponding rewards. Chu now had a total of 312,060 points. Renting a villa costs 500 points. With his current balance, he could rent one for 52 years straight. With over 300,000 points, he wouldn't have to worry about insufficient credits when wanting to enter the second floor or higher of the Tower of Eternity in the future. Finally, I wish you all a wonderful 4 years of Academy life. Also, do not do anything that violates the Academy's rules. Otherwise, once I catch you, what awaits you will be endless torture. As he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's ferocious face contorted, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. It sent shivers down the students' spines. After the meeting adjourned, everyone went their separate ways. Chu, what are you planning to do next? Shu asked suddenly. Chu checked the time on his phone. It was 4:30 p.m., and the library hadn't closed yet. It was the perfect time to go. I have some private business, you guys go ahead, Shu said, pulling the magic broom out of his backpack. Private business? Shu immediately became alert, asking suspiciously, what's so mysterious? Can't you even tell me? Chu glanced at her and said slowly, and who might you be, gorgeous? Shu's words caught in her throat, her teeth itching with frustration. Just as she was about to reach out with her claws to give Chu a lesson he'd never forget, several figures approached with unfriendly expressions. Feeling a thick sense of killing intent, Shu knit her willow-like brows and turned to face the newcomers. Shu, are you interested in joining our student union? Liao Hui asked, his face grim. He had just received an order from the student union president, stating that Shu must be recruited into their ranks. Even though Liao Hui was extremely reluctant, he obeyed the command. Looking at the beast who had killed his younger brother, Liao Hui suppressed his murderous intent and forced himself to remain calm. Inside the academy, one must never make a move. The moment the magic circles detected any fluctuations in spirit, punishment would descend immediately. Seeing the facial features that bore a striking resemblance to Liao Fan, as well as the Tower of Eternity badge on their chests, Shu guessed the man's identity. Liao Hui, a junior student, a 7-star Grandmaster Summoner. Hey! You can't just snatch people away like this, can you? It's not even time for club recruitment yet. A rather handsome young man walked over. He extended his hand in a friendly gesture, wearing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Hello, I'm Qin Xiaowan, a member of the Arcane Society. Junior Chu, join our society. We have plenty of pretty upper-class women. Qin Xiaowan tempted him. The corners of Chu's mouth curled slightly, and after a long pause, he spoke. Sorry, I'm not interested in clubs. Chapter 61, Of all the things I admire you most. The Imperial Capital Academy Library. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the student union members instantly darkened. Kid, do you know what kind of place our student union is? Ordinary people squeeze their heads trying to get in. Who do you think you are, daring to refuse a senior's invitation? One of them stepped forward and barked. You only get one chance. If you don't seize it, don't come crying later. Liao Hui simply stared forward in silence, saying nothing. Publicly, he didn't dare offend the student union president, because the other's status was more than a notch higher than his, and their strength was even greater. Privately, he didn't want Chu to join. The student union forbade internal fighting even on the martial arts stage. Matches were strictly stop at contact. And what he wanted was Chu's life. Not killing him would make it impossible to vent the hatred in my heart. Chu glanced at their faces and smiled contemptuously. Do you not understand human speech? I said, I'm not interested. Please get out and go back to wherever you came from. You. Seeing Chu so arrogant, murderous intent flared in this person's eyes. Liao Hui was the first to snap, walking up to Chu as his aura erupted without restraint. Powerful spirit energy transformed into a sweeping gale, and one could faintly hear the sound of a beast's roar within it. You ungrateful piece of trash. I will slowly settle the debt for my brother's death with you. Liao Hui gritted his teeth, burning with rage. What? You don't dare to make a move now? Are you scared? Chu grinned, his eyes full of mockery. Liao Hui looked at his smug expression, feeling as though his lungs were about to explode with anger. Don't think that just because we're inside the Imperial Capital Academy's magic circle, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Liao Hui's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent almost solidifying into substance. In Chu's eyes, his threat held no deterrent power. The magic circle could directly insta-kill a legend-level powerhouse. A mere 7-star Grandmaster, what was he acting so tough for? Then go ahead and kill me, why are you dawdling? Seeing that he still had no intention of attacking, Chu continued to add fuel to the fire. Your brother was just a piece of trash. He called over 500 people and still couldn't beat me alone. What use is there for someone like that to live in this world? Dying early might give him a chance to be reincarnated into a better life next time, don't you agree? Liao Hui was on the verge of an explosion. His staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The crowd grew tense upon seeing this. If Liao Hui made a move here, he would definitely be blasted to death by the magic circle. Regiment leader Liao, don't fall for this kid's trap, someone reminded him. Hearing this, Liao Hui slowly lowered his staff. He stared fixedly at Chu, and after a long moment, he said, keep your life for now, I will come to take it personally. After saying that, he turned and left. He didn't want to see Chu any longer. If he stayed, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Coward! Chu smiled disdainfully, not taking the threat to heart at all. He wasn't even afraid of Kai Haoyue, who was at the legend level, so why would he fear a minor student union member? Never mind a regiment leader. Even if the president himself showed up, so what? Xiao Langtian looked at Liao Hui's retreating back with a complicated expression and said, Chu, Liao Hui's personality is even more violent than Liao Fan's. You'll have to be careful in the academy from now on. The Imperial Capital Academy isn't the student union's private playground. Besides, his father is just a dean of students. It's fine. Chu waved his hand dismissively. Compare talent with him? He possesses infinite firepower and peerless critical strike. Compare background with him? A single white tiger token is enough to give him a run for his money. Besides, Song Yuan is currently waiting for him to retrieve dragon blood to extend his life. He won't let himself fall into a dangerous situation. No matter what, be more careful in your future actions, Xiao Langtian reminded. Seeing that this good show had ended before it even began, Qin Shaowan shook his head with regret. Junior, the doors of the Arcane Society are always open to you. If you want to join, come find me at the Heaven Law Academy, Class 3-1, anytime. After saying that, he turned and left. This invitation was nothing more than a polite formality. Chu had not only rejected the student union's invitation but had also offended Liao Hui to the core. The Arcane Society would not offend the entire student union for the sake of one person. Chu didn't care at all. A mere student organization? Did they really think they were the mafia? Threatening someone just because they refused to join? Isn't this just like forcing a decent person into a life of shame? Half an hour later, Shu arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy Library. Gazing at the ancient and majestic building before him, a thick aura of historical antiquity washed over him. After flashing his identity waste token, the legendary 8-star security guard at the entrance did not stop him and let him through directly. Shu had the right to enter the library for free. This was a reward he had won from the Great Examination. For anyone else, entering the library once would cost 100 points, and if they wanted to borrow a book, renting a single volume for 1 month would also cost 100 points. Upon entering the first floor of the library, a massive bookshelf came into view. In addition to that, numerous books were floating in the air. Shu's goal was clear: he was here purely to learn lightning magic. It would be even better if he could find skills for a dragon tongue mage. However, there were too many books here, vast as the sea. Searching aimlessly, he might not find what he needed even in 10 years. So, Shu went to the information desk and saw a sweet-looking young lady intently focused on a book of ancient history. "Hello, miss." Shu squeezed out a smile as pleasant as a spring breeze. The young lady looked up and asked, "How can I help you?" "Excuse me, where are the books related to Thunder Warlock?" Shu asked. "Second floor, far left, 7th row, 5th book from the left," the girl replied. "Thank you." Just as Chu departed, a familiar face suddenly flashed across Feng Qingqing's mind. As she slowly overlaid the two images in her mind, she was shocked to realize that the person just now seemed to be Shu. Feng Qingqing felt a surge of frustration. Why hadn't she realized it just then? Look at her stupid head. Upon arriving at the second floor, Shu followed Feng Qingqing's directions and found an ancient-looking book. The title on the cover read, "The Self-Cultivation of an Ordinary Thunder Warlock." Shu. What the hell? Is this even legitimate information? With doubt in his heart, Shu flipped to the first page and was stunned to discover that it was actually an autobiography. It chronicled the story of how this Thunder Warlock from 100,000 years ago grew from a class mocked as trash into a powerhouse of his era. Like many from Zero to Hero stories, Zheng Taizhu was initially looked down upon by everyone and suffered the ultimate humiliation of having his fiancée come to his door to break off their engagement. He then made a 3-year pact, vowing that he would one day wash away this disgrace. Thus, he embarked on a journey against the heavens, overcoming countless difficulties, and finally succeeded in humiliating his former fiancée 3 years later. The other party expressed extreme regret, but Zhang Taizhu ignored her entirely and walked away with style. From then on, he began an unstoppable and legendary life. Ultimately, he grew into a myth-level powerhouse and passed away peacefully 2,000 years later. It was a very inspiring story that made one's blood boil with excitement, much like reading a novel. There was also a sentence written on the final page. Dedicated to all Thunder Warlocks, regard life and death lightly. If you're not satisfied, just fight. Seeing this sentence, although Chu didn't fully understand it, he was deeply shaken. Just as he was about to put the book back, he suddenly spotted a few thin pieces of parchment on the bookshelf. Picking them up to take a look, he saw several large characters inscribed on them. Sky Thunder Arrow Grandmaster level. This is Ancient Magic? Chapter 62, Ancient Magic. Vaulting Thunder Arrow, Falling Star Thunder. Chu's expression changed drastically, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Legendary ancient magic. Its comprehension is not restricted by level. As long as your perception is high enough, you can even master a forbidden curse at the bronze level. However, at the same time, the limitations of ancient magic are significant. It is very similar to Storm's Wrath. First is the issue of spirit consumption. At the same level, the spirit cost of ancient magic is 3 to 4 times higher than that of ordinary magic. In other words, without sufficient spirit to support it, you can't even cast the skill. Secondly, there is the issue of casting time. The casting time for ancient magic is also 2 to 3 times longer than that of general magic. Consequently, due to these various drawbacks and its extreme rarity, ancient magic was gradually phased out. Despite the many disadvantages, its saving grace is its sheer power. It is no exaggeration to say that an epic-level ancient magic can even rival legendary-level magic. Holding this parchment scroll, Chu was so excited he nearly fainted. As expected of the Imperial Capital Academy, such profound heritage they can even find ancient magic. Chu held the parchment scroll and gave it a heavy kiss, laughing out loud. Others have concerns about spirit and casting time, but I don't. Ancient magic was practically tailor-made for him. He loved high-power magic more than anything. Immediately afterward, he took out the second parchment scroll. Falling Star Thunder Epic Level. Hiss. Chu gasped. An epic-level ancient magic, what did this mean? Master-level ancient magic was already terrifying enough, and now an even more formidable one had appeared. Was he meant to inherit the will of Zhang Tieju's ancestors and defy the heavens? The first parchment was master level, the second was epic level, then the third. Could it be legendary level? He now held a total of 4 parchment scrolls in his hand, so the last one. Legendary level? At this thought, Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a surge of euphoria so intense it was as if he were about to transcend mortality right then and there. This is insane. Once I've mastered everything, who cares about Liao Hui's old man? I'll be able to string him up and thrash him whenever I want. Chu excitedly flipped to the third parchment, but his expression of joy suddenly froze. The pattern in the center of the parchment was blurred and indistinct, as if it had been deliberately erased by someone. Chu's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition washed over him. He hurriedly flipped to the fourth one. Sure enough, it was the same problem. The pattern was completely illegible. Chu's face darkened. Who the hell did this? Do they not know the value of an ancient magic scroll? Destroying such public wealth deserves divine retribution. Chu stared at the 2 parchments, unable to recover for a long time. This feeling. It was as if someone told you that you had won the lottery, only for you to discover the ticket had expired when you went to claim the prize. Forget it, learning 2 moves is still worth it, Chu sighed with regret. One shouldn't be too greedy, having a couple of techniques is enough. Just as he was preparing to comprehend them, he ran into a problem. The parchment was covered in several cryptic, talisman-like runes that he couldn't understand at all. How was he supposed to comprehend this? Chu stared at the gibberish for a long time without making any sense of it. When his finger touched the runes, the celestial sign and system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Unlearned skill detected. Celestial Thunder Arrow. Would you like to comprehend it? Yes. Chu was overjoyed. It seemed that in critical moments, he still had to rely on the celestial sign and system. Immediately afterward, a progress bar appeared in front of him. 1%. 2%. 3%. The speed was as slow as a crawling turtle, increasing only a tiny bit after a long time. Half an hour later, the progress bar was finally full. Celestial Thunder Arrow Grandmaster level. Ancient magic uses the power of celestial thunder to condense an arrow, dealing a devastating blow to the target. Power depends on spirit value. Continue. Ding! Unlearned skill detected. Falling Star Thunder Epic level. Would you like to comprehend it now? Yes. 1 hour later, the progress bar was full. Falling Star Thunder Epic level. Ancient magic summons celestial thunder to deal a devastating blow to the target. Power is determined by the spirit stat. It worked. Chu suppressed his excitement, his hands trembling as he placed the parchment scroll back. With my current strength, if I release the arrow of vaulting thunder, I could probably one-shot an epic-level powerhouse, right? Chu licked his lips excitedly. He wouldn't go as far as to say he could one-shot an epic-level boss, but with the addition of Falling Star Thunder, he definitely stood a fighting chance. I hope that idiot Liao Hui shows up soon. I can't wait to test out this power, Chu thought with a cold sneer. This way, the journey to seize the dragon crystal would be even more secure. Chu whistled as he returned to the first floor. Having reaped a bountiful harvest today, he was in an excellent mood. Suddenly, a gust of fragrant wind hit him, and a pair of heavy, unidentified objects suddenly swayed before his eyes. The sheer scale of the curve was astonishing. Taking a closer look, he realized it wasn't a size he was familiar with. Junior Chu, Chateau Mat. Feng Chengcheng spread her arms, blocking his path. The height difference between the two seemed quite large. This girl Feng Chengcheng only reached his shoulder, looking small and dainty. But why was her bust so massive? It was actually on par with Tai Butian's. The sight dealt a massive visual blow to Chu. A baby face with a giant chest. Seeing is truly believing. He would have to have Shu ask her in person someday how exactly she grew to such proportions. Is something the matter? Shu was momentarily stunned. I'm Feng Chengcheng, a sophomore from the Forging Academy. I have something to show you. Feng Chengcheng chuckled naively as she reached into her collar and began rummaging around. Shu, oh. Is this a test of my self-control? Watching the constantly trembling giant waves, Chu felt a sudden surge of blood pressure, nearly suffering a nosebleed. Is the thing you want to show me suitable for someone under 18? Ahem, senior, what are you fishing for? Chu was extremely curious. Seeing her struggling so hard, he even had half a mind to give her a hand. Hang on, it's stuck. Feng Chengcheng bit her lower lip and, using every ounce of her strength, suddenly pulled out a silver glinting dagger? Shu, 0Q. Wait. Why on earth would someone hide a dagger in a place like that? Phew. Found it. Feng Chengcheng gave a dorky smile and waved the dagger in front of Chu. This is it, the Howling Moon Wolf Feng. It took a long while for Chu to snap out of it. He suddenly recalled that back in the Qingcheng Mountains, a design blueprint had seemingly dropped. He had arranged for Tai Butian to find someone to craft it, with the resulting dragon coins from the sale to be split 50-50. Could it be that the person she found was this cute girl? He took the dagger and gently traced the patterns on it. The silver blade radiated a sharp, piercing light. Howling Moon Wolf Feng. Grade, Gold rank. Requirement level, Gold 1 star. Strength plus 1648. Agility plus 1254. Passive skill, full moon chance to trigger bonus damage upon attacking. You crafted this? Chu looked at Feng Chengcheng with a face full of surprise. Hee, impressive, right? Feng Chengcheng gave a silly grin. Chu looked at her suspiciously. No matter how he looked at her, this girl didn't seem like the type who could swing a blacksmith's hammer. Sensing Chu's skeptical gaze, Feng Chengcheng grew anxious. If you don't believe me, I can pull out another finished product. Then, she repeated her previous performance, reaching back in to fish for more. 1 minute later. Ha! I can't get it out. I can see that. The cleavage is a bit deep. It's definitely hard to fish out. Junior Chu, could you help me pull it out? Equals Omega. That's probably not a good idea, right? If it's you, Junior, it's not entirely out of the question. Ahem, by the way, why don't you just keep your dagger in your inventory? What if I can't find it in there? Keeping it on me is much safer. Chu. That actually made some sense. Chapter 63, Master Level Robe of Revelation. Shu calls it thrilling. To prevent a crime from occurring, Shu ultimately managed to restrain his wicked hands. Feng Chengcheng was indeed a highly accomplished blacksmith. She was already a master-level blacksmith and possessed quite a few blueprints. Normally, if someone wanted her to craft equipment, they would not only have to provide their own blueprints and materials. They also had to pay an exorbitant forging fee. 2 million for gold rank, and 8 million for master level. Tai Butian seemed to have an exceptionally close relationship with her, as Feng Chengcheng never charged her a cent. Junior, I heard you're the current king of freshmen at Imperial Capital Academy. You must have a lot of points on you, right? A sudden glint flashed in Feng Chengcheng's eyes. What are you trying to do? Shu instinctively gripped his identity waste token, looking wary. These were points he had worked hard to earn. He couldn't let someone just fleece them away. Friendship is one thing, but borrowing points is out of the question. I'm a bit short on funds lately. I wanted to trade some equipment for some of your points. Feng Chengcheng's voice grew softer as she spoke, eventually becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "You're a dignified master-level blacksmith, and you're out of points?" Chu looked at her with suspicion. This was practically a fairy tale. Upon hearing this, Feng Chengcheng hurriedly clarified, "I've been trying to forge Grandmaster-level equipment lately, and the points I've spent are a bit astronomical." "What?" Chu was stunned for a moment. "You, a master-level blacksmith, are actually dreaming of crafting Grandmaster-level equipment?" "Sorry, I just remembered I have something to take care of. Maybe next time." Without hesitation, Chu turned to leave. Doing something so unrealistic was a waste of effort. He didn't want his points going down the drain. Chato Mat. Seeing her walking ATM about to slip away, Feng Chengcheng hurriedly pulled a shimmering robe from her backpack. "This master-level robe, I'll let it go for just 20,000 points." Feng Chengcheng bit her lip, her pretty face contorted in a look of genuine heartache. Chu turned back immediately and focused his gaze. Robe of Revelation. Grade, Master Level. Requirement Level, Gold 5-star. Spirit plus 1697. Constitution plus 1745. Additional passive skill, Enlightenment. Casting skills has a chance to trigger the Enlightenment effect, dispelling all negative status ailments. Decent stats. Chu sized up the robe, which pulsed with flowing light and featured a large hexagram array engraved upon it. It looked incredibly sharp and suited his temperament perfectly. "I can have it for 20,000 points?" Chu asked. "Yes. Just 20,000 points." Feng Chengcheng nodded vigorously. "Too expensive. 1,000. Chu swung the metaphorical blade, slashing the price instantly. "No way, at least 15,000. Feng Chengcheng shook her head repeatedly. "Still too expensive. 7,000 max. 12,000. How about this, let's both take a step back. 10,000 points, deal?" "Then, all right." Feng Chengcheng gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Chu transferred 10,000 points to her, happily stripped off his great bear robe, and changed into the robe of revelation. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Warlock Hidden Class, Dragon Tongue Mage Hidden Class. Level, Gold 8-star 12.25%. Strength, 1646. Agility, 2425. Spirit 5233. Constitution, 3844. Over 5000 Spirit. If he reaches master level and equips epic level gear, his attributes could directly break 10,000. With various buffs and ancient magic, Chu didn't even know how he could possibly lose a fight. "Thanks, Senior. If there's ever another good deal like this, please be sure to notify me." "The price is negotiable," Chu said with a grin. Feng Chengcheng carefully pondered whether she had actually profited from this deal. 10,000 points was indeed a lot, but trading a master-level robe for it seemed like a loss. According to the market prices at Teikyo Academy, master-level equipment generally costs over 15,000 points. For something with attributes as good as the Robe of Revelation, a price of 20,000 wouldn't be an issue. However, mage equipment is a classic case of being highly sought after but rarely available. Usually, higher level mages either grind dungeons themselves for gear, or they come from wealthy families, just like Shu, a rich girl who isn't short of equipment at all. On the other hand, weaker mages spend all their points on increasing their level. Who knows how long it would take to save up 20,000 points. This Robe of Revelation was her masterpiece. She wouldn't have traded it if she hadn't hit a bottleneck. Pleasure doing business. See you next time, Senior. Chu left the library satisfied, whipped out his magic broom, and flew off with a whoosh. The more Feng Chengcheng thought about it, the more something felt off. She immediately took out her phone and sent a voice message to Tai Budian. "Sister Budian, I think I just did something stupid." 8 p.m. Chu returned to the villa, shaking out his radiant robe, feeling great. There's a girl in the village named Xiao Feng, she's pretty and kind. Whistling and humming, Chu opened the front door, suddenly sensing a powerful surge of killing intent. Turning his head, he saw Tai Budian staring at him with murderous intensity. "Senior Budian, what brings you here? Please, come in." Chu smiled slightly. Tai Budian said nothing. She grabbed her halberd and walked straight toward him, her aura so overwhelming it was suffocating. "Chu. Senior, what are you?" Before he could finish, Tai Budian flickered and appeared in front of Chu, her halberd pointed directly at his throat. "Speak. Why did you bully Changcheng?" Tai Budian questioned sharply. "What?" Chu looked completely dazed and asked in confusion, "I didn't bully her." "Then why are you wearing Chingching's robe of revelation?" Tai Budian's expression was unfriendly. "I bought this for 10,000 points. Chu suddenly understood it turned out she had actually gone to complain. "That robe is worth 20,000 points. And you still say you didn't bully her?" Tai Budian's halberd moved half an inch closer. Chu felt speechless. He slowly pushed down the halberd held against his chest and explained, "Even buying vegetables at the market requires some bargaining, right? It was a consensual transaction, how can you call that bullying? Besides, I helped her when she needed it most. She should be thanking me instead." Tai Budian thought about it carefully and realized that what he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. She had heard about Feng Chengcheng being short on money, but her own belt had been a bit tight lately as well. "I'm sorry, Junior. I misunderstood you." Tai Budian looked apologetic. Chu was breaking out in a cold sweat from the scare. Her temper was truly explosive. She'd start a fight over the slightest disagreement. "By the way, Chengcheng should have shown you the Howling Moon Wolf Fang already, right?" Tai Budian retracted her halberd. "I saw it. Her craftsmanship is decent, but you'd never guess where she hid it, Senior. She actually tucked it inside her lapel, the kind of place where it got so stuck she couldn't pull it out and had to ask me for help." Chu shook his head with a smile. He didn't know whether to call her cute or airhead. At that moment, Tai Budian narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, "So, you put your hands on her?" "Senior, you know I'm a helpful young man." "Later." Just as Chu started to speak, a dark shadow struck him right in the face. Bang! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Tai Budian immediately began a session of brutal and inhumane devastation. A moment later, Chu arrived at the villa where Chu lived, carrying a bank card. Honestly, Chu is too much. He didn't even tell me he was consigning items at the Chamber of Commerce, and he didn't leave a phone number, forcing me to make a trip in person. Chu walked with a light step, humming an unknown little tune. "There's a girl in the village named Xiao Fong, she's beautiful and kind." However, when she reached the villa entrance, she suddenly heard a strange sound. "Senior Budian, are you tired? How about I do it myself?" "No. Today, I'm definitely going to let you know how formidable I am." Hiss. "Not there, ow." Hearing these strange noises, Chu's face turned from flushed to dark, and then pale. At the same time, certain indescribable images suddenly flashed through his mind. At that thought, Chu could no longer keep his cool. He slammed the door open. "What are you two doing?" He saw Chu sprawled on the ground, his body covered in bruises and scars. Meanwhile, Tai Budian stood over him with a commanding gaze, clutching a metal chain in his hand. He was subjecting his body to some sort of strange punishment. I didn't see a thing." Chu hurriedly covered her eyes, though she couldn't help peeking through the gaps between her fingers. "This scene, it's so intense." Chapter 64, The Little Provocation Card. Space Mage Trait Dimensional Wall. At noon the next day, Chu dragged his exhausted body out of bed. Yesterday's ordeal had completely drained him. To catch up on sleep, he had specifically requested a leave of absence from the academy. Missing the very first class on the first day of the semester, Chu figured he might be the first person in history to do so. After learning the truth, Tai Budian felt incredibly guilty and gave Feng Chengcheng a harsh lecture. In Chu's eyes, a mere lecture was far from enough. He swore that when he found the chance, he would make her pay dearly. He'd make sure she knew the consequences of crossing him. Luckily, no one knows about this, or my reputation would be ruined forever, Chu thought to himself, feeling relieved. Just then, Luo returned from class. Chu, I heard you got whipped by a senior sister yesterday? Chu. How did you know? You were howling like a ghost in the villa area yesterday. It was so loud that the whole school heard it. They've even given you a nickname, Luo explained. What nickname? Chu's expression froze. The #1 masochist of Imperial Capital Academy, Luo said with a strange look on his face. Chu slapped his forehead and took a deep breath. Fine. If I don't scheme your panties off, I'm not giving up. Bang! Bang! A knock sounded at the door, and a small card was slid through the crack. Chu picked it up in confusion, only to find it was a challenge letter from Su Yueshi. 5 p.m., Imperial Capital Academy Martial Arts Square. Excellent, my source of divinity is secured. A smirk played on Chu's lips. What's that? An in-home massage flyer? Luo leaned in. A challenge? Su Yueshi wants to duel you? Chu pulled out his phone and opened the forum, only to find a post about a duel trending among the hot topics regarding Imperial Capital Academy. Shocking. Space Mage Su Yueshi actually wants to do this with Thor Chu. A massive wave of comments appeared below, half of which bore the ifing tag. What's so interesting about mages fighting? Isn't it just a contest of who chants faster? I beg to differ with the person above. As everyone knows, Thor doesn't need to chant. So what if he doesn't need to chant? Support items aren't allowed in duels. Do you really think Thor is invincible? The time is set 5 p.m. at the Martial Arts Square. Anyone interested should go check it out. Opinions were divided for a moment. Some believed Su Yueshi had a higher chance of winning, while others claimed Chu had the victory in the bag. Regardless of the speculation, this battle was bound to draw a massive audience. The clash between two hidden classes had many people buzzing with anticipation. Chu, are you really going? Luo asked. Why wouldn't I? A grown man like me afraid of a little girl? Chu snorted. No. I'm just afraid you'll break her, Luo said worriedly. Martial Arts Square. At 4:50 p.m., only 10 minutes remained before the duel was set to begin. Su Yueshi had arrived early and was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of meditation. The area surrounding the arena was packed with people. Students from freshmen to seniors were all curious about this challenge. Even before the semester started, Su Yueshi and Chu had already gained a fair amount of fame. The Su family of Magic City was a guardian clan for tens of thousands of years. They had shouldered the mission of defending the nation. Whether from a branch or the main line, every member was required to head to the battlefield upon turning 25. The growth of every member of the Su family was forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There wasn't a single coward among them. Su Yueshi was no exception. If she wanted to become the strongest of her generation, she had to defeat the powerhouses standing in her way. And Chu was a target she had set her sights on long ago. As for Chu, his accolades and titles were too numerous to count. As a freshman, he was as mysterious as he was intimidating. It seemed that anything impossible became perfectly reasonable whenever he was involved. Some called him the Thunder God because he elevated the Thunder Warlock to an entirely different height, simultaneously redefining people's perception of this class. In the spectator area, many high-level leaders from Imperial Capital Academy had arrived, with Xiao Yan among them. Large gatherings like this were the most prone to trouble, and he had to keep a close eye on these little brats. At the same time, as the most impartial and selfless man in the academy, he had also taken on the role of referee. Who else but Song Yuan would pay so much attention to this precious new student? Meanwhile, Liao Hui and his father Liao Zhang also arrived. Standing together, the father and son looked as if they were carved from the same mold, bearing a striking resemblance to each other. Dad, regardless of whether Chu wins or loses this battle, I will issue him a challenge. Liao Hui said in a deep voice. Xiao Yan is watching nearby, so it won't be easy to strike a killing blow. If you want revenge, you must issue a life and death challenge. A cold gleam flashed in Liao Zhang's eyes. That is exactly my intention. Liao Hui's somber features twisted slightly, his brow filled with murderous intent. On the other side, Tai Budian, Shu, and Yunfan had also arrived, with the petite and exquisite Feng Chengqing standing beside them. At this moment, she looked full of grievances, having just been severely reprimanded by Tai Budian. With her mouth slumped, she looked quite pitiful. Xiao Langtian was staying with Guiyu. The two had forged a revolutionary friendship during the trials. As fellow useless individuals, they shared a mutual sympathy. Brother Tian, it's almost 5 o'clock now, why hasn't the boss arrived yet? Guiyu checked his phone. Don't worry, an expert of Chu's level is bound to be the last to appear. When the school holds meetings, have you ever seen the principal arrive first? Xiao Langtian said with a calm expression. That's true. Guiyu rubbed his chin and nodded. At that moment, Su Yueshi on the martial arts stage suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and stood up, looking straight into the distance. The spirit fluctuations have grown stronger again. Make way, everyone make way. The thunder god has arrived. Luo's robust body cleared the path ahead, forcibly squeezing out a gap wide enough for 3 people to pass. Chu appeared wearing flowing light robes, his sword-like eyebrows as dark as ink, handsome and elegant. His body radiated a faint golden light, looking like a god descending to the mortal realm, holy and noble. The thunder god is really here. Now the show begins. I have to say, the thunder god's looks are really something. Even in my peak period, I would have to temporarily yield to his brilliance. Give it a rest, your facial features look like they're all at war with each other. The moment he appeared, the arena erupted into a continuous roar of screams and cheers. The freshman female fans, in particular, were fanatical, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Ifing! Ifing! We'll follow our wind forever!" The instant Chu appeared, he became the focal point of the entire venue. Having just been crowned the rookie king of Taikyo Academy, the upperclassmen were all eager to see if the legendary Thunder Warlock was truly as powerful as the rumors suggested. Chu slowly stepped onto the martial stage, drew his forest staff, and spoke, "You won't go back on what you promised me, will you? If you win, the jade pendant is yours." Su Yueshi's cold, exquisite face was like a block of eternal ice, seemingly unmoved by the mortal world. Good. Chu nodded. At that moment, Xiaoyan walked to the center of the stage and announced loudly, "I will now read the rules of the duel. No killing blows allowed. No auxiliary items permitted. Leaving the boundaries of the stage results in an automatic loss. Any questions?" Chu and Su Yueshi spoke in unison, "None. Let the duel begin." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Yueshi immediately began chanting. Chu had no intention of holding back. He raised his staff high as lightning surged. Art of heavenly thunder. The sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Su Yueshi with brutal force. In an instant, the bluestone slabs beneath her feet were pulverized into dust, revealing a crater 10 meters in diameter. So fast? Is he really not on any performance enhancers? He didn't seem to use any items either. Ifing casts skills without chanting and without external help? How is that even possible? Look! Su Yueshi is still standing. As the dust settled, Su Yueshi's long hair fluttered in the wind. A terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted from her body, making her appear as if she were isolated from this dimension. The lightning spell hadn't harmed her in the slightest. This was the signature trait of a spatial mage dimensional wall. Chapter 65, Dual Hidden Classes? Eternal Ice plus Space. Chapter 65, Dual Hidden Classes? Eternal Ice Space. H1 The dimensional wall is like a mirror. Her true body was on the other side of space. The Su Yueshi appearing before everyone was merely a reflected image from the mirror. Consequently, the location where the heavenly thunder struck was nothing more than a phantom projection. What an eerie class trait! Chu narrowed his eyes, feeling a slight sense of surprise in his heart. He had originally thought this would be an easy battle, but now it seemed it would require some actual effort. However, at that very moment, Tsuyoshi finished chanting her skill. A sharp, invisible spatial blade flew toward him silently. Its speed was breathtakingly fast. Thunder Shield. The spatial blade passed through without any obstruction, striking Chu directly in the chest. A successful hit. Shock spread across the faces of the surrounding spectators. Was it really that simple to kill Chu? This is the thunder god you were talking about? Ridiculous. The freshmen are so short-sighted. How can a weakling like this be called a god? I think this rookie king title is a sham. Someone like this could insta-kill a bone dragon? You've got to be kidding me. The upperclassmen sneered and shook their heads. If a fool like this could be the rookie king, then Teikyo Academy truly was declining with every generation. But as the seconds ticked by, the life aura on Chu did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, his spirit fluctuations grew increasingly intense. Didn't he take a spatial blade head-on? How can he be completely unharmed? An upperclassman with a pockmarked face exclaimed in shock. At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered. Back in the Howling Caves, Chu had directly endured the bombardment of over 100 mages and remained unscathed. It was happening again. Tsuyoshi knit her brows, her expression turning solemn. For a brief moment, she sensed a power within Chu that she had never encountered before. This power seemed capable of isolating all elemental forces. Just as she was momentarily dazed, countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared around her, submerging her instantly. Within the range of the thunder prison, thunder serpents surged, and faint roars could seemingly be heard. Tsuyoshi did not panic and continued her incantation. Even thunder prison isn't working? Seeing this, Chu came up with a plan. How about this then? Thunder Hammer. A thunderous boom erupted out of thin air as a giant hammer hovered in the sky, flickering with purple lightning. Thousands of destructive forces condensed within it. If this power were to explode, it would surely result in world-shattering devastation. Currently, Chu's spirit value had reached over 5,000, far exceeding that of an average mage. Even though Tsuyoshi was wearing a full set of gold rank equipment, her spirit value was only just over 4,000. Such a massive display of power left the onlookers utterly shocked. Is this the kind of might a freshman can possess? My god, this guy is a monster. It looks like he's going to blow up the entire plaza just by fighting. The name of the Thunder God truly lives up to its reputation. The people who had called Chu a waste earlier were now silent as cicadas in winter, their faces burning with shame. Suddenly, the Thunder Warhammer descended abruptly, instantly exploding into a brilliant light. The massive roar seemed as if it would pierce through heaven and earth. Half of the martial arts stage was instantly blasted into powder. Within the Thunder Prison, Tsuyoshi's eyes were tightly shut, and she bore no injuries at all. Space mages were truly eerie. Dimensional Wall acted more like a passive survival skill. Chu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, even the Thunder Warhammer can't break through the dimensional wall. This turtle shell is really tough. The next moment, Tsuyoshi suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain 10,000 stars, shining brightly. Dimensional Cage. Suddenly, an invisible cage separated Chu from this space. No matter how many times he unleashed the Thunder Warhammer or Chain Lightning, he could not break through the boundaries of space. Seizing the opportunity, a longsword condensed from spatial elements suddenly appeared in Tsuyoshi's hand, and her figure flashed. When she appeared in front of Chu, the sword of space lunged straight toward his neck. But as the sword of space drew near, a large chunk of the blade suddenly dissolved away. What kind of sorcery is this? Tsuyoshi's heart trembled in shock. Any element that gets close is dissolved. How is she supposed to fight this? It wasn't just her, everyone else looked completely bewildered as well. What are these two even doing? One can't hit, and the other can't be touched. Why don't you two just call it a draw? At this rate, you won't have a winner by next year, Senior Motzi suggested. No way! Chu and Tsuyoshi shouted in unison. I must settle the score with you today. The title of Imperial Capital Academy's freshman king is mine. Tsuyoshi said coldly. I really like that jade pendant of yours. I'm getting my hands on it today. Chu said bluntly. The audience. How about you two keep fighting here while we go grab some dinner first? Since space elements can't touch you, I'll just switch to another one. The icy aura emanating from Su Yueshi grew increasingly dense. What is she doing? What does she mean by switch to another element? Is it possible she's planning to use a talisman? Brother, this is a martial arts competition, not a life and death struggle. Where would she get a talisman to use? Just as the crowd was filled with doubt, a thread of bone-chilling cold suddenly radiated from Su Yueshi's delicate body. Her pupils abruptly turned a crystalline blue, and a holy temperament washed over her stunning face. The power of ultimate ice? As this scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, a massive wave of shock surged through their hearts. My God! Su Yueshi actually has a dual hidden class. One hidden class is already heaven-defying enough, but she has two? How is anyone else supposed to survive? This is insane. What kind of monsters are this year's freshmen? How is each one more perverted than the last? The seniors immediately lost their composure. They had originally thought of themselves as the chosen children of heaven. Unexpectedly, Su Yueshi's appearance had ruthlessly shattered their arrogance. A space mage was already formidable enough on their own, but their offensive potential wouldn't truly be unleashed until their second awakening at the legendary level. Now, with the addition of a multi-controlled glacial mage, you might as well just play by yourself. No wonder you're so cold and distant all day. Turns out you were hiding a little wife all along, Shu said, realization dawning on him. This is my ultimate trump card. I intended to save it for the Tower of Eternity, but today I will make an exception. I will win against you at all costs. Su Yueshi's voice became ethereal. Chu's lips curled into a smirk as his aura continued to surge. You think you're the only one with a trump card? Just as Su Yueshi began her incantation, a brilliant light erupted from Chu's staff. In an instant, the violent lightning elements in the air suddenly died down and vanished completely. Immediately following that, the sky trembled slightly, and a silver-white arrow abruptly appeared. Everyone's gaze shifted toward the sky simultaneously. When they saw this arrow, they felt a sudden wave of heart-pounding dread. It was as if a destructive force from ancient times had manifested in this space-time. Is this ancient magic? Senior Matsi was utterly stunned. Could you make this any more damn exaggerated? Not just Senior Matsi, but everyone else was in a state of total confusion. Maybe we should just leave? Stop watching. If I keep watching, I'm going to want to kill myself. Why not just do it now? I don't want to live anymore anyway. The Sky Thunder arrow streaked across the sky, descending with the speed of a falling star, firmly locking onto Su Yueshi's presence. There was nowhere to run. As the silver-white arrow descended, the crowd suddenly realized it was nearly 100 meters long. It plummeted like a massive missile. Su Yueshi was suddenly struck by an intense sense of crisis. This feeling hadn't surfaced in 15 years. Chapter 66, Catching Lightning with Bare Hands. Artifact unsealed. The moment the Sky Thunder arrow touched Su Yueshi, a small hole abruptly appeared in space. Crack! Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the dimensional barrier in front of Su Yueshi burst apart. This turtle shell was broken. However, the power of the Sky Thundering arrow did not diminish in the slightest. Carrying an unmatched force, it struck directly toward her face. Before this colossal arrow, Su Yueshi appeared infinitesimally small. The terrifying power of the ancient magic was extremely potent, almost transcending everything she knew about gold rank mages. Glacial Storm. In the moment of crisis, Su Yueshi finally finished her incantation. A gust of freezing wind expanded outward, desperately resisting the power of the arrow. However, with her meager strength, it was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. Lasting for less than 0.1 seconds, the cold current was declared shattered. Su Yueshi's pupils suddenly constricted at this moment. She seemed to smell the scent of death. Just then, a cold snort echoed. Xiao Yan suddenly appeared on the martial arts stage, grabbed the Sky Thundering arrow with one hand, and tossed it into the sky like a javelin. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sky-thundering arrow vanished. Kid, I told you that killing moves are not allowed in a match. Are your ears growing out of your ass? Xiaoyan glared, his ferocious face looking as if he were about to devour someone. Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. My bad. This is the first time I've used this skill. I didn't expect the power to be this great. Upon hearing this, several black lines suddenly appeared on everyone's foreheads. Great was an understatement. It almost shocked someone to death. If that sky-thundering arrow had landed, not only would Su Yueshi have perished, but a small section of the entire martial arts square might have been destroyed. However, then again, Xiaoyan was indeed impressive. Catching lightning with bare hands was no ordinary feat. I'll spare your dog life this time. If you do it again, I'll castrate you and throw you into a pile of beauties. Xiaoyan stuffed a red potion into Su Yueshi's hand. Chu felt a subconscious twinge of pain. What a cruel method of torture. The fearsome discipline director truly lived up to his reputation. The duel was declared over, having been full of drama from start to finish. At first, neither could land a hit on the other, and then Su Yueshi revealed another hidden class. Everyone originally thought Chu was in serious trouble, but who would have expected him to know ancient magic as well? The seniors felt as if their brains couldn't keep up. It seemed the word genius was no longer enough to describe these two. TSK, Thunder God truly lives up to his name. Absolutely incredible. Didn't you just say he wasn't fit to be the king of newcomers? A dead memory just blindsided me. I really am a damn fool. Su Yueshi was still in a state of panic, sitting paralyzed on the ground and trembling slightly. Little sister, sorry about that. Hand it over. Chu reached out his hand. Su Yueshi looked up coldly at Chu, ripped off the jade pendant with one hand, and tossed it over. The moment he caught the jade pendant, an overwhelming, euphoric impulse welled up within him. Ding! Detectable substance for absorbing and unsealing the divine artifact found. Absorb now? Yes. Ding! Absorption successful. Golden Dawn second layer seal unsealing progress, 2-5. One step closer. Here. Back to you. Chu tossed the jade pendant back. Although Su Yueshi didn't know what Chu wanted with her pendant, she had suffered a devastating blow in this duel. She had always been confident in her strength, and the Su family even hailed her as a genius seen once in 10,000 years. She simultaneously possessed two hidden classes, and both were mages. It was said that on the day Su Yueshi was born, purple smoke rose from the ancestral graves. At first, the Su family thought someone was intentionally causing trouble. Who would have thought that when it came time for class awakening, she would truly turn out to be a genius? The Su family had placed high hopes on her since childhood, believing she would surely become a titan of her generation in due time. And Su Yueshi did not disappoint the Su family. After her class awakening, she swept through all opposition, directly taking the title of provincial top scholar in the Magic City's great exam. However, her pride, at this moment of battle with Chu, had completely shattered. I admit my loss to you this time, but I will win it back next time. Su Yueshi climbed up from the ground and spoke. Remember to bring more jade pendants for the next duel. One isn't quite enough, better bring 3, Chu shouted loudly. Su Yueshi's departing figure suddenly shuddered, and then she continued walking forward with heavy steps. Chu stretched his arms. This kind of battle was too boring, it lacked any real challenge. Why don't we find a few world bosses to kill next time? Just as he turned to leave, a harsh shout suddenly erupted from behind him. Stop right there! Liao Hui's figure flickered as he blocked Chu's path, his dark face clouded with murderous intent. Immediately after, he pulled a crimson war challenge from his backpack, emblazoned with 4 large characters. Life or death. A life and death challenge. Do you dare to accept? Liao Hui roared. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd felt a jolt of shock. Here it comes. Liao Hui really is going to avenge his brother. A junior challenging a freshman to a life and death match? That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? What's inappropriate about it? You're a junior too, could you beat Thor? When you put it that way, it actually seems reasonable. Chu looked at the blood-red challenge and asked, so, killing is allowed, right? Provided you're actually capable of killing me. Liao Hui said in a chilling tone. Chu took the challenge, examined it for a moment, and chuckled. Are you afraid your brother is lonely down there and can't wait to join him? I told you, I will claim your head personally. Liao Hui's killing intent seemed to solidify, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Sorry, I don't really feel like dying just yet. Weren't you acting all arrogant? Are you scared now? Scared? Chu laughed in spite of himself. This guy was truly precious. Killing Liao Hui would be as simple as lifting a finger. Since the senior has put it that way, I have to give him some face. In the next instant, lightning surged from Chu's palm, shredding the challenge to pieces. Immediately, a blood-dripping character 4 kill appeared above both of their heads. He actually accepted? Thor really is arrogant. He just finished one fight and immediately takes on another? Even a man hanging himself needs a moment to catch his breath, right? Forget it, Liao Jin is watching right there. He definitely won't let anything happen to Liao Hui. If Liao Hui dies too, who's going to take care of him in his old age? Did you not see that the King of Hell is right here? No matter how badass Liao Jin is, can he beat the King of Hell? The crowd let out a collective sigh. At this moment, Chu's support group behind him was gathered together, engaged in some sort of sacred activity. 3 with 1. Anyone want it? Pass. Pass for me too. Single 6. Down to my last card. Pass. You're passing on a single 6? Do you even know how to play cards? You have to remember, he's the landlord and we're the peasants. Xiao Langtian scratched his head. With the hand he was dealt, he really couldn't beat it. Luo glanced at the two of them and slammed his final card onto the ground. Come on, pay up. 5 points each. Guai Yu was completely numb. He hadn't won a single game since teaming up with Xiao Langtian as peasants. He seriously suspected this guy wasn't playing with a full deck himself. Just then, a nearby student cautiously tapped Luo on the shoulder. Brother Lu, your buddy is up there fighting, and you're still in the mood for cards? Who's he fighting now? Luo stood up and took a peek. Seeing it was Liao Hui, he sat back down. It's fine. It'll take no more time than swatting a fly, Luo said with a wave of his hand. Come on, come on. Next round. Am I the landlord again? Chapter 67, Complete Form of the Thunder God. 10 arrows of vaulting thunder for you. Chu and Liao Hui stood on the martial arts stage, facing each other from 100 feet away. Now that the life and death challenge had been issued, neither would be bound by rules. They could use potions or items as they pleased. Suddenly, Liao Hui swung his staff, and a fire elemental spirit appeared out of thin air. The entire space was instantly engulfed in flames, and the temperature surged rapidly. Summon, Fire Spirit. Rank, Master Level. Level, Grandmaster Level 3 star. Strength, 0. Agility, 1584. Spirit 18000. Constitution, 2198. Skills, Blazing Prairie, Flame Impact. It's appeared. The rare summoned beast, Fire Spirit. I heard that fire spirits can only be found inside volcanic craters, and they are extremely difficult to tame. With a wave of his hand, a Grandmaster level summoned beast appeared. A summoned beast's attributes are influenced by its summoner. This clearly demonstrated Liao Hui's formidable strength. Aren't you going to say some trash talk before we fight? Chu picked at his ear and flicked away a bit of debris. Talk is useless. Either way, you're only in today is death. Liao Hui said in an icy tone. How boring. Chu pulled out his staff and suggested, how about you curse at me a bit? You bastard, you're looking for death. Liao Hui glared furiously and waved his hand. At that moment, the fire spirit suddenly erupted with an intense flame, enveloping the entire martial arts stage. The temperature was so high that the spectators outside the ring turned pale and retreated one after another. The flames appeared orange-red, looking like clusters of soft cotton. However, the energy contained within was terrifying. Once it exploded, it would be enough to destroy the tens of thousands of square meters of the martial arts stage. The air sizzled from the heat, and even space itself began to warp. Following that, the cotton merged together to form a massive sphere, flying straight toward Chu. Chain lightning. Chu gave a casual flick of his wrist. The moment the lightning chain touched the sphere, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. It echoed through the clouds. The terrifying aftershock raged outward like the roar of a giant dragon, blowing the surrounding crowd away. Students below the Grandmaster level had no room to resist at all. What terrifying power! A gold rank actually jumping 2 major tiers to fight a Grandmaster level expert on equal footing without backing down? Even though the fire spirit isn't Liao Hui's strongest battle pet, being able to achieve this much is enough to be proud of. A massive crater appeared at the center of the explosion, extending 10 meters deep. The martial arts stage was completely destroyed. Chu and Liao Hui stood where they were, unscathed. Decent power, barely managed to block my chain lightning. Do you have any stronger summoned beasts? Chu teased. Liao Hui said nothing, treating his words as total nonsense. Under the shifting starlight array, a kobold wielding a giant scythe appeared. Summoned beast, source of hunger. Rank, Grandmaster level. Level, Grandmaster 7-star. Strength, 26,851. Agility, 3,285. Spirit 24851. Constitution, 27,985. Skills, Hunger Judgment, Death Sensation / The moment the kobold appeared, the world seemed to be covered by a shroud of gloom. The scythe in its hand was a full 5 meters long, which, combined with its 10-meter height, was incredibly intimidating. It's over. Liao Hui has summoned his trump card beast. This is going to be a handful for Thor. At this time last year, the source of hunger once decapitated an epic-level elite monster with a single swing. Its attack power is extreme. The kobold slammed its foot onto the earth. The ground suddenly trembled, and countless cracks spread rapidly across the surface. When he looked back at it, the kobold had already reached Chu. The massive scythe, trailing a thick wisp of black smoke as if composed of the most malevolent substance in the world, swung down violently. Lightning prison. Thunder hell manifested instantly, plunging the kobold into a stunned state and rendering it motionless. Art of heavenly thunder. A deafening roar echoed from the heavens as a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh crashed down, striking the kobold, only to be eerily swallowed whole. It happened silently, without any warning, as if the lightning had vanished into thin air. Art of heavenly thunder. Chu bombarded it again, but to no avail. The attacks continued to be mysteriously devoured. At that moment, the kobold awoke from its stun, and Chu cast another thunder prison. It's useless. The source of hunger can devour all things, and its favorite feast is elements. Liao Hui sneered, summoning the fire elemental to resume the offensive. As the familiar flames ignited once more, Chu frowned, thinking to himself, is lightning truly ineffective against it? He didn't believe a summoned beast could infinitely devour lightning magic. If one wasn't enough, or 2 weren't enough, then he would use 3. He would feed it until it could no longer swallow. In this instant, Chu held the Thunder Warhammer in his left hand and the Art of Heavenly Thunder in his right. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around his body, and a terrifying thunder prison enveloped everything within a 100-meter radius. From a distance, it looked as if the area had transformed into a terrifying divine realm of lightning, filled with incessant explosions. Under the relentless bombardment of endless lightning, the fire elemental dissolved into a shower of star-like, fiery red light. The fire elemental dead. Liao Hui had signed a master-servant contract with his summoned beasts. When one died, his soul suffered damage as well. He let out a muffled groan, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Chu! If I, Liao Hui, do not kill you today, I swear I am not human. Liao Hui roared toward the sky, a burst of black light suddenly erupting from his body. Immediately after, he pulled out a paper effigy and bit the tip of his tongue, spraying a jet of blood onto it. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, and the kobold actually broke free from the shackles of the stun. Blood sacrifice. Absolute immunity. Though it would only last for a brief 5 seconds, for Liao Hui, it was enough. It was enough. Kill him. Liao Hui's face was as white as paper as he pointed a trembling finger at Chu. Roar! The kobold's blood-red eyes shot out 2 cold beams of light, and the scythe in its hand instantly grew larger, until it was as tall as its own body. Chu was not afraid at all, transforming into a magical machine gun as his skills bombarded frantically. Thunder Hammer, Thunder Orb, Chain Lightning, Storm's Fury, Thunder Prison, Art of Heavenly Thunder. He cycled through the skills, unleashing an entire set in just half a second. Anyway, there was no CD, no chanting, and no consumption. He could cast them as many times as he wanted. Endless lightning appeared before everyone, leaving them utterly stunned. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Casting the same skill twice in a single second without interruption? To summarize, Thunder God has no casting time, his skills have no cooldown, and they don't even consume spirit? I finally understand why he is the Rookie King. Unheard of. I've read countless ancient texts, and I've never heard of any class possessing such heaven-defying abilities. No wonder he could cast ancient magic at gold rank, no wonder he is the Thunder God. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the world of thunder in the distance. So this was the Thunder God's true complete form. Before, when he fought Tsuyueshi, was he just playing house? At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon her. Tsuyueshi's injuries had fully healed, but her expression was extremely grim, her fists clenched tightly. It turned out that from beginning to end, Chu had never even taken her seriously. Tsuyueshi's eyes dimmed significantly. Although she possessed dual hidden classes, when her comprehensive strength was compared to Chu's, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Within the combat zone, the kobold's massive body was completely submerged by the endless lightning. Chu's casting speed became faster and faster, until finally, he could even unleash 10 thunder hammers in a row. I'll let you swallow. Take all of these. At that moment, 10 arrows of celestial thunder suddenly appeared in the vault of heaven. A terrifying aura descended, nearly scaring everyone out of their wits. My God! Is the Thunder God trying to blow up the entire martial arts arena? Chapter 68, Abyss Cerberus. The advent of the dragon language mage. Strictly speaking, the kobold does not belong to this world. It is a creature from the zero sequence world. Just like the world bosses that appear by chance. Like the kobold, they all hail from the zero order world. A few years ago, Liao Xin obtained a paper effigy in a bizarre domain. Using the paper effigy as a medium, Liao Hui was able to sign a contract with creatures from the zero sequence world. The source of hunger, devourer of all things. While thunder is a destructive element to others, to it is merely a delicious dessert. However, the source of hunger is not without its weaknesses. Chu summoned 10 arrows of celestial thunder, their vast power scattering the very clouds. Suddenly, like streaks of rainbow light carrying boundless might, they instantly bombarded the kobold. At this moment, an extremely blinding light erupted from the point of collision. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. This is insane. 10 consecutive ancient spells, no one could withstand that. If Liao Hui hadn't been wearing a full set of Grandmaster level equipment and possessed such a wicked summoned beast, he would have been obliterated by the Thunder God long ago. Say what you will, but from this day forward, there is only one God in Teikyo Academy. As the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they gasped in unison. Half of the martial arts arena had been reduced to ruins, with the kobold still desperately shielding Liao Hui. Its massive body had been charred to a crisp by the thunderous bombardment, completely devoid of any life force. The source of hunger dead. An existence that devours all things was actually killed by Chu? Gold-ranked tyrant grandmaster level monsters, such combat power is nothing short of heaven-defying. People could no longer remain calm, they froze in place, their hearts seemingly skipping a beat. These two battles. I'm willing to call them Thor's ascension to godhood. Liao Hui has lost. All his summoned beasts are dead, there's nothing left to see. You can't blame him. Some people are just fated to face such a calamity. Who told him to challenge Thor? The crowd sighed in collective lament. Liao Hui was a major general of the Imperial Capital Academy's student union, and even if his strength only ranked in the middle tier, he still held a prestigious position among the third-year students of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, Chu waved his hand, dispersing all the lightning. He looked at Liao Hui with interest. Well, were those few hundred skills satisfying enough? Have you had your fill? Liao Hui violently pushed away the corpse of the source of hunger, his gaze resolute, his body exuding a grim and chilling aura. You killed my summons. You deserve to die. Chu picked at his ear and flicked away a piece of wax. Can you come up with some more original trash talk? Or should I send you to the underworld so you can learn some from your brother? Art of Heavenly Thunder. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder crashed down from the sky, striking Liao Hui directly on the head. A summoner who has lost their summoned beasts is no different from a kitten. No matter how good his equipment was, it couldn't withstand the might of his heavenly thunder. It's over. Man, I'm exhausted. Chu smacked his lips, thinking to himself that fighting people was much more tiring than grinding through a dungeon. However, at that moment, a powerful and eerie wave of energy appeared behind him. Chu turned to look, seeing that the spot where Liao Hui had been standing was already shattered by the thunder. Liao Hui was now enveloped in a circle of blackish red light, his life force rapidly draining away. Everything about it screamed bizarre. Liao Hui's blood-red eyes, looking like they wanted to devour someone, stared coldly at Chu. He enunciated every word, even if I die today, I'm taking you with me. His voice, sounding like a demonic tone from the 9 underworlds, lingered in everyone's ears, making their skin crawl. Suddenly, Liao Zhen remembered something, and his pupils contracted sharply. Hui-er. Just as he was about to step in to stop it, Xiao Yan's figure blocked his path. This is a life and death battle, no one is allowed to interfere. I'll surrender on Liao Hui's behalf. We're calling off this life and death battle. Liao Zhen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his tone incredibly aggressive. Rules are rules. Once a life and death challenge is issued, either Liao Hui or Chu must die. Xiao Yan spoke bluntly, without any reservation. Liao Zhen's eagle-like eyes flashed with a cold light. Xiao Yan, do you really intend to stop me? Xiao Yan remained silent, his fierce countenance appearing incredibly intimidating. Years ago, when my nephew Liao Qianming suffered such brutal mistreatment, did I, Liao Zhen, ever utter a single word of blame against you? Liao Zhen said in a low, heavy voice. He got what he deserved, Xiao Yan replied slowly. Ha ha ha. Liao Zhen burst into laughter. A fine got what he deserved indeed. I have long heard that the director of discipline possesses world-shaking power. Today, I shall take this opportunity to properly test your skills. The moment he finished speaking, Liao Zhen's right hand transformed into a pair of golden shears, and his aura erupted violently. Liao Zhen Legendary 9-star Golden Right Hand Class. The Discipline Department of Taikyo Academy is surnamed Xiao, not Liu. Xiao Yan's powerful frame shuddered as a vision of a massive black lotus appeared above his head, and time itself seemed to stand still. Seeing this, Liao Zhen's expression changed drastically. You've already crossed the threshold of the second awakening? In an instant, Liao Zhen's aura completely vanished. He looked like a wilted leaf, his eyes wide with shock. The death match continues. No one is allowed to interfere. Xiao Yan shouted, his eyes fixed firmly on Liao Zhen. At that moment, Liao Hui, who was enveloped in black light, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his spirit appearing withered and weak. He pulled a black and red dagger from his bag, an aura of pure evil radiating from it. Chu! I'll wait for you in hell. Liao Hui laughed toward the sky and plunged the dagger straight into his own heart. Hui-er! Witnessing this scene, Liao Zhen's eyes nearly burst with fury, and his heart was consumed by utter despair. One of his sons had been slain by Chu, while the other chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of revenge. The dagger suddenly flickered with a sinister glow. Instantly, a ghostly wind howled, dark clouds blanketed the sky, and thunder clashed with lightning. In the next moment, the flesh and blood on Liao Hui's body were swallowed whole by the dagger, and a black vortex appeared before the crowd. Immediately afterward, a foul, wicked stench wafted from within, and heart-pounding fluctuations jolted everyone's chest. What is that thing? What kind of monster did Liao Hui summon by sacrificing himself? What terrifying pressure! I've never felt an aura like this before. This is damn eerie. Liao Hui wasn't just ruthless to his enemies, he was even more ruthless to himself. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a three-headed dog, pitch black as ink, stepped out from the vortex. Monsters, Abyss three-headed hound boss. Rank, Epic. Level, Epic 1 star. Strength, 45,981. Agility, 12,010. Spirit 32814. Constitution, 26,841. Skills, Abyss Roar, Lethal Bite. Abyss Monsters. That bastard Liao Hui actually sacrificed himself to summon an Abyss Cerberus? Everyone's hearts were trembling uncontrollably. What were Abyss creatures? They were the most evil and powerful existences in the world. Although the Abyss Cerberus was merely a watchdog in the abyss, its strength was like an insurmountable mountain to those standing before it. It was no exaggeration to say that if all the students present attacked at once, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. This Abyss Cerberus stood 10 meters tall and 15 meters long. Its jet-black, massive body was covered in blood-red runes, and its three enormous heads swayed slightly, as if it were acclimating to the environment outside the abyss. Woof! Chu stared at the hound, and a sudden, inexplicable throb surged in his heart. This feeling of rage was extremely intense, as if it were about to burst out of his body. Since you want to come out, then let them see exactly what you are capable of. Chu suddenly stashed his staff into his backpack, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes tight. Seeing this, the crowd was filled with confusion. What is Thor doing? He even threw away his staff? Is he surrendering? An epic level, 10-star Grandmaster boss, and an abyss creature at that. Suddenly, everyone seemed to catch the faint sound of a roar, though subtle, it resonated clearly in every person's ear. This is... Roar! A massive, iridescent hexagram array materialized beneath Chu's feet. A sacred and noble aura surged straight into the heavens. The phantom of a colossal dragon slowly manifested above Chu's head, its defiant gaze looking down upon heaven and earth. As its wings unfurled, they blotted out the sun. Everyone in the City of Dawn felt an aura that made them instinctively want to kneel in submission. The giant dragon roared at the sky, its powerful pressure seemingly enough to collapse the very world. Utterly peerless. Chapter 69, Shu is a dual hidden class 2? Instant kill. The moment the world-disdaining dragon appeared, countless powerhouses in the City of Dawn turned their gazes toward Imperial Capital Academy simultaneously, their expressions filled with horror. This, what terrifying power! Was that a dragon's roar just now? Why would there be a dragon at Imperial Capital Academy? The experts stood high in the sky, looking into the distance. In a far corner of the city, they saw the golden phantom of a giant dragon towering over everything. The vast martial arts plaza had long been blanketed by the dragon's overwhelming pressure. As the most powerful race in the world, the dragon's might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The moment the phantom appeared, everyone present stared with wide eyes, their bodies frozen as if cast in stone, unable to move a muscle. Their hearts hammered uncontrollably against their ribs as they swallowed hard. Holy SHT! A dragon, that's a dragon! How can Thor summon a dragon phantom? What does a thunder warlock have to do with dragons? I can tell you one thing, absolutely nothing. Someone rubbed their eyes to confirm they weren't hallucinating, then slapped themselves across the face. It's real, that really is a giant dragon. I've got it. Senior Motzi slapped his forehead, his breathing quickening as he shouted, "This is a dragon speech mage. This beast, Chu, is also a dual hidden class holder." What? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone's jaws nearly hit the floor. Thunder Warlock plus Dragon Speech Mage, another dual hidden class? This was too heaven-defying. Too ridiculous, wasn't it? Tsuyoshi was already perverse enough to crush the self-confidence of these seniors. And yet, she was still being completely outclassed by Chu. He hadn't even used half of his true strength. But a monster like this. He was actually a dual hidden class holder too. And of the most mysterious, most powerful variety, the Dragon Speech Mage. At this moment, it felt as though everyone's hearts had been struck by a heavy sledgehammer, the pain making it hard to breathe. Shu stared blankly at Chu's somewhat slender figure, completely dazed. My God, Chu really is incredible. No wonder my dad told me since I was a kid that I had to stay on Chu's good side. Luo was so excited he was practically jumping. May I ask, Brother Lu, is your father a prophet? Xiao Langtian asked in confusion. My dad is a farmer. A farmer can predict the future too? He moonlights as a fortune teller. Xiao Langtian, Sigma? LLL. Before the giant dragon, the Abyss Cerberus appeared exceptionally tiny, like a mere puppy. Under the pressure of a superior bloodline, the puppy let out a whimper, and its three heads suddenly spewed forth pitch-black abyss fire. The three pillars of fire merged into one, the terrifying fluctuations seemingly capable of piercing through space itself. Even from 1,000 meters away, the students could feel this horrifying power. Against an attack from an epic-level abyss boss, even a legendary-level powerhouse would have to tread carefully. As the abyss fire swept toward him, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Why isn't Chu moving yet? Just as people were wondering if something had happened to Chu. He opened his eyes. In that split second, Chu did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Facing it head-on, he used his physical body to forcefully endure this cluster of abyss fire. What? Is he crazy? Don't panic, did you forget that the Thunder God is immune to magic? Look! The Thunder God is still alive. The abyss fire washed over Chu's body without causing even the slightest ripple. It was as if an invisible shield was blocking all the impact. At this moment, Chu was like a deity, immune to all spells. Woof! A look of deep shock flashed in the bell-sized eyes of the Cerberus of the Abyss, its dog heads turning in confusion. It couldn't understand how this gold-rank kid remained completely unharmed. As Chu walked, the phantom of the giant dragon above his head moved with him. With every step he took, the hearts of the onlookers trembled violently. It was as if he were pulling at their heartstrings, bringing them immense tremors. A mere abyss puppy dares to howl in my presence? At this moment, Chu's eyes suddenly turned gold. The head of the dragon phantom reared back, its mouth gathering golden light. Dragon breath. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and exhaled, a brilliant beam of golden light erupting forth. The heavens and earth changed color. The sky felt as if it were about to be shattered to pieces by this power. The golden light passed through the body of the Cerberus of the Abyss with ease. The terrifying, destructive power instantly submerged it, and its massive frame began to crumble inch by inch. Woof! In less than a second, an epic 1-star boss was instantly killed. Killed epic level 1-star boss, Abyss Cerberus, EXP plus 12,521,000. Ding! Peerless critical hit LV.2 upgrade progress, 2-3. With over 10 million EXP, golden light flashed wildly around Chu's body as he soared directly from gold rank 8-star to master level 2-star. Global announcement. Congratulations to gold rank 8-star Chu of the Dragon Summer Empire for breaking the record for the fastest cross-tier kill of an epic level boss with a time of 0.1s. Reward title, Boss Instant Slayer. Global announcement. Congratulations to gold rank 8-star Chu of the Dragon Summer Empire for breaking the record for the fastest cross-tier kill of an epic level boss with a time of 0.1s. Reward title, Boss Instant Slayer. Every class awakener in the world received this notification, and their shock was beyond words. United States, what the F? It's Chu from the Dragon Summer Empire again. Japan, this Chu is too cunning, breaking 2 records in a row. We must get our hands on his genes. Korea, well? Have you finished checking the genealogy I asked for? Hurry up and get him to return to his roots and acknowledge his ancestors. In an instant, the name Chu once again redefined people's understanding of what was possible. If the first time was a fluke, what about the second? Moreover, he was a gold rank instantly killing an epic level boss. This had already transcended the boundaries of humanity. Some were even saying he was the illegitimate son of a deity. After Chu reached master level, he immediately swapped to his best equipment. The first thing he did was take off the common rooster feather shoes and put on the undead boots. Next came the devil staff and the devout's bracelet. This epic level staff was pitch black all over, emitting a faint dark mist. The other end of the staff was embedded with a black sphere the size of a fist, looking particularly eerie. After changing his equipment, his attributes underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Warlock Hidden Class, Dragon Language Mage Hidden Class. Level, Master Level 2 star 12.25%. Strength, 5,300. Agility, 2,469. Spirit 17261. Constitution, 7,035. Additionally, the newly acquired Boss Instant Killer title granted him a plus 200 boost to all attributes. With Chu's current God tier spirit stats, he could easily crush an epic level boss using nothing but lightning magic. Furthermore, after advancing a major level, his skill levels increased accordingly. A silver-purple thunder orb suddenly materialized in Chu's hand. Its destructive power had increased more than several-fold. Come to think of it, I actually have Liao Hui to thank. Chu chuckled, shaking his head. Say what you will about Liao Hui, but his death was certainly worth it. This boss dropped only a single item. Chu picked it up to take a look. Abyss Key opens the gateway to the abyss. Chapter 70, another global announcement. Breaking the internet. The shape of this key bore a striking resemblance to a dagger exactly like the one Liao Hui used for the sacrifice. In other words, killing this boss only yielded a key? And a key to the abyss at that? Chu felt his scalp go numb. He knew all too well what kind of place the abyss was. It was almost entirely populated by boss-level creatures. After organizing his equipment and attributes, Chu's spirit fluctuations were now terrifyingly intense. A single glance could directly stare down and kill bronze-level monsters. As for the current power of his Thunder Orb, he estimated it could rival a gold-rank Thunder Warhammer. At this moment, the senior students' gazes were incredibly complex. On one hand, they envied Chu's strength. On the other, they were jealous of his fame. As the saying goes, you fear for your brother's hardship, but you fear even more seeing him drive a Land Rover. Sigh, don't tell me any more news about Thor in the future. My heart hasn't been great lately. Still calling him Thor? He should be called the Dragon God now. Break it up, let's go. When a freshman can curb stomp a senior, life just feels meaningless. And so, with heavy sighs, the crowd dispersed. They needed time to process everything they had witnessed today. With one shock after another, you really couldn't handle it without a strong heart. Chu, after this, there won't be a soul in the Imperial Capital Academy who doesn't know you. Luo said excitedly. Hee, with Chu covering for us from now on, I'd like to see who in the academy dares to mess with me, Xiao Langtian said with a goofy grin. Don't get ahead of yourself. Junior, you've caused such a massive stir that people in the academy will definitely be targeting you, Tai Budian warned. Chu had exposed too many of his trump cards at once. First and foremost, the infinite firepower buff alone was enough to drive countless people mad. They will surely try every possible means to probe into Chu's background. It doesn't matter. Let them come. I haven't had enough of a fight these past few days anyway, Chu said, waving his hand dismissively. Imperial Capital Academy is different this year. Because the Spire of Eternity is about to open, many students who should have graduated have stayed behind to hold their level, Tai Budian said solemnly. Holding their level? Chu was slightly taken aback and asked, You mean there are many fifth-year students in the academy right now? Exactly. They are all epic-level geniuses, and each one possesses formidable strength. They all want to stay behind to challenge the tower, especially the student union president, Situ Gang. His current strength is even comparable to the academy's instructors, Tai Budian nodded. Chu rubbed his chin, a look of intense interest appearing on his face. The student union president, he should be able to take a few of my skills, right? Otherwise, after putting so much effort into coming to this academy to study, it would be quite boring if there wasn't even one decent opponent. When Shu and the others saw the excitement on Chu's face, they were momentarily speechless. It seemed Tai Butian's reminder hadn't served as a warning at all. Instead, it had ignited his fighting spirit. At that moment, Su Yueshi walked toward Chu, her cold face no longer carrying its usual arrogant expression. Perhaps the strength Chu had displayed had shattered all of her pride. Chu, my promise to you still stands. Although you are very strong, one day in the future, I will definitely defeat you. Seeing her resolute expression, to be honest, Chu felt a bit bad about discouraging her. If you can't beat me now, what chance do you think you'll have in the future? As their levels increased, the gap between them would only grow wider. Alright, I'll be waiting. Chu grinned and pointed at her chest. Remember to bring a few more jade pendants. Su Yueshi let out a soft huff, turned around, and left. Just then, a cold gaze shot toward him, sending a chill down his spine. Chu turned his head and saw Liaojin staring at him with a grim expression, his hawk-like eyes filled with murderous intent. Director Liaojin, it's just 2 dead sons, there's no need to look at me like that, is there? Shu said loudly. Sharp-tongued brat. Let me give you a piece of advice, cherish the people around you now, because soon you won't be seeing them anymore, Liaojin said in a low voice. Is that a threat? Your turtle of a son summoned abyss monsters, seriously endangering the safety of the academy. I have every reason to suspect that you were the one who ordered him to do it. Shu paused, then continued. Colluding with abyss monsters, that alone is enough to justify his death 10 times over. Utterly ridiculous. Once you're outside the academy, I hope your mouth stays as tough as it is now, Liaojin snorted coldly, his intent to kill overflowing. You probably don't know me very well. Besides my mouth, there are plenty of other parts of me that are hard. What? Want to test them out? Shu narrowed his eyes and sneered, though I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, I'm not interested in old geezers. Put. Shu couldn't help but burst out laughing, giving him a playful, reproachful glare. The man was a department director of the academy, yet Shu actually had the nerve to crack such jokes with him. You. Rage surged within Liaojin, his chest heaving with anger. He promptly turned and walked away. Looking at Chu's infuriating face any longer might literally make his lungs explode with fury. TCH. Coward. Chu chuckled disdainfully. He had thought the man wouldn't be able to resist making a move against him. How are you so bold? You even dared to offend the director? Shu poked his arm. I killed his 2 sons. Even if I didn't say a word, he wouldn't let me off the hook, Shu said, shrugging his shoulders. Don't worry, Junior. As long as you stay within Teikyo Academy, no one will dare touch you, Tai Budian said, patting Chu on the shoulder. Actually, Shu was about to say something when a text message suddenly arrived. Something has changed with the Thunder Dragon's corpse. Come to Administrative Office 201 immediately, Song Yuan. Chu frowned and looked up toward the administration building. Seeing him stop mid-sentence, Shu asked curiously, Actually what? Actually, I've been wanting to test the director's strength for a while now. A wicked smirk played across the corners of Chu's mouth. The conclusion of the 2 matches at Teikyo Academy caused a massive uproar on the forums. Within just 10 minutes, it shot to the #1 spot on the trending searches. The entire internet was shocked. Someone posted the video of the fight between Chu and Su Yueshi online, sparking heated discussions among countless netizens. Which is stronger, a space mage or a thunder warlock? Hard to say. Space mages are better at crowd control, while thunder warlocks are more suited for pure offensive killing. Holy crap! Thor's skills couldn't even touch her? How are you supposed to play against that? Wait! Tsuyoshi is actually a dual hidden class? My god, this is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Thor is finished. The outcome is decided. After Tsuyoshi revealed her trump card, netizens were shocked, and many simultaneously predicted Chu's downfall. However, when Chu unleashed ancient magic, countless netizens were instantly petrified. The legendary ancient magic? Thor cast it so effortlessly. Judging by its power, it looks like Grandmaster-level ancient magic. Even Tsuyoshi was defeated. As expected, Thor is still one step ahead. Once this video was released, it surpassed 10 million clicks in a single minute. Its popularity skyrocketed. The multiple reversals during the battle sent the netizens' emotions on a roller coaster ride. Incredible! A battle of this caliber is so satisfying to watch. Don't get ahead of yourselves, there's something even more satisfying coming up. Immediately after, a user named Senior Motzi posted a video of Chu's battle with Liao Hui on the forum. In an instant, it set the entire internet ablaze. Chapter 71, My Dad is Thor, Who is Yours? S-level mission. In the video, Liao Hui opened by summoning a fire spirit. The formidable fire offensive left netizens in constant amazement. Having a good father really makes a difference for Liao Hui. He even managed to get his hands on a fire spirit. Summoners rely heavily on their summons. Having a good summon is equivalent to owning a powerful boss-level pet. Gold rank versus Grandmaster-level boss Tisk TSK, this isn't the same as a duel between peers of the same rank. As they continued watching, they were shocked to see that Chu actually broke the fire spirit's offensive with a single chain lightning. After a few provocative words from Chu, Liao Hui directly summoned the source of hunger. That near-infinite devouring ability left countless people speechless and secretly terrified. No need to keep watching. The devouring ability of the source of hunger is too strong, a mage simply stands no chance. What a shame. If Thor were given a few more years to grow, he might have been able to claim the title of the strongest student at Imperial Capital Academy. Once a life and death challenge is issued, no matter how high Thor's talent is, no one will step in to plead for him. Just as netizens were lamenting, a bullet chat comment drifted across the screen, catching everyone's attention. Did you forget so soon? Thor just triggered a global announcement. If he were dead, how would he have had the chance to kill a boss? Exactly. People suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing they had been so enthralled by the spectacle that they completely forgot about this detail. At that moment, Chu suddenly transformed into his complete form, unleashing a frantic barrage of skills under the gaze of countless spectators. The entire screen was filled with thunderous skills, blasting the massive martial arts closet into a riddled, muddy mess. Yet, it didn't end there. 10 arrows of vaulting thunder suddenly appeared on the horizon, sending a massive shockwave through everyone's hearts. Casting an ancient magic 10 times in a row? Is his spirit freaking infinite? Did the person above even watch the video? Were all those skills he cast earlier just for show? How the hell is anyone supposed to fight this? Mages of the same level might as well just go home and farm. The power of the arrows of vaulting thunder was utterly terrifying. The turbulent impact felt as if it were about to burst out of the screen. The source of hunger was blasted to death instantly, with no possibility of devouring anything ever again. Just when netizens thought the outcome was decided, Liao Hui actually chose self-sacrifice to summon an abyss creature. The appearance of the abyss Cerberus left people stunned to win. Liao Hui didn't hesitate to unleash such an evil creature. Had he forgotten how the Abyss Legion ravaged the world tens of thousands of years ago? You absolute beast. If you want to die, fine, but to collude with the enemy and act as a traitor? I spit on you. Even though the summoned monsters aren't the main force of the Abyss Legion, an epic-level boss is nothing to sneeze at. Then, Chu broke his usual pattern, stowing away his staff and closing his eyes. Just as everyone was bewildered, a world-shaking dragon roar suddenly erupted. A dragon! It's a dragon! This beast Thunder God really doesn't treat us like humans. You're already overpowered enough, why did you have to learn Suyueshi's tricks too? Thunder Warlock plus Dragon Tongue Mage, so that insane power from before wasn't even his full form. The phantom of the giant dragon roared toward the sky, and with just a single breath, it instant killed the boss. Netizens. The video came to an abrupt halt here, and a 10-minute gap appeared in the bullet chat. That single breath from the giant dragon had effectively silenced the entire audience. After a long while, a few bullet comments drifted across the screen. He seems to be only a freshman, right? Is it too late for me to go acknowledge him as my father? Your vision is too small. I'm acknowledging him as my direct ancestor. Calling him an ancestor is small-minded. I'm introducing my older sister to him directly. 2 videos, each only a few minutes long, allowed countless people to witness Chu's power. Dual hidden classes. On this point alone, he was already ahead of countless class awakeners. Add to that his bizarre infinite spirit points, 0 incantations, and 0 cooldowns. In due time, there will surely be a seat for him in the Senate of the Imperial Capital Academy. He might even set foot on the legendary path to godhood. The popularity of this combat-related post continued to soar, reaching 1 billion hits in just half a day. It was hundreds of times higher than the second-ranked post. In an instant, the name Chu appeared across every corner of the internet. Underneath any video or post, there would always be netizens with ifing tags leaving comments. My dad is the god of thunder, what about yours? 8 p.m. After Chu arrived at the administration building, he asked the security guard at the gate for directions and headed straight for the second-floor office. Along the way, many students whispered as they saw him. Some bold ones even ran up to ask for his WeChat. Junior, your big sister has been feeling a bit itchy lately, why don't you find some time to help me check it out? A heavily made-up senior with an explosive figure threw him a flirtatious wink. That's simple. $9.99 Piamping cream solves all skin problems caused by fungi. Chu gave a slight smile. Junior. It's dark now, why don't you walk me back to my dorm? I'm so worried I'll run into bad guys. A cute-looking senior made a pitiful plea. Senior, you're a berserker. You should be worried that the bad guys will run into you. Chu glanced at her. After much hardship, Chu finally squeezed through the crowd and dashed into room 201 as if fleeing for his life. Bang! Chu panted heavily in a disheveled state, looking at the dozens of lipstick marks that had suddenly appeared on his clothes with a look of terror. You're here? Song Yuan stood by the window and turned around slowly after hearing the commotion. Sorry I'm late, director. There was a bit of a mishap on the way here, Chu said, smoothing out his clothes. During the chaos earlier, he felt a pair of hands trying to grope his chest. Startled, Chu released an immediate electric discharge, charring the thief's hand black. Nice try. Did they really think they could steal his metal? The Thunder Dragon's corpse has already begun to decay. If we don't act now, the dragon crystal and dragon blood will both lose their efficacy, Song Yuan remarked composedly, taking a sip of his tea. A dragon's corpse can actually rot? Chu frowned. That seemed a bit illogical, didn't it? Logically speaking, humans or monsters at epic level or above should have achieved a state where their physical bodies do not decay. Even a single piece of meat shouldn't start to stink after being left out for 100,000 years. I'm not sure why. I originally estimated it would take another year for the dragon might to subside to a level you could withstand, but we can't afford to wait any longer. Song Yuan suddenly looked up and stared at Chu, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. Besides, you have another class now. Chu's expression stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh. That's just a life-saving measure. I had no other choice. Song Yuan didn't dwell on the subject, continuing, with your dragon language mage class, you can resist most of the dragon might. So even if we move now, you won't have to worry about being crushed to death by the pressure. Then, when do we leave? Chu asked. Now. What? Chu froze for a moment, asking curiously, what's the rush? I haven't even attended a single class since arriving at the academy. He was completely stunned. He had just arrived and was already skipping classes, and who knew for how long? For a top-tier freshman like him to have never attended a single lecture seemed a bit disrespectful to the academy, didn't it? You don't need to worry about that. I'll arrange your leave under the guise of an off-campus mission, Song Yuan said. Hearing this, Chu's interest was piqued. He cautiously tested the waters. In that case, how many points will I be rewarded once this mission is complete? Song Yuan slowly set his teacup down on the table and declared, Chu, freshman of Imperial Capital Academy, I hereby issue an S-level mission to you in the name of the Academy. Retrieve the Thunder Dragon's blood. Time limit, none. Mission reward, 500,000 points. Chu's pupils constricted as he heard the figure. An S-level mission? Chapter 72, Chu's suicide note, goji berries, black mulberries, and Polygonatum sibiricum. The Imperial Capital Academy conducts mandatory mission assessments every year. Whether it is the lowest F-level mission or the highest SSS level mission, students must complete at least one mission to progress to the next academic year. Mission rewards vary, including items, points, or dungeon entry attempts. Chu had just started his freshman year, yet Song Yuan had already assigned him an S-level mission. This was a rare occurrence in the entire history of the Imperial Capital Academy. Who in their right mind would go off to court death like that? Chu swallowed hard and asked, will anyone else know about this mission? No one knows except me, and I will go with you to ensure your safety, Song Yuan said. Whoosh! Chu breathed a secret sigh of relief. With a powerhouse protecting him, at least his life would be guaranteed. One more thing, how many points does it cost to enter the Tower of Eternity? Chu asked again. Song Yuan glanced at Chu, his lips moving slightly. 50,000 for the first floor, 100,000 for the second, 200,000 for the third, and so on. Chu did the math. If he completed this mission, he would have a total of 800,000 points. He didn't need points for the first floor, as that was a reward for being the top scholar of the provincial exams. This way, he could make it all the way to the fourth floor. The Tower of Eternity yields an extremely high amount of EXP. If he could clear all 4 floors, he would reach at least the Grandmaster level. To be honest, he was very tempted. Any other questions? If not, leave your final words on this paper. Song Yuan produced a blank sheet of paper. What? Don't find it strange. This is a tradition at the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone writes a suicide note before going on a mission, Song Yuan said slowly. Chu pursed his lips and held the pen in thought, unable to squeeze out a single word for a long time. He seemed to have no attachments in this world, no father, no mother, and he hadn't heard of any other relatives. Write it to Luo? Find a partner soon, and in the future, remember to offer incense to yourself every year and buy more ghost money so you can live a better life down there. Next, I'll write to Shu. May she be wealthy and prosperous in the future, inherit the Chamber of Commerce soon, and become a famous rich woman in the region. Senior Tai Putian has been kind to me, and her grandfather Tai Qingtian once saved my life. I hope she can restrain her temper in the future, otherwise, her actions could easily give people a nosebleed. As for Xiao Lang Tian, tell him that Xiao Bao was actually eaten by me and has absolutely nothing to do with Luo. After writing several thousand words in a sprawling manner, Chu solemnly handed the suicide note to Song Yuan. Director, I'm finished. If you haven't returned in 15 days, this letter will be delivered to the people you've designated. With a casual toss from Song Yuan, the letter vanished. Immediately after, he pulled a spatial stone from his backpack and crushed it with a single squeeze. In the next moment, a spatial teleportation vortex abruptly appeared before them. Are you ready? Song Yuan reminded him once more. Chu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I'm ready. Song Yuan grabbed Chu by the collar, tossed him inside with one hand, and then stepped in after him. The spatial teleportation vortex flickered with light and slowly disappeared. At the same time, in the director's office of the Gale Academy. In the past, Gale Academy was always lively at night. Students would spontaneously organize evening banquets to chat and enjoy drinks together. And the instructors and directors would sometimes join in, mingling with the students. But today, Gale Academy felt exceptionally dull, filled everywhere with a desolate and sorrowful atmosphere. The students didn't even dare to make loud noises, fearing they might annoy the great Buddha upstairs. Snap! Liaojin slammed a magic crystal onto the ground in a fit of rage. His eyes were as red as agates, and his gloomy features were twisted together. Bastard! I will kill you. I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I'll hang you at the gates of the Imperial Capital Academy for public display. Liaojin gripped his right hand, which was emitting a brilliant golden light, with great force. Reaching middle age only to suffer the tragic loss of his sons, this was his only bloodline. He had promised his wife that he would take good care of their two sons and not let them come to any harm. Who would have thought that first Liao Fan would be killed, and then Liao Hui, in his desperation for revenge, would sacrifice himself? Now the entire Imperial Capital Academy was saying Liao Hui was a traitor, a collaborator, an enemy of the Dragon Summer Empire. Even in death, they would still be reviled by tens of thousands of people. Damn little beast! You'd better stay in Imperial Capital Academy for the rest of your life, or I, Liaojin, will definitely make you experience the most cruel torture in this world. Liaojin suppressed his killing intent, struggling to control his aura. Even so, the surrounding seats still trembled slightly under the weight of this murderous intent. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared behind him. Shu has left Imperial Capital Academy. This person had a third eye on his brow, deathly pale skin, and dull eyes, looking like a corpse that had been dead for several days. Where is he now? A cold glint flashed in Liaojin's eyes. Based on the spatial fluctuations, it seems to be in the direction of Kunlun province, though the exact location is unknown, the corpse-like man said indifferently. This person was the dean of the Myriad Transformations College at Imperial Capital Academy, Jining. He was also the biological younger brother of Liaojin's late wife, Ji Shui. What is he going to Kunlun province for? Liaojin looked puzzled. The school year had just begun. Instead of staying at school to study, what was he doing running off? Unclear. San Yuan is traveling with him, Jining said. San Yuan is there too? Liaojin's brow furrowed tightly. This was not a good sign. Although San Yuan's level was not as high as theirs, like Xiaoyan, he had surpassed the second awakening. His overall strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. If you are going for revenge, I will go with you. Jining's voice carried a faint killing intent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The water in the cups even condensed into a layer of frost. Liaojin turned to look at him, his expression shifting through various emotions. Fanner and Huir were my sister's children. They also carried the bloodline of our Ji family, Jining said. All right. Liaojin felt greatly reassured. With Jining's help, even if they couldn't defeat San Yuan, they would at least have the capability to kill Chu. After the two finalized their plan, they hurriedly submitted their leave applications and swept toward the main gate. When they arrived at the entrance, they suddenly spotted a melancholy man wearing sunglasses and a suit, leaning against a large tree and holding a thermos. Inside the thermos were goji berries, Solomon seal, and black mulberries. The melancholy man took a slow sip and let out a satisfied sigh. Deans, it's so late. Where are you two heading? Li Zhangbai asked languidly. Li Zhangbai? Instead of preparing tomorrow's lesson plans in your dormitory, what are you doing here? Liaojin narrowed his eyes. The weather's getting chilly, so I thought I'd come out to stretch my limbs and warm up a bit. Li Zhangbai let out a yawn. Blindly, worry about yourself first. You have no right to interfere in our business. Liaojin snorted coldly and spoke bluntly. Man, if you rest for too long, your body starts to get rusty. Li Zhangbai swayed his head as he walked away, his voice growing fainter as it echoed through the silent academy. Dragon Summer Empire. Kunlun Province. Shuoling Gorge, Shuiliang City. Thud. A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water with a violent splash. Damn it, I actually fell into the water this time. Chapter 73, CPU from San Yuan. Mythic level boss, Purgatory Fire Phoenix. Chu cursed under his breath as he scrambled onto the shore, stripping off his school uniform to wring it dry. An ethereal voice drifted through the valley, followed closely by a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and beard. Pick up the pace. Keep up with me. Song Yuan's steps were steady, each one seemingly synchronized with the tremors of the earth's veins, causing Chu's heart to shudder in rhythm. Slow down, director. I'm a mage. How about you carry me on your back instead? Chu shoved his uniform into his backpack and hurriedly caught up. Zhuoling Gorge was a famous region in Kunlun province, known for the frequent appearance of various level domains, making it an excellent spot for leveling. The gorge at night was serene and silent, save for the occasional chirp of insects from afar. The surroundings were filled with green, glowing fireflies that acted like guiding beacons, illuminating the path beneath their feet. Beneath the beautiful scenery lurked immense danger. The monsters here were all at the master level or higher, with no shortage of grandmaster level elite monsters. Chu had originally wanted to take this opportunity to show off his strength now that he had reached the master level. However, Song Yuan didn't seem to want to waste any time on them, casually slapping an elite monster to death with a single strike. What shocked Chu the most was when a blind, grandmaster level 2-headed black-furred tiger lunged at them just moments ago. Song Yuan had reduced the tiger to a pulp with a casual palm strike, and the residual force had continued unabated, pulverizing a nearby hilltop. Good grief, the directors of Imperial Capital Academy are truly something else. That strength stat must be over several million, right? Chu clicked his tongue in secret amazement. If that palm had landed on him, he wouldn't just be missing a few pieces, he'd be pulverized into dust at the very least. As the dean of students at Imperial Capital Academy, Song Yuan's strength was among the top tier in the entire institution. Word had it that he had completed his second awakening many years ago. Had it not been for the extreme cold poison dragging him down, he might have achieved his third awakening by now. After awakening, a class awakener's overall attributes receive varying degrees of explosive growth, and they also gain exclusive awakening skills. The first awakening begins at the epic level, the second at the legendary level, and the third at the mythic level. The two of them walked for several hours without even making it out of this forest. Surrounded by nothing but trees, Chu felt completely numb. Director, how much longer until we arrive? Chu asked. Soon. You've said those words 10 times already. Can you give me an accurate figure so I can be mentally prepared? Chu's lips twitched violently. At this moment, he felt like a donkey being led along by a piece of meat dangling in front of him. Several times he felt he was about to reach it, but he just couldn't. To be fair, Song Yuan really knew how to gaslight his students. Suddenly, Song Yuan stopped in his tracks, a trace of gravity appearing on his usually calm face. Don't move! Are we there? Chu asked curiously. Song Yuan said nothing, suddenly looking up toward the sky. Chu followed his gaze, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A massive creature flew over their heads, trailing a long, fiery red streak across the night sky. It was a giant bird. Its body was engulfed in raging flames, with a terrifying temperature that seemed capable of burning a hole through space itself. Its wings were radiant and shimmering, each feather appearing like the world's most exquisite treasure. As the giant bird swept over them, a terrifying aura overwhelmed them, collapsing countless ancient trees along its path. Monsters, Purgatory Phoenix Boss. Grade? Level. A string of question marks. No information could be seen at all. Song Yuan's imposing frame shuddered, and a powerful shockwave erupted from his body, completely dispelling the Purgatory Phoenix's aura. Chu looked at the bird wreathed in flames, his heart trembling with shock. He had seen this creature before. Right back in the deep jungle dungeon. Back when the dungeon was nearing its end, it was this giant bird that had been relentlessly pursuing him. To save his life, Chu had leaped off a cliff and nearly plummeted into the river. He never expected to encounter this massive bird here as well. It was bloody uncanny. Director, what level is this boss? Chu swallowed hard. Mythic level. Song Yuan said in a heavy voice. Hiss. Chu gasped. Fortunately, the creature hadn't set its sights on them. Otherwise, even Song Yuan might have met his end right then and there. A boss of this level could crush Chu to death with its sheer aura alone. Magic immunity would be completely useless. This is too dangerous. Director, how about we call it off? Chu's heart was pounding like a drum. There was no need to throw his life away for 500,000 points. An S-level quest wasn't worth doing if it meant dying. It's not coming for us. Keep moving. Song Yuan's tone left no room for doubt. Chu followed behind with a long, helpless face. Dragon blood was what Song Yuan needed to save his life. He certainly wouldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Even if he had to drag Chu, he would drag him there. After walking for several more hours, the horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn. The two had been walking for an entire night, finally reaching their destination at daybreak. We're here. Song Yuan stared straight ahead, an inscrutable glint flashing in his eyes. Chu stepped onto the small hill, his eyes widening slightly. Before him lay a mountain ravine stretching for thousands of miles, shielded by a massive blue magic circle that isolated everything inside from the outside world. Within the light barrier, one could faintly see a colossal azure beast lying in the ravine. Its body was so vast it spanned 10,000 meters. From the beast's appearance, Chu could tell that this was the legendary Thunder Dragon. It looked far too similar to the phantom dragon he had summoned. It seems we aren't the only ones who have arrived. Chu frowned as he looked at the crowd gathered around the magic circle. After a quick count, there were about 500 people. Moreover, every single one of them was an expert at epic level or above, mostly belonging to various guild organizations. Director, didn't you say only the two of us knew about this? Chu asked in shock. If I hadn't said that, would you have come? Song Yuan countered. Chu? The city schemes are really this deep? On second thought, the Thunder Dragon's body was so massive and protected by such a powerful defensive shield that anyone who wasn't blind would have discovered it. So, the part about the Thunder Dragon's corpse rotting was actually a ruse? Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As expected of an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years, his mind was truly profound. Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm you. Song Yuan's voice carried an air of unquestionable confidence. In his eyes, these guild members were no different from ants. Alright then. Let's work out a combat strategy first. Chu slowly pulled out a pen and paper. Before he could finish speaking, Song Yuan grabbed Chu by the back of the neck like a chick and leaped forward. Whoa, holy crap! Take it easy, director! Chu shouted as he felt the thrill of freefall, his heart practically leaping into his throat. At that moment, the crowd gathered around the magic circle spun around at the sound of the commotion, only to see two figures plummeting from the sky and slamming into the earth with a thunderous crash, sending countless clods of dirt flying in every direction. Cough, cough. Damn it, I just got a mouthful of mud. Chu gagged, nearly retching from the sheer disgust. Who are you people? This area has been cordoned off by our major guilds in Qianyu City. Unauthorized personnel leave immediately, or don't blame me for getting rough. A legendary level assassin stood there, twin daggers glinting with a cold light, his voice heavy with warning. Hearing this, Chu was instantly annoyed. What do you mean cordoned off? Who the hell do you think you are? I come and go from Zhuoling Gorge as I damn well please. Since when is it any of your business? Chapter 74, Evil Axe War Maniac. Giving you a 9,999-meter head start. Presumptuous. Who gave you the balls to speak to me in that tone? Liu Kangdal's expression turned icy. So what if you're a legendary level awakened? Just try touching me and see what happens. Chu straightened his back, completely undaunted. What an arrogant brat. It's been a long time since our Evernight Guild encountered someone so oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Not every random stray is worthy of a piece of the pie. It seems your elders didn't raise you right. Kangdal, teach him some manners on behalf of his parents. The crowd shook their heads and chuckled, looking at Chu with mocking eyes. Present were three major guilds from Kunlun Province, the Evernight Guild, the Overlord Guild, and the Silkworm Guild. Along with them was the famous independent main city of Kunlun Province, Qianyu City. The leaders of these three guilds were all legendary level powerhouses. Qianyu City had dispatched Vice City Lord Li Wanjing, an 8-star legendary powerhouse. The 500-plus people present were all members of these factions, each possessing vast combat experience and having survived countless battles. However, none of them made a reckless move, because behind Chu stood Song Yuan. Lu Kangdal's expression wavered with uncertainty, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. The middle-aged man standing behind the kid had an incredibly powerful and unfathomable aura. Although he appeared to be legendary level on the surface, his presence was several tiers stronger than even his own guild leaders. This guy was no ordinary person. Listen here, you little brat. Don't think for a second that having a backer gives you the right to act however you please. There are hundreds of us here, we are not people you can afford to provoke, Lu Kangdal threatened. Then why don't you make a move? What's with all the yapping? Chu sneered, beckoning him forward with a provocative flick of his finger. Lu Kangdal was a dignified 1-star legendary assassin. When had he ever been so utterly disrespected by a mere 2-star master? This was the final straw. Shadow meld. In an instant, Lu Kangdal vanished right before everyone's eyes. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a trace of his presence behind. Arrogance comes with a price. A cold, sinister voice hissed directly into Chu's ear. Lu Kangdal suddenly materialized behind Chu, his twin daggers lunging toward the young man's neck. Is that so? I personally think I'm a pretty tough nut to crack. Chu didn't even bother to turn around, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. In the next heartbeat, Lu Kangdal suddenly felt an irresistible, colossal force crash down upon him. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Kangdal was instantaneously flattened into a pile of mangled flesh. What incredible speed! Lu Kangdal was just one shot like that? I've roamed Kunlun Province for decades, and I've never heard of such a character. Could he be from another province? As the crowd erupted in hushed discussions, a burly man carrying a heavy greatsword stepped forward. I am Gu Shangming, guild leader of Nightfall. We discovered this thunder dragon first. I ask that you show me some professional courtesy and leave this place. Give you face? Who the hell do you think you are? Chu retorted. A cold glint flashed in Gu Shangming's eyes. He said in a low voice, little brother, this is Kunlun Province, not your little backyard. Watch your mouth. I don't have many virtues, but I definitely have a foul mouth. If you can't stand the smell, then take your people and get lost. Chu barked loudly. Dealing with people like this required nothing less than thunderous methods. A mere 2-star master mage, you're asking for death. Gu Shangming roared in fury as he unsheathed the greatsword from his back. An overwhelming, heaven-shaking tidal wave erupted and swept forward. Angry whale slash. At that moment, 100-meter-long whale breached from the crashing waves, surging forward with a world-shaking momentum. An overwhelming pressure surged, as if it were about to crush Chu to death. A distance of 1,000 meters was crossed in an instant. Song Yuan took a slow step forward and gently tapped his finger toward the front. Boom! The 10,000-meter wave suddenly ground to a halt under the power of that single finger. The whale disintegrated, turning into scattered droplets of spray before vanishing completely. What? Gu Shangming's eyelids twitched violently, his heart trembling in shock. What kind of monstrous damage was this? He broke my technique with just one finger? Not just him, even the powerful spectators watching from behind were struck with wave after wave of shock. They are both 5-star legends, how can the gap be this enormous? Impossible, right? Is he hiding his true strength? What terrifying damage! Where did this guy come from? The crowd expressed their lack of understanding, but they were profoundly shaken. However, it wasn't over yet. Song Yuan took another step forward, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. His aura surged like a dragon, instantly churning the clouds in the sky. Suddenly, a black and red axe appeared above his head, spanning 10,000 meters. Seeing this, Gu Xiangming's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized something. Evil Axe War Madman. You are Song Yuan from the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the shock in everyone's hearts intensified. What? He's Song Yuan? Didn't this guy die from poisoning? It seems he is desperate for dragon blood to neutralize the poison. No wonder he came to Kunlun province looking for the Thunder Dragon's corpse. Once the black axe finished condensing, it loomed like a guillotine, ready to pass judgment upon him. As Song Yuan's palm slowly descended, the black axe moved with it. Gu Xiangming's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat as he hurriedly cried out, "Senior Song! It was my mistake for not recognizing your greatness. Please, spare my life." Having finished his plea, Gu Xiangming turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. But how could he possibly escape the coverage area of a 10,000-meter giant axe so easily? So what if he lets him run 9,999 meters first? As the giant axe fell, its momentum was so immense it even caused the earth to collapse. Seeing no way to evade, Gu Xiangming erupted with all his strength. He immediately unleashed his ultimate strike. First awakening skill abyssal thousand-fold waves. Suddenly, waves upon waves materialized out of thin air. As he swung his greatsword, the surroundings transformed into a world of ocean, a truly magnificent sight. Standing in the center of the sea like a descending sea god, Gu Xiangming manipulated the tides to face the black axe head-on. The waves surged forth in succession, each one more powerful than the last. President Gu was already using his first awakening skill? Is the pressure really that high? Do you even know who he is? That's the legendary Black Axe War Maniac, the pinnacle of the younger generation centuries ago, who once fought his way to become the chief disciple of Imperial Capital Academy. President Gu's strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Once he unleashes his first awakening skill, even Song Yuan will suffer if he doesn't treat it with caution. However, the scene that unfolded next left them absolutely shell-shocked. Countless waves crashed against the giant axe, yet they couldn't budge it even a single inch. Before everyone's eyes, the giant axe cleaved through the waves and thorns, forcefully shattering Gu Xiangming's offensive. No! Gu Xiangming let out a roar, his eyes filled with profound regret and indignation. Rumble! In an instant, the giant axe sliced the earth in two, leaving behind a trench over 100 meters deep. Turning back to Gu Xiangming, his body had been split in half, his internal organs and intestines were spilling out, and blood was gushing forth. Beside the corpse lay two eyeballs. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the shock in people's hearts reached an indescribable level. Both were Legend 5-star, and Gu Xiangming had even undergone his first awakening. His equipment was also entirely of legend level. To think he was insta-killed by a single swing of an axe? Moreover, judging by the display of power, it seemed Song Yuan had just struck out casually. The crowd instantly lost their composure, their gazes toward Song Yuan filled with immense dread. So, does anyone else have an objection? Chu gave a wicked smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Chapter 75, Is Chu actually a dragon's bastard? Petrified on the spot. The entire field was deathly silent. Even Li Wanjing, the vice city lord of Thousand Feather City, dared not utter a sound. Although his level was the highest among those present, he dared not act rashly in front of Song Yuan. Thousand Feather City was a major city of vast area, its city lord a mythic-level powerhouse with countless elite soldiers and capable generals under his command. But comparing them to the Imperial Capital Academy was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. There was simply no comparison. Any random instructor pulled out from the Imperial Capital Academy could easily crush everyone present. Not to mention someone of Song Yuan's status as a dean. Above the dean, there were still the vice-rectors and the rector. And the greatest backer of Taikyo Academy, the City of Dawn. So, even if he were given 100 times his current courage, he wouldn't dare offend Song Yuan. Senior Song, we truly were the first to discover the carcass of this thunder dragon. Please, show some mercy and give us a chance, Li Wanjing said, adopting an extremely humble posture. If you can break the magic circle, I won't stop you, Song Yuan said slowly. This. An awkward expression flashed across Li Wangjing's face. To be honest, he couldn't get in. It wasn't just him, not a single person present had a way to enter. If they could have entered, they wouldn't have wasted so much time here. The Thunder Dragon's carcass had been discovered half a month ago. They had expended countless human and material resources, even going as far as leaking the news to lure several large guilds into a collaboration. However, no matter how hard they tried, there was no way to break this magic circle. During this period, they had also lost quite a few brothers. The magic circle set up by a Thunder Dragon was incredibly powerful. Even if a mythic-level powerhouse came, a single moment of carelessness could result in them dying on the spot. Could it be Senior Song has a way to crack the magic circle? Li Wangjing asked tentatively. I cannot break the magic circle, Song Yuan shook his head. Hearing this, faces were filled with deep disappointment. In that case, would this magic circle remain unbreakable forever? If they didn't hurry up and enter, once the news spread further and attracted even more powerful forces, none of them would get any benefits. Within the Dragon Summer Empire, there were indeed factions stronger than Taikyo Academy. However, changing the subject, Song Yuan pointed at Chu and said, he can go in. Realizing it was his turn to take the stage, Chu stepped forward with his head held high and chest out. Just him? The expressions on people's faces became strange. A magic circle that a group of legendary and fabled level powerhouses couldn't open. A mere master level mage can get in? What an utter joke. Senior Song, at a time like this, please stop joking. Li Wangjing shook his head in disappointment. Who's joking with you? What if I actually get in? Chu raised an eyebrow. What a joke. If you can get in, I'll get down on my knees and kowtow to you. Forget kowtowing, I'll even take your last name. Young people these days are getting more and more arrogant, thinking they can talk big just because they have a bit of talent. The crowd's words were thick with disdain. If a mere master level could solve a problem that even they couldn't handle, where would that leave their pride? Besides, it was simply impossible. On what grounds could he possibly do it? You said it yourselves. I've memorized your faces, and I'll settle the score with each of you one by one when I come out. Chu declared. Kid, don't throw your life away. Arrogance comes with a price. He doesn't know the height of the heavens. I can't believe Senior Song would find such a weakling to go to his death. Maybe he's just using the kid as a guinea pig to test the power of the magic circle. Chu strode forward, a confident smile playing on his calm face. With magic immunity alone, he had no reason to fear the magic circle. Add to that his Thunder Warlock class lightning? He truly had nothing to fear. Just as Chu reached the edge of the magic circle, he stopped. What? Scared? If you're scared, get back here already, don't make a fool of yourself out there. Young people today need to know when to stop posturing. Do you really value your life that little? I wonder where this poor soul came from. Looks like the Zhuoling Gorge is about to claim one more ghost. Chu turned a deaf ear to their mockery. As he stood before the magic circle, a sudden sense of familiarity welled up within him. The feeling was mystical and profound, as if he were standing before his own kin. It felt as if blood were thicker than water. Could he actually be the illegitimate son of a dragon? Had he been cast down into the mortal realm just to be tempered? Is this magic circle truly as terrifying as they say? Chu slowly reached out his hand and lightly brushed against it. The crowd's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Chu's every move, terrified of missing even the slightest detail. Starting from the fingertips, his palm gradually made contact. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Their level of concentration at this moment rivaled that of a student during a high-stakes math exam. A moment later, Chu's palm was fully pressed against the magic circle. He touched it. Everyone, get your phones out. Take photos and record this. We'll analyze the circle's operating principles later. The kid's about to die. Everyone back up. Don't get caught in the lightning blast when the circle erupts. The crowd retreated rapidly. The power unleashed by such a magic circle was utterly horrific. It was capable of insta-killing a legend-level powerhouse. After a long while, people began to realize something was wrong. Why is that kid still standing there? Did he fail to touch it? Is he just putting on an act? Alan, go up and take a look. The young man named Alan was clad in golden armor, wielding a greatsword and riding a white horse. He looked exceptionally heroic. All right. He trotted over on his white horse, dismounting once he drew near the magic circle. Alan glanced at the point where Chua's palm met the magic circle, his face a mask of confusion. Why aren't you dead? I don't think this magic circle is as scary as you all made it out to be. There's no reaction at all. Could it be broken? Chu asked, genuinely puzzled. Broken? Alan frowned in thought for a moment, and then a light of pleasant surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. If the magic circle has failed, doesn't that prove that everyone can enter now? Dragon blood, dragon crystals, dragon bones. The value of these things is comparable to mythic-level equipment. We're rich. We're rich. Alan burst into laughter. Get out of the way. Alan roughly pushed Chu aside and began to study the magic circle closely. Seeing this, the crowd gathered around and asked, Alan, what's going on? The magic circle seems to have failed. The runes on it have dimmed significantly. Alan was itching to give it a try. Ha ha! Heaven is on our side. It seems my Overlord Guild is destined to rise in this era. Li Yuanba, the president of the Overlord Guild, laughed wildly. President, leave the task of leading the charge to me. Alan rubbed his hands together in excitement. Good. Li Yuanba patted Alan on the shoulder with an appreciative look. You've been performing very well lately. You'll get a 10% cut of whatever we scavenge later. Thank you, President. Alan was overjoyed. Then, Alan glanced at Chu with disdain and said, The magic circle failed and you still didn't dare to go, and what a coward. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. See what excellent qualities a brave class awakener should possess. Alan let out a light snort, brushed back his bangs, and walked forward with his head held high. Damn it! That bastard Alan snatched the opportunity. If I had known, I would have been the first to rush in. Yeah. That kid Alan has too much luck. The crowd's teeth were nearly grinding to dust with jealousy. Why hadn't the chance to lead the charge fallen to them? If only they had been a bit braver. Sizzle. Ah! Accompanying a shrill, piercing scream, Alan's entire body instantly disintegrated into dust. Ha! The crowd was petrified on the spot. Chapter 76, You can kneel and kowtow now. Life and death are decreed, wealth is in heaven's hands. The members of the Overlord Guild rubbed their eyes hard and stared intently. What the hell? Where's Alan? It looked like a flash of lightning just now, and then he was gone. On the ground, there's a pile of ash. Everyone was shocked to discover that the spot where Alan had just been standing was now covered in a layer of fine powder. So, Alan is dead? Kid, was this your doing? A member of the Overlord Guild asked, his expression unfriendly. You can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't say whatever you want. I'm just a Master 2-star mage. How could I possibly have the power to interfere with this magic circle? Chu shrugged, acting innocent. Then why were you fine just now? Is it possible that I'm immune to magic damage? Chu said. You'd better weigh your own worth before talking so big, the man sneered. Believe it or not. Chu didn't bother arguing with him and walked straight toward the magic circle. This time, he didn't hesitate and stepped right in. The moment his body touched the magic circle, the two merged seamlessly, as if they were becoming one. Moreover, as the violent lightning elements surged, a mysterious force seemed to surround Chu, forcefully annihilating the elements around him. A magic circle that had blocked hundreds of legendary-level powerhouses was actually broken by a master-level mage? What an utter joke! Damn it! He actually made it in. What exactly is this kid's background? Seeing the scene unfold before their eyes, everyone was deeply shaken. No, how could he? Was it possible that all these people present couldn't even compare to a greenhorn kid? As Chu stepped inside the magic circle, he found that the lightning elements here were concentrated to a terrifying degree. The explosive roar of thunder rang constantly in his ears, and lightning spirits could be seen dancing in the wind everywhere. This was a true world of thunder. Chu turned his head toward the few people who had just made the bet with him and shouted, "I'm in. You can start kneeling and kowtowing now. And you! Don't play dumb with me, I'm talking to you. You said you'd take my last name, right? Time to keep your promise." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Overlord Guild could no longer save face. Their complexions turned ashen, looking as uncomfortable as if they had just swallowed filth. Members of other guilds became mere spectators, secretly laughing in their hearts. If word got out that they were humiliated by a master-level kid, would the Overlord Guild have any reputation left? Listen here, kid. I advise you to leave some room for maneuver and not be too arrogant. Li Yuanba said in a low, heavy voice. Chu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it, I didn't expect a group like you to have any sense of honor anyway. So this is the character of the so-called Overlord Guild. What did you say? Kid, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you found some way into the magic circle. If you're so capable, try taking out the dragon crystal. Talk to us after you've actually managed to bring the treasures out." The members of the Overlord Guild immediately lashed out at Chu, their faces flushed with anger. Chu sneered inwardly. If he wasn't going to take the dragon crystal, then what was he doing here? Immediately, he summoned his staff and began walking toward the corpse of the Thunder Dragon. "Ha! This blue grass looks pretty good." Along the way, there were many spiritual herbs brimming with lightning elements. Chu swept them all into his bag. A blue stone? What on earth is this? Chu looked at the solitary blue stone lying on the ground. It contained an extremely powerful surge of lightning elemental energy. The energy contained within a single stone was comparable to thousands of those blue stalks of grass. Whatever. I'll pick it up first. If I can't use it, I'll just sell it. And so, Chu officially began his journey of scavenging for scraps. Watching Chu loot the treasures from outside the magic circle, the hearts of the onlookers were bleeding. They knew the value of those items all too well. The lightning attribute spirit grass he had just casually plucked was called Shocking Thunder Grass, a favorite auxiliary herb among blacksmiths. Adding just a small amount during the forging process could significantly reduce the forging time. The price of a single stalk of Shocking Thunder Grass was around 100 million dragon coins. He had just casually picked dozens of them. Such a massive fortune could directly purchase a legendary level weapon. Then there were the lightning attribute magic stones. He just picked up. Those things couldn't even be bought with money. These types of magic stones were required when specific classes underwent awakening. Not only were they extremely rare, but taking even one out into the world would drive countless people into a frenzy. Damn it! This kid's luck is too good. Don't panic. He's about to approach the Thunder Dragon's corpse. The dragon might of the dragon race isn't something a mere master-level mage like him can withstand. True. It's a pity about all those treasures, though. The crowd expressed their regret. If they had managed to get their hands on that many good things, they would have bolted long ago. Quitting while you're ahead is the safest way to get rich. Now, they simply stood there to watch how Chu would meet his end. He probably didn't know that a Thunder Dragon's dragon might could crush a legend-level powerhouse to death, right? Standing not far away, Li Wangjing silently appeared beside Song Yuan and spoke, "Senior Song, are you not worried about this junior at all?" From beginning to end, Song Yuan had stood in place without moving an inch. As long as Chu's life was not in danger, he would not intervene. Life and death are ordained by fate, Song Yuan uttered. Li Wangjing was slightly taken aback. So zen-like? That definitely wasn't right. Song Yuan needed dragon blood to save his life. There was no way he would engage in a futile effort. In that case, perhaps this master-level mage was the key to breaking the deadlock? Thinking of this, Li Wangjing followed the gaze into the center of the magic circle. Chu was drawing closer and closer to the Thunder Dragon's corpse. It was just 2 kilometers ahead. Even at a distance of 2,000 meters, Chu could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Thunder Dragon. It felt as if a massive boulder was pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. It's a good thing I have the Dragon Tongue Mage class. Otherwise, this would have been enough to kill me 100 times over, Chu thought, secretly alarmed. His speed gradually slowed. Chu's legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Every movement felt like it was tearing at his internal organs, causing excruciating pain. Beads of cold sweat rolled down, only to be instantly dispersed by the violent thunder elements. When the distance between them closed to 500 meters, the pressure on Chu had reached the absolute limit of what he could endure. At such a distance, he finally saw the Thunder Dragon's true form. Dazzling. Divine. The massive body lay across the ground like a mountain range, radiating a blinding azure light. Each scale was as large as a house, shimmering like the most beautiful gemstones in the world. Most striking were the arcs of electricity coiling around the dragon's body. Everywhere the lightning passed, space itself trembled, creating tiny black holes. Such destructive power was comparable to Song Yuan's offensive strength. And this was under the premise that the Thunder Dragon had already fallen. If it were still alive, just how powerful would it be? Summoning billions of lightning bolts, could it probably destroy an entire city in an instant? Look! That kid stopped. Humph. He can't withstand the dragoness might anymore. One more step and his soul will be obliterated. He's doomed after all. The treasures on a Thunder Dragon aren't something a mere master-level mage is qualified to touch. Everyone was certain that Chu would give up. To have made it this far was already enough to be proud of. However, at that moment, one of the members of the Overlord Guild suddenly cried out in alarm. That kid threw away his staff. What is he doing? Everyone followed his gaze and saw Chu with his hands pressed together, his body radiating a sacred aura. Chapter 77, He is Chu. World-ending level Thunder Dragon Soul Crystal. This aura was incredibly similar to the one on the Thunder Dragon. It was as if they shared the same source. What an eerie kid. What exactly is he trying to do? I've never heard of any mage class having this kind of energy fluctuation. Could it be? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu's eyes snapped open. Golden flashes burst from his eyes, illuminating the entire space. A massive pressure seemed ready to collapse heaven and earth. Even the magic circle trembled, the runes upon it flickered in and out of existence, on the verge of shattering. Immediately after, a golden giant dragon soared into the air, charging straight into the clouds. The phantom of a sky-blotting dragon emerged proudly, looking down upon the world with disdain. Dragon eyes, like blazing suns, turned to look toward them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They subconsciously took several steps back. He can summon a giant dragon. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Am I hallucinating? I know now. He is Chu. The one from Imperial Capital Academy with the dual hidden classes Chu. As the words landed, everyone trembled violently. As a Thunder Warlock, he could control the element of lightning, so he was not afraid of the magic circle. Furthermore, he held the Dragon Language Mage class, so the Thunder Dragon's dragon might had no effect on him. In that case, everything could be explained. It turned out that from the very beginning, Chu was confident he could obtain the Dragon Crystal. Suddenly, everyone jerked their heads to look at the composed Song Yuan standing to the side. Chu was a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, and Song Yuan is the director of the Imperial Capital Academy. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that? At this rate, he might actually be able to bring out the Dragon Crystal. The most precious treasure on a Thunder Dragon is its Dragon Crystal. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with deep regret. If you had told us your true identity earlier, we wouldn't have caused such a massive misunderstanding, would we? Although the major guilds and the people from Thousand Feather City harbored greedy intentions, they were no match for a titan like Song Yuan. Besides, who knew if he had any hidden trump cards? The Dragon Crystal was certainly precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Inside the magic circle, after Chu summoned the phantom of the giant dragon, all the pressure on his body vanished. His current state was like walking on level ground, relaxed and natural. When he reached the top of the thunder dragon's head and looked at the massive skull, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. The giant dragon race, the most powerful race in the world. From birth, they possess the ability to control the elements, and dragon magic is the most destructive weapon in the world. They are born as demigods, and once they reach maturity, they become world-ending level existences. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful race would actually die within the Dragon Summer Empire. Ha! As Chu observed, he suddenly discovered a fist-sized hole on the thunder dragon's forehead. Leaning in to look, he saw that this hole pierced through the skull, striking the vital spot directly. Hiss! A fatal blow in one hit? Who did this? Chu took a deep breath. To slaughter a giant dragon, just how powerful must the opponent be? Peering into the cavity, Chu spotted a sapphire the size of a human head. This was the dragon crystal. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chu reached in and pulled the dragon crystal out. Ding! A powerful energy body capable of being absorbed has been detected. Absorb immediately? No! Holding it up for a closer look, he saw thousands of wandering dragons floating within the crystal. The energy was so immense it felt as though it contained the power to end the world. Good grief, if I could absorb all the energy inside, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens in a single bound? Chu's heart pounded wildly. Faced with such temptation, even a saint would find it impossible to resist. Before doing so, however, he did not forget the task Song Yuan had assigned him. He pulled a jar from his backpack and began collecting all the dragon blood dripping from the wound. Once it was full, a violent vibrating sound resonated from within the jar. Even the blood of a dragon contained extraordinary power. This jar was specially made, capable of preserving the contents for a period of time without shattering. Done! Chu couldn't help but grin. It seemed this mission had been a bit too smooth. An S-level mission, is this all there is to it? Outside the magic circle, the onlookers' mouths watered as they stared at the dragon crystal in Chu's hand. That kid's luck is incredible. Having finished his preparations, Chu planned to absorb the dragon crystal right then and there. If he waited until he returned to the academy to absorb it, it would likely invite unnecessary trouble. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure makes one a target. Just as he was climbing down from the thunder dragon's corpse, a dull thud suddenly echoed in his ears. Thump! Thump! The sound was rhythmic and exceptionally clear. Chu looked around in confusion, but found no other living creatures. Could I be hallucinating because I didn't sleep last night? Thump! Thump! The sound was even stronger this time. It felt as if it were right next to his ear. Chu frowned and walked in a certain direction. When he reached the thunder dragon's belly, he turned over the mud on the ground and saw a egg? What on earth is this? Why does it look like a light bulb? Looking at the faint runes appearing on the egg, Chu felt they bore a slight resemblance to the runes on a magic circle. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be a dragon egg? Chu's breath hitched. His entire body began to tremble. Holy shit, this is too intense. First the dragon crystal, and now a dragon egg. In a sense, the value of a dragon crystal couldn't even compare to a dragon egg. Owning a dragon crystal didn't necessarily mean one would gain world-ending level power. But owning a dragon egg meant that once the hatchling emerged, given enough time, one would possess a world-ending level pet. This is a giant dragon. It's not something that donkey raised by Xiao Langtian could ever compare to. I've hit the jackpot. Wait. They didn't see it, did they? Chu turned his head to glance at the crowd. After confirming that the dragon egg inside the mud pit couldn't be seen from their angle, he swept it into his backpack with lightning speed. From an outsider's perspective, Chu had first stood there dazed for a moment for no apparent reason, then suddenly walked toward the dragon's rear. Whether he was possessed or what, he even pulled out a shovel and started digging up mud. This series of confusing actions left everyone scratching their heads. What is he doing? What's the point of digging a hole? Could there be treasure hidden in the dirt? I've already got the dragon crystals. What treasure could possibly be more valuable than them? Keeping his wealth hidden, Shu temporarily stashed the dragon egg in his backpack, planning to take it out once he reached safety. Immediately after, he looked toward the thunder dragon, an intense sense of respect involuntarily rising in his heart. It turned out to be a mother dragon on the verge of giving birth, killed at her most critical moment. A pregnant dragon's combat power is significantly restricted. Even so, given their immense strength, they do not fall easily. Perhaps, this dragon egg was the culprit behind it all. As a mother, she protected her children, but she herself left this world forever, never to see their child again. Chu let out a long sigh. Such an ending was truly lamentable. I just stole your mother's dragon crystal, and now you've fallen into my hands as well. I wonder if this counts as calling a thief your father? Chapter 78, Dual Hidden Class Fusion Skill. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Chu found a spot to sit down, holding the dragon crystal as he began the absorption process. Ding! Absorption has begun. Estimated time, 3 days. 3 days is manageable. With the help of the celestial sign and system, the massive energy contained within the dragon crystal was meticulously unraveled, flowing bit by bit into Chu's body. Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100. Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100. Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100. His EXP rose slowly, bit by bit. It was a monumental undertaking. Without the assistance of the celestial sign and system, anyone attempting to absorb this much power through their own strength would be instantly blown apart by the sheer magnitude of the energy. Chu didn't care how long it took. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. However, while he was in no rush, the people outside were growing anxious. What on earth is he doing? Is he absorbing the dragon crystal right now? It looks like it. Has this kid lost his mind? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Young people these days are rarely normal. Song Yuan, on the other hand, could guess what Chu was thinking. But was he really that confident he could control the energy of a dragon crystal? In terms of class compatibility, there wasn't a single person in the world more suited for this than him. Firstly, Chu could control lightning, which perfectly matched the thunder dragon's attribute. Secondly, as a dragon language mage, he could accept the dragon crystal's gift with perfect synergy. Therefore, Chu stood to gain an immense amount of power. Of course, that was assuming he didn't explode from the energy first. Days passed by, one after another. 3 days flew by in an instant. More and more people gathered outside the magic circle, all hoping to get a share of the spoils from Song Yuan's hands. Surprisingly, Chu's absorption process went very smoothly, and none of the complications they had imagined occurred. It's been 3 days already. Why is there no sign of it ending? He's not going to stay in there for several years, is he? A doomsday-level dragon crystal. If he finishes absorbing it, he'll probably soar straight to mythic level, right? People were quite envious. If only they had such good luck. Would they still need to be someone's lackey in this bullshit guild? Song Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, eyes closed to rest his mind. He had maintained this posture for 3 days without moving an inch, looking like a statue. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his deep gaze staring straight at Chu. In a flash, the dragon crystal suddenly flickered with light, and Chu simultaneously concluded the absorption process. Ding! The host has reached the absorption limit. My current level is too low. I couldn't even absorb 1% of it completely. Chu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. However, over these 3 days, his strength had increased tremendously. First, he had risen to Master 6-star second. During the process of absorbing the dragon crystal's energy, he had comprehended a new skill. Roar of the Thunder Dragon Epic level. Control the power of dragons and lightning to deal devastating blows to enemies in a straight line. Power depends on spirit stats. This skill was incredibly powerful. Chu had seen the Thunder Dragon use it in his dreams over the past few days. With one roar, an entire mountain range stretching tens of thousands of miles was leveled, turning into a wasteland. This was his first dual-class fusion skill. The next absorption will probably have to wait until I reach Grandmaster level. Chu put the dragon crystal into his backpack and stepped out of the magic circle. Breathing the fresh air outside, he felt as if his entire being had come back to life. How was the harvest? San Yuan asked. Not bad, taking on 10 Liao Hughes wouldn't be a problem. Chu grinned and took out the jar containing the dragon blood. Mission accomplished, I didn't let you down. Well done. San Yuan took the jar, a faint hint of joy in his voice. With this, the extremely cold poison that had plagued him for years could finally be cured. Hey! I've brought the dragon crystal out. Now that you have nothing left to say, shouldn't you start kowtowing? Chu let out a mocking laugh. Those caught in his gaze turned their heads away one after another, pretending to be oblivious to the matter, their toes curling in embarrassment as if trying to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. TSK. Cowards. A look of profound disdain flashed in Chu's eyes. Just as the two were preparing to head back, Li Wangjing approached with his men. You must be Brother Chu, right? Just as the rumors say, extraordinary and heroic. State your business, Chu said indifferently, casting a quick glance at him. I am Li Wangjing, the Vice City Lord of Thousand Feather City. I'd like to do some business with you. Li Wangjing wore a friendly smile. Sorry, I'm not short on money right now, Chu refused outright. These old foxes were full of schemes. Everyone present knew he was carrying the dragon crystal. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Besides, even if the wealth of everyone present were combined, it wouldn't be worth a fraction of the dragon crystal. Don't be so quick to refuse. It's not the dragon crystal I want, but the thundershock grass you have, Li Wangjing explained. Chu was slightly stunned. He pulled out the weeds he had plucked at random from his backpack. This stuff is called thundershock grass? Exactly. I'll offer 100 million dragon coins for a single stalk. Li Wangjing held up one finger. Thousand Feather City was developing rapidly, and he happened to have a group of blacksmiths eager to level up their proficiency to open a trade route between Kunlun province and the main city. Thundershock grass was a rare commodity with high demand but no supply. Since Chu happened to have some, why not make a deal and forge a good relationship? The price he offered was 30% higher than the market acquisition rate. His goal was simply to befriend Chu. Li Wangjing saw immense potential in Chu. Building a connection with a future powerhouse was a deal worth making. Chu did a quick mental calculation. He had a total of 50 stalks of thundershock grass in his backpack, but there was no need to trade them all. To him, money was actually the least valuable thing. I'll trade for 1 billion. After a moment's thought, Chu finally took out 10 stalks of thundershock grass. Good. Li Wangjing smiled slightly and directly transferred 1 billion to Chu. After the transaction was completed, Li Wangjing spoke up, meeting like this is fate. I would like to invite you both to Qinyu City as my guests. I wonder if you could grant me this small favor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Chu, you wretch! Give me your life. The abrupt voice drew everyone's attention. Two figures were seen sweeping in at high speed from the distance, their killing intent enveloping them like a mass of dark clouds. Two legendary level class awakeners? Li Wangjing's brow furrowed slightly. Looking at their posture, it seemed they were coming for the two of them. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, Li Wangjing led his people and quietly retreated. Soon, the two rushed straight forward. A shimmering golden hand suddenly expanded, carrying a majestic momentum as it struck directly toward Chu. Looking at the golden palm that blotted out the sky, everyone was shocked. Where did these powerful experts come from now? San Yuan snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a giant axe met the attack, violently splitting the palm in two. However, it wasn't over yet. At that moment, a pale eye suddenly appeared in the void, and a beam of light blasted forth. Seeing this, San Yuan's brow furrowed. His skin quickly turned red as his aura surged, and a pitch-black axe appeared in his hand. Immediately after, he stomped his foot on the ground, soared into the sky, and split the giant eye in half with a single axe strike. But at that exact moment,